photograph
No, they
on
work. They
emulsion
still
film.
work.
Yeah,
They're just not
real
practical.
photographs.
They work
They're
not
like,
consistently. That's
like
why they're not
hard,
good.
hard
they're
to replicate.
No, I've
CGI, dude.
examined them.
They're CGI.
I've examined them. I am in possession of some of them, and I've
Cool
examined them with
story.
a loop.
Cool story.
Hey, cool. If you could shut your mouth long enough for an adult to say a sentence, man, you could grow up today. Okay, so I happen to be in possession of some of them, and I've examined them with a loop. And I'm an expert in photography. See, I
I'm sure
studied
you are, my friend.
photography
Can
at
you
the
prove
New York
that?
Institute of Photography. So I'm just trying to help you learn. The Earth has been photographed from space.
That's
What does the
cool, but where's
Bible
the
say about
curvature in
that?
reality?
You can see it in the shadows of the mountains on the Earth in the photograph.
That's your proof of the ball?
What did you just say?
It's
I'm sorry,
irrefutable
Dad.
proof. Yeah.
So
That's
where's
a
the
good one, bro.
curvature in reality? The drop over distance?
It's proven
When has
by
that been
the
measured
shadows
in
of the mountains
reality?
on the Earth in
I didn't ask for
the
shadows
photograph.
of a mountain, man. I
I
asked for
just
the
proved it.
curvature of the surface at 3959 mile radius.
I just told you the curvature of the Earth is proven by the shadows of the mountains on the Earth when the Earth has been photographed from space. End of
Cool
story.
story. I've got this photo of
There you go.
Bigfoot. Does that make it real too? I'm a photo expert. In fact, I'm even an architect and do CGI.
You guys all freaking retards.
I got a
you-
photo of
you-
Bigfoot, man. Is
You
that
really
proof?
believe they had CGI in 1968, right?
Of
Dude,
course
what do you think they named Photoshop
Have you
after?
never seen
really
movies
think
in
so?
1998?
Oh
There's
my
always
God.
been photo forgery since
Man.
How
the
can
invention
you
of the
explain-
photo.
Of the quality
How
that
can
they
you
You should
transmit
know
to
this
people?
since you're a photograph
How
expert,
can you
right?
guys explain Star
Right,
Wars, bro?
so I am an expert in photography,
You
and
can
they didn't
tell
have the
that's like
technology.
so
they
they-
didn't have
dude.
electronic technology to fake
How
photographs.
can you
Not
guys
electronic
in
technology,
19
no.
And,
You-
oh, you're going to talk over me again. You haven't grown up yet. Okay, let's
No, I'm
try
waiting
again.
for these guys to shut up.
Let's try again. Okay, so I'll say it again. Yes, they did not have electronic technology to fake photographs in 1968.
So how was
Yeah.
Star Wars made, bro?
But they had analog.
And-
Do you know what analog is? Do you know what a drafting table is?
And they can't have faked what I've seen with my own eye because I'm an expert in photography. And I've
I'm sure you are,
examined
my
these
friend. Can you
photographs
show me that?
under high magnification, and you can see the silver halide crystals in the in the photographic paper.
You can
It's
see
a
the
real
unicorns
photograph.
too.
It's
Yeah.
an actual photograph.
Yeah,
Nice.
I can show you a photograph of Bigfoot if you want.
So photographs of the Earth from space prove the Earth is round because of the difference in distances of the shadows on the Earth when the Earth was photographed from space.
Okay,
prove
cool
the Earth is
story.
round.
But why are all
Cool
the
story, it's a
pictures
cool fact.
inconsistent then? Why
It's
are
a
all
cool
these
fact.
pictures inconsistent?
You're talking about photographs made during the simulations while they were on the Earth, and then people say, look, this photograph is taken on the moon. I don't care about that. What I know is this. The Earth has been photographed from space. I'm in
Can you send those
possession of some of those.
photographs? Post
Yeah,
them in the
show
chat.
us one,
Let's have a look.
please.
I've
Yeah.
examined them, and I'm an expert in
Yes,
photography.
you're an
and
expert. You're an
the
expert.
Earth is
Show me the
round.
photos.
Yeah,
I'm
the
an expert
Earth
as well.
is
Let me have a look at the photos.
Same.
And
Yeah.
we didn't have CGI in 1968, period.
Yes, we did.
Nobody's
We
saying
No,
literally.
you're an
that.
idiot.
Oh, so you
You're
tell
an
me Star Wars wasn't produced?
That wasn't
No, there-
CGI. I'm correct.
The
CGI
strongest
stands for
What was it?
There were no
Actual
video
computer-
lightsabers, bro?
There was
CGI
no
stands
such thing
for
as a video card
computer-generated
in
graphics.
Maybe
Hold
it
on.
wasn't called CGI, but they had something of the sort, right?
No, they had
Video
fucking...
cards came into being in the 1990s.
Whatever they're called, doesn't need to be called CGI for the
They're
freaking
talking about
name.
special effects.
Things
I'm
change
correct, not
names.
CGI.
They didn't have
And you-
CGI. If
And
you believe that,
everybody
Are you
could
saying there was-
tell
tree
this was
stump.
like fucking...
You're
like,
just as dumb as a tree
everybody
stump.
could
You
tell
think
this
If I
was
show
like
you-
models
if I
right
show
on
you-
like dolls.
If
Right
I
on-
show you a film from 1968 or before that has special effects in it, what do we say about that?
Well, special effects. I've done special effects in the darkroom, but that's
Yeah,
supremely.
Forgery. It's
Supremely-
forgery of a photo or video.
Oh, so you can have special effects before that time. That's crazy.
Supremely
You can easily
limited
tell
as
that.
to what can be done and how much
We've had it
detail.
since the 1920s.
So you're telling
Well-
me people with advanced technology at the time can make something that you couldn't make?
You can't
for
fake
example,
a high resolution photograph on 2.5-inch emulsion
According to
film
who?
in
According to who?
1968. No,
According to who?
every photographic expert on Earth,
And
Yeah,
can you list
especially
one
at
of
that
them,
time,
please?
like,
myself.
You're not an expert. I don't recognize your
Sure.
authority.
Well, here's what you do. If you want to have a good bowel movement on that after realizing.
Yeah, I always go into
Dude,
fucking
just-
cringe shit, man.
Yeah.
He almost had me. I was like, this guy sounds like he knows what he's talking about. I like experts who don't ask you about their expertise.
I'll be
But then-
honest with you. Experts that use their authority to claim that they know what they're talking about never ends up good. If you come in the chat and say, "Trust me, bro, I'm an expert," 9 out of 10 times you're a freaking troll.
Yeah, that's the first warning sign. Because in my worldview, experts don't ever need to tell you they're experts. It's fucking obvious. Okay, like you're like, damn, right? Like that
It's one
dude
of those
just
talking
dropped.
about.
It's like an
No.
honest person doesn't tell you they're honest.
Can you tell me
That's what I'm saying. If someone says "trust me, bro," you should don't freaking trust them. Like it's
Yeah,
your first giveaway.
and I
You know-
give him a little bit of leeway
It-
because as long as this is
it's,
my second criteria number one. Okay, experts don't have to tell you they're experts. Criteria
Let's
number
test that
two is that experts don't ask you about their expertise. And in
You know when you're in
criteria
the club,
three,
right?
they're at least able to stay on topic. He basically did strike one, strike two, strike three. Started
You know
talking about my expertise in photography will tell me how to start doing bodily functions. Yeah, you're out of here, dude. I mean,
You know when you're with your
Okay,
friends at a
getting back
restaurant
to
and
the
they're like,
point. Getting back to the
"Trust me,
topic
bro, I'll
of
pay
flat
you
Earth.
back." That's
yeah,
what
yeah. Just so you guys know what happened there. Okay, back to flat Earth. We're talking about what
Yeah.
photography, right?
I have
What's the
a-
current topic?
No, but the other guy was muted. He left actually. So we.
Yeah, but
was
what was the
actually-
overall topic?
He was
Or just
claiming that he
general
had
flat Earth.
photographs that are
But look-
unedited from 1970s that show the Earth's curvature.
You
Yeah,
can
because
tell
surprised
those-
we've
only
never
the
seen
government-
them.
Yeah,
Oh, but
NASA
so-
has some of those photos, but no one's taken photos from space in 1970. That was fully contained inside the executive branch. Unless
Surprise,
he's saying,
surprise, we've never seen them, bro.
yeah,
He was
said
like,
he
I
saw
have
them
them
when he got
right
off
here
the
in my
sword.
hand.
yeah,
have
I
them.
know.
I've seen him with
It's
my
like,
own eyes, guys. Just like I've seen Jesus, bro. It was me, trust me.
Well, look. I have a question for flat Earthers here. Right, this is like evidence here, right? So, southern celestial pole. Now we have the northern one, which is a different set of stars, right? And then you have the southern one. How is that possible on a flat Earth? Post
show
a
the
video
flat
of this.
Earth you're talking about.
Say that again, sir.
Whatever what's this flat Earth you're evoking? Can you show that?
Oh,
Yeah,
wait,
I mean, I
okay,
can
so
tell you
the
what
flat
happens
Earth
in
is-
reality.
Oh, so the flat Earth is falsified? Do you agree?
Oh,
with
okay,
this?
so straw man. Okay, that's a disqualify.
Okay, relax, right? Politicus is good.
We'll give him a chance to sort it out. I told him ahead of time, like, don't be disqualifying yourself with very basic logical fallacies. All the things you see on Earth, we see the same stuff, okay? There's no difference, okay? It's not like if the Earth was flat, you'd see some other world. This isn't some sort of pawn shop where you take all your shitty ideas that you can't explain on Globetard and then say explain them on a flat Earth, then never present what the fuck you're talking about.
That's incorrect, though.
I'm sorry,
When
man.
those
It's
you can't
spot on,
explain
man.
this on flat Earth or arguments are brought up, then it's commonly something that's pretty easily understood and modeled with a globe Earth.
Show the
Well,
model
what's
then.
funny,
If you got a
I
model
can
of a
answer that
globe Earth
question.
yeah, real quick, Flat. If you can explain celestial poles on the Globetard, why invoke flat Earth at all? Just show your Globetard.
But it's easy. It's the two directions that the axis of rotation would points through.
So you
Those are
got
the
two
two
separate
celestial poles.
rotations. You got
No,
you got an east to
one
west
rotation.
rotation.
One rotation, to east at every point, but because your point of view on a globe, your point of view would, when you cross the equator, would flip around. So the rotation switches from anti-clockwise to clockwise, but it's still east to west. But that would be why you have two celestial poles, 2 points that seem to rest and things rotate around. Because when you rotate a ball, you have 2 points that the axis of rotation goes through. One at the top, basically, and one at the bottom, in that sense. So one on one side and one on the other side. Those would be the two celestial poles. Very easily understood.
Interesting.
Yeah, and everything moves east to west. There's no different rotations.
Well, it looks it's anti-clockwise in the northern hemisphere and clockwise in the southern. So
No, it's all
it's
east
both
to
in
west.
both cases it's east to west,
Yeah.
yes, but the direction it looks like flips at the equator.
How can you tilt a ball if a ball is round? It's perfectly round. How can you tilt a ball?
What do you mean? How you can
tilt
tilt it?
a
You can
ball?
tilt it compared to something else. Like, for example, you have the axis.
You can only
You
tilt it.
rotate the ball.
You can only tilt a ball if there's a pattern on it. Therefore, or something on it that gives it a type of structure, like
Yes.
like
For
us.
example, the
So
rotation.
if the
For
ball was,
example, an axis of rotation.
say the ball was like blank, right?
Okay.
Nothing on it. You
Okay.
can't.
So
That tilt would mean nothing, because what are you tilting? It
okay.
seems like an illusion.
Can I answer if
Yes.
you're finished? Okay, cool. So if you have a blank ball, for example, one of those sports balls that you play dodgeball with or
Perfectly
something
round,
like
right?
that, right? Yeah, sure. It's a ball, and you rotate it, like you spin it, right? Then the axis of that spin that goes through the ball could be providing the structure of what you're tilting it, or what you're tilting. For example, if you spin it
It's
on
in
your
a vacuum,
finger
right?
and then you're tilting the ball, then it won't spin. Then it won't stay on your finger, and it will fall off your finger.
So now you have to take the vacuum of space into equation if this is how you're thinking, right?
Why?
Because the ball theory is in space, correct?
Perpetual motion.
Doesn't
That's
change
violation.
anything. We are talking about what do you tilt
Violation of
on a ball. A ball
thermodynamics.
from a center has all the same distances, so you can't say like you're putting it on its side or something, because it will look the same if you have a blank surface. That's what we were talking about. I was saying like, well, you can have another factor of the physical state of that ball. For example, you can spin it, and you can take that axis of the spin as the reference of tilting it. When you're spinning it and you're having the axis point straight up, then you can spin it on your finger. And now when you tilt the ball compared to that axis, then it will fall off your finger. That's what we were talking about. This has nothing to do with space or vacuum or anything at all.
It
Okay,
actually does. If you're thinking of the ball theory, it actually has everything to do with your space, as you say, and everything
It's
else.
not my theory.
Lloyd, do you want to get on this at all, or I know I kind of stepped on you there that last bit.
No, you're good. It kind of moved away from the celestial pole question, but I was going to ask, how does that even work on the globe, right? I mean, you're supposed to all three. Let's take South America. Let's take the South Africa and Australia. They're all supposed to see this, Southern Cross at the same time on the ball, and they don't, right? It's not even nighttime for those three places at the same time.
Well, actually, around June, there should be some time where it's at least twilight and nighttime for all three of those places. If you're far enough south in each of those three places, for one, and for the other, obviously, if it's not nighttime, then you can't see the stars, right?
Of course.
Yeah, but other than that, it does seem to work because we do use celestial navigation, and if they see, if those three places see the celestial Southern Cross
Yeah,
in
this is
massively
Gish
different
galloping.
directions from each other, then the celestial navigation would not work in this part of the world.
No, well, that's not really true because, we do have celestial navigation, and it's based on basically making a flat plane around yourself. And then, of course, getting the
it's not.
elevation angle and ground position of each star over time, right? Because, I mean, especially like out on a ship, you have dead reckoning. And even if you go east to west and follow your compass, right, you're actually going in an arc, right?
Yes.
You're not going in a straight line, right? Which is why we
Yes.
have that dead reckoning. However, they're not using, like, say, the South Pole. In fact, everything is actually supposedly a measurement from that North Star. So when you stop seeing it at the equator, right, we start using different stars from, like, at least in today, we use the Farmer's Almanac, right? There's already post-dictions. because of course the sky is doing the exact same thing every year.
Not
Not
of
a
course.
whole
That's
lot of
not obviously
parallax going on, or at least what we would expect of the globe model. So what I'm trying to say is, we can already poke so many holes in this globe that you're like, well, no, it works, right?
So far, you have not poked any holes. You have not pointed out anything that actually substantiates the problem. You've just said, like, well, obviously it would work on a flat Earth because you create a flat plane around yourself. But that flat plane is
No,
just
I'm
your
just
eye
saying,
level.
obviously,
It's just your,
it does
it's
work.
just your horizontal. It has nothing to do with the ground at all, and therefore there is nothing substantiated that you need a flat plane inherently, like as from the ground for the ground at all for celestial
I mean, that-
navigation to work. In fact,
have
it's
you ever
actually
used a
magical how
sextant?
it works.
Have you ever used a sextant?
Personally, no, actually,
Because
but I
you
know
do
how
have
to
to
use
assume
it.
a flat horizon.
No, you're not assuming a flat horizon. You're seeing a flat line as a horizon. It's not an assumption.
Well, it's kind of a trick. It's both, right? You're both assuming and, of course, tying that into reality, right? That you're making this circle around you. That circle happens to be the horizon, right? It's this point where it's actually optical, right? And it's where the land meets the sky, or in this case, the water
Indeed.
meets the sky, right?
Yes. So
yeah.
you actually
So
don't
what I'm
have
saying
to
is that
assume
there's
a horizon. You can also use a bubble sextant, or can use a mirror.
and it finds what? And it finds what?
A mercury
A curve
mirror in front
or
in
a
front
flat
of
level?
you. You can use a mercury mirror in front of you, so that you don't have to use the horizon at all. And curiously, then you don't have to use a dip correction.
What I'm saying is celestial navigation doesn't even work on a globe, right? The geometry of a globe.
Why would it
Because
not
the
work on a
stars.
globe?
Well,
What-
you need a
which
flat.
part of
You need a flat baseline.
No, that flat baseline doesn't have to be the ground. So there's nothing that prevents it working on a globe, even though you use horizontal or line of sight to the horizon, which you then need to correct, which you then need to apply the dip correction to make the elevation angle from horizontal. It does not.
The main reason why celestial navigation doesn't work on a globetard is that on a globetard, you would have a different sky, a different night sky every night. The stars would change radically and sporadically throughout the night. It would never be the same. Every hour, like every minute you'd look, and it'd be moving all kinds of different directions.
Good point.
It's like
Which
you
is
got,
what I meant by no parallax, right?
yeah, you've got at the same time, you've got this idea where the Earth is spinning and it's wobbling and everything else is moving too. And the Earth is tilted. Yeah, you would not have the same stars like day to day. It's like, hey, dude, this isn't. See, this is like where they say, explain the sky if the Earth is flat. They want to do that. They want to straw man you because they've got no explanation how everything can be moving and appear to be not moving at the same time. It's all in lockstep. It's just in perfect synchronized lockstep. Like, so they'll tell you the North Pole, the North Celestial Star, the Polaris pole star, it is locked to the rotation of the Earth. But it's also, the Earth is wobbling. And Polaris is 400 light years away. Think about how fast of a circular motion in the sky, like a cone, like if you were to draw a cone shape. Just right above something and something's kind of like hovering over you, that cone shape wouldn't have to be that big. Like it's a foot above you. It's just like a halo over your head, right? But if you're also spinning in the same direction, it might not be that much. But when you're out 400 light years, so 400 years that the light supposedly released from Polaris you're seeing was 400 years ago, and it's moving exactly as the same wobble of Earth. And Earth's rotation has changed. If you look at the globetard, they tell you that they've pumped too much water out of the center of the core of the Earth, and now it's slowing down or it's speeding up the rotation, causing Earth to wobble. The dam in China, the Three Georges Dam has apparently slowed the Earth's rotation. But
And then the
somehow,
space junk too.
yeah, somehow it didn't affect Polaris at all. Like, so how did? Oh, what they did was they're like, oops, it's not originally it said 300 light years, then it was like 250, then it was like back to 300, then 325, then it's like 400, 470, back to 400. Oh, maybe something else. Oh wait, it's 2 stars. No, it's 3 stars. It's 6 stars. It's 10 stars. It's 2 stars again. Oh, it's 1. No, it's 3 stars. So wait, it's like, figure this shit out, dude. Like, they come here and say flat earthers explain Polaris if the Earth is flat. It's a light in the sky that lines up with north, and they'll tell you you're wrong. And I'm wrong. How am I wrong? They'll tell you because Earth is spinning, and you're like, okay, but you'd see exactly the same thing as if Earth was flat and stationary. Well, yeah. So my explanation fits inside your explanation. You just added in a bunch of weird nonsense that keeps changing over and over again and offer no proof to the contrary. Like, when are you going to finally get a working model and be able to present it? Like, where is Polaris? Point in the general direction. And just point. It's that way. How far? What is it? If you're going to use these stars as your only proof of the globe, you better know a lot about it. Otherwise, to me, it's just invoking sky magic or some sort of biblical cosmology as above, so below. You can tell what the ground is because the sky told you so.
Yeah, what's up with that?
I know, like, believe their religion. And if you don't, the guy earlier today was mad. I'm mad at you that you don't believe the earth is a globe. And then he said, okay, that's an appeal to emotion fallacy. He said, no, it's not. We're like, why? He said, because you're making me mad. Your fault. It's your fault I'm mad. I go, dude, that's not workable. Because I can tell someone else the earth is just a little bit of scientific thinking will work here. I can tell one person the earth is flat. They don't get mad. I tell some other person, they just ignore me. I tell someone else, they're curious about it. All these people have all different reactions because they're in charge of their response. But this guy, whatever external stimulus hits him, he instantly gets a reaction to that. So he is no longer an independent variable in his own life. He's just a dependent variable to whatever external stimulus hits him at a given time. And then he can't even take agency. He's got no agency. It's somebody else's fault. Sorry if that was a little long-winded. I thought I kind of had to wrap that up there because it was kind of going like, explain this, explain that. It's easy to explain, okay? Flat Earth was masked. Oh, go ahead, Lloyd.
No, I was just saying you made some great points though, because it always, I'm always interested why people are so stuck on the sky has to be the ground, right? I mean, that's one of the first questions they say too. Like, so are the other planets flat? Is the moon flat? You know, like, it's a disease.
Yeah, I hate that.
Like
what makes you think that will explain the ground that you're standing on?
They make it seem somehow that geocentric and flat Earth wasn't explained for thousands of years. I mean, cavemen drew paintings of flat Earth. I mean, for fuck's sake. At some point, they're going to have to stop denying all of human history, recorded and unrecorded history, and look back and start over. Say, if you've got science and you've got a scientific method and a process that got you to Globetar, show it. Show the process. What year? What date? Who did it? What method? How can it be repeated? Because otherwise, they're just saying they're picking a story that they like. They pick the team and they want to root for that team. Okay, I'm not on your team, so stop saying we then. Just say I. Like, the Globetrotter will come in here and say we. Like they're studying French. And you ask them to explain what the fuck you're talking about, what we, and then you can just easily say, okay, I'm not part of that we. and they tell you you are, and you tell them, no, thank you. I do not want to be part of any we that you're talking about. If your we is sky magic, okay, I'm not making any claims to sky magic. I'm talking about the ground. You look down. Down is ground. Up is sky. These are two different things. Okay, if you want a globe sky or a round sky channel, open it up, talk to the admin, and you can talk about the sky. This is the earth, the surface of the earth.
I'm not sure what Sodri's trying to say. Yeah, sorry it proves you wrong, but it's okay to be wrong sometime. Yeah, that's true, but the sky does not prove the surface that you're on, right? What you could do to know what the surface that you're standing on is, of course, measure it, right? You can even test these globe claims, right? I didn't make this globe claim, right? It was given to me. I was taught the exact same story as all of you, right? In school by my teacher. No, she's not a liar. She was just teaching what she had been taught, right?
Yeah, I don't think they're in the
But
chat.
yeah, I'm just kind of saying it to the audience. But
Yeah, over the fences.
the fact of the matter is, you got to measure it. You got to do it yourself. You got to put these claims to the test because I guarantee you, a lot of people, a lot of the quote unquote flat earthers here, were, they were the ones doing the test, right? Like, no way the earth is flat. I know I was. I was like, I gotta test this for myself. I'm not gonna find this in a book. But a lot of people can't do that. They want to be told what to think, how to think, and when to think it. Yeah, I've noticed since, we've had this room in the server, the globes have been getting quieter, quieter. Now they're just, in the chat. Oh no, I'm a little busy right now. I can't come in. Spin my globe. Or the best one. It's already been proven, guys. Come on. Why are we arguing about this? When the dead giveaway is that we're all here. But I don't know. I know a lot of people, they've got lives to live. They got things to do, bills to pay, people to feed. And they ask, what difference does it make? Well, how would this actually change my life? And I would say test it, right? Because you don't know what you don't know. And as soon as that you do know, you have a solid foundation. You can't be fooled by something 3 years ago, right? Because you can test and verify certain things for yourself. You can take off this veil of illusion that I was under too, and a lot of us were under as well, right? You don't have to be lied to, right? But you can know that you've been lied to by falsifying that globe, and even further looking into it, right? Even longer distance observations. I mean, it's with some of the infrared camera photography is like, wow, right? And then of course they make fun of it in Simpsons. There's a lot of tentacles kind of just everywhere. I mean, if you think about if the 500-year globe story is true, you know, I'm not really certain about that, but they've had a lot of time to make all these stories and repeat them over and over. I mean, they have to push it on you and put it in the beginning of every film, right? Whether it's you zooming in it to start the movie, right? They always zoom into the Earth, like you started off in space or something. Or they got to show you universal pictures, right? First iPhone, you know, they got to show you a globe, blue marble. When they admit themselves that they photoshopped it and that it had to be.
Yeah, that's a really good point. When he finally got busted, you're like, Blue Marble 1.0 in 1972. People are like, did you modify this? Nope, it's exactly the way the Earth would appear to be from space. Like, wow, that's fascinating. Then eventually the atheists in the 1960s kind of looked at their data and said, well, if you went to the moon and you took this path, like you said you did, that's not how the Earth would look. And they're like, yeah, it would. Yeah, it would. No, that's not how I can look at okay. I drew out the heliocentric model. I drew a path from where you said you took off and where you said you're going. The Earth would look upside down from your point of view. They're like, oh yeah, that's right. And they switch it. They flip it back over. That's how it really appeared. But you said at the very beginning you didn't modify it at all. You just snapped a photo and showed everyone the photo. They're like, oh yeah, but is flipping it? Is that really changing it? You're like, hell yeah, motherfucker. You said you snapped a photo and presented it as is. Exactly what the camera showed, depicted. And you didn't do that. So now let's look into more data. Let's show your telemetry data. Let's show it. Show all your proof. Let's see everything. Because the first thing I looked at smelled like a skunk. I smell a rat. Okay? Let me see the rest of the data. Oh, we deleted it. We lost it. It's in Australia. We can't find it. It's on unreadable medium. Destroyed the technology. Wow, what a coincidence. So you destroyed all the evidence, did you? So now you not only can you not prove it, you destroyed the evidence and all the technology so you can never do it again. Like you literally 1 in a million shot 6 times there and back, and you can never do it again. Interesting. I wonder if the atheists are right. You never went there in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even Don Pettit who was like, I'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed that technology and it's a really painful process to put it back together.
Yeah, we used to be able to do that, but we can't do that anymore.
What kind of excuse is that?
Yeah, hey Don, look, hey Don, so you've been
that?
Don Pettit, the spokesperson for the current, yeah, the current actronauts. He's like their spokesperson. That's one of the best flat smacks ever did. A friend of mine was talking about like astronauts are the cream of the crop. You're just jelly. You're jelly of the astronauts. I'm like, what the fuck? Why would I be jelly of the astronauts? It's like, because they go to space, and you're not good enough. I'm like, okay, how about this? Let me show you Don Pettit, right? Do you think this guy is a cream of the crop? He can barely form a sentence. He's almost incomprehensible when he's talking. He's like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? He told me, oh, that's not the real astronaut. That's some YouTuber playing a gag, right? I'm like, okay, well, sure. Here's a picture of Don Pettit. Here's here's another photo of him. Here's him on the fake station. He goes, okay, well, yeah, there is a real Don Pettit, but that guy you showed me in the video is not Don Pettit. It's a celebrity impersonator. I'm like, Jesus, how the fuck am I going to show this guy? This dude's this dude is that retarded. I go, okay, how about that? I finally found a video on NASA's website of him talking about angry birds in space. It's still on their NASA's website. Okay? He goes like, I'm one of the science guys, and I'm one of the engineer guys, and goes along with being in. The question was, how is space, being in the ISS indicative to scientific experiment? Well, I'm an engineer and I'm a repair guy, and being in space just goes along with science. And the reporter's like, what the fuck? Is this guy having a stroke? Like, so just the simple fact of being in space, that makes it science. Just, yep, okay. Sure, buddy. And you're not even in space. That's the best part. You're in low orbit. So just being in low orbit, you're doing science. It doesn't matter what you do. Whatever you do up there, you play as a gorilla suit, dress up for Halloween, you watch a Super Bowl, all the shit that they eat shit, play with water, like take a dookie in their toilet, like how they go to the bathroom in space video. All of that is science. This is what it reminds me, like where he said he's gonna go do some science. Like I don't know if you guys saw that, where Scott Kelly had talked about where he was gonna go. I'll see if I can find that.
Have you seen the video of him playing the didgeridoo on the ISS?
Oh yeah, that's Don Pettit too, right?
That's Don Petty.
Yeah. That's where people did a gag on Space Force, the drama sitcom, whatever, situation comedy. They had a guy do that like a reenactment of that scene, and I was like, oh, all the flat earthers know, right? Like that was such a tip of the hat,
I missed that, being a Glober. It's too bad. It would have been fun to know that backstory.
Yeah, he's like, I'm one of the I'm allowed one personal item. Like you can't bring a didgeridoo, dude. That's like annoying. It's stupid. Okay, a personal item means a photo of your dog. Okay, a photo of your wife. It's some comfort item. Don't bring a didgeridoo. Don't bring a harmonica, a didgeridoo, something that makes a bunch of noise. Okay, it's supposed to be like just some sort of small personal token. Like your dad gave you like the first key to your car or whatever, something like that. There's a small thing, not something like that, dude. Come on, get the fuck out of here. Like a small personal item. Let me bring this big horn. Like what the hell? And they're buying it. They're buying it. People think this is legit.
Have you seen the video of it's another Don Pettit one, and this is how stupid he is, right? So it's him and a bunch of astronauts on the ISS, and there's an insect flying around, right? And you can see the other astronauts looking at it but trying to ignore it, because obviously there's not supposed to be an insect in space. And Don Pettit just swats it on camera in front of everyone and then wipes it on his trousers.
No, I think I don't know if I remember that one.
No, it's on the internet somewhere. It's hard to find, but yeah, Don Pettit swats it, and it's like he's that stupid. He didn't realize he's like not supposed to interact with the insect, because there's loads of videos obviously where they've got like mosquitoes and things like that buzzing around the heads, and you can see they're annoying the astronaut and they're trying to ignore it. There's quite a few.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one. I believe it because I think I remember people talking about it before, but I don't remember recalling that exact one.
Do you think there's a chance though that Don Pettit isn't actually lying? Like he actually believes he's going to space and things like that. They just put him in like a fucking elevator with like a window to a screen that's showing some stars or whatever, and just say, look, you're going up now in the rocket. And he's like so stupid, he just believes it.
Yeah, I thought about that too, because when he took those photos of from the ISS and showing it had a different celestial pole. Like he said, this is out the port side. I took a time lapse, 90-minute time lapse, and here's the pattern I got with the stars. Then he walked out the starboard side, did the same thing. I thought that, okay, watch, this should click, dude. You just debunked the poles, the two axial rotations. You have different axial rotations because you're 200 miles up. Let's see if it'll click. And it didn't. It just didn't click.
But you would expect that the rotation is different because you get a very big, you're changing your angle relatively quickly. You have like go from 1 day and night cycle in 90 minutes. So the rotation that you're seeing would be dictated by your path. So you would make your own equator basically in terms of analogy to Earth when you're traveling that fast around Earth, as opposed to following the pattern that you're expecting to see on Earth that is bound to being on the location on Earth, the rotation the Earth is supposedly having.
Well, there you go. Now you got a reason why there's different celestial poles. You just change your observer dependency. So here's port side. I'll put in the text.
It's kind of like when you have your camera on the
There's
ground,
starboard
right?
side.
And you're making the rotation, you're making a long exposure picture, and you're spinning your camera, then of the stars, and you're spinning your camera, then the center of the rotation that you're capturing with your long exposure picture is gonna be the center of rotation that your camera had.
Yeah, so definitely not a physical spot. It's like an optical effect based off observer dependency.
Well, yes, it's due to the rotation of the camera.
Yeah, observer dependency. So not a physical place that you are photographing. You can't just point out and say, there is the South Celestial Pole. It's going to be observer dependent. It's going to be all different spots depending on.
Well, the thing is that when, like, at least as far as I know, and I've digged into this quite a fair bit, is that when you're using celestial navigation, which inherently also means that you're, at least indirectly, even if you're not using the poles directly to navigate by the virtue of using stars that all have that apparent motion of that circling around points, and it works. You know, you can.
It wouldn't work though. As soon as you went 200 miles up, suddenly you'd have a completely different field of stars that wouldn't work anymore.
Why would you have a completely different field of stars?
Right
Why
here,
would it not
you
work?
just saw like a totally different. This is a port. Are you able to look in the chat?
Yes, I'm looking in the chat.
Okay. Could you saying you could use this star field to celestial navigate?
Well, not the long exposure picture because my position changes over time a lot. But yes, taking the elevation angle at one moment and another elevation angle and another elevation angle, you should be able to use that to navigate. Yeah.
Okay, look at the
To
bottom one.
determine your position.
The starboard side photo. The bottom one.
Yes. What is it?
See, look at he starts off with a celestial pole that's kind of like inside the machinery, and then it starts off with the one below that machinery there, and then by the end of the video, it's up above.
Okay.
Do you see what I'm talking about?
I don't know how you determined that the one inside was before and then later on the one after was lower
Like
down.
here.
Is this in a video where you see the development of it?
No, this is a time lapse.
It's a time lapse. Okay, so in the beginning you see the rotation around the thing, and then you see the rotation further down developing.
Here, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Like if you were to track the same star.
I don't really understand how this is saying, or this is showing that celestial navigation should not work, though. Because long exposure pictures like that, they are like they're not how you use celestial navigation in the first place. So I'm not sure what the problem is with that.
It does like a corkscrew pattern on the starboard side, which is facing south. Facing north, the port side of the ISS, you got right there. You can kind of see Polaris.
Okay, so you're not talking about one is later than the other. You're talking about how it looks from left as a rotation counterclockwise.
Yeah, that would be clockwise and counterclockwise based off starboard
Yeah, well,
and
if it's
port.
clockwise, then okay. So okay, yeah. So you're assuming the direction of rotation in this. It's not like this is a video. Okay. Still, I don't know. I don't exactly know, obviously, how this was taken or why this occurs. For me, it looks like there were exposures of different directions, or different exposures put together that should have not been put together, that were not aligned with each other. That's what this looks like in the south one side, and in the northbound side, that mistake did not happen. But I don't really understand the argument here.
Yeah, that Don Patet should have picked this up if he was so smart, but there's an error. I could maybe you missed a part earlier. Let's see who was. Can't remember who was talking about that. That they think that it's possible Don Patet doesn't even know himself that they're playing a gag on him.
All right, yeah. So he should have not have published those pictures, this long exposure, if there was something wrong with it. Fair enough. You can have that opinion. There's nothing wrong with that, but it doesn't debunk or prove anything.
No, do you look at the starboard one? Are you able to look at this? Right? Do you see the different like circles?
I see what you're talking about. Yes.
Okay.
So is this the evidence that he didn't go to space, or there's something else?
No, this is the evidence that even if they're faking it and they got some sort of conspiracy theory and they got some sort of astronauts, they might not even be able to be smart enough to figure it out themselves. They could be like useful, like they call like the term in intelligence, useful idiots.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Sure. I mean, this conspiracy just is ongoing. It just extends further and further.
Yeah. It's also ongoing for hundreds of years, so there
Which
have been multiple
conspiracy?
Razor
handoffs.
went out the. Oh, go ahead, sir.
Which conspiracy you're talking about?
The conspiracy of these Glovers to convince people that the Earth is round.
They don't
I
need
mean,
to convince you. You're
That's
gobbling it
their
up.
motivation, right?
You've gobbled it up anyway. They don't even have to convince you.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't.
But they
gobble
have to convince
I didn't
you,
gobble
right?
anything up. You don't know who I am, but
So you think there's a conspiracy theory for them to present the globe?
okay. A conspiracy is whenever a large group of people, or even a small group, conspire to, to do something.
Are they
Usually
doing that?
nefarious. Okay. So the question is, like, how many people would it take to convince people of like, we
Of
go to
something they're
space?
convinced of anyway.
A lot, right? I mean, they're launching
Zero.
rockets that people are watching from Cape Canaveral.
Yeah, zero people. You're convinced anyway.
We're watching
Like
telescopes,
it would
No,
take zero to convince you.
I'm not convinced anyway. That's
Oh, okay.
preposterous. Yeah.
All right.
No,
I thought you
my
were
whole
coming here
life
to be
I've
like,
watched
how many
technology. I
people would it
studied
take?
physics,
Yeah,
and
how
so
many
like,
people would it take to
so like
convince
all those
you?
people would be part of this conspiracy.
No,
I
zero.
certainly didn't
For
start
you, it's
by
zero.
thinking the Earth was
What
round. I mean,
conspiracy are we talking about?
it looks flat to me. I would have had to intake some data. Somebody gave me data that was bad,
Who?
and they're part of the conspiracy.
Who did that?
Well, that's just it. It's a lot of people, you
Yeah,
know.
which
So,
people?
well, all the people that taught me physics, all the people that explained technology to me, all the people that showed me videos. You know, like this is a
No,
lot
it
of
doesn't
people.
work like that 'cause it's all compartmentalized. Like your school teacher isn't in on it; they're just teaching the what they've been told, right?
Well, it's still a conspiracy because it's between a group of people, 2 or more,
Right.
3 or more, whatever it is.
Right.
However,
I mean, it can be
the
multiple groups of
conspiracy,
people, and one
the
can affect the
conspiracy
other.
could have started a long time ago, and it's just been kept a secret. I mean, it could be disinformation is harmful in many numerous ways. However, how many people are actually in on it? Who knows?
But like,
Not
you
that
know,
many, I'd
so like
assume.
if I go to Google Earth, you know, like
Zero.
I go from Rome to my house, right? It like zooms out, it shows this amazing picture of a globe, and then it zooms in.
Okay,
And
so
it's like
Google's
this
not a
is a lot of
person. So
this is a
zero.
lot of technology. No, this is technology developed by persons, and if the globe is not actually an Earth, then like they had to come up with a fairly complex mathematical
It's really not that hard
model
for AI
that
to create a
to
fake
make it
model. They can
reliable
literally
so that I
store
could
if you
choose
like.
any 2 points on Earth. It would zoom out and then zoom back in, and you know, there's a lot going on there.
It
So
would take
if
one
it wasn't
click.
based on actual data and images,
Which you didn't see.
it would take a lot of data to
Bante,
do
are
that,
you
and
in computer
it's people
engineering by
that
any
put that
chance?
together.
Can't get
I
out.
am, yes.
So how hard would it be to change the 3D model of the globe on Google Maps into, for example, a cube? You think it would be difficult?
It would be
Yes,
difficult to make that
yes.
apparently match.
Why would it be difficult?
Well,
Just
yeah,
change back.
it's a little too complex to explain in a quick little Discord call. But
Oh my God,
GIS
just change
systems,
out of here.
like, you know, are based on a lot of rules, and these rules
And these rules, who sets them?
are based on a round Earth. So
You
So
think Google's model
they were
of the
developed over
globe
the
is a
last
system based off
60.
the
They were
laws?
developed over the last 60 years. It's not like one person developed them.
here's
You're
the thing.
telling me the globe model that Google has is based off our laws of reality?
Here's the thing. It would be relatively easy to just present a rendering like that. Obviously, you just
Very easy.
you just turn on Blender. You're making your solid shape. You're making your cube or whatever, right? And you're throwing the image, the land image that you get from Google Maps, for example, on top of it, and it's good, right? What's not
Hot
so
mic.
easy, and what's
Morty.
actually would
Morty, hot
require
mic.
what
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me here. Do you guys follow Santo Spinacci, the flat earther?
Just real quick, Joanna, can you turn your camera off? It limits the number of people who can join the room.
Oh, I'm
Anyways, for
sorry.
example,
No problem.
Google Maps might have a globe 3D module, but my Mercedes has a map on my car that is completely flat.
Okay, go ahead, Joanna. What did you have to say? You had something Bonacci?
Yes. Do you follow the Santo Spinacci? He's a flat earther.
Yeah, I'm not familiar. Is there any other flat
Yeah,
earthers?
I know Santos Bonacci. Yeah.
Who should I follow?
He's an artist.
Where
He's
can
an
I
old
go?
artist.
Interesting
He's
guy.
a psycho. He's a interesting, more of a
Where?
psychopath.
Oh, okay. Where can I learn more about flat Earth?
There's a server.
So you can
Eric
definitely join the
Dubay.
server. But what I would
Um,
suggest is actually the first level movie because it has Santos Bonacci and Eric Dubay.
And
Oh, okay, I think I know who you're talking
Taboo
about.
Conspiracy is also on. Beth Drive Thinking is another one.
Who was it that was asking where to learn more?
Joanna.
Okay, Joanna, I'm going to send you a link to our server where there's hours and hours of information that you should
Amen, brother.
definitely check out, okay?
All right, so
If you're
can
still
I
here.
ask a question?
Ask away, beloved Earther.
I was pointed out to having a hot mic when I was responding to you for some
Yeah,
reason.
because Joanna was trying to talk and you were just bulldozing right through her.
Oh, okay. So the middle of my sentence interrupted the start of hers, and
It's
therefore
okay. It was
Yeah,
just
we'll go with that.
Joanna, did you get the link?
I'm new to Discord, so I'm going
Okay, well,
only
it's in your direct messages. So if you just look at the
direct.
top
Okay.
left,
It should
just
say
from
message
Cyclone.
request above your, right below the friend list, above your chats.
Yeah. And just join there and say you were sent the link, and someone will talk you through it.
Someone will do something to make you something.
Exactly.
Joanna, if you're going right now, I could check you in there real quick if you want. I'll move over there real quick.
I'm sorry. So on the top right, I have a little number 1 in purple.
It's that.
No. It's in the main. God, Discord is actually a pain in the arse. Are you on?
Is it purple or red?
So you need to get to your direct messages, which should be above your server list. So whatever. So where you see the politics server icon in your server list, above that you should see a direct messages.
Perfect.
Yep, and then my name's Cyclone, and I've sent you the link to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Why is your name Cyclone?
What you saying?
Why is your name Cyclone?
Why not?
Is it because of a cyclone or just the name in general?
No, do you know what? It was actually just years and years ago, back in like the Xbox Live days. I was just thinking of what would be like a funny gamer name, and I just thought Cyclone was like a funny gamer name, and it's just kind of stuck ever since.
Xbox Live, those were their days, I tell you.
Those were the days. Gears of War 1. Oof.
Gears of War.
about it.
I haven't heard that one in a while, bro. I'll be honest with you.
That was the peak.
That was the game that was the beginning of all of it. I think that was the first good multiplayer game.
Was Halo before it? Halo was good.
Yeah, but Halo wasn't like the game that introduced the whole modern warfare type of aspect to it.
Nah, Gears was like the start of all the cover-based shooters and all that kind of stuff. But
yeah,
the multiplayer.
I think after Gears of War, the main multiplayer game was Modern Warfare. That thing was nuts.
Yeah, that was probably the next big one. But anyway, yeah, Joanna, if you just want to go, oh, she's maybe not here anymore. But yeah, hopefully she finds her way.
Interesting. She's an old lady interested in the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, you get a few older people who are just starting to ask the question, am I being bullshitted? Is the government bullshitting me about literally everything? So, it's obviously one of them.
Yep. That is an affirmative.
Yep, they're lying to you. What are they lying to you? We don't know.
Your government is lying to you.
People have had a lot of time to think in the last 3 years.
Yeah, that as well.
Are they really thinking of their own free will?
Certainly
Like, I
spoken to a
feel
lot
like-
of people who, after what's happened in the last few years, just said, well, I was stuck at home, so I just started researching, and I found out the government's lying to me about everything. Hear that a lot.
It happens. The issue, unfortunately, is who's lying to us? We don't know. We obviously know it's not the actual physical people working in the government, it's in the employees.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not the majority of people that are teaching or assuming the globe. They just are going by what they were taught when they were kids. So, I mean, it's immaterial. It doesn't really matter who's lying or who's saying what. What matters is what is Earth saying, and we go with what Earth is saying. Figuratively speaking, how it measures and observes.
Unfortunately, human information is very limited, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I'm so dead. Well then.
But yeah, this subject has universal appeal, so that's why it's people of all ages and backgrounds. I mean, everyone's on the earth, so everyone
I
should
think
be
people have
interested.
an inherent trait to honesty. People hate lies. It's one of the errors of mankind. We all lie and we all hate to be lied to.
Yeah. I mean, I would generally agree with that, although I seem to encounter some people that it sounds like they love to be lied to. But then that would obviously just be my take on it.
I mean, some people are unbothered because they've Think it's the only way to life. People lie. It's okay. We get used to it. I
Yeah,
think
that's a demoralized person.
they are indeed. That's what the government tries to do, demoralize.
Yeah. So you'll just accept any old story as long as you can go to work, come home, and play your Xbox or whatever.
Oh, people don't even have the motivation for that anymore.
Yeah. So we got any other new people in who want to ask questions about the Earth? Or make an argument for the globe? Guess not. It's pretty. I mean, it'd be pretty understandable and natural just to come in and say, "Why do you guys think the Earth is flat?" That's a good question that more people should ask. Surprisingly rare. How often just a new person comes in and says, "Why do you believe the Earth is flat?" Which is really the best question you could ask if you're new to this. That's what I would be asking.
I think majority of people that are new to this whole situation thinks it's a hoax, a joke. It's actually been pushed pretty hard as a hoax. Every news agency that hears the word flat, memers, hoaxes, conspiracy theorists,
Yeah. The presidents go on about it.
internet trolls. That's a good one.
Anti-vaxxers, white supremacists, those flat earthers. They'll tie it all in together.
Oh yeah, the best one is the one about Alex Jones. They have the longest list of hoaxes, insults I've seen in my life. It starts like 3 sentences of them just name calling.
What's interesting too is that people would be like, "You like Alex Jones?" I'm like, "Why? Why would I like Alex Jones? He's a conspiracy theorist just like you." I go, "Have you heard his takes of flat earthers? Like, holy shit, dude, he hates flat earthers more than you do. You are the one who would like Alex Jones. You just take his quotes about flat earth and read them, and I don't tell you who said it. You'd be like wooting and hollering. You'd be hooting and hollering, like, give me more quotes like that. And then you tell me that I like him when you're the one who actually is an Alex Jones sycophant. You just don't want to say it. You don't want to admit it because you know inside your worldview he says a lot of batshit crazy things.
I think the issue with Alex Jones is he's too big to be killed. I feel like if he didn't have an influence so large, they would have murdered him by now. Seriously.
He works for
Yeah.
them. He's on their side. His speeches.
He works for them, yeah.
I used to like Alex Jones back in like 2010, and
That's when he
then
was
I realized his speeches were getting written by the same speechwriter that wrote Nixon's speeches. He's
Oh,
one of
really?
them.
I
Yeah,
like
he's-
him for the entertainment value, but pretty much right away I knew he was full of shit when he was all for like pro Bush and everything. He's like, I'm not really pro Bush. I'm just against Obama because whoever's in office at the time. I'm like, dude, that doesn't work, man. You just don't be like, I'm anti-globalist if only they're in charge, because they're always in charge. They've never given up, their reign of power. Like,
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's a bit of a gatekeeper, but like you were saying, for the memes, he's not bad.
yeah, it's good for the entertainment value. Like,
He's heard the folk song parody that someone did of all his like little quotes.
I don't know, man. Alex
Truly
Jones, if you see
one
his
of the
interviews
best
from back,
songs.
if you see his interviews from back in the days, like we're talking 2011, 2012, the guy's been yelling about the freaking Epstein Island since he's been able to yell.
Yeah, and that's another thing. I mean, whether or
controlled
not,
release.
yeah, but I mean, by the normie standard, he's been calling out some of the things that they would now say is just common knowledge for years. So he would still be
It's been
ahead of
normalized,
the
no?
normie news cycle,
Yeah,
even
but
by their
listen to
reckoning.
this, right? It was released when it was such a freaking disaster, right? It was publicized during the COVID situation where everyone was dying. And I mean, to be fair, that should have been a freaking groundbreaking, like the godforsaken argument. Like the whole situation with the island should have been revolutionary, right? It should have been something that's gonna open up a lot of gates, more investigations, questions, riots. Like seriously, like people are
Well,
okay with pedophiles and
yeah,
kids being freaking flown out to
yeah.
billionaire islands. Like
Well, to
realistically, that should have
me,
been
it just shows how emotionally manipulated the public have been against the notion of conspiracy theory. And it just, I mean, it almost shows like if they came out tomorrow and were like, the earth is flat, by the way, we lied, based on the same metric, they would just be like, oh, yeah, well, okay, obviously, move on and just pretend like nothing ever happened, just like Epstein, because they were calling Epstein a conspiracy theory for 10 years, you know, and then when it comes out, they're just like, well, yeah, obviously. Like they would just pretend like they knew it all along, which is obviously so disingenuous and morally bankrupt. But
it's
it's like
just this
that's what the
generation is so
hardcore
timeless.
anti-conspiracy theorist types and the media, that's how they like to operate. They're like, no, it's not true, no, it's not true, no, it's not true. And then the media says it is true and they go, yeah, obviously, who cares, doesn't matter.
I feel like this generation is very spineless. Like 100 years ago, a pedophile would be
100%.
freaking stoned, bro.
Bro,
Now,
the society has been pussified big time.
I think
like
there's a big
seriously.
difference between this Epstein Island thing and other conspiracies. Like, I can't think of anyone in mainstream media or like any news outlets that were saying, no, there's no Epstein Island, or like covering it up. I can think of people that were trying really hard not to let it get out, like people that went there. But the moment someone said, hey, Epstein has this Lolita Island or whatever it is, everyone's
But
like, oh yeah, it makes sense.
yeah, but think
Bro,
about
no,
it.
it
Why are they
wasn't, bro.
banging the drum? Why are they banging the drum on the likes of Russell Brand right now when they've said absolutely nothing about Epstein's flight logs, the black books, and what celebrities and big names are tied to that, which they already agree, yeah, there's an island, yeah, there was pedophilia and all this mad shit going on. The media are not coming after that book. I mean, even the internet has the book, basically. All the names are out there. The media is not saying a word about them. But for a bunch of these other cases, they're like, oh, Russell Brand, he kissed someone years ago, all this shit. So it's like they're selectively choosing who they're going after and they're ignoring this Epstein case, basically, and who it expands to, the politicians, the celebrities, all that kind of stuff. So you can look at how selective they're being in that to know how biased they are.
No, I don't think that's true. I think what happened with Russell Brand is there's actual like credible witnesses that came forward. He has a big history of this, so like it's fair for the media to say there's this like credible
Well, we have the
like
flight
piece
logs
that's
for
been put out
Epstein.
by journalists. But with the
And who was on
Epstein
those
thing, all we
flight
have is
logs,
flight
bro?
logs of people that went to the island. That's not quite enough to have like
So what? They're
condemn
not getting
someone as a pedophile
investigated.
just because they
No,
went.
no, it is. It is. They've just convicted Epstein and his assistant of this massive pedophilia scheme that has been involving this island, and then they get a massive list of names of people who also went to the island, and they're not even like, "Hey, come in, we need to talk about this. What exactly went on there? Who were you with, etc." I mean, that's just disingenuous.
No, I don't think that's fair. I don't think you know what's actually happening with any investigation tied to any of the Epstein stuff. I think that everyone is in the dark about all of that because it's an
Why
ongoing
though?
investigation into a lot of this stuff.
Well, it's
Like
the
this is
same
just
thing.
how
Well, it's the same
criminal
thing with the other people,
investigations
like
work.
Russell Brand. You don't know what actually happened there, but they're still going to slay him in the media, despite no convictions being made, no investigations being carried out. They're still going to destroy him in the media, and yet it's a totally different scenario when it comes to these people named in the flight logs. Why is that?
Yeah, because there's no credible witnesses saying that these people are pedophiles, but there's credible witnesses saying that Russell Brand has sexually assaulted multiple women. That's
No,
the
but
difference.
they're on record going to this island, which is linked and connected to one of the biggest pedophile cases going, where there has been multiple allegations of activities going on those islands. I mean, that was all
Yeah, but
back
has
in
anyone
his
come?
original. That was all what they were talking about when he was like subpoenaed and charged years ago when he got a plea deal. They were talking about the island and the accusations and people who'd been talking about it. So I mean, it's not like
But
that's totally not been discussed.
yeah, it's been discussed, and like people that went to the island have been discussed, and people that took flights on his plane have like been discussed. But
After
the
how
problem
long?
is that there's no witnesses coming forward to say that a person who like took a flight to Epstein's island is like a credible pedophile. It's all like, hey, they went to this island, and that's all the information we
Well,
have
what do you
about like
expect,
what
bro?
Well,
You
it's
want
happened.
not
these?
because
Whereas with the Russell Brand thing, it's like first person witnesses, like actual victims or alleged victims.
What type of
If you
witnesses
set
can
true
come
assault,
out?
that's a much more credible witness
Guilty.
to actually link it to a crime.
But Ghislaine Maxwell's been found guilty of child trafficking. Child trafficking to who? It must be somebody, right? Why isn't that been named?
Jeffrey Epstein.
Why aren't they been named?
And
It's a freaking
No,
secret.
so some of them may have been, but it's an ongoing investigation from what I understand.
Bro, it's like a 12-year situation. 20 years. How long has it been going on for?
I don't know, but like it's hard just for an investigator to take a book and say a person took a flight to an island, therefore they're a pedophile. But with Maxwell and with Epstein,
No, I mean,
like we knew Epstein was doing this. People know it. He owned the island.
How
He was there.
people
He was
know
getting
that?
trafficked.
no, but the conversation was more on how it was
And then
treated in the
Maxwell has
in the.
confirmed all that, so both of them could be charged.
No, but it was more about how people were speaking about it in the public and in the media, more so necessarily than the investigation that might or might not be ongoing that we don't know about, and the selective kind of outrage. Because for years, folk were calling
the
Epstein
media-
a conspiracy. Folk were calling Epstein a conspiracy and saying, "No, you're crazy conspiracy theorists." That's what folk were doing. Dogs, I'm surprised.
For a
You
decade.
are you saying that years ago you didn't speak to people who were speaking about Epstein and you didn't call them conspiracy theorists and say, "No, you don't have any evidence for that."
Yeah, I was probably saying they didn't have any evidence for it, but
Right.
I'd probably say
So
that
you
it makes
were
sense
you were
that
on that
happened,
side
historically
arguing
that
that
happened.
yeah.
The difference
Epstein,
is the problem is so the problem here is that like with the Epstein case, like I don't think people were saying anything about Epstein prior because it was all like swept under the rug by the powerful people, but not so much the media. But do you want the
loads of
media to
people were
like
talking
any
about it.
single
Who
time
owns
something
the
comes along
freaking
that is
media,
incredible,
bro?
they just jump on it? Or do you want them to wait until the story gets some credibility before they report on it? Which one do you
They
want?
jump
this
on it.
is
They
this
don't
is
care about
the
credibility.
issue.
They care about
Yeah, this
freaking
is the
posts and
issue.
publicity, bro.
Yeah, this is what we're saying. I mean, the media isn't
Sorry,
like
I
holding
couldn't
back.
hear that. Could you say it again?
Yeah, no one cares about credibility. It's all about clicks, news, and baits, brother.
Well, no, but that's the difference between Epstein and Russell Brand. The Epstein thing, there wasn't credibility until like there was credibility, and then the media was all over it. Whereas Russell
Well,
Brand, the media jumped on it straight away because it was credible straight away.
but you
You
can't
think
say that it's
media?
credible because they haven't done an investigation, they haven't pressed any charges, and there's been no conviction. So how do you know it's credible?
Because there's been journalists that have spoken to multiple first-hand witnesses that have cross-corroborated.
Right. Yeah, but they
his
said this
story.
about Andrew Tate for like a year, right? Oh, we've got the people, we've got the names, still no charges. The media don't care about the investigation, the conviction, and the charges. They're drumming up the narrative that they want to be in everyone's mind. That's the point. And when it was, no, Epstein hasn't done anything, this is what all the people who were like anti-conspiracy theorists were saying. And then it came out and they said, yeah, okay, we can't deny it any longer. It is true. And then all the anti-conspiracy theorists were like, well, yeah, duh, obviously Epstein's blah, blah, blah. But the point is, like, the
Look at it. We do have
mismatch
like
there.
released like messages ongoing, and I think there may be charges forthcoming in the future. I don't know. What do you
We
mean?
have a lot of faith in the media.
I
don't
honestly,
you?
I don't understand like what you're not getting here. Like the Russell Brand situation, it was multiple credible witnesses with a credible journalist, and they gave this journalist all the information, but they haven't come forward with charges. Like it's been cross-corroborated. With the Epstein thing, none of that happened until after it actually all came out. And same with the Andrew Tate thing. Like he hasn't been charged yet, but there's been cross-corroboration of a lot of what he said,
Brother, he's
including
been
his
in a
own
prison
words
cell
in previous
for over a
videos
year.
he put
What are
out.
you talking about?
Well, you're saying there's credible sources and credible witnesses. You don't know any of that, dogs. You're just literally reading what the journalists are saying.
Yeah, that's what I mean by credible. This journalist has integrity. They're credible.
You don't know the journalist.
Like the full
What
You don't know he's
journalistic
got
journalist has
integrity.
credibility, bro?
like
How do you know that? What journalist?
community agrees that this person's credible. Well,
What journalist are
the
you speaking
stories,
about?
I can't remember their name, but the stories have previously
You know
reported
they've
on.
got
The
integrity.
one
You
that
don't know this person.
wrote
You don't
I
even know
think
the
the
name.
Guardian
claim?
article on this.
How can you
The one
claim
that
any article media
wait a
company
second.
is
Let me
credible?
answer. Let me answer. Just let me answer. So it's the Guardian journalist who wrote the original media piece. I think it was Guardian or maybe
You think the
Intercept.
Guardian is a credible, respectable source? You freaking dimwit.
No, the
Jesus,
journalist is. So Guardian as an institution is actually
What's
pretty
his name?
credible.
No, they're freaking. I can show you 1,000 bullshit articles from them. All it takes is one article cited by a journalist to be fraudulent and fake for their entire
But the
corporation.
journalist that did this is a well-known investigative
What's his
journalist that
name?
has like published pieces like this before
What's
that have
his
been
name?
credible.
What's his name? What's his name? What's his name? Oh, interesting. He left. Actual clown.
No, he'll be back. He disconnects sometimes.
Mm.
Yeah,
And
give someone some charity. Sometimes people leave, disconnect, and rejoin, and there's connection issues.
you
Oh
still
yeah,
there,
dogs
dog?
will be back.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, he's here.
I've never heard someone call a random journalist credible before. That's crazy.
Yeah,
So I can't remember the guy's name, but like,
But he's
I looked
credible.
at I looked at some of their previous works, and like
So you
they
researched
were
about the
tied to
guy, you
credible.
found
Like,
out that he was credible, but you don't know his name.
no, I don't remember his name.
So I don't know he's credible.
Is there a problem with that?
Of course, there's a problem. You can't
Because
say
I
he's
looked
credible if you
into
don't know who the guy is.
it one.
well, I mean,
Well,
the problem
clearly
really
not
is that this
enough
is
to
a guy
know.
that you don't know, and you're
Why-
assigning
why can't
credibility,
I?
and you're assigning integrity and credibility,
Because you
which
don't
are
fucking know
personal
the guy.
qualities to someone that you don't know.
Okay, so here's something.
Even if you don't personally know him, at least if you told me
Here's
his
something
name,
really
cited some of his
fun.
work, I
So,
would have been like, maybe you're right.
I have read a lot of news articles about things like
You're roboting pretty hard, dog.
laptop scandals, things like that. I can't remember all the people that were involved in. I'm sorry, can you be quiet for a second while I finish what I was saying? Of all the actors, I've read a lot of other people that Hunter Biden was involved with about that. And
Unless you can name the journalist, some of his work and credibility listed, I'm not going to believe a word you're saying, bro.
That's okay. It's kind of non sequitur to
okay,
the point here. Anyway, yeah, dogs. All I was saying is you're roboting pretty hard, so it's kind of hard to make out what you're saying. But anyway, yeah, it's kind of non sequitur to the discussion here, but just interesting
For
to
example,
analyze the
the
media.
Washington Post, which everyone thinks is credible, is owned by Jeff Bezos. There's a very interesting deal with the CIA that no one knows about. Crazy how that works. All these space agencies that are funded by the government, crazy how those work.
What's interesting correlation too is that the 7 countries that claim space agencies also have nuclear weapons. That they're as their only defense strategy, they're threatening to destroy all life on Earth if they don't get their way.
so that makes sense to me, Crit, doesn't it? Like, if you're a country that manages to get to space travel, then you've probably also like technologically, infrastructurally, managed to also get to like being able to create nuclear armaments. Doesn't that just make logical sense?
No, it's counter. Basically, Star Trek First Contact broke this down. Why the Vulcans refuse to talk to humanity.
Because it's too freaking retarded.
Yeah, they said it does. It's not logical.
That's an appeal to Star Trek fallacy.
No, what what they do in sci-fi is they take the concept and they pull it out of the ego, and they put it in a framework where people can talk about these issues without being ego driven. Like one of the very famous episodes is "Let This Be Your Last Battle" from the the original Star Trek. They were able to talk about race issues because from our point of view, you saw the two races look exactly the same, but they fucking hated each other, like seriously hated each other, and it allowed that sort of conversation to move forward.
Well, also, you could say that when they're talking about space travel, it's always this high-minded, equalizing venture that will show us that we're all one humanity, and yet the countries who are at the forefront of this so-called space travel are also the ones who are majorly seeming to be involved in wars across the world. So, not really going for the whole peace movement.
Again, doesn't that just make sense? Like, take the US, for example. The US, incredibly advanced economy, incredibly advanced technical sector, was part of the Cold War. The Cold War was about getting to space, and then it was about getting like access to nuclear armaments to sort of do this mutually assured destruction thing. Like, what about that doesn't make sense to you? Like, going to space is another way to secure a nation's like sovereignty against other nations that could use space as a weapon.
And how exactly are you going to do that?
Space.
What is it, Star Trek, bro?
You can
Stargate?
you could put nuclear weapons up into space, and then there'd be almost no way for a country to stop like a heavily guarded nuclear missile from just dropping out of orbit into another country's
Yeah, and how do you
land.
put a nuclear missile into space?
And would
With
that
a
be a
big-
desirable thing anyway? Would that be a desirable thing to let a country have that level of power anyway?
No, it's not. That's the idea of like the nuclear armaments treaties, like mutually assured destruction, and the idea that countries are lessening the amount of nuclear weapons and the amount of nuclear capable countries is reducing.
No, that's quite
Well, if
the
you're-
opposite. That's a price out third world countries like Iraq or second world
Yeah,
countries.
exactly.
If they want to find a way to mutually assured destruction, defend themselves, then they send in the stormtroopers and you bomb the cradle of
What?
civilization twice. And
Yeah.
What?
And yeah, if you got third world countries are developing nuclear weapons, they stop them. They say you cannot do that. There's a treaty that says no more nuclear weapon proliferation.
Yeah, exactly. Because those countries can't be trusted, because most third world countries have like
But America
according to the
tattoos and
countries
things
who
like that.
already
But they can't be trusted to have like a robust democracy and the systems in place to stop these nuclear weapons from just being, launched on the whim of
well,
a
that's very
dictator.
convenient. That's very convenient for the countries that already have this level of power, at least to public perception, to say, now we've got the power to destroy the world. None of you guys can equalize our power, and that's for the good of everyone. I mean, whichever way you look at this, it's obviously
it's not
just
convenient.
well, it is for
It's just like
the powers
the
to
US
have
has a
the
stated goal.
weapons. Yeah,
The
so
US
the
has a
US
stated
gets to be the
goal.
power.
They want to be like the most powerful, most influential country in the entire world. China has the same goal. Russia has the same goal. I think Turkey's jumping on board. India has similar goals. They want to be the most powerful, influential country. So going to take steps to stop.
So we're just talking about military.
So we're just talking about
military power here. Nothing that's going to improve the lives of humanity, which is what they like to frame space travel and all of this as. It's just coming down to exactly like we say. Exactly like we say. It's all about consolidating power in those nation states or whoever controls those nation states. That's all it's about.
Well, then why are space agencies generally like international space agents?
They're not.
Of course they are. I think like almost everything put up into orbit uses like you look at the International Space Agency itself and like the ISS.
They're all national based. They're very nationalistic.
Someone else is
they
trying
work
to jump
together.
in here. Hold on a second. Hold on. Who's trying to jump in there?
I was only just jumped in, so I'm sorry if I'm not. I was just heard about putting things into space like nuclear weapons. Obviously, what we're not sort of highlighting is that if we were able to put nuclear weapons into space and men and spaceships, then the gas that we breathe would also go into that area, but it doesn't, does it?
What do you mean? The gas doesn't have thrust. Does like the atmosphere?
Yeah, good job, One Deck. Yeah, to tie it back in, right? Instead of these meth field symposiums about who's got weapons, how did anyone verify?
But we're missing the point again. We don't have sphere-shaped air, mate. We don't have sphere-shaped air unless the air was in a sphere-shaped container. That is.
So, I don't understand the need for a container if we have downward acceleration on Earth. Can you explain why we'd need a container if we have downward acceleration?
All pressure requires containment. If you can demonstrate otherwise,
if it has a force, you can generate pressure. So if you use thrust, that's generating higher pressure around a lower pressure system. You can create vacuums by using you have two plates close together and then you move them apart and that creates a temporary vacuum. But none of this matters because so long as you have a downward acceleration, all the molecules of air are being pulled towards the Earth and then they can't escape out into space. So
air isn't moving upwards?
So I've used this analogy a few times, but if you think of a billiard table where one end is sort of chopped up a little, and then you hit the pool balls or the billiard balls, and they go off in all directions, they're all going to be biased towards the lower end of the table. So that means they can move off towards the higher end for a little bit, but then when they run out of, thrust, acceleration, energy, they drift back down towards the lower end. Does that make
No, but
sense
that's
to you?
not how it's supposed to work. No, that's not how it's supposed to work. How it's supposed to work is that the pull down to the ground is supposed to be stronger at the surface. So if it's not pulling them down at the surface, then it can't be pulling them down at the top.
Well, it does pull them down the surface. That's why the pressure gradient has a higher pressure at the
Well,
surface.
how can it
and
pull them
much
down at the
lower
surface
pressure,
if they,
and it has a much lower pressure up close to space.
well, if they're rising on the surface, how are they getting pulled down?
So they have energy. So you end up with like heat is a good way for air at the surface of the Earth to move upwards, and then for colder air to move downwards. You have like dynamic weather systems, and so that air moves up and down and up and down and up and down. And
So they're
also the
moving.
amount of gravity predicts the pressure of that system in the same way that like you're pushing air into a container would. The amount of air you put into that container will dictate the pressure of that.
But you don't have any observation of it being pulled down because it's going up as well. It's going in all directions.
Of course we do. But
Well, what's
we have
that?
observations of it coming down and going up, but we just have the observation of like you fill a balloon with air and the balloon drops. You fill a balloon with helium.
Well, that'd be the
balloon
mass
goes
of
up.
the
You put that
balloon being
helium
heavier
balloon
than
in a
the air.
vacuum container,
So
and
if
it
you
drops again.
pop that balloon, what direction does the air go?
All directions.
Right.
And
So including up.
if it's including up because it's
Yeah.
part
So
of
not
a
being pulled
pressurized
down
system.
So not being pulled down
is.
there. Well, not if it's
It
going
is.
up. But it's going
It
up.
can go up for a short amount of time until it runs out of energy, and then it will come back down. Because do you understand
Nothing
like multiple
escapes.
things can be happening on a molecule at the same time?
I understand that if something's going up, it's not being pulled down.
Well, that's not the question I was asking you, but that can actually happen. So if you look at a plane, there's something pulling a plane to the ground. So you need some force, which is thrust and lift, to get that plane to go up, don't you?
Right, but
So
that's
there's
a
two
solid,
forces
not a
acting on that
gas.
plane at all
That's not a
times.
gas, though. That's not a gas, though.
What does that matter? Gas
Well,
is
because we're
just
talking
matter.
about gas.
A plane is just matter. What's the fundamental difference?
The state.
Why does the state matter?
Because the state dictates how matter behaves or how it behaves. They all have different behavioral properties. Gas will move in all directions.
So you're telling me I
Can I
can't
just
use
say
kinetic force on a plane, so I
only
can't like
one
push a
only
plane or
one
have
comment?
thrust of a plane or lift of a plane, and I can't also do the same with the air. Like I can't move my hand through the air and create like a little bit of wind.
Yeah, but I'm just going to comment. Like the claim is the atmosphere and gas coming down is the claim. You're going against that claim because you said it expands out in all directions. So you're going against the globe claim.
A balloon in the atmosphere, when popped, will do that. It'll go in all directions. But if you
When
had a
you say
balloon next to,
atmosphere,
say,
we
a rock,
don't
or
have
if you had a
space.
balloon out in
We
space
don't
and
have
that balloon was full
spare-shaped
of
air.
air, if you popped it, it would go back down
Yeah.
towards the surface of the
We
moon.
don't have sphere-shaped air. Air does not take the shape of a sphere without a spherical container.
It would if there was a force applied to that air.
It doesn't do it. It'll take the shape of its container. That's what it
So
does.
we both know that you don't have evidence. You don't have evidence there's not an atmosphere around a sphere on Earth. I'm saying that it logically follows, based on just a simple thing that we all observe when we drop something, that there's a downward acceleration on Earth, that those particles, when they're right next to space, would have gravity changing their bias so they don't just float away from the Earth. They're compelled to move back towards the Earth by this force.
Can you put air in your car tire without a tire?
Probably not. But again, why does that matter? I've
No.
given you my argument. What about my argument isn't valid and sound?
What's gravity?
I didn't say anything about gravity. I just said the one thing that
You
we
did.
all agree on, which is if you drop something, it's biased towards the ground.
A helium balloon's not.
It is if you put it in a vacuum chamber. Do you want videos of that?
We don't see any vacuum chambers in natural world walking around in reality.
Why does that matter? We actually do. Like walking around in reality, we have created vacuums.
Talking about living
Just because
in
we
reality,
created the vacuums doesn't mean it's not natural reality.
You ask me a question. It matters because we're living in reality. There's not boxes of vacuums
in reality,
walking down the street. There's no vacuums anywhere.
In reality, vacuum chambers exist. They were made by natural things, which is humans, using natural materials we found on Earth and then we changed in some way. And then if you put a helium balloon in, the prediction would be if there's a thing called gravity, that helium balloon will drop. If there's no gravity and it's just like, I don't know, some weird buoyancy thing, there's no reason why that balloon should
So I'm
drop.
not in a
Like,
vacuum
if
chamber.
there's a force causing downward
No.
acceleration, then it will happen in a vacuum
Right.
chamber.
Yeah. I'm not in a vacuum chamber. I'm in reality. I let go of the helium balloon. It goes up. It's not got a downward bias. Sphere-shaped air does not exist.
Do you remember that thing I said before, where something can be pushing on something in two different ways? The plane can be generating lift due to its thrust, while it can also be biased towards the ground by gravity, which is what happens when a plane goes too slow. It falls towards the Earth. Since you want to call it gravity, I'll call it gravity. Now, the same thing happens with a helium balloon. The helium balloon, because of buoyancy, rises up through the more dense atmosphere until it gets to a place where it's the more dense thing of atmosphere, and then it'll stop. But if you put it in a vacuum chamber where there's no atmosphere, you remove the buoyancy part of the equation, and then you just have the force of downward acceleration, which is gravity. In the same way when the plane slows.
Gas doesn't just go down.
It does if you put it in a balloon in a vacuum chamber,
It
no matter
expands
what the
out
gas
into
is.
all directions and it fills any available space. If
Unless you
space
put
was a
force on it.
vacuum, if space was a vacuum, the gas we breathe would fill it immediately. It doesn't.
No, it wouldn't, because there's a force biasing all the particles towards the surface of the Earth. What is wrong with that argument? It's a valid, sound argument based off things that we know to be true.
What force are you talking about?
Well, you called it gravity.
I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
You said, so what is gravity, when I was talking about a downward acceleration?
Yeah, I asked the question, what is it? Define it.
So gravity is, according to Einstein, the bending of space-time in such a way that it creates inertial acceleration for any particles caused by mass.
Okay. So can you talk us through how that is demonstrated in natural reality? And put it through the science.
Yeah, the orbits of planets is a good way. The way that things fall, the gravimeters that we've created, the weight of different articles, the Cavendish experiment, the shell. What's the one where they went out to a mountain and someone checked to see if there was gravity caused by a mountain?
Yeah. Well, the Cavendish experiment isn't something you see in nature. It's a man-made gazebo.
Yeah, man-made is still in nature, isn't it?
It's not a naturally occurring phenomena. No. Incorrect.
It is. It's made in nature by things that are naturally occurring, human beings, using our intelligence. Like if you were to look for deer signs out in nature, if you were to say, if you were to say, if this ecosystem was to contain deer, I'd be able to find some product of deer. You'd call that natural for some reason, even though it's a deer creating that like deer poo or the shedding of their antlers or whatever. But humans are just the next step of that. We're just more intelligent deer, so we don't leave poo behind. We leave like motorized and mechanical things.
I'll tell you what I'd say. It's a man-made gazebo. It's not a natural.
I don't understand what you mean by gazebo.
It's just a man-made object. It's not a natural occurring phenomena in nature. It's man-made.
Humans occur naturally. We make things out of naturally occurring minerals.
Let me get this straight then.
And because of that, it is naturally occurring in reality. All the physical experiments we do. Can you just wait till I'm finished, please?
I've already know what you've said. Right, but
what did I say then?
Just let me. Yeah. What I'm trying to say to you is, I asked you for the natural phenomena for gravity. You said Cavendish. So was that there before man made it? Yes or no?
No, it wasn't. But you also hear me explain orbits, and I also used the mountain that was there, that we've tested gravity against mountains. Are you just going to say yeah and not answer? Did you hear those things as well?
I'm sticking to one point. You're jumping around quite a lot, I've noticed.
Yeah, so what you did is I gave 3 different things, and then you picked the one thing that didn't fit your very specific criteria, and I guarantee you can't give me a reason why your criteria matters. Would you like to try?
Because it's man-made. It's not a naturally occurring phenomena that you see in nature.
Yeah, so that's you just repeating.
Going back to gravity, what's the naturally occurring event that takes place in nature? What did
So
you see?
I'm just going to go back to what you said before, which was just you repeating that the reason why it has to be a naturally occurring phenomena is because it has to be a naturally occurring phenomena. You understand that that's not an explanation of why it matters, why we can't know things. Like if I use a temperature gauge to check the temperature of some like thing that I'm doing, does that matter? Like the experiment, the heat, the like observation, what I want to measure is measured using something man-made, but that is still the temperature of that object.
You're just measuring temperature. You're
Exactly.
saying gravity is something that exists. It's a natural phenomena. What was the first observed natural phenomena of gravity, and how was it put through the
Downward
scientific
acceleration
method?
on Earth. Things fall down.
No, gas balloons go up.
Yeah. And buoyancy has been described previously. So if you look
Yeah.
at buoyancy, the modern equation for buoyancy includes gravity as one of the variables.
Yeah, but buoyancy includes gas coming down, going boom, boom to force things up. Gas doesn't go down, go boom, boom. It expands out
I
in
don't
all
know what that
directions.
means.
It doesn't come down. It expands out in all directions.
Well, then
You're
why do we have a
incorrect
pressure
again.
gradient?
You need a container for pressure.
No, container equalizes the pressure. Why do we have a pressure gradient?
You wouldn't be able to get a pressure reading without a container.
Containers equalize pressure, but we have a gradient. So why do we have a pressure
You
gradient?
need a
My
container for
explanation
the
is both valid and sound. Give me a valid and sound explanation for why we have a pressure gradient.
dynamic weather systems.
No, that would give us completely different pressures just depending on what the weather is. It wouldn't mean that there is on like a still day, like midday when the temperature's been stable for hours on end, why you would still have a reliable pressure gradient where at the ground the pressure is high, but high up the pressure is always low.
That's right. And even for a pressure gradient, you will require containment. You do realize this, don't you?
No, that's not true. In a container, the pressure equalizes.
In a container with no dynamic weather systems, maybe, but we're living in a contained system that has dynamic weather systems. So we have pressure gradients that still requires containment.
So if you were to go to the Arctic to the Arctic. If you go to the Arctic and you measure the pressure gradient at the Arctic, it's the same pressure gradient you get for the equator. Essentially, you get some like small changes due to weather, but at the surface it would be a higher pressure, and then higher up it would be a low pressure. So the weather systems, even though they're completely different, there's different temperatures, different temperature changes, different motions of the atmosphere. Don't change that gradient. So the dynamic weather system can only like slightly alter the gradient. It's not the cause of the gradient.
I wouldn't be able to measure any pressure reading unless I had containment.
Yes, you would be able to, as long as there's a force pulling all of the particles that make up the atmosphere towards the center of the Earth.
That doesn't happen. Gas expands out in all directions.
But you don't know that to be true for the atmosphere of the Earth.
Sphere-shaped air doesn't exist. Air doesn't take the shape of a sphere unless it's in a sphere-shaped container.
No, that's not true. If there's I'm going to try this one more time, okay? My argument is that if there is an acceleration on those particles biasing them towards the surface of the Earth, then you would end up with an atmosphere with a pressure gradient based on that acceleration. Since the acceleration is based on the distance, in the inverse square law, from the center of mass, the Earth, then you would predict a pressure gradient that gets weaker as you go higher because of the bias caused by the massive object that causes all the particles that want to go down towards the center of the Earth instead of going off into space. Now, what about my argument isn't valid and or sound?
Because gas does not go down, it hasn't got a downward bias. Take the example of the helium balloon. It goes up.
Until you put it in a vacuum chamber, at which point it goes down, proving that when you remove the buoyancy force, you end up with the force that pulls all the particles down towards the center of the Earth, which in this case is gravity.
I'm not in a vacuum chamber. I don't need to be in a vacuum chamber to observe the helium balloon going up in reality.
So we've already discussed this point. It doesn't
Exactly.
matter if we created the vacuum chamber. You haven't given me a reason why a man-made experiment, like using a thermometer to test the temperature of something, why a man-made experiment can't be used to tell us something about the forces in the universe or the natural forces around us. So Give us that argument, please.
Experiment is part of the scientific method. A thermometer gauge.
So your answer.
You're measuring a temperature.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Sorry.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, well, gas doesn't go down like I'm explaining to you. You keep saying it does,
Why
and
not?
it doesn't.
Why
Because
not?
it's not how gas behaves. Entropy. Gas will expand out and fill any available space.
No, so entropy is just
this
about
can
the available energy
be
within a system.
looked at.
Entropy is just about the available energy in a system. It doesn't actually say anything about like gases will always expand into vacuums.
Yeah, well, it's just like heat will always travel to a lower temperature. High pressure will always find a lower pressure.
Unless there's a
It will
force
equalize.
applied to it. And since
Which we
gravity
haven't got.
isn't an energetic force,
Which we haven't got because gas doesn't go down, go boom, boom. It
so
expands out in
since
all
gravity
directions.
isn't an energetic force, gravity won't violate the law of entropy when it pulls the particles down towards the center of mass because there's no energy to be expelled, which means even if there was a heat death of the universe, you'd still have gravity biasing the particles down towards the Earth. Did you know the second law of thermodynamics only deals with energy? Like entropy only has to do with energy?
Sorry, guys, just 1 second. Excuse me, mate. Sorry, guys, I just had to sort something out. So yeah, what we're saying, gas doesn't go down, go boom, boom. It expands out in all directions. We don't have sphere-shaped air, and your natural phenomena of gravity is a man-made machine, which doesn't occur in nature. Sorry, I think I'm a bit choppy in and out, guys. Sorry.
I heard you on deck.
Oh, hiya, Mayhem. You all right?
Yeah, pretty good. Who you talking to?
I think don't know if he's still here. Is it the dog guy?
Oh, dogs are gods. Mr. Delusional.
Yeah. Yeah, he was just he was talking about gas going down and
Yeah, but he doesn't really know
thought.
anything. He doesn't know anything. One deck, he's delusional, or he could be. It's a possibility.
All right, sorry, I was busy myself. One deck, so gas doesn't go down, go boom, boom. I don't understand how you can say that. Like, how do you know that's true?
Because if you did have a cylinder of a vacuum in a container and a pressurized gas in another container with an open and shut valve, as soon as you open that valve, the pressure would immediately fill that vacuum. It expands out in all directions and fills that space, any available space. That's why space is fake.
That's a simple
so that
demonstration.
violates your own criteria for knowing things.
It's a simple demonstration, dogs are gods. I can't believe you haven't seen it yet. There's a professor that actually shows us that there's nothing that takes place, no energy change, nothing. It's the only thing that happens is entropy, which is expansion of gas in the vacuum. And it doesn't go down, down, boom, boom. That's why one deck is saying something that has already been demonstrated. I don't know why you can't follow up with what you say with a demonstration, because on the side that we're talking about, we can follow up with a demonstration. That's the most important thing. People have demonstrations here in this arena. We don't just say things. We can demonstrate the fact that what we're saying is true. It's pretty easy.
Okay, so you don't actually have a demonstration of on like a massive planet or a massive object with a lot of mass.
That's an idea, though. That's just an idea.
Excuse me.
That's just an idea. You can't
Just let me talk.
say that.
Can I just
But
finish what I'm saying, please?
say that. It's like me telling you you don't have Narnia to show me, so Narnia doesn't. You can't say that Narnia doesn't exist. You can't do that. You have to provide the evidence of the thing you're talking about.
Of course I can do it. Because I have evidence of all the constituent parts and the way they work together. I have a prediction, and that prediction has been shown to be true again and again and again. So I can do whatever the fuck I want.
You're just saying vague claims. There's nothing that you're providing as evidence. Nobody here is like one dick just demonstrated to you that if you have a container that has a vacuum on one end and gas on another, you have like a valve in between. If you open up that valve, the gas will expand into the available space and fill the other side where the vacuum is. And that happens. It doesn't have anything to do with your gravitational idea that you want to assert. What we see is that there's no energy change. There's nothing that takes place, only expansion of gas in the vacuum. That's all we see.
Sure, so
and that's a demonstration.
I've already dealt with that. So if there's a force causing downward acceleration, it doesn't matter. Excuse me, can I just finish what I'm saying, please? If there's a force that's causing downward acceleration, which we know to be true on Earth, we've observed multiple times in multiple different ways, then it doesn't require, like, it wouldn't be that the vacuum would suck the particles out because those particles are biased towards the Earth. That is a valid, sound argument. All the constituent parts of it are sound. The argument is valid. The premises lead to the conclusion. So you have to show me what's actually wrong with my argument.
Well, so you're basically saying you can just say things and that's okay. We're telling you, no, it's not okay. You need to demonstrate that what your claim is. Your claim is that that's taking place right now. You need to provide evidence in the form of a demonstration. Now, if you say, well,
Yes.
I need a planet-sized demonstration, well, then you can't just, then that means that whatever you're claiming right now has to be done in this idea, theoretical sense, and it can't be provided in the form of a demonstration. So you fail in that aspect. You cannot provide demonstration. So you're only telling me, believe me, bro.
All I have to demonstrate,
believe me, bro.
All I have to demonstrate is the constituent parts of my argument.
You have not demonstrated.
So part one is there's a downward acceleration. Part one is there's a downward acceleration on Earth. That's been demonstrated again and again and again.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You just keep saying that. It's like me saying, dude, we've already proven Narnia to you over and over again. What don't you understand? Like, how have I proven it to you? I haven't shown you anything that in physical form was in the way that you can actually rebuke, like saying, like, oh, I have a demonstration to counter that. You don't have one. You just have words. We have demonstrations. We can show you how what we're claiming is exactly the way it is in nature. We show you that. There's demonstrations over and over again how we can provide evidence.
Wait. That's not true, though. You've just said something untrue.
What do you mean? We have not dogs.
So you guys can't show this happening in nature. You guys can't show this happening in nature, but I can show you a pressure. I can show you a pressure gradient in nature, but you guys have to go to a man-made object, which whoever I was talking to before said is not a valid way of getting information. You can't show it happening in nature.
So what we're talking about in the I guess the argument of the premise is, does gas expand into the vacuum, any type of vacuum? And yes, the answer is yes, it does. Gas does expand into the vacuum, and there is no energy.
Say that.
Yeah, what do you mean? There's demonstration that shows it. Why can't we say that if it's not followed up by demonstration? Are we just lying then?
Because you're taking gas expanding under very set conditions from one container into another container to say that it happens for every single time that there's gas next to a low pressure system.
The idea is the same. The idea is you have gas which is pressurized, and then you have a vacuum. So if the two conditions are met that you're requiring right now, which is gas on the surface of Earth and the vacuum of space being a low pressure differential, then what you're going to get is the expansion of gas into the vacuum. Like, that's what you're going to get. If that was the case, we would not be breathing air. All the air would expand out into the void. That's what would happen if that was the case.
That's not true.
But you're saying that's not the way it works, and we're showing you demonstrations that is how, if that was the case, that's how it would work, because that's what we see, that when we do a test, we see the gas expanding into the vacuum. It's always that way, and there
So
is
what you've
no
done,
energy change. You made a claim too that it's has to deal with energy, and it does not. That demonstration shows that it has nothing to do with energy. It's the only thing that's happening is as gas expanding into the vacuum. There's no energy change. There isn't. You're claiming there is,
okay,
and there is not.
so can I answer that, please?
Go ahead. I don't know how, but
Okay, great. So the answer to it is that you guys are being very hypocritical about the way that you try to justify your knowledge. In that, what is his name? Is it Isa, whatever it was?
Yeah, let's appeal the motive fallacy. Okay, try again.
You're cutting out,
Did you
man. I
mute
can't
me?
hear you.
Yeah, I muted him for a second. He was doing appeal the motive fallacy. Try again.
Doing today.
What do you mean appeal to motive? I'm not saying you guys are trying to be hypocritical. I'm just saying you are actually hypocritical because you said that you can't use man-made experimentation to show something naturally occurring. But at the same time, you're saying that two containers made by men, filled with gas of different pressures, done by men, can show that the Earth, a naturally occurring thing, has a pressure because of the same principle. But it's a different principle because one is naturally occurring.
This is incorrect. Your premise is wrong because we're not saying this is science. This is gas law. As a matter of fact, this is entropy. That's a second law of thermodynamics. Natural laws and science, or the method establishing cause and effect, are two different things. So we're not saying this is science. You're wrong.
I got a question because is like, let's say that we are in a container, right, and that creates the pressurized system. Why do heavy things fall, or like why do, let's say, light gases rise like helium, and heavy gases fall? When you go on top of a mountain, the air's
Yeah,
thinner there.
I could answer that real quick. It's the connection between the object and the medium. So if you have, like, in the sense of, like, let's say if we're in a contained system, you'd only see the object and medium relationship as the effect. As far as the theory of what it could be, like the thing that gives it the propensity to move up and down, there isn't anybody on Earth that could tell you that. But what we can say is when we start to interact with these mediums and the objects, we start to see differentials in, like, the way they move. So what gives it the propensity to move up and down, no one knows. But what we can tell you is that, like, for the example, like what we used, I can give you something that you can wrap your head around. If you put an egg in fresh water, well, that egg's going to sink to the bottom because it's more dense than the water that surrounds it. But once you start adding salt to that water, the water becomes more dense, and then it changes the object and medium relationship, which then we could see the egg rise. So we could see things, interactions, let's say, with the object and medium relationships. The same goes for things that we might think of. Let's say we use the example, like, sometimes there's this video that you could see where this guy has an anvil, right? And anvil's like purely made of, like, iron and such, right? So pretty dense thing. But, pretty much an anvil is gonna, like, if you drop it in any distance, it'll fall down, right? And if you drop it in water, it'll sink to the bottom. But it's curious enough that when you change the medium, that where the anvil's sitting in, like, mercury, which mercury is more dense than the anvil, you're going to see that the anvil starts to float. It actually floats on mercury because it's more dense than the anvil. So with that in mind, just 1 second. With that in mind, you'd be able to say that the object and medium relationship is what occurs in this natural and physical world. So anything that you have, like a just real quick, like wood, right? You could chop wood down. You could sometimes you throw wood in water and it sinks. Sometimes you throw, depending on how what type of wood it is, it'll float on that water. So it's always what you see in nature and what you see in reality. It's an object and medium relationship occurring at all times. Gravity at no time is something that it's in play, because it's always negated from the fact that we talk about gases and such. So with the closed system that we're keeping in mind, it's always object and medium. But once again, we're only talking about the effect and how we can manipulate the object and medium, but we're not talking about what gives it the propensity to move up and down. That is the causation. That is a natural law, in which it just happens always. So we're not going to be able to give you an answer to that. No one can, because I would call this and this might make everybody take a step back. I call it God knowledge. Only the Creator that made all this place that we're in right now would know that. But what we're talking about is basically the effects, right? The effect of what you see out in nature and in physical world. That's what we're talking about. The things that you see as the effects, not the cause, the effects.
Okay.
So Mayhem,
Wait,
if
can
you
I just
remove the
say one thing? I swear, I'm gonna be really quick. I know you're waiting patiently. I'm really sorry. I'll be real quick. So I don't want to argue. I just want to get this sorted.
Sure.
So yeah, buoyancy. So buoyancy and density. Yeah, we all agree they exist. And you're saying that because in order to have dense objects fall, there has to be some sort. Well, it seems that there's some sort of downward force. Now, you guys saying that we can't prove gravity. Fine, fine, fine. I'm not willing to. I'm not want to argue, but you do believe there is a downward force, because otherwise,
well,
because
yeah,
heavy things go down, so they don't go
but
up,
there's
right?
not. We'd say that there's not only a downward force. There's an upward force. There's a sideways force. There's things that move things to the side. The propensity to give things movement or directionality is not. There's no. There's
No, I'm
nothing
saying like.
backing it. There's
Sorry,
nothing
I'm
backing
just.
it to say that it is. It is like if we were to say like, okay, let's go with Einstein or let's go with Newton or whoever you want to pick as far as like, your gravitational theory ideas. Like whoever you go with, it's still not going to answer the question. It's just going to give you a best guess, right, as to like what this thing could be on a globe Earth aspect. But it's never going to answer the question what it really is. It's just going to give you like a basically like a workaround, right, in your mind.
I know. I'm not trying. I just
Yeah.
I mean, like for buoyancy specifically, there has to be like, yeah, okay. Why does time move? Whatever. But for buoyancy to exist, there has to be a downward force
He did answer
because
you.
heavy things go
No,
down.
he did answer you, but no, that's not true. There's no necessity. You're just claiming that. So you're gonna claim that, ask what it is, and then propose that. Well, it could be. That's just affirming the consequent. That's not actually.
No, I'm not. I do not want to talk about gravity at
Don't
all. I
interrupt me to
can't be
tell me.
fucked.
Don't interrupt me to tell me what you're not doing. I don't care what you're doing, what you're not doing. I'm only following what you're saying. So you said there must be something that necessitates a down. What the fuck would it be if it wasn't called gravity? I don't really care what you call it. The bottom line is there isn't this uniform uh force of down because things go in all directions.
Yeah.
Gas specifically fills an available volume here at ground level. It goes in all vectors, not just inward towards the earth. So you don't have a phenomena to say, well, things go down, things go up. I'm going to propose that the reason that things go up is because there's a force of down. I could equally fallaciously say things go down because of a force of up. So you can't do that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Dogs are
he's
dogs.
correct.
Wait, dogs are dogs. I know you want to talk. Do you want to go, or can I continue this?
Well,
'Cause
just
I don't want
let the man.
No, I'd like.
RIP establishment. Let him go real quick, dogs, because you can have the mic anytime,
Yeah,
man.
I'll
Like
wait.
this.
Yeah, I'll wait. Yeah, it's chill. Go.
No, I was telling him to
Alright,
wait
cool.
for you to go.
Oh wait, dogs, you waiting? Sorry. Anyways, yeah. So basically, okay. So do we all agree that dense things, if a thing is denser than the medium around it, it will go down? Do we agree on that?
Solids, sure.
So, well, density, like you said, the anvil will float in mercury, right? It's about density. I think that's pretty well established. I don't think that's
Density, yeah.
controversial. Yeah. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. So that means that for some reason, denser things go under and push up lighter things, right? They take that space and they push away the lighter objects only downward. Dense things
No,
don't float when they're denser
no,
than the medium, right?
no.
No. Okay.
I
Why
mean,
no?
in the case of an anvil, or in the case of water, it's not pushing up. It's just a medium that is in equilibrium where it is, and based on the other object's density, it will either rise in that medium, sink in that medium, or float in that medium. There is no upward force of the ocean, obviously.
No, I said the denser
Yeah, I
thing.
know, because
Would,
you have the
yeah.
anvil and you have the mercury. Well, we could just that water, the air, it doesn't matter. It's a medium that things either rise, sink, or float in. There's no force of down making things go up.
No,
This is
I'm
what you're
saying like
trying to. This is what you're. I know what you're saying in probably 100 different ways
Hydraulics.
is to say, well, this thing is down, pushing something up. That's your premise. I don't care how
no,
many ways
that's
you
not. You
say
actually
it.
didn't
At
hear
the
what I
end of the day,
said. To
you're
be
trying
honest,
to. How not? So if I repeat
I
what
know.
you said,
I
then I
said
did
if
hear
you
what
have
you said,
like
right?
this is what I'm saying. Like, let's say you have.
If I repeat what you said, then I heard what you said, right?
Okay, repeat it. Okay.
Yeah, you said like with the mercury and an anvil, the mercury is pushing the anvil up. That's what you started to say, and I cut you off. Yes or no?
I wasn't okay. Fine. Let's fine.
Is
Yeah.
that
That. Let's just say. So you did understand. So how does
yeah?
the man
And I
anvil
was
go? Why does the
responding,
anvil go
but
up
you didn't
then?
understand my response, my rebuttal to you.
So you said there's not a force. So the anvil. How is the anvil going up without a force acting on it? That doesn't make any
It's not
sense.
going up. It's resting on the surface of the mercury. What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
Okay.
I
Wait.
just
Hang on a
told you
minute. Hang
that.
on. No. No. Actually, because I actually said if you have a dense object and you insert it into a lighter medium, the dense object will go down and push the lighter medium up. Like if you have a
Not
bottle
pushing.
and you put
There's
No,
no.
you
no, it won't. No, it won't. It will displace the medium.
It's
yeah,
displacement.
But it
It's
yeah,
not
will
pushing.
displacing it.
it,
Exactly. Yeah,
it will
exactly.
displace
Which means
it in
pushing it
all
up.
displace in all directions, laterally as well as up as well as down. It won't just go in one direction.
But it still applies the force upwards. So regardless, he's technically correct.
Yeah, no, it's not a force of up. There isn't a singular thing that is providing a force of down and then a force of up. No, it's
Well, I
not.
mean, if you look at like
Things are going in all
hydraulics,
directions.
you press down on one part of the oil, and then it'll transfer force from that particular cylinder into another cylinder,
Yeah, but
forcing
you're
the other
applying
cylinder to go
force.
up.
You're applying force there.
But this is the same concept where you apply
It's
an.
not
I could
applying
replace.
force.
I could
No,
replace this.
you're,
I could replace the cylinder with an anvil, and the same logic would
Well,
apply
no,
still.
you're just applying
I'm
pressure, and then of
no. I
course,
drop an
in that
anvil.
cylinder. Oh, excuse me,
I'm sorry. I was
but
laying out the example to make it more clear.
well,
yeah,
no,
we know
So
what you're
we
saying.
already have the
I drop an
example. We
anvil
already
into one
have the
section.
example of the anvil, and you
Yeah.
said the thing that you already laid out is analogous to that. We don't need any more. No disrespect. What
Well,
I'm
it
saying
didn't
is,
sound like you
what I'm
Okay,
understood
can I
what I
saying
meant.
jump
is,
in again for 2 minutes?
in that instance, like if you have a water system with pumps and things, and you have all of the water that is going through your housing, okay, you have a trail, a way, piping that you've created that you can use a force to force these things to go in these directions. So what does that have to do with his premise not being proven?
Well, because we were originally talking about buoyancy and just forcing stuff around through pipes. That's got nothing to do with buoyancy, right? We're talking about
That's what we're
That has
mediums.
saying.
nothing to do with his
That's
Yeah,
what we're
hydraulic
saying.
example
I'm
either.
agreeing
What are
with
you
you in
talking about?
buoyancy. I'm just saying,
But
like,
it has nothing
okay,
to
so
do with
let's say
his
you have
hydraulic example. So don't act like I was responding with a red herring, because actually I was just addressing the other guy's red herring.
okay,
Well, that means
but
you're
at the end of the day,
misconstruing
at
yourself
the end of
on
the
some
day,
point.
I'm just saying, like, let's say in the atmosphere, let's say we have I'm not even arguing. We have a ceiling, we have a firmament,
Is
whatever
it
you want to call it.
possible that you can accept, you know what, okay, I'm wrong? Is that a possibility? Because I
Well, I
do
don't know.
understand you, and you're not
Hang on.
accepting, you're not, you know what it's like? It's like I'm responding to you, and then you're just finding new ways to say the same thing you said the first time, which means you're not responding to me.
Okay, let me just extend the olive branch. If I
Does that make
said what
sense?
you, if I said what you're
Does that
saying
make
I
sense
said, then I
what I
was
just said?
wrong. I'll admit that. If I said that, I was wrong.
But does it
If I
make
said what you
sense?
said I said,
You're
I was wrong.
saying, yeah, but does that make sense? You keep saying the same thing, you're just using different rhetoric, and I'm responding to each and every variation of the same premise that you're trying to push. But you're
The
not
only
responding
premise.
to me.
Well, I've just responded by saying if I said what you said I said, I'm wrong. That's a response, right? Is that not a response? Do you want me to
Are you about to follow up with another iteration of your premise? Which your premise is there's a downward force which forces things up. Is there
No,
going to
I'm
be
just.
another version of that?
No, I'm not even.
Yes
I'm
or
not
no?
even. That's not even a premise. I'm just asking you
Yes,
guys.
is your premise.
Wait. Okay.
Wait,
Can I just
have you seen
redo it again? You're not really letting
This
me.
is the last
yeah.
time I'll interrupt. This is the last
Well,
time I'll interrupt. At least in this exchange. So you're saying, well, that's not really my premise. Well, guess what? You're begging the question.
Okay.
Can I
the
jump
other
back in
day.
now?
Yeah, just go ahead. It's fine.
All right, cool. So first, I just want to address what Elijah said about the second law of thermodynamics. It doesn't actually say that you can't have gas pressure next to a container. Someone has misapplied it somehow. I don't know why they did this. I don't know how. The second law of thermodynamics can be violated as long as there is some force applied to that
What are you
object,
talking?
which
No, hold
isn't
on,
an energetic force.
Time
So that's
out.
just a
Time
downward
out. Time
acceleration
out.
caused by
Time
gravity.
out. Time out. No. When the fuck? When I came into the see, this is what
can you
this
just
Here we
respond?
go. Let's respond.
my interruptions are justified because just now
Did you join just a
everybody
lecture?
can remember when I came in the conversation, he was trying to lay out how
My phone didn't
Vladimir
ring at
heard
all.
wrong.
I don't know if my connection
Anyway,
dropped or
he
what.
was,
It usually
he was
does out
trying
here
to
for
no,
some
he was
reason.
muted. He was trying to lay out
What was
that,
that in the bag?
that
The laptop and what else?
yo, bro, I think you're hot micing.
So you're gonna make the
The
point
laptop,
addressable,
yeah.
or you're
So
just
I'm gonna finish,
gonna?
bro. I'm gonna finish. So anyway,
So it's
how the
just
hell
a
is he gonna
computer.
say Elijah said? No. What I was responding to is him
Bro,
saying
just
that.
respond.
Is the car broken?
Is there moderation in here?
Yeah, what's going on?
Hello? Hello?
That dog guy. Can you mute him and then also mute the hot micer?
Not, yeah.
Oh, I am
I'm
correct.
I'm going in the
You just
picture.
interrupted the other
But
guy just to say nothing for 10 minutes. That's crazy.
okay. What
Yeah,
about the
well,
car
I'm getting
itself?
interrupted for 10
Okay,
minutes.
there you go. I got the hot mic guy. Okay, just control your mics, all right?
Yeah. So
Go ahead,
anyway,
Elijah.
this guy began to correct me for saying something that I never said this morning. So what I came in saying was that the guy is incorrect by saying that we're using a man-made device. Well, first of all, there's nothing wrong with using man-made devices to recreate a natural phenomena. That's number one. Didn't say that earlier. However, my point was that natural laws don't go through the scientific method. We're talking about a natural law. So him saying, "Oh, you guys are being, hypocritical because look at this with this natural law you're showing in the container, that's you being hypocritical because I thought you couldn't use man-made devices." First of all, no one said that. Second of all, we're just talking about natural laws which don't go through the scientific method. And third, everything he was just fucking saying I said I did not say at all. Everyone who upholds truth should be upset that he tried to mischaracterize something that I did not say. I mean, the conversation only started 30 minutes ago since I came in.
An
So
example
I
of
wrote it
natural
down
law.
as you said it, Elisha. You said second law of thermodynamics says you can't have gas pressure next to a container. And the person
I
I was
never
talking
said
to when I was
that.
saying you can't
I
use
never
man-made
said
objects
that.
was one deck,
Who
and
heard
that
me
was one
say
of his
that?
criteria. So why
Who
did I
heard me
write it
say
down
that?
when you said it to me, Elijah?
Who heard me say that? Can
I mean,
anybody?
if you wrote down what you said and that's what he
No, I
wrote
did
down, I
not. I
mean,
did
it's
not say that.
it's a
I
high
did
likelihood of
not
him
say
like
that.
being correct. I'm just saying.
Crit, was
It's
you
not
here
like
when
Here's
I
he's
came
going
something.
in?
from a based off manner.
Yeah,
He's
I
going
think
based off what he wrote down.
no, I think the goal is that they don't talk about the second
Oh
law of
no, Crit.
thermodynamics.
I never said
Oh,
that.
yeah. I know. I was gonna say that's not what flat earthers say. It's a mixed characterization. It's
Not
you're not
necessarily, no.
listening.
Miggy, did you hear me say that when I came in?
Doesn't matter, even if you said it or didn't say it, just say you
No,
retract it.
Well,
excuse me,
if
dog.
that's not what you
Eli,
said, then you can just
No,
Eli,
excuse
reiterate
me.
what
No,
you actually said, and then you
I
can just
didn't.
Eli.
backtrack.
Yeah,
I
just go with
just
that. Okay,
said,
right now rephrase it. So
Yeah,
this time,
rephrase it
God
so you're
made.
not getting
no,
misconstrued.
no, I just
Mayhem.
did.
Eli.
I
I
just
think
did.
he might have been getting confused with me, Eli, just before you come in, because I wasn't using natural law. I was asking for the natural phenomena observed for gravity. he mentioned the Cavendish experiment, and I said that was a man-made gazebo or contraption. So he made
Yeah,
it look like it me.
that's what he was referring to, but he was mischaracterizing the person who said it to Elijah. That's what happened. So and then everybody else was
No,
like,
I
"Oh,
didn't. That's not what happened. That's
Yo,
not what happened. I didn't mischaracterize that to Elijah. I may have mischaracterized it to someone like Mayhem, but not Elijah. Elijah, I
what?
specifically wrote down your name and the second law of
No, I did
thermodynamics was
not.
something that
No,
you
I didn't say
mischaracterized.
that. No, I
But we
didn't
can
say
move on
that.
to the downward
No, we
acceleration if you'd
can't.
like.
He's lying, bro. I don't even
Well,
know
look,
why
I
somebody
mean,
who's just gonna
it's
straight up lie can get the
Why
floor.
would
well,
they
no, you
freaking
you have
lie
no
though?
evidence that he's actually lying. It's more likely the case there's probably some sort of
What?
miscommunication. But I
No,
don't think he's lying. Doesn't sound like he would lie
y'all
for
lucky
this.
that
I'm
I
happy to
don't
move
have
on.
the mute button, fam, because I don't like lies. It's
Well,
early in the
you
morning.
can't just
I do
Okay,
not like
mischaracterize it
lies.
as a lie.
No, he's
It's
claiming I said something I didn't say. He can't fucking
Then
prove I
just
said
say
it.
I didn't say that. I retract it. It's not that big of a deal.
No, I
You
Yeah, it's
didn't
not a
actual
big
fucking
deal.
drama
say it though.
queen.
I didn't
yeah.
say
Okay,
it.
you didn't say it.
There's
We
no need to get
believe
up
you.
in arms
Moving
about it.
on.
People mishear people all the time. You
It
can't.
doesn't
There's no.
matter.
You have no
I
right
was
to
very
actually accuse
clear
him of
about
being an
what I did
actual
say.
liar.
I
Hey,
was very clear
Dobbs, are you
about
done, by the way? Can I?
I was very clear
I was
about what
going to
I
just
did
quickly lay
say
out
though.
something else about this idea of not being able to know the force for downward acceleration.
No, see, that
So
think he's a
there's
liar, and the reason that he's
Well, look, stop
lying
Oh my
interrupting me.
god.
is
Jesus,
because
dude.
it's specifically because my point was to tell him that he's wrong for trying to say that we're talking about man-made devices with natural laws. Like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? You're trying to say, well, flat earthers say that you can't use man-made devices. No, we don't. So that's what I said. But in order to not answer what I said, he's just going to claim I said something else and totally forget my actual critique of what he said. Bullshit.
I think he got muted because I asked him a
Bullshit, though.
question.
Like, and if you guys
Anyways,
cared about the
he's
truth,
muted now.
you'd be on my side because I'm saying exactly what happened.
Well, I mean,
Well,
which side has more evidence? I mean,
the
he
issue is
actually wrote down what he said or what you said. So I mean, he has
the
more
issue
evidence. I'd have to
is
believe
He's
that.
just being a troll, so I don't even know what to
he's
do with it.
not a troll. He's a very consistent
And you're also
debater.
being a concern troll, so I don't know what
But
to do with
everyone
you.
that disagrees
Anyone
with
that
you is a
disagrees with
troll.
me is a troll.
That's all I'm hearing.
But anyway, go ahead. Fuck it. I mean, don't fucking lie on my name.
Yeah,
Carry
he didn't
on.
lie, but that's all.
All right, I want to finish my point, and then I swear I only got one point, and then I'm not gonna. So my only
Please.
point was: do we agree that dense things fall if they're lighter than their medium? Do we agree on that?
What?
So if I have a medium which is of less density than an object which I place in the medium, the object will fall.
So you mean if the medium is more dense than the object?
No, the opposite. The object is denser than the medium, it will fall.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay, why?
Or spread, depending
That
on
must
what you're
be.
talking about.
Yeah, whatever. But like in the
Yeah,
world where
like
we're not.
gases or spread.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
gases
but
is the
even
same concept as
even
matter.
gases,
It's what we
even
observe.
gases.
I
Wait, I
just
mean, even
answered your
gases.
question. What's wrong, man? I said
Wait,
Yeah,
yes. They either fall like solids or like gases. They spread. What
yeah,
the
okay,
no,
fuck
okay,
is
fine.
wrong with my response?
density applies to gases as well. Denser gases will fall lower than.
Yeah, but did you hear what he said though? Because I think if you're not addressing, he's
Well,
not
no, I'm
refuting
making sure
that.
that there's some consistency in what
There
we're
is.
saying.
He's not refuting that. He's saying, but they also spread outward if they're gas. We're talking about gases, and did you guys agree to that
Well,
or
no,
not?
he said we're not talking about specifically gases or solids. We're just saying.
I know that. He
Oh,
just
okay.
said
Then what are
when
you saying?
gases
Okay, so anyways,
spread out. No, hang on a
all right.
second. No, anyways, nothing. Yes or no? Like we want to establish the foundation,
Yes,
guys. Come on.
yes,
Denser
yes, yes.
gases
Fine.
will.
Yes.
Yeah, whatever.
Just
Okay.
say yes, dude. Just say yes. It's fine. Okay,
Yeah.
but yeah, we do know that denser things fall. Okay, I got a question. Why? Why is it falling specifically?
Nobody
It's
Who
knows.
knows, brother?
a
Nobody
natural
knows.
All
law.
right.
Wait.
I told you this earlier, sir, when I was speaking to you. It's a natural. This is what happens always. And I said this. We can quantify the effect but we cannot do so with the causation. I said that before. We're going to come right back to the point where I was talking to you and I said, that is God knowledge. I already told you that. It feels like I'm speaking to somebody who's trying to
I heard
reconstruct.
that.
You're trying to,
I
dude.
remember that.
You're trying to reconstruct this in a, like Elijah was saying, in another iteration, so that you can say the same thing in a different way. And I've already told you the directionality of the things that you see in nature is only because that's the way it is, and nobody can say, well, we're going to quantify the causation of what makes things be the way it is. What happens in this arena is that a lot of people like to think that they know the cause. There is nobody in this room or anybody that has ever existed that can tell you what the cause is to the effect that you see. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes. The only reason why, can I please respond? The only reason I went through it again is because I have another point, but I was cut off last time, so I had to start again. I'm not trying to reconstruct. I
know,
literally
but
haven't said anything different. So
did you
you're
hear what I
accusing me
heard? Did you
and
hear what I
attacking me.
It's not that you're
But I
cut off.
will.
You're trying to move on.
Wait,
Given
you haven't even let me make my final point,
because
bro.
you're trying to
Please
move on,
make your point,
given your
establishment.
premise
Yeah,
is
no.
shared.
Well, I
But
don't want to get
premise is
muted.
shared.
You're
Well,
not
your
gonna get muted. Just make your
because
point.
you're trying to
All right. So
move.
wait.
Because what you're doing is
Make
begging
his
the
final
question.
point. Otherwise, we're
Is
stuck on this for like
What
hours.
you're
yeah.
Just
So
let him
all I'm
make
gonna
his
say
final
is
point.
Gentleman
What
doesn't
you're doing
acknowledge.
is
He's not
No, let him make
acknowledging.
his final point,
Can
and then
we
we can move
please
on.
let
He
him
responded
speak?
easily, so let him make his point.
well, he's
Fucking
begging
retard.
the question, and he hasn't
He can
responded
do
to you.
whatever he
he's not
likes.
letting
Let
me
him
fucking
speak,
talk.
please.
You can beg the
But he's
question
not
later.
responding to me. What's wrong with? Why couldn't he respond to me? Every time that I've spoken, he hasn't
Yeah.
responded to
Could
me.
you not talk about meta, please?
Well,
Dude,
he's
I was
begging the
talking to
question.
you, and the other guy jumped in.
Okay,
I'm just
let's
Well, you're
saying.
continue.
begging, you're
Establishment.
Let's
You're
say
begging
on
the
his
we
point.
don't
You're
know
begging the
why
question.
it
You said you
moves.
just wanted to prove your first premise, and then you wanted to move on.
Fuck, he's
Well,
not
you
letting me
haven't
talk.
proven your
I
first
don't
Sorry.
care. I don't care. I don't care. It's fine. Don't
Let
worry
him
about it.
finish.
I
Let him
can't bother.
finish.
Move on.
Okay, now
No, I
he's
can't bother.
done.
No, I
Now he's
can't be
done.
fucked anymore.
Okay.
Well, now he's done. Now that I say I don't want to, I can't be fucked anymore. Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna be
We
myself.
I
already
was hoping to
told you.
talk about.
I already
I was
told
hoping
you.
to talk about how we know
Here's the
forces.
question, bro. It is what it is. You want to
Yeah,
do it, you can do it.
because with me, and then you moved on from me, and you like as if you didn't answer me, and you did the same thing to Elijah. You just want to move on and keep moving on, and everybody in the room is happy with you moving on and not answering any questions. So that's an issue. That's an issue in this discussion, if because you want to keep moving on and reiterating your same point about 5,000 times, and then another flat earther is going to come in here and you're going to reiterate that point to him and say, no, you're not getting me. We're telling you, we're refuting you right on your face. You're like, you're not understanding. Nobody knows the causation. However, the effect can be quantified as buoyancy and density. So you can interact with the medium and object
Buoyancy
relation.
and density.
Do you
Buoyancy and
understand
density are
what
not.
I'm saying?
Yes,
No, but
but
like,
buoyancy and density are not forces, so you can't quantify
Oh
it that
my
way because there's
God.
no reason for things to fall down in this model.
Reason. What do you mean? It's a natural law.
what
That's
do you
how
mean by natural law?
things
It
move in
happens always.
okay. What do you mean by natural law? Things move in a directionality that they do depending on the object and medium relationship. You're gonna see interactions between the two. So when you see them happening in nature, like a log falls into the water, sometimes it sinks, sometimes it floats, sometimes it does other. So when you see that interaction happening, you can quantify it because you know that the log is less dense in the water or vice versa, right? So you're gonna see interactions happening in nature. And when you do, you're not going to know the causation. However, you can quantify the interactions between the object and medium relationship by saying, this is the effect that I see. I see the log floating on the water, right? So you can quantify that, but you don't know what gives it the propensity to go into that directionality that it goes into. You follow me now? Instead of reiterating the same point,
Yeah, but like
nobody
when it
knows the
comes to
causation.
Yeah, but you're
density,
saying you can quantify it, and you're not if you're not using a force. But
Oh,
density
yeah,
and buoyancy aren't forces. Yeah,
that's
it's a
not
yeah,
what I'm
mass-induced
talking about.
acceleration.
Listen, dude, very
Francis.
carefully. I'm not talking about forces. I'm talking about what gives it that propensity to move in the direction nobody knows. The only thing that you and I can say is that the object and medium relationship that we can quantify are interacting with each other. So we can manipulate those object and medium relationships. You say, well, let me just change the medium and let's see what the object does. And then, of course, it displaces in that medium. And you're like, aha, so now the object rises instead of falls. So it has a different interaction. Right. We already got that. We already got that. The next step is why do they go in the direction that it does when I interact with them? That's the question that's on everyone's mind that I'm saying cannot be answered. That's only God knowledge, because that's how he constructed this reality you and I are in. You understand?
Yeah, but how does
We
density
can know
account
it, and God
for?
actually says we
Oh,
can know it, and God says we can know it. We can know him through like what we see around us. So you're sure, right, we have these observations of like balloons going up but other things falling down, and all you have to do is apply the scientific method to that. So you have the observation of things fall down except for like a helium balloon, and then the hypothesis would be like the density is what causes a helium balloon to not act like the other things. Or you can put anything else that rises, like something in water, like a log in water, and then you can do an experiment to test to see whether your hypothesis is true or not. And in that case, you can go, if I remove the variable of the medium in which the helium balloon exists, there will be some downward acceleration that will be applied because everything else seems to fall down except for this helium balloon. You do the vacuum chamber experiment and the helium balloon falls down, and then your hypothesis has been validated.
You're reiterating the same point. You're intentionally not listening to me. Okay.
Well, I think you're not addressing this point.
I can repeat it back to you if you want.
Yeah, after you said all that. Now then, after you said all that, now you tell me, why does reality work in that way? Why does it work in that way?
But you're asking,
if you want to
like
go back to the ontological grounding, it's all determined.
No, you want to get down to the nuts and bolts. You want to get down to the nuts and bolts of the fabric of our reality. Now you tell me, why in reality does things operate in that manner? Tell me why they operate.
I can do that.
That's the question. That's a causation right there. If you can tell me,
I can do that.
You can. Oh, then you just became God, because only God knows this information.
Wait, so you knowingly asked him?
That's your problem. Your problem here is you. Sorry, dude. Can I just finish this up with Mayhem? I won't be long. So you assume that that's God knowledge, but that's just your assumption. You have no reason to think that that's only God's knowledge.
It's not a reason. The fact is, nobody can tell you why the fabric of reality works the way that it does. You can't. Nobody can. No, you can't come in here and say, I'm going to tell you why reality works the way it does. No, you cannot. You can only see the effects and quantify them by like manipulating the object and medium relationship. But the reason why they operate in the manner that they do, up and down and sideways and all that, and all vectors, you can't tell me that. Nobody can. So you're being...
Yes, you can.
No, you cannot. What is the causation
yes, you can.
What's the causation for reality, for it acting the way that it does, in the manner that it does?
What's the
causation for reality?
What's the cause of down, up, and expansion? What's the cause?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So the cause of down on Earth is caused by gravity. The cause of up on Earth is caused by like someone exerting force. It can be caused by like hydraulic forces.
Independent variable is gravity. How do you manipulate it? Go on.
I think I put.
Well, no, you have it backwards. You're assuming that density and buoyancy causes things to go up and down.
No,
You'd have to actually prove that first.
No, I don't have it backwards. He said the cause.
Well, you
of
do.
Down.
That was the original argument.
No, the cause of down, he just said, because that's the meat and potatoes, is because of a force of gravity, like the other guy was trying to get at. Let's not call it gravity. Let's just say it's a force of down, forcing things to also go up. Well, okay, prove that then. It's gravity. There's this force of gravity that's pulling things unilaterally to the center of the earth. Well, how would you manipulate gravity to test that in the lab setup?
Well, you'd remove all the other variables that interact with gravity.
Okay,
independent variable, gravity.
You wouldn't be. You'd be removing like density, buoyancy. You put stuff into a vacuum. And that's how you would test it. Because that's really what you're actually testing.
No, you got to test gravity itself. He just said no gravity, so that's the independent variable. How do you manipulate it?
See, here's why that problem falls apart for you guys. Because you would say, like, here I drop a helium balloon that goes up. Then you remove the medium and put it in a vacuum, and you drop the helium balloon, and now it goes down. But now if you remove the balloon, what does the helium do? The helium moves freely in all directions. So the problem was all you did was change the medium to a point where it cannot support the balloon, the container.
We went over. Well, I thought we went over this, but I think I thought, I thought we got to a place where we understood that, but Elijah's on a better point right now, and he's getting them to actually engage with their critical thinking because they're not understanding that what the thing they're talking about is the causation. How do you know that's the causation? Have you manipulated it? So when they
Yes.
say gravity, right? And Dogs Are Gods is happy to say gravity, and he can say whatever he wants. But how are you going to manipulate this in a laboratory to say, okay, let's isolate gravity? You cannot do so because it's a made up understanding that you can't quantify. How are you going to put like
Yes, you
gravity
can.
in a way that you cannot manipulate gravity, dogs? You already know. You're lying to everybody. See, now you become a liar. When have you ever manipulated gravity
Can
to
I
do?
explain, please?
No, no, because you're gonna say yes, you can, and then you're gonna not.
I'd rather. I want to hear the
You're not
explanation.
gonna
Actually,
validate that. You're gonna say yes, you can, and then you're not gonna validate that.
well,
No, you
no,
So
can't.
you're confirming that
don't
I'm not
poison the
going to be
well.
allowed to answer what you guys have been saying for a while now? Is that what you're going to do, Elijah?
Well, you
Okay, I'll
can't.
go ahead then. So the way you manipulate gravity is you manipulate the cause of gravity. So manipulating the cause of gravity
No,
is
the
just
cause was
creating a lot
gravity.
of
That's what
Let
you
mass
just
him
next to
said.
finish, for
another
fuck's
piece of
He
sakes.
just said the cause was gravity. Now there's a cause to gravity. That would make
Can you at
gravity
least
the
let him
effect.
fucking finish the
So
Yep.
explanation?
no, that would make gravity the effect. And so if gravity is the effect, then you would have to know the cause. So what is the cause of gravity then?
Yep.
Okay, so the cause of gravity is mass attracting mass. So in this case, the gravity is created by the mass of the Earth pulling
That is
objects
so
towards
crude.
it, which causes a downward acceleration. What about that is unsound and unlogical to you,
Well,
Elijah?
it's
Not the
circular
rhetoric.
because
Come
mass
on.
does what? Okay, so where's the phenomena of mass attracting mass? You have one gas, you have two gases. They're not attracted to each other according to kinetic gas theory.
That the gases
That's
are
not true,
different.
though. So
No, but that is true
the
though.
way that you have mass attracting mass
Okay,
is that you
so
just
no,
have
hold
like a
on. No,
large
when
set
you
of
say
mass, or
that's
you
not
change the
true,
mass
well,
of an
let me know.
object, and
We
that'll
have to
change the
move
attraction.
forward. When you say that's not true, you have to say, okay, well, why don't you support your claim? That's what you
No,
actually,
I'm going to
which I will,
finish giving my
which I
claim.
will now
So,
do. Which I will now do.
well, you interrupted me to do that. So can I finish what I was saying, please?
No, because you said I'm wrong, and I
Yeah,
stopped
you are
you
wrong, and I was
to
going to
tell
explain
you.
how.
Well, no, you can't explain how when I have a
I can,
citation
yes.
in
Would you
gas
like me
law.
to explain to you how I think you're wrong?
You can't because first I'm going
I
to
can.
give
Look,
you.
Elijah, can you stop poisoning the well and let him actually
He's not
explain?
poisoning the well. He's clarifying the point. Numbnuts.
No, he's
clarifying.
saying he cannot explain why he's wrong. Is that not poisoning the well?
No, because he's
So
arguing something.
if I'm going into the
He's
assumption that you
arguing
are
a
wrong and you
fallacious
cannot
point,
correct me,
dude.
is that not
He,
poisoning the well?
he's saying that he's right, and there are citations to refute his ass. So that you gotta
Well,
wait a
you
little.
haven't. You give the citations after he gives a
You don't.
refutation about why he's wrong.
No,
That's when
because
you would say, "Oh no, this is
listen,
incorrect. Here's why."
because he's gonna gish gallop into different points while
He's
he's
gonna
on that.
gish gallop. Oh no! Look,
He's
just let
running
him
away now.
actually explain why he's wrong, and then you
You
can
don't want to gish gallop. You
refute
want
him.
to stop him. Go
There's
ahead.
a rule for gish galloping.
He's
So
not gish
one
galloping. If he's
one
gonna
point.
explain and respond to his point about why he's wrong.
No.
Yeah,
If I
Elijah's
gish
got it.
gallop, you can mute me. How about that?
That's why he told you to stop, because you're wrong right now. He's got a citation that's going to refute you. He's looking
No,
for
you don't even know what he's gonna say.
Bro, I heard him have this argument like 1,000 times. I know
I
what
haven't.
I know that. That is why you're interacting right now, because you don't know anything. So just sit back and relax. Dogs are gods.
I don't know anything. How do you know that?
I didn't say you didn't know anything. I said you didn't.
You just said you didn't know. You just said that. What are you doing, dude?
Made a claim. This is the first time I've ever heard of it. Isn't it not true that you just said that? This is the first time I heard of it, right?
Yeah, it's a disqualify. He
chill
just
out,
broke
man.
his worldview there.
Yeah,
He just
relax.
told you he never heard this before. You repeat back to him, yeah,
According,
you're right, you haven't heard this before. And then he wants to tell you that you lied about that.
I
according
lied
to
about it.
kinetic,
Yeah, isn't that weird?
according to kinetic molecular theory, gas particles have no attraction to each other. I don't even have to read anymore. So you're attempting to respond to me. I said, well, there's gas. Gases are mass on the table of elements, and they're not attracted to each other. They actually expand randomly in the fill of volume. So right here, according to kinetic molecular theory, gas particles have no attraction to each other.
One thing that came up.
I'm just finding the source
Boom.
so I can read it.
One thing that came up interesting the other
Where's
day
your
was
source?
this. He posted it.
No, I will. Give me a second.
What time? Because I can't find it.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
I
gonna
haven't
post it.
posted
Give me
it.
a second.
Posted. But anyways, that's the reason. I'm just real quick. That's the reason why he stopped you in your tracks, because there is a citation to refute what you just said. So you can't keep going if there's a citation that refutes what you just said. He has to stop you and give you the citation so you can see. That's the only thing. That's
Well,
it.
do you want to know why I thought he was incorrect?
No, we want you to actually.
Anyway,
we
I
want you
can't
to
find the
address that
citation.
point.
Have you posted
Yeah.
it yet?
No, he'll get to it. What I think
That's
is
probably-
interesting
I'll
is
open it now.
the other day a globalist said started defining their terms about mass, and he said mass was the resistance to acceleration. And you're like, wow, that's
Here we go.
interesting, right? Because you also said mass causes acceleration.
Yeah, there's a lot
so
of
just quickly, Elijah, I'm just going to read your citation. So, in a gas, particles are in continuous straight line motion. The kinetic energy of the molecule is greater than the attractive force between them.
Thus, they are much farther apart and move freely of each other. In most cases, there are essentially no attractive forces between particles.
Boom.
Mm-hmm.
You did.
So there can
Why
be
did you
gravity.
finish the rest
or
of that
attractive
sentence?
forces
That a
between
gas has
particles.
nothing to hold a specific shape or volume.
So gases can have forces between them, such as gravity, but if the kinetic force of those gases is greater than the pull of the gravity between those gases, then it doesn't. Then it can expand outwards in a straight line away from each other, despite the gravity.
Yeah, right. In accordance to the inverse square law, which would mean the force that you're trying to beg the question of the sphere Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles, giving you the mass or the density of the Earth, right? With all of those presumptions, you still have the inverse square law, which gas molecules that move away from the surface as they expand out would have less of a force on them, thus not affecting them at all. If they're not affected at the ground level, they're not going to be affected up there because they're moving in a straight direction right out into space. Now, you have
so
to
I
have
just
an
want to
argument
point out to you that your
against it.
citation doesn't say what you said it did.
No, yeah, it did say what I said it did.
He read word for word.
Well,
How could? Okay, hold on. Let's stop. Let's pause the
So
break.
are you
here.
ready? I'm going to explain it. You guys ready? Can I explain it? So
No, you don't need to
you said
explain
that
it.
there can't be gravity between gas molecules because of the
Okay, I guess you didn't hear me. You don't need to explain it. Okay, you got that?
This is basically saying
No, I'm going to explain it. So the citation he has doesn't say that you can't have gravity.
They're basically saying, because I mean, there's an assumption, there's a worldview of gravity, and this is saying they're not affected by gravity because this is what gas does here on Earth. Fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, so it's saying that the kinetic energy is greater than the gravitational attraction of those particles. That's all it's saying. It's not saying gravity can't exist because of this gas and kinetic energy
Therefore,
problem.
they're not
It's just there can be
affected.
multiple forces
They're
applied
not
to the same thing at the same
affected,
time.
but you're trying to claim that it affects the gas. You're contradicting
Okay, so
yourself.
I'm going to use an analogy. The analogy is if I pushed you, Elijah, you'd be pushed backwards. If a ladybug pushed you, you wouldn't be pushed backwards. If a ladybug was on one side of you pushing you and I was on the other, then you'd be pushed in the direction I'm pushing, not in the
Why are you
direction the
stating the
ladybug is
obvious,
pushing.
though?
There can
He's
be
stating
multiple
the obvious.
forces applied to something at the same time. One can just be greater than the other.
You're doing what the other guy is doing. You're reiterating the same point in a different way. You're using different analogies to use the same point. We already know the obvious. Everybody in the room, we already know the obvious, okay? You don't have to keep reiterating in a different way. We know what you're saying. But you haven't proved the cause for gravity or even gravity being the cause. Either one. Because there's two things on the
Cause
table.
of gravity is mass.
Dogs are gods.
Gravity causes downward acceleration.
Dude, would you just allow me? Dogs are gods is saying that either something's causing the gravity to happen. It's mass attracting mass. And then he flip backs around and says, no, gravity's the cause of things are downward accelerating.
There's no phenomena
is it
of
the
mass
mass
attracting
or is it
mass.
the gravity? Is it
There's
mass or
no
gravity?
Yeah, so
phenomena.
what don't you
There's no
understand about that?
phenomena.
Because you can
There's
have
no
the
natural
cause for a
phenomena
force,
of
and then the
mass
force can cause things
attracting
to
mass.
happen.
There's no naturally observed phenomena of mass
I'm sorry,
attracting
Elijah,
mass.
can I just answer Mayhem's question, please?
There's
So Mayhem,
no
your question was.
phenomena of mass attracting mass for you to
Okay,
determine
I'll
the
write that
cause
down,
from.
Elijah, and then we can get back to it. Okay.
I mean, because I'm
So
just saying, if you're
Mayhem.
trying to assert these premises, like if you weren't trying to sneak them past, I wouldn't be trying to address them. I'm not trying to stop you. I'm trying to
That's
make
fine.
you address them.
I've written it down so I can answer Mayhem. So Mayhem, I've almost lost it. Wait, okay. So you said that I was somehow flip flopping, or I was
You're
changing
challenging.
what I was saying by saying that.
I can restate it if you want me to. I can restate it.
No, it's fine. I remember you said that there's something wrong with me saying that the cause of downward acceleration is gravity, and gravity is caused by mass attracting mass. But in the same way that a car's engine moves the car forwards because of like the rotation of the wheels, and the rotation of the wheels is caused by like the internal combustion of the engine, like that is a valid and logical
let me
way
tell
of
you. So
explaining the motion of a car.
yeah, you're trying to make a logical
Is
statement,
the
but
Earth a
let me just
car?
tell you. Yeah, and let me just
Is
tell
the
you.
Earth mechanically a car?
Yeah, your analogy is faulty.
No, but
Anyway,
I can use multiple different forces.
I
I can
understand.
No,
use
but you
multiple
can't.
different
But you can't
analogies, Elijah.
use. But you
So do you
can't
want
say
to?
this is what's happening because here's a car. No, bro. Like that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
I
here's
can.
what
It's called an
dog
analogy. It's an
dog check
analogy
this
to
out.
explain that my
Prove
Dog,
out the
argument
scientific method
is
by
valid and
saying here's
sound.
a car, therefore my premise is proven because here's a car and how a car works.
yeah,
So
let me
I
No,
was
that's not
showing that my
scientific
previous
method.
thing of downward acceleration being caused by
dog,
gravity, gravity being
dog.
caused by
No,
mass
no, it's
attracting
circular,
mass
bro. Let me just
isn't
explain why it's
invalid
circular.
and
Let me
makes
explain why.
logical
Right,
sense.
Dog, let me explain why it's circular, bro. Because you said gravity or mass attracts mass causes gravity, and then you said, oh, it's okay that gravity can cause mass attracting mass. But do you see how what you're doing right now is circular? It's you're violating a law of non-contradiction. How can two things be
So
at the same time the causation of something that it's a naturally occurring phenomena? It's either gonna be.
mayhem.
Hold on a second, bro. I'm addressing what he was saying, but as in the form that you guys can understand. So what he was saying was that no, gravity is the cause for downward acceleration. That was the number one statement right at the beginning. Then it switched around to no, gravity, and Elijah was pointing this out too, that he was saying that now mass attracting mass is the causation of gravity. So then he says it's okay to say that because you can also say that gravity causes mass attracting mass. What the
So
fuck? Oh,
so
No, I didn't
mayhem.
say that.
Wait.
bullshit.
So here it is.
Can I
I'll
just
explain
follow
it
up?
to you again, Mayhem. Gravity causes downward acceleration. Gravity is caused by mass attracting mass.
Bullshit.
What is incorrect about that?
Bullshit.
Why all modern
Yeah.
astrophysicists
One
disagree
second.
with you?
Yeah, I know. 1 second, real quick. Now I'm gonna tell you this, dogs, and see if you get it through your mind. Okay.
I'm just trying to have the
At the
discussion
very
here
beginning.
instead of this
All right.
meta-analysis
All right.
bullshit.
All right, bro. But at the very beginning of all of the things that get created, right? Like clumps of matter clumping together, or whatever you want to call it, clumps of mass tracking each other. Before any of that happens, gravity has to be there in the first fucking place in order for things to clump together to become a mass large enough, like the idea of the globe Earth, so that it can start to attract other shit. So, in order for that to happen, when there was nothing there, gravity has to be there, right? So then that clumps
No.
shit together. So then, therefore, gravity is the cause of mass attracting mass. Therefore, mass attracts other things, causing gravity, and so on and so forth. And
Let's
circular
circulate.
So
logic.
your argument's
No.
incoherent.
Let's
So
So
circulate.
mayhem. Can I
gravity
mayhem?
only
Fuck.
happens when there was first
No,
energy or mass in the universe. Okay?
you know,
So gravity
What?
is caused by mass.
No, it's dude. You're fucked up because I'm already telling you how do stars form in the paradigm of the Earth being a globe and solar systems and space and shit. You hear them though saying the rhetoric, and not just you, dogs, but everybody else that talks about the rhetoric, because we know they say, well, when a star is formed,
it's
matter
called
clumps together.
gravitational accretion.
Gravity.
So it collects matter.
It collects it.
Yep.
So
So
Yeah.
what you have
no.
first is the matter goes out into the universe, like the expansion of the universe, and then there's matter. There's a lot of like energy first that then coalesces into hydrogen and some lithium atoms. And then
Why did
they,
it
because they're
coalesce,
now
dude?
objects with mass, generate gravitational attraction
No.
between
Bullshit.
each other, which
Bullshit.
then
No,
causes stars
bullshit.
to form. What's
Bullshit.
incorrect about
You're
that?
just
Please,
making it up.
Mayhem, listen
Bullshit.
to what I'm saying and then tell me what's incorrect. Okay, go.
In astrophysics, accretion is the accumulation of particles into a massive object by gravitationally attracting more matter, typically gaseous matter. Where the fuck is the phenomena of gas attracts mass?
Yeah.
Show me.
Could I get a mod
So
NVC and
if all things are gases, then that
No,
means all the
where's
gases will
where's
attract
the
each other because
phenomena?
they're
If
objects
all
of
things are
mass. They're
gases,
particles
that's
with
not a
mass. There's
phenomena.
oxygen,
I
nitrogen,
don't
carbon.
like
Do
this,
they have
man.
gas? Do they have
I don't like this.
mass?
I'm asking him where is the phenomena, and he's just explaining that it is the case.
Well, yeah, because
No.
Mayhem's point was that it makes no sense. You have to have gravity before you have the mass. But I'm saying no. The mass, the hydrogen atoms, coalesced out of the energy released in the
Yeah, how did they
inflationary
do
period.
that?
And then
They
when
How'd they
that
do
mass
that?
formed, it started to bend space-time between those particles, causing an inertial reference. An inertial force towards each other, and then they coalesced.
Yeah, that's a law of violation of the third law of thermodynamics.
Yeah.
So
Wait, what's the
that's why
third
the
law of
globe model
So
thermodynamics?
in the
strikes
first
out.
law,
It
Wait, what's
strikes
the
out
third
all
law of
three.
thermodynamics?
Yeah, where it reached zero. It reached
What?
zero movement. So
What
it was a
reached
big bang.
zero?
It was all spreading out this one direction, and at some point it stopped, turned around, and all kind of went towards each other.
Yeah,
well,
but
that's a first law violation, and to overcome this first law of meaning, so now you have energy coming from where, stopping these things and having them attract to one another. They call it gravity because there's no other way around this first law violation. So they call it gravity, but you don't have a justification. You don't even have a natural law observed.
So okay, yeah, I could
Where do
actually
we
I
see
could
mass
actually answer that.
attracting mass? Forget
Yeah,
science.
so
Where do we see
so
it?
so just like for a framing,
Just like for
let's
friends,
say
where do we see
hold on. No,
WWE?
I'm gonna
I
answer
can
it.
point
Elijah,
you
I'm
to
gonna
the
answer
fucking
that. I'm
channel,
gonna
dog.
answer that.
But every time we
But
ask, okay,
I'm
well,
gonna
you
oh
claim
my
that there's
god.
this phenomena. Where do
I'm
we
trying
see
to
it?
answer, but you keep
There's
on
all
talking.
of this. I'm trying to answer. I'm trying to read a textbook. I'm trying to explain to you.
Yeah, 'cause
I'm
you keep
trying to
talking.
express to you. I'm trying to do all that I can to do everything other than what you asked, sir.
Yeah, so like just for a bit of like background, right? If we had two massive objects on something that was allowed to freely rotate
hypothetical?
with very
Nice.
with ve- hold on with very little friction. Let's say the two massive objects were magnetic pieces of iron, and then we placed a magnet in front of it, and then the object rotated towards the magnet. You would then say that this is evidence of magnetism inducing a force on these magnetic objects, right?
Well, first of all, we
Right?
have first of all, there is a such thing as magnetism already. There's a phenomena for that. You see it.
Yes.
Second of
You're
all,
saying yes?
it's not like we have zero impedance because we have matter. Okay, so there's no such thing as a
I'm not
vacuum.
asking
You're
you,
trying to
Elijah.
bet
I'm
why you.
asking you if you
I
placed a
waited for you to finish,
magnet,
and it was very painful for me.
Elijah,
It was
if you
very
have a
painful for
magnet
me
in
waiting
front
for
of a
you to finish.
magnetic
It was
sphere,
extremely painful waiting for you to finish, but I did because it was
you
the
didn't
first
though.
time
So
you said it.
okay, but
See,
you didn't answer my question.
I don't
Is
like
that
when people
evidence of
repeat themselves,
magnetism?
bro. I don't like when people repeat themselves. That's why I stopped the other two. Notice
You're
I
not
didn't
answering the
stop
question.
you because this was the first time you said it.
Yeah, but
So
you're
when
not
I
answering the
respond to
question.
you, I'm
Is
not
that evidence of
expecting you to
magnetism?
repeat it again.
Okay, is that evidence of magnetism? You're not answering
What do
the
you just
question.
gave a hypothetical that's
Yep.
unrealistic, and then you included
Sorry,
magnetism in which we already know exists.
you think that setting up something to where a magnet would be, or sorry,
That's not
a
the only
magnetic
thing you
mass.
said. That's not the
Hold on,
only
bud.
thing you said. That's not the
Hold on, bud.
only thing
Hold on,
you
bud.
said. I
Hold
just
on.
said
Hold
you
on.
begin with a
Okay. All right. Now you're
vacuum.
interrupting again.
Yeah, so what? Because I heard what you said. You begin with a vacuum, and
I
then
didn't
you
begin with
included
I didn't even mention
magnetism.
the word vacuum. You fucking
Nobody's
idiot.
refuting
I didn't even
magnetism.
say
You said it.
vacuum.
You said if there was no friction, what the fuck does that
I
mean? That
said
means there's
very
no
little
matter.
friction. I said
Okay, that
very
means
little
there's no
friction.
matter.
No, that doesn't
That
mean
means
there's no
there's
matter. That
little
just means there's
matter.
very
Okay,
little
but at
friction.
this, listen, fam, it's very tedious. Nobody's denying fucking magnetism.
Oh,
That
okay,
phenomena exists.
but that's great.
Listen,
But
listen to
then
me.
that allows me to move
Listen
to my
to
second
me.
part.
Listen to me.
Oh,
That
Christ.
phenomena exists. I asked you to show me the phenomena of mass attracting
Yes,
mass.
I'm trying to get there, but you keep on like cutting me off.
Just show me. Just
Okay, so if you
point
agree,
me in the direction.
yeah. So I'm grabbing the video. So because you agree that this is evidence of magnetism, if you put this thing in front of this object at this distance and it exerts that force known as a magnetic force, and it attracts those two objects towards each other, that is evidence of magnetism. Now, when I put two non-magnetic objects in the same orientation they had in the original experiment with the magnetism experiment, and they still attract each other even though they're not magnetic, and that attraction seems to be proportional to their masses, then I would say that this is evidence of gravitation.
No,
If
dude.
you
Look,
agree with the
see,
framing
I'm
around
looking at my.
magnetism,
I'm
you would
looking
have
at
to
my.
agree around the framing around
Dude, I'm looking at
gravitation.
my refrigerator. I have a magnet. I can let it go, and guess what? It sticks to the fucking. It sticks to the my refrigerator. The end.
Yeah, right,
Okay,
exactly.
but
And
so
if you
where's this effect?
Yeah,
Where's
so
the
this effect, if
naturally?
you so if
Naturally.
you so I posted a video, right, of this effect happening under the cavity
Naturally
experiment.
in nature. Where
Yes,
is the
yes, yes,
effect
yes,
in nature?
yes, yes. If you look at the experiment, right,
In
E-
nature.
Elijah, bud, we are in nature, dude.
In
We are in nature. So,
nature.
so
You
just
can
to be clear,
experience
okay, so you don't accept
you
the,
can
so then you
experience
don't accept
magnetism void of any men doing
Elijah,
anything at all
buddy,
on the earth. It is
buddy.
separate
So
from men. You can
Elijah, you
experience
just
it
gave me an
happening in
example.
nature.
Elijah, you just gave me an example of placing a magnet on your fridge, and you
Because
said
I
that that
know,
was evident.
yeah,
Hold
I
on,
did,
bud.
but that's not, yeah, I
Okay,
did.
okay. And
Yeah,
you
I did.
said,
But
and you
first,
said that,
but
and you
first,
said that that was
excuse
evidence
me,
of
excuse
magnetism.
me, excuse
So if
me,
that's evidence of magnetism, then you don't need to.
I can't, excuse me, guys. Pause him. However, yeah, I know I just used a magnet example.
On the fridge,
However,
which is not a natural
please mute
object,
him,
right?
please. Please mute him, please. However, I can also experience magnetism in nature. I can see the phenomenon of magnetism in nature. I don't have to create a setup. I don't have to do anything to experience this naturally occurring. So when you say mass attracts mass, I'm asking you where we can see this phenomena happen naturally.
I mean, we can talk about Kepler's laws and how they use a gravitational framework to model the orbits of the sun. We can
These are
talk about how we can talk about the
they're
discovery of
models, bro.
Neptune.
They're models and their theories.
The discovery
They're
of
models and
Neptune.
theories.
The
They're not
discovery of
nature.
Neptune was
It's
done
not nature.
entirely
No, no,
by
no. Stop gish
the
galloping.
discovery.
Stop,
Okay,
stop, stop,
what is
stop,
nature then? When
stop,
you say in
stop,
nature, what
dude.
do you mean then?
Listen, when
When
you go out into the
mayhem,
field,
when you
you
say
go.
in nature, what do you mean?
What do you think I mean? Do you think nature is
I
just
don't know
going and
because
creating
I've
a model?
given you multiple examples of where you see it out in the real world. You see it in other
Yeah,
celestial
you see it
bodies,
out in the
and
real
you can
world,
see
but
it
can
on
you?
Earth in an
Hang
experiment.
on, dude. Like, all right, you said that much. Can you interact with Neptune and Jupiter and Mars and Venus? Can you interact with them? Yes or
That's
no?
not, but Miggy,
And
that's
the
What
not
and
do you
the,
even
mean by
and the
true.
what do
physical
you
That's
mean
and
not
by
even
astral.
true. An
interact?
orbit is not mass
You
attracting mass
guys
in itself.
always do this like interaction bit,
Listen,
and I just don't
mass
No, no, no,
understand
attracts
no.
why
mass
you
Interaction
think.
means
bit. Interaction
mass
Yeah,
bit.
attracts
you
mass.
Why
walk
do
it
you
back
think
from where
that?
we
Why
started
do you
to
think
exactly
that you
like
Listen,
the
need to
celestial
interact with
listen.
them?
object.
Yeah, hang
Where do we
on.
see
I'm
things?
about to tell you. If you allow me to, I will tell you. If
No,
you
you
interrupt,
won't.
however, you're never going to get the answer because I can't tell you. All right.
Right. So
So
what
Things,
does
when you
in
go out into
nature
things
mean?
nature and you
orbiting,
see
things.
when you see the idea of these planets are floating around in the sky, and you say, "Well, there's magnetism up there too," and whatever, I don't give a shit what you say is going on up there. How can you provide evidence that that
What?
is the
I never
case?
The
said
thing, okay,
magnetism was
okay,
happening
hold on. Let me walk you through this
up there.
real quickly. Sorry, Neon.
Very good.
What happens is that if you had a model, which you don't,
Going to hell.
you would need to
Straight
expand
up.
your model. You would need to expand your
No,
model out to
he's
see if it
wrong.
works
He's wrong.
outside of
No,
us.
you're wrong.
No, no,
You're
because you don't
wrong.
know what the fuck you're talking
You're
about.
wrong, bro. You
You're
don't
wrong,
need a
bro.
fucking model.
You're
Listen, you
wrong.
don't need a fucking
You
model.
don't have
You have
Come
one.
no
Like
on,
you
idea
dude.
don't
what makes
Like,
understand.
anything.
you're just gonna keep
You
saying
don't
whatever you want.
Deny
understand.
everything.
You don't need a model to talk about reality. You can go out in nature and see things interacting with each other. Therefore, Elijah was saying magnetism occurs in reality. You can go out in nature and see how magnetism works. However, the idea that you're starting to get into right now is creating models and creating these ideas that people can have to theorize on that you cannot physically see in nature. So
Okay,
when
Mayhem.
use
Wait,
them,
Mayhem.
use the
Can I
magic.
follow up on that?
No, dude. He used a magnet. He used a magnet to stick on his refrigerator, right? That's what he was telling you guys. And then
Right.
The follow up would be for you is how can you do that with an apple? An apple, because objects attract out. So how does a refrigerator not attract the fucking apple or a piece of wood or some other shit?
Well,
Like you're saying,
long story
mass attracts
short,
mass.
long story short, it does, right? And this is
Oh
why people who
shit,
believe in
bro!
this. Wait,
You're
Mayhem,
fucking.
Mayhem.
You're lying. You're a fucking liar.
You're lying. I'm
When do you get
lying.
an apple?
I'm
Put an
lying.
apple next to your
I'm
fridge.
lying.
Put an apple next to your fridge and see if it doesn't attract like a magnet does,
Okay,
bro.
so that's
Do
not
that.
Put an
that's
apple
not the
next to a
methodology.
mountain.
That's not really the methodology that I would engage
That's
in.
what
The
you said.
methodology that
Mass attracts mass,
Mayhem.
bro.
Yes,
That's what
mass
you said.
attracts. Yes,
Well,
mass
then where's
attracts
the
mass.
fucking
But
apple?
to
When does the apple
but,
attract itself
oh
to
my
the fridge,
god,
bro?
dude, he's full on schizo, dude. Mayhem, dude. Like I'm trying to engage, but you're just not letting me, right? So like if Elijah is going to say that putting a magnet on his fridge is
It
evidence of
happens in nature.
magnetism,
It happens
hold
in
on, okay,
nature. It
but
happens in nature.
hold on, but
It happens in nature.
assuming
You can
Elijah, holy shit,
see
dude.
things that are magnetic
Elijah, dude, I
attract
understand.
one another. But
Okay,
then
so
you said we can talk about
holy
Kepler.
shit,
No,
dude.
because orbits isn't the same thing as what you're trying to say mass attracts masses. Get the fuck
Yes,
out of here.
yes, but
I'd rather you just fucking leave. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't
yeah,
care if
right.
you
You
feel
don't
like
care
I
because
don't
you don't
care
want.
how
If
you
you
feel.
don't care and you don't want to hear it,
Like
if
this is
you don't care and
this
you
is
don't want to
bullshit.
hear it, that's fine. But like, I don't
This is
really understand
bullshit.
why you have to
Yeah,
gatekeep
But
because
look,
like
you're
and
my
bullshitting.
ability to
That's why.
discuss this
no,
topic when I'm the one
Elijah,
making the
when
claim,
you
right?
even when you use that example of a magnet going on the fridge, how do you think you learned that concept?
Because
How do you
you
think
see it
no
in nature. Because
who provided that
Where in
magnet?
nature do you
nature,
see
Did you
magnetism?
create
because
that
there are
magnet
things
or
that
did
I
you
already
take a
answered
magnet?
his question. He doesn't want
Bro,
to
you
hear
don't
it.
know what you're
He
Where
doesn't
talking
do you
want to
about.
hear
see
the
magnetism
coherent
in
and
nature?
short and concise response because it happened in nature.
Where do you see magnetism in nature? What do you mean by in
I know. I
nature?
looked this up actually. It, miners found like particles sticking to their tools, their shovels and their picks, and they're like, "What the hell is this? What's going on here?"
Yeah, that's things that if you're a true flat earther and you're that skeptical, why are you using a shovel in the first place? You would have learned the
Wow.
material that needs to be
Wow.
this thing called a shovel.
Wow.
You guys are
Okay,
just
that's a
full of shit.
disqualify.
That's a disqualifier, bro.
Yeah.
You can't say that. Yeah, you can't say that. Because out of nature, there are magnets out of nature. Yes or no? Are there magnets out in nature? Yes or
Even
no?
if people didn't find them, they'd
Yeah,
still be there.
but the
Yeah,
problem is
but
that
what? That
but
refutes your point.
I was gonna finish the end of my sentence, but you just cut me off halfway through it again. Very low self control. Yeah, but the problem
Natural
is that
magnets
y'all
can
are
be found
using
in sandy deposits
like
around the world.
assuming someone had
Suck
grown
my
up,
dick.
right? Like let's say
Natural
someone
magnets can be found in
Elijah,
sandy
dude, why are
deposits
you schizo
around the
posting?
world.
Goddamn
Suck my dick. So
then
you
shut the
would
fuck
come
up. I'm
across
just gonna
this
turn you
and
down.
you would want to know,
I'm just gonna turn you
what's
down. Amazing.
causing this phenomena.
Yeah,
Then
but
you
like
can
the
figure it
problem is that
out.
if he's gonna use that as an example to justify like evidence of
Oh,
magnetism in
where's
nature,
mass
right? Like
attracting mass?
the magnet
That's
on
what I
the
want
fridge,
to see in nature.
assuming nobody had
I
like
want to see where mass is attracting mass in nature. Just like you can see natural magnets that are found in sandy deposits around the world.
Yeah. Yeah, put an apple next to your fridge. But if you get one of those magnets that you find in those sandy deposits, they'll stick to your fridge every time. But if you just want to claim that an apple runs close to a fridge because of magnetism, you got life messed up or mass attracting mass, whatever it is, you assert. It doesn't even matter. You can make up fairy tales about how this happens. If you don't see it naturally occurring in nature, then how are you they're going to assert that it does? That's a baseless assertion that you're making. And then you want to Jedi mind trick everybody that's listening to believe your horse shit. That does not happen in nature. However, magnetism does. That you're trying to equate something that we see in nature to something that we don't see in nature, which is mass attracting mass, other masses. That's bullshit, bro. And why do you want to? I don't understand your mindsets, guys. You need to change the way you guys think. It is screwed up. You're trying to equate something in nature to something not in nature, and then you go appeal to Kepler's laws. Such horseshit. And these models that are constructed are just that, models. They're not reality. You don't go out in nature and experience orbits.
I get pissed off because again, when somebody says something to me the first time, I'm responding to it. The reason that I'm responding the way that I am now is because what I'm saying is being hand waved and ignored. I've provided citations. I've I've spoken of examples that you can actually find in nature, even though your refutation is, well, the magnet on yeah, because I can find it in nature. It doesn't matter what I do and how I respond to you. All you want to do is dismiss what I'm saying and carry on begging the question, affirming the consequent, and reifying a model. That's bullshit. I'm not doing that. I'm speaking directly to you. You're ignoring what I'm saying and acting like I'm ignoring what you're saying. And the low rank flat earthers will probably be like, oh, he's muting him. Oh, he's not. Fuck out of here. It's disrespectful to pour this much into people and have them claim and project that you're doing what they're actually doing.
He's like full on schizo, man. Yeah, but like the issue is that, like, you know, if you want to say that a magnet sticking to a fridge isn't evidence of magnetism because it's not happening in nature, and you have to specifically see like an
What?
incidence of magnets happening in nature to do it, that's fine, right? It
That's
seems
not
like
what
a
I
little bit
said. See
seems
what
like
I'm
a little bit of a
saying?
retcon compared to
Get out
what you
there.
were saying earlier, you know, when you directly cited it as evidence. But like, yeah, like we have experiments where you can set it up yourself, right? You can do it at your house if you want. You might not want to use like lead bricks, but honestly the damage has already been done at this point, so I don't know, it might be okay. But
That's a disqualifier.
That guy's just spouting horseshit. First of all, he's like magnets, refrigerator magnet. He's talking about refrigerators, and he's like, well, you don't see that in nature. The fuck, dude? We're talking about magnetism.
The
We're not
dude doesn't
talking
even know how
about the magnet. Yeah, it's the whole concept of magnetism, and you.
He said that I said that putting a magnet on your refrigerator doesn't prove magnetism. That's not what I said. What I said was just like the magnets being magnetized to my fridge, I can also find this effect in nature. Y'all aren't doing that. All
Yeah.
I did, it's the first fucking. I said, where do we see this in nature? And they're, oh, it has to be in nature. The first guy's, oh, it's man-made. I'm not saying that it can't be man-made, but I first have to see it happen in nature.
Is this a serious chat?
And that's what I was saying to him earlier. Then they got the Cavendish experiment, and these guys are just skirting around gravity when gravity is part of a globe, and they can't prove that live on a globe because there's no direct evidence of curvature. So gravity, you don't talk about gravity at this point. Where's the evidence of curvature? Because there is
Yeah,
none.
the guy was saying something very circular too, and I pointed it out to him. He's like, "What's the causation of gravity?" Well, mass attracting mass. What causes mass to attract to other mass? Well, gravity. Okay, so what's causing gravity again? Mass attracting mass. I'm like, what the fuck? We're just gonna go around in circles. But then, which one is the causation? Are they both the cause? How the fuck does that happen?
Look, this is how bricked he is too. He wants you to do an experiment. He doesn't even know what he's talking about, and says, "Here, use lead."
Yeah,
and then be like, "Oh, but you don't know how to safely handle lead, so you're gonna poison yourself." But it's okay because you're already poisoned.
But
Like,
do
get
you
the fuck
understand?
out. How about offer gold or aluminum?
Yeah,
There's
but
lots of other metals he could say. He just wanted to get a dig in because he said people don't know the stuff that he doesn't know. He can get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Yeah, but what my example was that this is what they're doing. It's a Jedi mind trick. So let's go into his example, right? Like you said, he was talking about mass attracts mass. Okay, what's the cause of this? Gravity. Okay, so we're talking about gravity being the cause for mass attracting mass. Okay, now we know the cause of mass attracting mass. So what causes gravity? Mass attracting mass. What the fuck? You just finished saying that gravity causes those two things to come together, and that's how we know gravity exists. And then at the same time, you want to say what makes gravity is mass attracting mass because you got a planet-sized Earth attracting other shit to it. So now it's the fucking mass attracting things and not gravity anymore. Do you understand what I'm trying to say here? Is that they're trying to keep the shit circular. So even if he did get his little fucking example of a torsion bar twist and lead balls and shit, that's fine. You're constructing something and saying, well, the causation of mass attracting mass is gravity. Okay, numbnuts. What causes gravity? Well, mass attracting mass. What the fuck again?
We don't want to be
That's what
held
I'm
to
saying.
we don't want to be
That's what
held
I'm
to
trying to say to these guys.
he said the cause of mass attracting mass is gravity. I said, well, okay, fine. So let's manipulate gravity. He said, well, you can't because it's the effect of gravity is the effect of something else. It's not his words exactly. I thought I would remember it. Give me a second chance. I'll probably remember exactly what he said word for word. But he changed saying the cause is gravity to actually gravity is caused by the mass attracting mass. That's pretty much what he said.
Yeah, and we hung
So,
them out to dry afterwards.
so I
And
said, okay, fine. So I said, fine, great. Mass attracts mass, causes gravity. What is the effect in nature? They won't give it.
It's a Cavendish experiment. Oh.
Yeah.
The effect in nature is what we're seeing. That's the effect in nature. What do
What
you
we're
mean?
seeing? What the fuck, dude? Come
What do
on.
you mean? Okay, what do you mean when you say what is the effect in nature of gravity? Like
What
do
is the
you mean?
naturally occurring phenomena of what we see in nature to give that supposition?
E equals mc squared.
What the fuck, dude?
No, that's the truth. That's what it is. E equals mc squared.
That's a fucking equation, you idiot. You don't fucking see
You're not going to be able to see an equation. Okay. How do you? Okay.
You don't see that in
Okay. Do you guys think multiplication exists? Okay. Does multiplication exist for you guys?
No. Hold the fucking phone, man. You just said math is reality. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Is
Okay.
math...
Look, you're saying
Answer my
okay.
question, bro. Is
Yes,
math
I will
reality?
answer it. I just want to be on the same page. I want to be on the
want to
same
be on the
page.
same page with you.
So
Is math
you're
reality?
saying. So you're
It's
saying.
fucking math reality, bro.
Yes.
God
So
damn.
you're saying. You're
Let's
saying.
be
Let
clear.
me just
Let's be clear.
respond.
No, let's be clear. No. So you don't fuck up what we're saying. Okay, so you can measure.
You need me to
You
respond back to
can,
you so that I can
you,
tell you if I
measure
understand or
how
not.
fast a dense object drops to the ground. There's an average for that because it's
This is
not a
called
constant.
calculus. Yes.
It's an average, not a constant. It's an average. You can do that. You can't attribute a
No, it's
cause
not an
to it.
average.
You can't attribute a cause to it unless you can actually prove the cause. So it becomes circular when you say, well, the cause is actually caused by, then you give the equation. It's like, well, what?
Okay, so let me put it in a way that maybe will make a little bit more sense. So when you take a step, like you use your body to take one step, you're doing the exact same thing of the causal, like of dropping a ball onto the ground. This is what we call this is applied mathematics.
No, yeah, but I want to get to the point where you said that I was saying that you just asserted that E equals mc squared. Like, why did you say that for the answer?
Because that's how we know that energy, the way that it works and how mass is attracted to energy is this new age relativity thing that we have going on, this relativity circumstance. That's
Oh, do
why
you even
we
know what
can
you're talking
understand.
about?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
What's the
Have you
causation?
studied?
Yes.
Have you studied
What's
physics at all? I don't think you have, to be honest.
Guys, when you, because you're saying how do you observe things getting attracted to each other, right?
No,
Isn't that
we're
what you were
asking
saying?
specific. No, not things attracting to each other. Because in that vague response, you could say you could use magnetism involved there, and we're not talking about things attracting to each other. We're talking specifically about the theory of gravity. How is it, any way, shape, or form, proposed as the understanding of the nature of our reality? So this is the underlying premise. Now
Well,
you have to get on.
it's proposed
Listen,
because
if you're gonna jump in the arena and start to discuss, you better bring your A game because you're gonna get shellacked 9 ways till Sunday if you don't
I'm
know your
fine
shit.
with that. I'm fine with that. You can
All right.
shellac me any way that you want. I'm just let me just explain this to you. So the gravity. So you're pretty much asking why does gravity exist? right?
No, I'm not
Can we
asking why
observe
it
gravity?
exists. No, sir. I'm not asking why it exists. That's not what's
Joe,
in
it
question here.
exists. Joe, it exists.
Okay,
That's
Yeah, I'm asking you to
yeah.
show that it does.
Okay, so the way, okay, here.
Can't even
What?
get that right. Okay.
Yeah, let him go. I just want to hear because it's the first time I'm hearing this guy. So
Hold on.
I'm
So
holding.
when you the thing about the way that you guys may define gravity could be the same.
Just fucking
You're
go,
saying,
bro.
no,
Just
hold on.
fucking go.
I'm contingent. I'm giving you examples because
I
I don't
don't
want to
want
get
to hear
muted.
what we think
When
and
you
divine our
drop a
thoughts. Just
ball,
fucking
okay,
tell me.
if I drop something from, if I drop a low dense or high dense object from my hand and it goes to the ground, right? These things are proposed to fall at a different rate. Correct? Are you with me there?
Different elements fall at different rates. Go on.
Yes. So how do you explain in the flat earth model the difference
All right,
of
stop. I just let me read. Point of clarity. Point of clarity. We don't attribute ourselves to a model. So using that is fallacious. Do not say that that's a
but
stereotype
we
fallacy.
have one though.
That's a red
That's what
herring.
I'm
You just
asking.
asked if
That
flat
doesn't
earthers.
prove
You
us
asked flat earth.
not explaining anything isn't your proof of mass attracting mass. Carry on.
Yeah. Plus,
Us
don't
not
attribute us.
explaining us not explaining is not proving mass attracting mass. Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
exactly,
Just go
because
on.
that's exactly what you're claiming.
So then what do you want? What's the goal of this then?
I
The,
want the phenomena
Back
of
up your
mass
claims.
attract mass.
But
I
if
want the
you think
phenomena
that way,
that I want the phenomena of mass attracting mass. That's it.
in nature.
but you cannot use mathematics because that would be it's not observable, is what you're saying.
Is it?
Listen, bro.
Oh
Listen.
my god.
Is math? Can you see the number 2 running around outside, bro?
That's what
Can
I'm
you hand
saying.
me
So
the
then
number
how would
5?
you guys, okay, so that's what I'm saying.
Can you
So
hand
where
me
do
the
you
number?
guys go?
Fucking question. Why do you guys fucking? You
No,
don't
you
answer
cannot
shit.
see the number 2 running around, but you can see the
Okay.
number 2 in cars. Like, let's say there's 2 cars going at different
You see,
speeds, and then,
listen,
but
dude.
it's
Like,
not the number
why,
2.
It's a
for you and
fucking
everybody
man-made
else
car.
listening right now, what we're
What's the
asking for,
clipboard? My English is not my first language, so
yeah, what
please.
we're asking for is a naturally observed phenomena. When you go out in nature, if you see something occurring in nature, then that's what we're asking to represent. What you're bringing as the understanding for us to know something is happening. It has to be applied in nature. If it's
So
not
now,
occurring in nature,
yes. So
okay.
what I understand where your skepticism, where the fence is for
Skepticism.
your
What the
skepticism.
fuck?
You
True
have to be
gravity.
skeptical. Hold on. I understand exactly where it's not making sense what I'm saying, and I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so let's say you get a flat earther that believes in what you believe in, and he needs to come up with like an equation. But then
No.
once he comes up with this equation
Dude,
for this,
what?
you guys would not
Oh,
believe it as well.
dude,
Because
And hold on.
I just don't know. You guys would be
Let
primitive.
me answer you. The equation and everything that you have, all of the records that you have of things falling, all the elements falling, is not is this completely non sequitur to what the shape of the earth is. Now, you're claiming this is what the fuck we're talking about. You're claiming that, well, the reason we see all these different things is because we live on a globe. That's yet to be proven. You don't even have a phenomena of mass attracting mass.
Yeah.
And you're
We
conflating
do
that
have a
with
phenomena
these
because
things
this is
fall
the
at a
earth that we
different
live
rate.
on.
No, bro, that's begging the question, bro.
Dude, you said a
How is
statement
it
that's
begging
so
the question?
you said a statement
For a
that's so
reason.
religiously fundamental. It is insane. What you just
I am
stated
not
right now.
religious.
You just said because we live on Earth, bro. Like that's so fucking
No,
right.
it's not that. It's not that we. It's
You
not that.
said that. You said it came
Listen,
out of your
listen.
mouth.
Yes, I said that, but the reason I'm saying that is that we're able to observe the phenomena that Earth has on things around us.
All right. Where is the phenomena of mass attracting mass? Go ahead and show me that. Where?
Satellites that you use for the internet that you're
Fucking
using right
satellites,
now
bro. We're not.
are
God damn,
using
dude.
gravity in order
Listen,
to.
bro. We're not talking about
There's
fucking
That is a
satellites.
phenomena. That is a
hold
phenomena.
on.
What the?
Actually, actually,
What about before
if you want to
satellites,
be
dickhead?
How do
technical,
satellites work for you guys?
actually, if you want to be technical, they use a flat plane model for that. and then
You
using the
don't use a
radius
flat
of the
channel.
Earth, using the radius of the Earth, they extrapolate the numbers to make them seem like, oh,
Yes,
okay, it's actually
but
going
it's
around.
not just the radius of the Earth. What it is it's
Only
the
when
it's
I'm talking, because again, when you say something new, I don't say shit. Because now it's time for me to respond because I've listened to what the fuck you said.
Yeah, shut up and
So
listen,
why am
mate.
I insane for that? What's wrong with you?
Okay, go ahead.
He's rude, Eli. That's what he is. He's rude.
I'm really not trying to be rude. I'm really trying to be understanding of this, and I'm trying to just get
Well,
to.
listen, let people speak, absorb the information, and tell us what you think about that. Because at the moment, you've got nothing, bro. You can't measure curvature. You've got no evidence of Earth curve. You don't know what you're going on about. We're talking about
But what
gravity.
is measuring curvature to you? Is it taking a ruler and then walking
No,
around the
think
Earth?
about it like this. No, think about it like this. It's geometry, right? So if you're talking about shapes, right? Supposedly, there's allegedly, I would say, they have the values to what the size of the Earth is. Regardless if you believe that or not, it doesn't matter. It's public information. Everybody can look up what size the Earth is with radius, diameter, and circumference. So allegedly, the Earth is a spheroid, an oblate spheroid. So if you were to look it up, you could find out that the Earth is an oblate spheroid of a certain set size of dimensions. So with that information, you're going to test the claim of the size of the Earth. So
But
what you
how? But you don't believe in the mathematics,
you're
anyways.
you're telling me,
again.
Listen, hang on. You're telling me something right now that you should already know. So I am not the one here that's going to be telling you, oh, check it out, man. This is what you need to do. No, fuck that. If you don't know that information, then who's in the, like right now, who has a religious zealotry? That's you, sir. Because you're claiming the idea that you live on a globe exists, but you don't know how to support it. So in other words, yeah, the earth is a globe, but I just don't know how, bro. And so we're
I do
asking
know
you,
how to support it.
we're asking you, go ahead and demonstrate geometry to us. Go out into the field, right? Go out into nature and go measure some of this curvature that they say that you live on top of the surface of the geometric shape that you are
That's
standing on.
happened. That's happened.
Okay, so now that you said that, now let everybody hear how you're gonna explain to us how they measure drop over distance.
Hold on. Didn't you
Because
guys have a guy that there was a guy
you're not
that
getting away.
like
You're not
he
getting
said
away.
if the Earth was flat, he would be able to see a
No.
light through
You
like a
guys,
hole?
no, I'm sorry. You
being
guys,
rude.
you
He's
guys,
being
nothing.
rude again.
Yeah, don't say you guys.
Well, you're flat earthers.
I want you to tell me because
He
it's
was
just coming
already
from you.
explained that point, so he's lying, pretending that he wasn't already ad nauseum explained that it wasn't a laser. It was supposed to be a laser. It wasn't. They used the light instead. And who gives a fuck?
Yeah, because I'm asking you. That question is to you, not to turn it back around to us to ask to you. How do you know it's a globe with geometry? So that's to you. Now, don't, well, you flat earthers. No, answer the fucking question. How do you know that the Earth has been measured to have curvature with drop over distance? Answer, please.
So this is what I said. The only way that I can rebuttal you is through using mathematics. I don't know how to do that as a singular human being and then
So
be
it
able
hasn't been done.
to
So it hasn't been done.
prove like
So it hasn't been done.
without mathematics. No,
So it hasn't been done.
How
So
do
my
you do that? Okay, how does it look like?
Right.
What does
So
that
my
look
point
like?
exactly, it has not been done. Therefore, you're making baseless assertions and religious zealotry that it's a globe, bro. Believe me. And we don't want to believe you because if you were saying something that was true, then we could go out into the field and measure the sagittale, which is the Earth hump of Earth curvature between point A to point B on any distance on the Earth. We'd be able to find that easily. But what you're saying is, oh, why, dude, you're asking me, how am I supposed to do that? Why the fuck is it our problem? We're telling you that it's not curving, and yet you're saying that it just is, bro. Trust me. And we're
How
like,
do
no,
you prove that
you
it's
measure
not
the
curving?
fucking geometry. No,
Okay, how are you proving that it's not curving then? I
you
think is the better
cannot tell
question.
me. You can't tell me shit right now about what I can do because you have not.
Okay, but how do you prove that it's not curving? I have the right.
The
I have the right
audience
to
has
ask that
heard
question.
you. The audience has heard you say that you haven't. You said the Earth is a globe and you haven't proven it. So now what are we waiting
you
for?
prove that it's not curving?
It doesn't matter. You haven't proved that it's a globe, sir. So that means that you don't know that it's one. Do you understand that point? Do you understand that you do not know that the Earth
that
is
it's
a globe?
flat? Do you know that it's flat?
He's pretending that the conversation.
I'm not pretending anything. Do you know that it's flat, Mayhem?
You
No,
keep
listen,
turning the
listen.
shit around to me. You fail to realize that right
Yes
now.
or no? Do you know that it's flat?
Listen to me. Yes, but I'm going to tell you that right now. What I'm
How do you know
acknowledging.
that? How do you know that?
Listen,
We
because
already told you.
what I'm acknowledging is not your little turn back around to look at me. What I'm acknowledging is that how you don't know that the Earth is a globe. So that's not something you're thinking about. You're just like, you want to win the fucking
No,
argument.
you're limiting
and
the
this is not what
tools
this
that I
is
could
about.
use. What you did was limit the tools that I'm able to use, and I'm
How
saying,
the
okay,
Oh, bullshit.
no, because I cannot use mathematics or geometry. No, that's exactly what you did. So how do you prove in your model that the Earth is flat?
Fuck
Don't
you,
say
dude. I
fuck
did
you.
not limit your fucking tools. Bullshit. When
Yes,
did I
you
limit
did. You
your
said
fucking
that I cannot use equations because
Wait, I didn't
I'm using equations that people told us.
No. I said if you use those fucking equations, go
How
out
do
to
I
the
prove those equations, right?
fuck, dude. Go out to the Earth and then go measure those fucking equations. If that's what you're claiming, go to
We
the
do
Earth and
that.
go measure them. When
But
have
we
you
do
fucking done that, or when has anybody ever done that? That's what I'm
Even
asking.
when you use a power line, for example, do you know those power lines, those huge ones that you see in the middle of, let's say you drove through like Southern California up to North California.
You don't know because you just
What?
You already admit that you don't know what to expect. You said, "How would you do it?"
Yep.
I'm a singular person. Everyone else in this room, you also know because you've been around. Everyone in this room knows how to test the claim that's already out there as a singular individual. You're pretending.
How do you
like
test the claim as a singular individual?
You're pretending
That the
you don't
Earth
know.
is flat.
Why do you ask him? Wait, no. Why the fuck do you ask him if you don't know? Why are you asking him?
Okay, how do you test that claim?
You see?
How are you guys testing that claim?
Sir, that's the issue that I'm trying to point out to you currently right now. The issue is you're asking that
The Earth
question,
is
which
big.
means
It's very big.
that you don't know. And I'm pointing that out
That's not
to you.
true.
That
Because
is
I would use mathematics. Because I would use
for the room.
I
Hold
would
on,
use
hold on,
math.
hold on. So are you claiming that the globe model doesn't predict obstruction over a distance due to curvature?
Are you saying that to me?
Yes.
Repeat the question.
So are you saying that the globe model doesn't predict observable obstruction over the surface?
It does predict observable. It does predict obstruction, not observable. Because if it's obstructed, it means it's not observable.
So if you know what that predicted obstruction is, could you go out into reality and see if that obstruction is there?
You would have to. I mean, the way that you guys would do it, you'd.
Oh no, you
tools.
guys.
Like, I don't know how you guys would prove that.
Don't say you.
I think that you can. Yes.
How?
Right. Okay. So that would be
just
how
look to the horizon.
How?
Here we go. The horizon.
Yeah, but how? Now you're gonna go into explaining how, because at first you're questioning the shit of how to do it. Now you're an expert on how to fucking measure it.
No, just look at the sun. Look at when the sun goes down from the horizon.
Bro,
that's like
listen. Okay, so is that how they've done it in the past? What Wolfgang just told you, is that how the shit they've measured the curvature of the Earth in the past? Is that how they've done it?
That's not measuring necessarily.
All right, bro. That's what I'm asking for. So is everybody else. But because in regards to geometry, when you talk about a spheroid, you could measure a fucking spheroid.
I understand. Geometry gives us a different understanding. Yes,
you understand
I understand that. Yes.
All right. So you know what a shape is, right? If you're talking about like a spheroid, if you're gonna use that idea that we're standing on one of those, a giant one, then how would you then apply the same rigor that you did to the spheroid that you could see in it? Like you can hold a basketball, let's say, and you could apply the same rigor to the Earth. You wouldn't go like, well, there's 1,000 puzzle pieces that, no, you just go and fucking directly measure the shit so you could find out that hump of Earth curve between point A to point B on any distance on the Earth.
But this is difficult. You're trying
I'm
to
asking
like.
you why.
I understand. I understand. Look. I understand.
No.
Geometry. I just let him speak. Can I just respond?
No, listen, stop. No, listen, stop. You're saying something is difficult that, according to academia, is easy.
It is easy if you're using my model. Yes.
No, that's not what
So
I'm
it's
saying.
easy, but it's difficult.
I'm trying to use your model.
What
But you
Miggy
don't
is
have
saying,
one.
Wolfgang is asking you, is easy. According to academia, according to Washington.edu, according to San Diego State, it's easy.
Dude,
The
I
thing
I
that
would have
we're
liked to
saying
respond
that
to
you
the
don't
other
know
guy.
what it is, the thing that we're saying that you don't know what it is, what you do, because we told you. You're saying that that's hard to do. Your way is easy. No,
You didn't
it's
tell me. You didn't tell me anything.
easy to do. Yeah, I did.
No, you didn't. I just need to understand how to communicate with you guys effectively. That's really all that happened.
Well, you need to
I
have more
still
education
disagreed. I
with
still
what you
disagreed because I
do.
said I understand. I understand. Can I respond to what he was saying? The previous guy, not this Elijah person. So the other guy, yes, I understand the part of, well, you when you look at the sun, how do you go out and you measure, now say that's a basketball, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The issue though is that we need, when you use geometry, what ends up happening is that it takes it from your personal experience to, I guess, an understanding of something outside of you, and that's why we use mathematics. That's why it's like
Oh my
it's a
god.
conceptual.
Right,
No, it's
right, okay,
conceptual.
okay, cool. So when you said earlier, yes,
You
there's a
can't run
prediction of
around the earth.
obstruction. There's a prediction of obstruction over the surface due to curvature. Yeah, you agreed with that.
There is obstruction, yes.
No, there's a prediction of obstruction, right? What is that prediction
Who
based
knows
on?
what it could be? Anything. It could be.
He
So
doesn't
okay,
know.
hold on.
Wolfgang,
No, 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 no. Hold on. If you were to put,
He
the
doesn't
Earth,
know.
make it
you don't
small
know, bro.
enough, it would be
You don't know.
smoother. Than,
You don't
no,
fucking
hold
know. You
on.
just said.
I
You
will
just said
tell
who
you. Let
knows.
me respond because I
You
do
don't
know.
know.
If you were to
You don't
take
know.
the Earth, right, and then make it the same size as a
Nah, we
marble,
don't want to hear
it
this
would be
shit. This is
smoother
bullshit.
than
This
a
is
marble.
bullshit.
Hold
This
on.
is
It would be
bullshit.
smoother than a
This
marble,
is
and this is a
bullshit.
fact.
Nobody
Let
cares.
me just tell
Nobody
you.
This
cares,
is
bro.
You
irrelevant.
don't
This
want
is
to listen
red
to me.
herring.
You
This
don't want
is
to listen
non
to me. I was going to
sequitur.
give you
This is
perspective, but you don't
non
want to listen to what I have to say.
sequitur. This is
No.
non sequitur to my question. My question was, what is the prediction that you just agreed is there
Yeah,
based
but
on?
I'm trying to give you an example. If you were to shrink the
No.
Earth
Just
down
tell
to a
me what
marble,
the
I'm giving
prediction
you. You have to be able to conceptualize this. Otherwise, you won't
a ball
understand.
of a certain
There
size.
is a
Is it a ball of a
prediction.
certain size that the prediction is based on?
Yeah. There's a prediction. There is a prediction. Either you know or you don't know. You can't say, well, let me tell you what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah.
Because it's non sequitur.
Yeah. Let me tell you that the Earth would be as smooth as a marble. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Tell me what the prediction is
Because we're
based on.
talking
It's
about
based on the size
obstruction.
of a
Because we're
ball.
talking about obstruction.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So
Yeah,
what is the
you guys, fine,
obstruction
fine. Because you don't
predicted based on?
understand. You don't understand that you're making that prediction from you as a human being, and you don't
What the fuck
understand the
is
What is
scale.
their
happening,
You don't
prediction
dumbass?
based
What
understand
the
the
on
fuck?
when they
scale
say,
because you don't
Okay.
understand scale.
You
Wolfgang.
don't
no,
understand
okay.
scale.
Wolfgang. Wolfgang.
Who the fuck is this
Wolfgang.
guy?
Sorry, what?
Okay, dude.
What's up,
Wolfgang.
Elijah?
All right.
Can I do the
Oh my
video?
god.
Because I want him to deny the very simple San Diego State and the very simple how math works, the thing that he
Show me what
brain
San Diego
how
State said.
math works. Can I do that real quick? Cause I guarantee you,
Yeah,
even though
go
you
for it.
know him, what he doesn't know, he's still going to find a way not to answer. Just like he didn't answer what the natural phenomena for mass attracting mass is. Are you game, sir?
Yeah, go ahead. I
All
can't
right.
use mathematics. I'm
Dale.
handicapped.
I'm sharing my screen. Not yet. I'm going to share my screen. Hopefully, I wasn't just watching porn. Okay. Now, how? Here we go. See all of these videos at your leisure. You can type this in and learn about your religion. It's very educational. So we'll go with brain stuff, how stuff works because it's the shortest. Well, other than this 27-second video.
Is there a way that we can play the clips through the channel or something so that everyone can hear it? Does that work?
Say again?
Can anyone do it? Is there a way that anyone can play the clip through the channel so that people
Through
can hear it
what?
who are listening?
Oh, you know
I
what?
can if you give me
Actually,
the
I will
MP3.
play it through I'll play through my other speaker so we can just hear it. We won't have visual, but we'll have I guess I could play
Grace,
it at
Yeah,
next
Grace,
time.
do you have a
whatever, dude.
video of it? Because Grace could play it with through a soundboard.
Drace, you there?
I think
Yes, my
so.
man. Just give me the thing and I'll rip it.
Okay. Oh, you want the video?
Yeah, yeah. I would just have to convert it into MP3. It just takes a minute.
Okay, well, while you're doing that, I guess Elijah can play it on his side, and people can join his stream to see it here.
That's the equation. I
Okay.
don't know, like what.
Yeah. Based on a measurement. Yeah. Equations aren't just they equate to something, or they don't. I mean, because let's face it, you can have
You
equations.
discount that you're a human being. Like you discount that
He's
so
not even.
hard.
Look, are you down or what?
I'm down. Can we watch it? Why are we even paused?
Elijah's giving up his humanity by playing.
Yeah, he's giving up his humanity.
By playing a How Stuff Works video. Makes sense.
Well, it's nice knowing you as a human, Eli.
Bro.
I know that's what sometimes people like. You gotta
It's going on.
take
I want
control,
to
but
watch the video so bad.
oh, sorry. Were you guys play the video playing?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He won't watch it. He won't listen to it. He's a globe muppet.
Okay, go ahead. I'm tuned in.
I'm literally watching it. Yeah, so like what's wrong with what he just said? Yeah, so like what's wrong with what he just said?
Okay. What at what level of difficulty is that for a single organism? Is that a 10 being extremely God mode impossible, or one fairly simple?
I think it would be like a probably a 3-4.
A 3-4 to go to the beach and determine based on
Yeah,
the form.
because average intelligence, like if 5 was average, yes, I think it would
What
be
about
like a
you?
3-4.
What about you? What was your level of understanding? Was it fairly simple,
I think I
or
understood what he said, yes.
yeah? All right, great. Now, you want to know where that's derived from? Everything that he said?
Where is it derived from?
Let's go with Washington. You see this circle and you see the tangent?
Yes.
Okay, so you see H, right? That's your
Yes.
height above the circle, or
Yes.
in our case, the
This
sphere.
globe,
You
yes.
can believe that. Okay, so there's a line to the point that you can no longer see beyond. So you can't see the rest of the
Yep.
ground.
Height by
But
length, yes.
that's the horizon.
hmm
Mm-hmm. Right? You
hmm
understand?
Yes, I know how to. I can calculate it. Yes.
It's because of the assumption of the radius that you get the distance. You understand that?
Yes. Yeah.
So the formula is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Do you have a problem with that?
1.2 times by. Say that again. 1.2 times what?
1.2. Let me type it in.
The distance to the horizon is no more than.
Let's see what we get. see that?
Let me look at your screen. Hold on. Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay. Based on yes, and then you have to do your height is what would be being rooted. Yes. Okay.
Yep.
So okay.
Now, you ready for the final step?
Go ahead. It would just
Okay.
be an equation, right? It'd be the
This is
equal.
the reason that we're all flat earthers. Mm, what? Oh,
I gotta get a new computer. My computer crashed, but I have everything loaded now when you need it in the future.
what?
Yeah,
Yeah,
all
I
good.
loaded
Cheers,
the,
Ray.
the Horizon clip into my soundboard for next time when you need it.
Okay. Let's just go back. I don't want to miss anything.
What was that professor's name that does expansion of gas into a vacuum?
We're watching a video right now.
Oh,
You know why he says 1.22 miles?
Because that's supposedly at the depending on the height, that's supposedly the distance of where the horizon starts to meet, right?
Yeah. So
Okay,
that means
continue.
that means he's saying the camera is 1 foot off the ground, correct?
If he plugs it in correctly, yes. So the bottom strip is now going over the supposed horizon, correct? Right?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Where's the horizon in this?
So are you saying because there's like that mountaintop there and all that? So this
Where
is also someone.
meeting
What
the
do you mean?
we remember we saw the first video, right?
Mhm.
So what did the guy say the horizon was?
The line is dropping. You could barely see the red. You could
What
barely,
did
and
the
they're using a
guy
camera.
say the horizon was in the first video?
Yeah, but the horizon is subjective. Like
What did the guy
you're
say the horizon was in the first video?
it would be the 1.22 that you're
No,
talking about.
the first video. What did the guy
I
say?
don't even. I don't. It's like one. I don't remember what he said. It was like
The
a super
first
basic
guy.
video. He probably said that if you stand at some level, at some place, it's gonna
How
go
did
over
he
the
how did
horizon.
he describe the horizon?
Where your eyes? I don't know, dude. What? Just tell me.
He said where the sky and ground appear to meet. Where is that in this?
Well, there's a mountain there, so you can't see beyond the mountain.
At
So it's hard for you to
1.2
conceptualize the sky.
miles,
But
at
there is
one
sky behind that.
at 1.2 miles, is the sky appearing to meet the ground?
That's why I used the marble, but you guys didn't want me to say that. There's obstructions. Like just because a mountain is
Is
there doesn't
is
mean
the
that
horizon like we just saw in the diagram
there
here?
is a mountain behind them.
Hold
There's a
on. I
mountain
think you
behind.
forgot. I think you forgot. I think you forgot.
See, I feel like the black swan's a better demonstration just because they get confused on that one. Even though the point is you can
No,
see
there's
the
nothing
water.
to get
Are you
confused
saying
about.
that it needs to
There's
it
I
needs
know,
to
nothing.
Elijah.
There's
using
I
nothing to
know.
get confused about.
I know. I know. We know that, but it's like because it's like they feel
You
like there's
still
wiggle
watching.
room in there.
I just need him to go back to everything. You see this tangent to the tangent
it's
point?
supposed to be 1 foot off the ground is where the camera is, right?
Do you see what I'm showing you right now?
Yes, 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 yes.
Okay, so that tangent point right there, where the right there of the hypotenuse. What is that? IL, whatever
It's
that
L.
is?
It's L, yes.
Yeah. Okay. You see where it meets the circle?
Yes.
Okay, that is where the sky appears to meet the ground. That's the claim. Where is that in this?
It would be hard to explain it to you because you don't understand that one, there's a mountain
It's
there.
really hard to
Two, you're
explain.
using
Either it's in this shot or it's not. Do you see a
it's not
horizon
in the
where
shot. It's not in the shot. But
exactly,
technically
but it's
there
supposed
is a
to but
horizon.
geometrically it's supposed to be
But
at where? 1.22 miles? Do you see it at 1.22 miles?
there is a
Do,
horizon. You're just
do
you
you
can't
do you see the horizon that we just talked about? The
not in
geometric
this shot, not in the way that you're thinking about it. No.
there's only one way to see, think of, and know what a horizon is. There's only one way. It's where the
That's
sky
not
appears to meet
true.
the ground.
That's
But it
not
is true.
true. That's
It
not
is true.
true.
Yeah, it is true.
Okay. All right.
Because
All
if
right.
that
You
if it
got
was
me.
at one if it was
Mountains
at
don't
one
exist.
if it was at 1.2 miles, then the water behind the boat, we wouldn't be able to see that. You agreed that everything beyond that point is curving away from you, therefore you can't see it. Well, that's not happening in this because you have the boat at 3 miles. So 1.2 miles is 2 miles in front of that, which in your vision perspective is much closer, so the angle would be much greater than where the boat is at 3 miles. So we can't see anywhere at 1.2 miles where there's an obstruction of the rest of the water because clearly you can see water behind the boat. Am I crazy or am I just describing what we're seeing? You can see water behind the boat, right?
So hold on.
You can
So
see
this,
water behind the
but
boat, right?
what you're
Can
doing,
you see water
I
behind the
understand, but
boat?
you don't
No, you're
understand
not
that
answering
there's
the question. You're not
you
answering the
can
question. It's cognitive
you can
dissonance.
actually you cannot
You're
see
trying
water
to
behind the boat.
explain, but you don't really know. This is
No,
why we're
I'm
doing
not because there's a
exercise.
concept called refraction, and then
So
there's just
then, so
more that
then, so
goes
then there
into.
is. So then everything we just went over is bullshit. Then
It's
that
not
what you're
bullshit.
saying? So
No,
then
no,
I
no,
would be
no.
able to see it,
It's
right?
the way that your eyes are manipulating the objects, and I don't think you
No, you don't. You see
understand.
water. You see water behind that boat, don't you? Yes or no?
Yes, and because you're using a lens that you're not understanding this. You're
So
not
it's
understanding
optical.
it.
Wow.
So if you're seeing the water beyond the boat, then the horizon is not in front of the stripes.
I
You
couldn't
can't
understand
even
what that person said.
you see how religious you are. You
It's
can't even
not a
be.
religion.
See how religious you are? You can't even
But
be.
okay, fair. I mean, just look into like refraction a little bit, maybe, and then
Fraction nullifies
just
everything we just saw. Everything I just showed you. The guy said it's going to be at 1.2 miles. The guy in the second video is saying the horizon is going to be at 1.2 miles. They're very clear in stating that there is no horizon there. There's no horizon there. If there's refraction, then there is no
but
horizon.
that's why you're able to see it in the way in the view that
So
you're
if you can't
manipulating
see geometric obstruction, then how the fuck is it supposed to block
because
stuff?
you don't understand how big the earth actually is.
No, we
Full
just went
circle.
through
We're
how
full
big it is.
circle.
We just went how big it is. We
Yeah,
just
I
looked
mean,
at
I don't. Yeah,
it.
maybe I don't know. You guys, I
Bring the
really don't
1.2
know how to explain it. You
based
maybe
on the
All
time.
right, so let me ask you one more
I'll
question.
take the L. I'll take
Let
the
me
L.
ask you. Thank you. Let me ask
Thank
you one
you.
more. That I appreciate that. I really do. But it's not solidified yet. You're just saying that because you don't want to argue any further. You somewhere deep down, you know that you're wrong, and there has to be some ad hoc explanation to it. But let's go further. Because you're an anywhere earther, and this is very religious, I have to hit you hard. I do, and I'm sorry for that. What distance is too far of a line of distance for you to see? Or is there no distance that you can observe?
It depends on what you say about C. Like
Listen.
C could be
Oh
like
my!
an
You hear what
iPhone
you're saying?
camera like
You hear what
4
you're saying?
versus
You
like
hear what
the
you're saying?
12 Pro.
Do you hear
Yes, I
what you're
do
saying?
hear what I'm saying
What
because
the fuck
refraction
are you
exists.
listen, if I zoom into my
Dude, the
house,
Earth is really
if
big,
I
man.
zoom into my house, what's gonna happen? If I
If you
use
zoom into
binoculars
your
to look at
house,
my house, what's gonna happen?
it gets smaller or it's not. You can't see
If
it.
I
You wouldn't
use
be able to see it.
binoculars to look at my house, what is going
Smaller,
to
obviously.
happen?
If you use binoculars to look at your house, from where are you looking at your house from?
In front of my house is in my line of sight. I'm looking at my house. I pull out a pair of binoculars. What am I going to see?
You just see like a zoomed in version of your house, I guess.
Okay, so it's going to magnify what I see with my eyes because my house is
Yes.
physically there, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So in this sense, the horizon is supposed to be there. So when you pull out a camera, it's just supposed to magnify what is physically
No,
there.
this is
Now,
refraction. This is
now,
refraction. Hold on.
now,
How about create a
now,
lens? Create a
now,
lens that can see to
now,
the
I'm
end of
not,
the earth.
listen, bro, I'm not asking you why you can't because I already know that you're religious. I asked you, how far would you need to see across the earth to go, you know what? I don't think the globe is real. Give me a
How
number.
far? I
Give
don't
me a number.
know.
You
I
don't
don't
even
know.
fucking know,
I would
bro.
have to.
You're
I
not
don't know.
religious.
I would have to. I could look it
You're
up,
not
but
religious. You're not
that could be
religious.
manipulated as us. You said
You're not
what?
religious. You
I
don't
don't
believe
have that.
in
Like I don't have that in my
tell me what
arsenal.
you would
I'm a
expect.
software engineer, but that doesn't mean that I know much about
Bro,
like
you
all
can't even.
about
I don't
physics.
care if you're a software engineer. You're a
But that doesn't
human
mean that I know
being.
everything about physics
You're
or
a
electrical
He's
human
gone.
engineering.
being. You can't
He's
even
gone.
tell me what would falsify the globe for you. You don't
That's what
even.
I said. If you have like a lens that can show us like the end of the Earth, like where it ends, and
Oh,
then
okay.
have that be disproven,
You would
then
have to be able to
I
see
think maybe
forever. Okay,
you
so
said
you would
what?
have to be able to see forever. But guess what?
That's what you're
Even with
saying. That's what you're
no,
saying.
no, I'm not because I know that the air is opaque, and with distance, you
We can
can't fucking
manipulate
see
that.
forever, even if you could.
We can
Yeah,
manipulate
that's
that.
why we have Jay Tolan Media who tries to see further using infrared, and he can see 1,000 miles into the distance.
He cannot see
So,
1,000 miles into the distance. I'm sorry.
well,
I
yeah,
don't
he
know.
does. Yeah, he does. He's a pilot.
I'll watch that.
No, you
I'll
won't.
watch that.
It won't matter because you don't even know what would, at least as far as line of sight observations go,
Line
you
of
don't
sight is
know how far,
relative. Line of
you
sight
don't,
is relative.
line of sight is
Get
not
back on
relative.
the horizon.
Line of
You're
sight is not,
saying you're saying
line of sight,
where there
don't
is
interrupt me.
no.
Don't interrupt me. Line of sight is not relative.
Okay. All right.
And now he's saying the Earth's
You
too
got
big to
it.
see
I have
Kirby.
You
a
got it.
car in my line of sight and I'm trying to be in the wanted movie and I want to shoot the gas canister. It's right there in my line of sight and in my shot. I can shoot it. That's not subjective. That would be the same for anybody. That's why people go to fucking target practice. Are you fucking insane?
Yeah. Yeah, you guys got it. I want to see how far you guys progress with this. You
No,
guys
that's
got
good.
it.
Glad.
You got it.
The guy sounds wounded.
I mean,
Nice one, Eli.
I mean, the community is growing. I'm not just talking about this. I'm talking about, years ago when I would bring it up, people would be like, "Oh, that's crazy." Now when people hear me speaking to you guys in public, they're like, "Hell yeah, flat Earth. Yo, what's your Discord? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I wanted more information, but you know how the internet is. It's hard to get information these days because a lot of people, it's not about being you know what being skeptical is? It's about hearing information and not believing it. You know when skepticism stops? When you look into the information. That's when skepticism stops and your brain has to make a decision.
He did the old classic Eli, when he was, he could see the horizon, so-called horizon, physical horizon, was way past the 1.2 mile distance, and then he
Well,
had
there
to go
wasn't
with
even a
the.
horizon in there, to be honest, because
I
it
know,
was
but he had
it
to go.
was blocked by it's called the local horizon when
Yeah.
or the when buildings or mountains are in the way. But here's the thing. No, there's supposed to be a horizon there. If not, if the sky is blocked by the mountain, that's fine, but you're not supposed to see the water behind the boat.
Yeah, but
There's
he was
water in
going.
front of the
He
boat.
was going with the Earth
You have
too
a
big.
whole you have a whole 2 miles in between the geometric horizon and the fucking boat.
Yeah, but the Earth's too big to see the curve.
It's the same way when you see the mountain in the distance blocking your view further. You're not supposed to see the ground on the other side and the air above it.
The Earth's too big to see the curve, but we've measured it at 1.2 times the observer's height in feet squared. Cuckoo. Nice clip though, Eli. Good one.
Yeah, thank you, man. I hate when these guys make a claim, and then you go to chase the claim down, and they're like, "Well, the reason that we don't experience it, I'm like, yo, what church do you go to? How is that not religion? You can't experience something, but it has to be there because there are people smarter than me that know more than I do. What kind of cult religion are you in that you don't see that it's a cult?
It's the cult of scientism taught by the government concentration camps, indoctrination centers. I mean, public school.
Yeah. And
Everybody
Satanism.
knows. You know what's crazy? Before this conversation happened, not this one this morning, but just like in general, everybody knew school was bullshit. Now everybody's appealing to school when it comes to flat earthers. Everybody knew education was bullshit. Everybody knows that it's damn near impossible to get a job out of college. Everybody knows that the leading debt in America is motherfucking student loans. What the fuck are we yo, like fam. the-
It's like you get these liberals, these radical liberals, will tell you that they want the police out of schools. And you're like, okay, sure, that I could see an argument for that. The school to prison pipeline, a lot of mistakes the government had made. Then they'll tell you they want the police to force flat earthers back to school. I go, wait, you just said you wanted the police out of the school, and now you want a prison. You want to turn the schools into a prison. But I just said to you, I agreed with your idea about getting rid of the school to prison pipeline. You just don't want to get rid of the pipeline, just make them all prisons. Wow, dude. This is what this cult has done to you. It's broken your worldview that you constantly make these logically contradictory claims. You're not thinking, you're not using any sort of wisdom or logic. You're just spurging out because you're mad that somebody disagrees with your religion. No, thank you.
Well, the guy whoever was on that conversation and Eli sort of broke him down there. I mean, he did sound broken in the end, or he was coming to some sort of realization that he needs to think about this, and I hope he does go away and think about this.
He's not
Because
broke. We did this before. These people just come in the next day and act like everything that we said. He's full of shit. Unfortunately,
these are the people who are a waste of time. Then, you know,
I mean,
waste
it
of
serves a
fucking.
purpose for the people in here who are, you
Yeah,
know, the
exactly.
silent
Yeah.
majority that don't want to say anything, but they're like, you know what? Why couldn't he show a natural phenomena? I mean, for God's sakes, he did make a point about, you know, the magnetism actually having a phenomena, and it is natural. Why can't he do that? Why doesn't he just answer him honestly? Because here's the thing. You want to know what happens when you're watching your hero, your favorite boxer, your favorite basketball player, you're watching them perform and you're expecting them to crush. And there's two types of people who justify why their fighter or their champion lost, and there are people that goes, "What the fuck? Haven't you been over the fundamentals? Do you even know how to box? What the fuck was that shit?"
Like they threw. You're thinking like you had to have thrown that game. I mean, what happened? You know, like I'm trying to square this away. I've trained with you. I've seen you fight, and an old lady just knocked you out with a right cross. Like, what happened?
Exactly. Exactly, Craig. You got it.
It's like if flat earthers are always the underdog, and they're always going to lose because the globe model has all this proof. The undisputed heavyweight champion of the cosmos, the heliocentric, all praise heliocentrics. How come they just can't even stay in the ring long enough to even have a discussion?
It's like that guy before, that dog guy I was speaking to. You know, it just going round in circles. You give them you can try and explain to it, and they just start jumping around onto different things. You give them gas doesn't go down, go boom boom. You ask them for an actual observation of gravity. You ask them for Earth curve measurements in drop over distance, and you rebuke everything they say, and then they're interrupting you, then they're jerking around again, and that's what they do. But like Eli says, it's good for new people to be hearing it. If we can keep it sensible and professional, that's even better for us. And I think
Yes, I
Eli does
worked
that great.
it. It was a little messy before you got here. To be honest. Because I hate repeating myself. And I hate when a person repeats themselves. So earlier we were talking about gravity and all this other stuff. Not just him, but there were others. And they would make a statement, and then I would respond to that statement, and then they respond something like, "Well, okay, let me put it like this." So basically, what you want to do is ignore what I said as a refutation for what you're saying, or as an inquiry for you to establish, how you know what you're saying. At least give me the proof of your premise before you continue and build on your premise. And then instead of doing that, they say, well, let me word it like this, and try to just repeat what they said instead of dealing with the refutation. And ultimately, that's basically just ignoring me or any of us to do that.
Yep,
To just
that's what
say,
they do.
yeah, I hear what you're saying. No, you don't. Because if you did, you would respond, but you're not responding. You're just responding with a reiteration of what you already said, like I didn't just address you. So I
Yeah,
addressed you, and you're like, well, let me say it in a different way for you to address the same thing in a different way. All right, well, now you addressed it twice. Let me try to say it another way because you don't get it. Then they start becoming assholes. And it's like, no, motherfucker, like I addressed you twice and you've dismissed me twice.
Yeah, and the jerking around. You gotta keep them on that point because you're on one point. I was on one point with that Dave Dogs guy, and he was all of a sudden there was three other points about an aeroplane and about something else, and you can't get drifted off into them. You've got to bring them back to what the initial point is and keep them there. Don't let them move on. That's what I'm trying to do anyway.
Look at AI. Like, these guys are fucking nuts. Yo. Ah, look. Yo, people. Look at this. First of all, this guy, Finat fan. I don't agree that measuring the Earth's surface is a useful way of proving the Earth is a globe. Okay, so people just beg the question when they give these maths then. So when people give these maths in relation to the measurement or the geometry of a globe, they're just begging the question and there's really no way to prove it, right?
Yeah, but Eli, I
No,
don't
that's not
believe.
what I said. What
No, but
the case I was making was that you could start right with a rational belief, right? You could use your inductive faculties to look at evidence, all sorts of evidence, and line them up to make a rational belief, and then from there you can
that doesn't make sense.
propose a
Excellent.
hypothetical measurement for what the Earth might be, right? And you can use that for a variety of methods. You can use trigonometry just to find out the radius of the Earth. Like, I don't see what the issue is.
Okay.
Triangles.
That's cool for you. I don't really care. He's another troll. I'm not trying to engage him.
Yeah, because it's
So SpaceX exists. Look at what he said. Space exists said, I showed you gas pressure inside of a vacuum without a container. I showed it right here in the picture. Yo, why did AI circle right here and then draw a line all the way down to where it says vacuum chamber? Like, in his own fucking citation. I can't make this shit up. I cannot make this shit up.
I mean, if I wanted to measure my kitchen space to get some kitchen cupboards and worktops, measuring that space and the height would just be pointless.
Well, I've had the mic for a while. Maybe someone would like to speak to one deck. Now, you know what? Brit Nat, you want to speak to one deck? Or, someone else take over the mic.
all I'm going to say is if you are a globular Earth fan, don't make knowledge claims about the surface of the Earth's curvature, because you can't make a knowledge claim about it, but you can make a rational belief judgment about it. And rational beliefs aren't religion, because faith and rational beliefs are different. Rational beliefs are based on evidence. Okay.
Why is it so quiet in here?
Because the globular Earth losers can't prove the globe Earth.
Yeah. Been going on for years now.
Yeah, I bet.
But you know what's killing me? It's those guys, the globe fanatics, right? That been doing this for over 8 years, right? And they come into these channels and they start from square fucking one, right? Oh man, asking you the most fucking basic questions. But they already know the answers to them, right? They're just waiting for someone to fuck up so they can start fucking twisting and bending shit. Tactics.
It always makes me wonder though, what motivates those people? What's their motivation? It's like they're not trying to discuss anything. They're not trying to figure anything out. They've been coming here for years.
Their motivation is to dissuade other people from finding out the truth. These are like the Agent Smiths in the movie Matrix, right? They want to stop people from waking up, right? They can't do it. They understand they can't like stop most of the people from waking up, but they're trying to stop as much as they can, right? Or at least putting people to their side. You know what I mean? That's what they're trying to do.
I think some are trying to do that. I also think some, for some reason, they like the argument. And that's what they're here to do. They like the argument and they think they'll come in one day and they'll come here one day and some people, some flat earthers will be here that aren't that well versed.
Listen.
And they'll try and take advantage.
Listen, no, that's well, no, man, come on. If you know something's wrong, if you've been told, like, right, as a young kid, right, you're taught 2 + 2 is 4, right? Everybody knows 2 + 2 is 4, right? And there's a reason for that because you were shown 2 + 2 is 4 and why 2 + 2 is 4, right? Now, these motherfuckers for 8 years were shown why the Earth is flat, and in a plethora of fashion, like it's crazy amounts of ways, like every fucking angle possible we showed them, right? So they've learned this. They learn.
Oh
They
yeah,
know
100%.
everything,
100% they
right?
know all this. Yeah,
They don't
of
like
course.
the argument. I'm telling you, they don't like the argument because they know they're on the losing side. They actually fucking hate where they at. That's why they're doing what they're doing. I'm telling you, they're fucking Agent Smiths trying to make sure as little people wake up as possible. I swear to God, that's what they're doing. There's no like there is no argument on their side. And you as a person, it's human nature to want to be on a winning side, but they all know they're on a losing side. That's why they're always grasping at straws when you're talking to them. They fucking say the dumbest shit. Psychology of a Glober, 101.
Is everybody quiet?
Yeah.
How so? Nobody wants to talk about anything?
The Globers have finally accepted the truth.
I've been raging in
I
text chat
disagree.
because
I think I'm a
I've been
Globy
trying
and I
to
haven't
make
accepted the truth.
Zoidberg. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm there, Jace, but you're very, very low. You're coming in very, very low.
Okay, let me unplug my AirPods. 1 second.
Oh god, that explains it. In any case,
Am I more intelligible now?
yes.
Okay.
Do you know you're
Yeah, I
more
was just,
intelligible because God exists, right? And he hinge, and all truth and intelligibility hinge upon the disembodied mind of a creator God. Gotcha. Anyways,
I've been
go on.
arguing in text chat with some of these clowns, right? And they've been saying that that justified rational beliefs, I guess that's sort of accurate. So just rational beliefs are equivalent to faith beliefs. They're thinking that because you can develop a rational belief for the globular Earth, that it therefore is a religion, because you can't deductively prove the globular Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's clownery.
Okay.
It's clownery.
I think
You're
it's
fucking
silly.
stupid.
I agree. It's a little bit silly.
All you Globers are fucking stupid, just so you know.
I mean, that's all you have, insults.
No, there's no insult. This cocksucker's insulting us. What, am I gonna stand here and fucking
I did
take
not
it?
insult you a
I'm
single
not.
time, sir.
Who said the word fucking clown multiple times?
I did. I called you a clown.
Right. Well, you're a fucking
He said it,
cunt.
not me.
That's it. I'm not talking to you, Zoidberg. Shut the fuck up.
Okay. Sir, you
wanna
know.
You can't dish shit out. You can't take it, right?
Well, I don't dish it out because I don't want to take it.
I know. I'm not even Zoidberg. You're not on blast here.
Mm.
Wait, I can take it. Like the issue here is
Well, I
just
know,
that
you're a cunt.
I said you can't make a knowledge claim about the globular Earth, just like you can't with a flat
Listen,
Earth.
I don't argue
But you can come
stupidity,
quite
bro.
close. You can come quite close with a probabilistic claim based on induction, right? Where you might
Blah
have a
blah
rational
blah.
belief about globular Earth.
Sophistry, garbage, bro.
How is that
That's all.
sophistry? Do you know what sophistry is?
Yeah, too much words, not saying anything.
Okay, maybe you don't understand what I'm saying, but that's not.
No. It's irrelevant what you're saying. That's what I'm
sophistry.
saying. It's trash. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's all sophistry.
Sophistry.
It's garbage. And that's what
Sophistry
Globers do.
implies
Sophistry. A lot of words, empty. That's all you guys do.
Sophistry, and forgive me, I don't have the best command of the English language.
Neither do I.
think
It's
what
my
sophistry
second
means
language. What up?
is that's great. Means that you are deceiving somebody by throwing all kinds of language, all kinds of phrases, all kinds of sentences, as long as you can deviate them or create deceit. So
like a
sophistry would be
fucking
something that is
Glober.
malicious.
Sounds like a fucking Glober to me, doesn't it? Exactly
I
what the
mean,
nature of a Glober's conversation is. Hey, listen, Zoidberg. You, sophistry number one, my guy.
Really? I've
100
never
is
denied my
What?
views have always been on the table. I've never hidden anything from you.
I don't know, man. Zoidberg. You? Why do you act like a victim all the time? That's my
Yeah, the
question.
goal of a
Why do I
globular
act like what?
Like
goal
a
of someone
victim.
who's
I'm not acting like a victim.
he is a
Yeah,
victim. He's a victim
you're
of
acting
you.
like a fucking victim, bro. No, he's what am I'm a
The
victim.
point of
You're gonna
point of
you just said he's not a
comparing
victim,
globular
but you're gonna
Earth.
tell him he's a victim. I mean, this is crazy.
The point of comparing globular Earth to flat Earth is to find out which one's the
There's
best
no
explanation,
comparison, man.
and I think it's pretty obvious that it's probably
No, there's
the
no
globular
comparison.
Earth
You see,
that's the better explanation.
you see that you're comparing like apples and oranges, my guy. The only thing you got to do is figure out whether the land underneath or the ground underneath you is fucking curving or not. But you know, you're too fucking ignorant to understand that. That's
What did you
it.
say?
It's that simple.
Well,
I don't. I think
this
an issue.
is
There's an issue with one of your.
No, there's no issues, man.
There's an issue with one of your
No,
talking
there's no
points,
issues.
and it's the idea
No.
that I'll explain the issue
My
so you
talking
understand
point.
it.
Do I
Right?
have a did I have a
When you
talking point? What's my
when you
talking point? You
posit
don't
the
know any of my
idea.
talking points. How are you gonna put words in my fucking
Well,
mouth, bro?
I've been reading everything you've been saying, so you can't pretend like I don't know.
I never typed out. What are you reading? I never typed out a single. I don't go into chats. What are you talking about?
Or perhaps JC
Okay,
using
well,
your phone, so you don't know who's talking.
Who are you talking to, bro? I
don't know who's talking. I'm just going off the idea that okay, whatever. I don't know who's talking right now. The idea is
so
that
you're
the
gonna
flat
stereotype
earthers.
all flat earthers right now. That's what you're
my
gonna
lord!
do.
Now you're a victim.
Look at what
Now
you're
you're a
gonna
victim.
do.
Talking about
That's
being
a
a
big.
victim.
No,
Okay,
I'm not. I'm just calling you
actually,
a big cunt right now.
I
That's what I'm
actually
doing.
have a better question, a more productive question. Do you
What is it?
guys feel like you've
I
managed
don't
to
feel
persuade
anything.
somebody with your argument so far? You've been on the server for 2 weeks, I think.
Hey Zoidberg,
Hmm.
you want my honest answer here?
Yeah.
You want my okay? Listen, I do not persuade or convince anybody of anything. Right?
Okay.
We're not in that fucking mission state here. We are here just to show the information. Take it or leave it. You know what I mean? We're not a cult, my guy. You know what I
But
mean?
if that was the case, why not just have a stream with all the information and don't argue with anybody? Just
We
people
have
can.
it. No, we have all that set up, and we're just here as an open panel discussion. Come in if you want to talk. Most of us here know each other for many, many years. That's why we still talk to each other. We're friends, most of us. You know what I mean? That's
Sure,
why
yeah.
this community is. You know what I mean? That's why. But we're not fucking like what do you call it? A cult where we're like, oh, everything's the same. No, man. There's a lot of infighting. Trust me, a lot of fucking infighting. I've called a plenty of flat earthers cunts too. I promise you that.
Hey, Vlad, I turned the stream on for him because he wants to see a stream of flat Earth stuff, so he can stare at that.
Yeah, there
I
you go. See,
mean,
thank you, Radwin.
I think that's pragmatic, right? Like if
But didn't I answer your question? I mean, like, listen, we're not here to convince anybody of anything. We're not here to like. Some people like to argue and debate just to like sharpen their swords, sharpen their skills. I understand that too. A lot of people love doing that, I'm not the one. I don't like doing that shit. I like to listen to that shit, like the fighting, the what do you call it? The intellectual fucking sword fighting. That's what I call it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
People beating and here's let me tell you, when I listen to this shit. Globers always lie. Imagine that. On our side, nobody
Wow.
ever fucking lies.
I'm not
Why is it?
sure.
Why is 100%? 100%. And see, that's what you're gonna say. If you're gonna say that, that's being deceptive.
Wait, can I ask you? Wait, do you think flat earthers never lie? Is that what you said?
I'm not saying never. Like people lie, but I'm just saying about when it comes to the point and the argument, and then when you're looking at, let's say, a straight line or a flat line, the glober will tell you that it's curving. You know what I mean? So who's lying? The flat earther one is telling you the fucking ruler is straight, or the glober that's telling you the ruler is fucking bending, right? There's only two
Yeah.
fucking options here.
There's also the we have rules on our server. People get banned for dishonesty, so that
Yeah,
applies to
but
flat earthers as well. So if someone's lying, we hash it out. And people admit if they made a mistake. And unlike the Globers who just double down on their mistakes and just keep digging the hole deeper.
But what if there's no lying, but you just fundamentally disagree, right?
Well,
No,
it's
it's
a
lying.
lie after we tell you the facts and you say, "Oh, okay," and then you just go on with it again. You now are lying because you know that
But
it's
why
not
should I
that way.
believe that what you say is fact? That's the problem, right? Fundamental beliefs.
Anyway, you know that when we show you a straight line is a straight line and you say it's curved, you know you're lying. You're just saying that because you're conditioned to.
Exactly.
When have I said anything like? In any
Well,
case,
it's an example. It's an example.
I think that a lot of problems that people have when discussing these two opposing theories, I guess, is that people have again axiomatic fundamental intuitions, like axioms, and it's a discussion is a no-go from the start if this is the case. Like I think to be more productive, you guys should just like start by asking like, what are your fundamental axioms, so that you know if it's worth discussing this or not. Like you probably all disagree with me, but I don't think like science is lying to me, right? I don't. From a probabilistic standpoint, I don't think they're lying to me. Why would they
Yeah,
lie
no,
to me?
bro,
Right?
we don't think science speaks. Science is a method.
Well, academia.
And
That's what I
so
meant.
we don't
Academia,
think the method
institutions.
gives you false results. Pseudoscience and man's interpretations of the results and what they extrapolate based on the results with their imagination, that can be wrong.
Sure. And I'm telling you that I'm not talking about science. I was talking about academia or institutions. And my axiomatic belief is, which is an intuition, like based on reason and based on my rationale, is that those institutions, all of them, some of them ideologically opposed, are not lying to me about the shape of the Earth.
The
So-
predicament you've got, though, is if they were lying to you, the only people that could prove it to you are those same institutions. When somebody
Sure.
else shows you that they're lying, you deny it, no matter what the evidence is. So the only people that can prove to you that they're lying is the liars. So you're stuck. You can never change your mind.
I mean, the fact of the matter is that you guys exist, right? So I can always turn to you if I suspect that they're lying to me. But underlying intuition is that they're not lying to me. Like maybe if
You mean your
maybe if
feelings?
You
I
mean to
mean,
tell me
I
you've
don't
never
know if
seen
it's feelings.
you've never seen any of our NASA 6 hours of our NASA bloopers that proves that they do it in a studio, and you look at that and you actually say, "Hey, that shit just happens." Water sits in a glass on a table in the ISS while everybody is floating. You see that and think that's normal. We see that and say that was done in a studio. What do you think about that?
I have not
Yeah.
seen those videos, so
Yeah,
I have
that's the
to-
problem. You have a fundamentalist belief in all this stuff. We also used to believe it. The difference is we used to follow all the zany space news. We watched all the rocket videos. We watched all the data they gave us. I was deeply into alien stuff, so I was like, there must be aliens out there, so I must look at everything they have so that I can find them.
Okay, but I don't disagree that it's possible that said institutions are lying to me. Right? I'm not saying like I've told you this before. I've spoken to.
That's just your incredulity. If you just actually look at the data and the things they presented to the world, and then look at the timeline of our technology concerning movies and how we made those movies, you can see it clearly is in line with that step. It's the same production, same techniques. Like the first spacewalk we saw looks like stop motion.
Okay. Well, I have not looked at those videos again. I'm telling you, I have not. But that's and maybe I'll look into them
Here's a
if I have the
GIF sped
time
up.
or if I'm in the
Here's
mental frame.
Here's a GIF sped up from that recording, and you can just watch this. Does this look real to you? Look at the rotation of this globe. Look at this weird, funky stop motion.
Yeah, that's complete stop motion animation.
Like the rotation of the globe alone is just absurd.
Sure, I again I cannot judge right now. I need to see things in context, right?
Wait, doesn't the space station like circle like very very quickly orbit?
Yes.
Forget, but it was super fast. It's like,
Does it change
does anyone know the
direction
speed?
while does it change direction while it's in orbit? Does it change direction while it's in orbit?
I
It's
know, I
in
don't
free
think so.
fall. So it's on a geodesic, right? It's on the path that it takes when no force is acting upon it. Which, in a curved space-time, according to GR, right, causes it to go around the Earth.
Yeah, so just look it up. So it takes 90 minutes to complete a whole orbit.
And
So
what
it's
is the
very
speed of ISS?
I think it's 7.8 kilometers per second. About 8 kilometers per second.
Okay,
7 to 8
what is the
kilometers per second.
what is the speed of orbital Earth? How to say? My English is bad.
You mean the speed of objects around the
depends
Earth?
on the
No, I
altitude
mean
of
the
your orbit.
speed of the Earth in the vacuum. What is the speed of the Earth in the vacuum? Orbital speed.
There's no... The
The
Earth itself
rotation
doesn't have an
around. No,
absolute
I think
speed.
they mean the
It's only
rotation
relative
of
speed.
the Earth around its axis.
What is the
Once a
orbital
day.
speed of the Earth?
The orbital speed around the sun, you mean?
Yeah,
I think it's a few tens of kilometers per second.
is this 66,000 miles per hour, and ISS is 70,000 miles per hour. That means in 1 hour, the Earth is something like 50 and something thousand miles away from the ISS.
No,
And
the
in
ISS is also the ISS is also
400
traveling around the
kilometers above
sun.
the surface.
No, wait, the ISS is also traveling around the sun at that speed as well, at the speed of the Earth.
Oh, really? How?
Yeah.
What do you mean,
Because
how?
it's
Inertial reference frames, I think. That's what he meant.
It's just
that
the
means the
ISS
cloud.
started
That means
out
the
at Earth.
clouds.
It
Clouds
didn't
also moving
stop moving
66.
when it left the atmosphere.
That means clouds also moving 66,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, everything that's
Oh.
orbiting Earth
It's
is moving around the sun at that speed.
That have sense, like common sense.
Dude, like if you're in a plane, right? You
I'm not in a plane.
take
I'm
a
on the air.
ball.
I'm not on
you
a
can drop
plane.
the
I'm on the
ball.
air. Plane, it's a closed system. I'm in on the Earth. Earth is open system. Is it?
So you expect there to be wind coming your way, or what is your
No.
expectation here?
Do you expect? Open the roof of the aeroplane and see what will happen.
Yeah, you will get wind, right? Because there's air. In the globe model, there's no air in space, so you're not running into wind. Like, you realize that? I mean, you get that, right?
It's a planet, but it's hollow. So, checkmate atheist.
Oh, really? It's a
Well, yeah,
planet,
that's why
but
we're building-
it's a
I'd
planet.
like to know
It's a
if
planet. It's a planet, but it's a pyramid. I have no
No,
proof
there's
for that, but it
pyramids on
sounds
top of
good.
one. The Giza pyramids are pretty interesting. Highly recommend.
Yeah, that's how. If it's hollow, that means that it's not hollow. It's pyramid.
It is. It's a planet.
It is not. It's pyramid, man.
No. That's why we're building all these deep underground military installations, because everything on the surface is going to get wiped out.
No, because of did you see pyramids in Egypt? Because of that, Earth is pyramid.
Bro.
Oh, bro, hollow Earth.
Is that, I mean, is that
Hollow Earth?
who's Hollow Earth?
Somebody said hollow Earth.
Hollow Earth, anyone? Was someone trolling? You got trolled, buddy.
Who is trolling?
I don't know, man. Somebody said Hollow Earth, and you're like all about it.
Yeah.
There's a
Yeah,
decent amount of
funny.
Europeans, judging by accent, in the community, I think.
In the Flat Earth
Yeah,
community.
Europe has been infected with a meritide.
We go on. We'll go on.
I will say I haven't found a good reason. I haven't heard a good reason as to why NASA will lie to us about all this. What are they trying to get? I haven't heard any proper. Does anyone have one?
They're just gonna tell you knowledge is power, and so any lie is like gives you power. Although that's
No,
obviously the nonsense
stop.
part of it.
No, there are thousands of different reasons. We've gone over this 1,000 different times. That's
example?
not the only thing we say. The main reason we don't like going over this is because
Hide the creation.
we cannot know their exact reasons because we
But
are
there are
not
plenty of
them.
plausible ones.
If you want to know their exact reasons, you
I mean, I'd just
ask
like to see
them.
one that makes sense,
You-
even
you-
remotely. That would be enough.
It's super easy to give that.
Yeah, one
Do
except
you know
for
who gave
any
us the
knowledge
globe
is
model?
power.
Can I ask you a different question? Why would water lie if NASA is not lying?
What?
Why would sea level lie if NASA not lying?
Sea level isn't lying to you. You're just not looking right.
Oh, I'm not looking right. That means
Yeah,
that
that's
10 miles of flatness. How do you call that?
There's no 10 miles of flatness, I don't know
There
where
is
you're
10
getting that.
miles. There is a 10 miles of flatness in Santa Barbara, and then there is more flatness in Bolivia if you want to know. But I take
Okay.
10. I take
The
10
flatness
miles.
is the flatness localized to those
Okay,
locations, and the other places aren't flat, or how does that work?
If I'm asking you this, if you have distance to 10 miles and didn't change the elevation, how you call that?
You have that sounds like you're moving across.
If you measured 10 miles and you didn't change elevation, how you call that?
I literally just don't understand what the statement is you're making.
If you measure 10 centimeters and it's not
Yeah.
changing in elevation, how you call that?
What do you mean? Like, if I hold my fingers out 10 centimeters apart
you,
and I keep them still, what is that called? Like, that's called not moving.
I'm asking you about line. If you draw the line, if you measure the line 10 miles and if don't have changing in elevation, how you call that?
You'd call that flat, right? But you're just simply lying about that observation.
Okay, good. We have sea level. What means sea level? Is that changing of elevation?
No, elevation of well, so the sea level.
What?
The sea level does not change across, the surface of Earth, except for the tides, where that does happen.
Oh, okay, that means doesn't curve.
So even on flat Earth, you guys think tides exist, right? You understand that like tides would
Tides
still
has
require
nothing
a
to
curvature
tides
of water,
has
right?
nothing to do
Like
with
you keep saying water finds its level and stuff, but I mean, if tides exist on flat Earth, the water would also be curved. Like what? Am I getting that wrong? Yeah, I mean, how would it be flat, but then like be higher in
Yeah,
one
you don't
place
see
and lower in
tides in
another?
all bodies of water, and tides circle the
tides do
amphidromic
exist, right?
points,
Like
and
on
the
oceans?
amphidromic points are at equal altitude. They do not rise or fall with the tides. Rather, the tides circle around these points.
I see. So, but the water level, like if you're in one place, right, the water goes up when the tide is high, and it goes down when the tide is low. At the same time, when I have low tide, another place on Earth, right, will have high tide, right? So
yeah, that's why
it
when we
cannot be
do
one
observations
water level,
over
one
the ocean, we
horizontal
always
that is the
factor
same.
in tide height and wave height and stuff like that.
Okay, but it's clearly, lower in one place and then higher in another, and they switch places. Like the tides
That's
exist.
why we like to use
so it
lakes that
cannot
don't
be
have tides.
flat. That's it.
And do you have
You don't
elevation
have
profile
tides?
of your country? Do you have elevation profile of your country?
Yeah, the data is available. Yeah.
Okay. The distance between two, 3, 4, 5, 6 mountains in 100 miles. How you know what is height of that mountain?
So it is
If you have
indeed,
6
like the
mountains
thing.
in between,
Okay.
if you have one mountain on
So sea
1
level
mile
is not
and second mile,
simple, right? It's not just a perfect sphere, right? And that's the sea level. The Earth
You're
is not
begging the question,
homogeneous,
there's no
right?
sphere.
There's places on Earth that are more dense, places that are less dense inside of Earth as well, right? Which means that, the sort of gravitational attraction at those surface locations can be different, which means if you, have an ocean,
what about
the
geometry?
sea level,
What
the
about
zero sea
geometry?
level will change across the surface in terms of, it can be oblate, not perfectly spherical, which is, like how it is. The Earth isn't
You're just making assumptions and making bare assertions. You have no
No, I'm
evidence
just
of
telling
any of
you
this
about the
nonsense.
globe model. You don't have to believe it, but that's what the globe model says.
We all know about the globe model. We were all indoctrinated into a religious belief system when we were young.
Yeah, but,
most of us
you
know
know-
more about your religious belief system than you do, so why do you think repeating it to us is not going to help?
Do you really? Do you really think you have a good grasp of the globe model?
We think that that sphere, every sphere has drop over distance, but this big one
Yeah.
has not that thing.
No, it does.
Bro, I literally
No,
had
it
to teach you about tides just a second ago.
Yeah.
He said that
I didn't get it.
does.
So you're saying
can you
tides
show us?
don't
Can you
exist?
show us drop? Can you show us drop over distance, please?
I'm interested in the water curving aspect.
I'm interested in reality. Can you show us drop over distance? You said that exists.
Dude, I don't want to go
can you
there
show us
because
drop over
there are
distance? It's
plenty of
simple
experiments.
question.
Any of you can go to the beach
There is
with
no
some
experiments.
binoculars.
There is no
You
science.
look at
This is
those
geometry. It's
with
only
your
measurement.
binoculars. You look at a ship.
That's
It's
not
going over the
experiment.
horizon
That's a
and it's
measurement.
disappearing
And
bottom up. There's also things like sunrise
what
and
is
sunset.
disappearing
Like
bottom up?
basic
Stop
stuff.
kiss galloping, little numpty. Okay, first of all, tides don't happen in all bodies of water. Did you know that?
Why does it matter? But tides do exist in
Why
some
does it
bodies of
matter?
water.
Because it only happens in certain bodies of water. So when we use really large lakes, it doesn't happen in all of them. It only happens in saltwater lakes.
Yeah, because there's no water
But tides do exist. You accept in some bodies of water. And
That's irrelevant. That's not a refutation of anything we have done.
I'm just making the observation that even
You're
on
just
flat
waffling
Earth,
because you
there
don't
has
know
to
what
be
you're fucking
curving
talking
water.
about. You keep talking about the globe being there, and that's not part of it.
No, this is just the observation that you guys are saying, water is always flat and level and it always finds, the level and so on. But even
Water
on
at
flat Earth,
rest,
if tides
water
exist in
at
some
rest,
body of water,
Monty, is
then
always
it
flat and
must.
level. Those are the fluid statics. That's how water acts.
So how
Yes,
do tides
yes.
exist
So
in some
stop
bodies of
denying
water?
that just because we have water not at rest, and we have waves and deviations, and we account for those waves and deviations, that does not refute anything we have shown you.
Okay, but it's clearly not level, right? Like oceans on a large scale must be curved.
They are level. You can have for instance, your carpet has deviations in its surface, but it's on a level surface.
Dude, if I crinkle my carpet, right, and I'm moving it up and down so a wave goes through it, then there is a curve in my carpet that is moving across the surface.
There's a curve moving along a planar surface. So if you take the height of the curve and the bottom of the plane, you have a plane. You have a level there.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Tides are just waves.
No, tides are water that circles around amphidromic points. The exact cause has never been proven definitively in reality. We have a bunch of different theories and claims on how it works and why it's happening.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't have any actual evidence to definitively tell us the cause of this thing.
Right. Except that, in globe model, you can predict the tides perfectly. You can predict.
Oh no, you don't predict the tides. You post-dict them because the tides are already known. We know the cycles of the tides, and so the globe doesn't predict shit.
You can have the globe model without the tides, and then you can look at the globe model and say, yeah, there must be tides, and they would work this way.
Your globe tells us that the moon is pulling on the water, creating a water bulge. This water bulge would drown countries at the equator. We don't see this happening.
I mean, we're saying it's so the height of that bulge obviously is the high tide, and places that are below the high tide line do indeed sort of drown because they get flooded during high tide. Like that is actually happening.
The problem here, buddy, is that the water doesn't continue in a circle around the world. It actually circles just the amphidromic points. It doesn't follow the moon.
Could you tell me about what those points are, please?
Yeah, I can show you maps of them. No problem.
Yes. Thank you. Oh, anybody remember the conversation yesterday about the apps, with the stars? Anybody remember that? Anyone? No?
I was reading a very interesting thing.
Cosmic sphere,
I'm not participating in this event.
I was reading
fine.
a really interesting article about how quick and easy you can prove that the moon is a sphere, not the Earth, the moon.
Whoa, how?
Well,
take a picture of the backside of it. That's how.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Like, if you are anywhere on the planet, and if you see the moon always as a circle, then that means it's a sphere, because in geometry, any a three-dimensional well, I mean, if you don't want me to tell you, it's fine, it's okay.
Shining a light in the sky, planet, to look at the.
No, I'm not lying. You didn't let me finish.
Oh yeah, sure. I'm gonna let you.
You're starting your premise wrong. You're saying you're standing in a light in the sky.
I don't think I'll be able to finish. It's okay.
Yeah, you won't be able to finish, bro.
It's okay.
Your premise, you said, if you are in the planet looking at the moon, have you ever been in a light in the sky? No, you haven't.
I never said planet. I don't know.
Yeah,
He didn't say planet?
So anyway, you can't tell what the moon is, and you're not going to be able to tell us it's a ball no matter how hard you try.
I mean,
Yeah. No matter how hard you
I
try.
don't think you guys are interested anyway, so it's fine.
Obviously not.
Well,
Fairy
I've tried
tales
to
are
figure out
shit.
what it is myself, so yeah, I'm done figuring it out. I have thousands of pictures. They all look exactly the same.
Imagine that.
I'm sure.
It never changes, eh? That face is always the same. Isn't that crazy?
Wow, the moon never changes. Almost like it's a circle.
Actually, it's not always a
It's not a
circle.
sphere. What, circle equals sphere now? What the fuck's going on?
Circle is the second dimensional version of a sphere.
Oh. Are you sure? Not
I am
a
100%
cylinder?
sure.
What about a cylinder? What about a cylinder?
What about an Eminem?
Because the
Look,
moon
look.
is a cylinder.
Cylinders. Hey, listen.
Look,
do you see the sides of this moon?
I mean, it's possible. Once it turns around, you'll be
Hey,
able to
I didn't
see
say
the
that. You
entire
said it,
sky.
bro. Wow. Now the moon's a
No, I
fucking
said a
cylinder
sphere
now?
is
What?
a
It's possible
I said a
that this
circle is
guy's
a 2D
fucking
representation of a
crazy.
sphere, which is
You
still true. A
Glovers
cylinder
are
can also
fucked
be a
up,
2D
man.
representation of a circle.
Oh
Yep, you
my
found a
god.
glober that doesn't understand tidal
illusion.
locking. Congratulations.
Oh my god. Tidal locking, yes, because these are like fucking big bodies
To
of
remind you of the term.
fucking rocks flying above us. Yes.
Look, I can make the same claim about the moon. I could say, just like the glober says a sphere, I can say it's an M&M shape.
No, I mean, it's a circle in the sky.
Maybe
You're
in
gonna
your
deny the
mind
moon
it's an
exists?
M&M. In most of people's minds, it's not. It's fine.
Yeah, the difference with the M&Ms, right? Obviously, if you see just one picture of the moon, right? It might be a 2D, it could be a 2D poster essentially, clinging to the
No
firmament, of
pictures. I
course,
see it
right?
in real life, my
But
guy.
the moon
I
is
go
moving
outside
in
and look up
relation to the
stuff,
sun,
man. What's wrong
with
with you?
different sides being illuminated. Have you guys
What
ever heard of a
pictures?
lunar eclipse when the Earth moves
It's
between the moon and the sun, and the moon stops being lit because the Earth's shadow encompasses it? This is a real event that happens, and that cannot happen on flat Earth. Just can't.
Too much words, not enough information.
Lunar
You
eclipse.
believe that?
How do you explain a
words are
How do you explain a
information.
lunar eclipse? How do you explain a
Not
lunar eclipse on
yeah,
flat Earth?
shit words are not information.
Oh,
The
yeah, I
lunar
know.
eclipse
Yeah,
has actually
Sophistry.
debunked the
lunar
globe.
eclipses.
Whoever is asking about the lunar eclipses, that debunks the globe. Easy.
Really?
You'll have a better case in denying that the moon even exists.
Yeah,
than
because your
disputing.
argument is that based on the geometry and the Earth is between the sun and the moon and causing the shadow on the moon, right?
Yep.
Okay, so what happens when you have this both the sun and the moon above the horizon line, and then you
And the
have the
shadow appears
shadow
to
of the
come
moon
onto
coming?
the moon from above.
You don't. The lunar eclipse does not happen during daytime.
Oh, it does.
Look
It's
at this
called the
guy.
Stellarian eclipse.
I mean, it's always
So
Hey,
you just
ignorance is
debunked. You
not an
just debunked.
argument, bro.
Stop. You just debunked your own religion. I just posted it above here. The Sellennian eclipse happens when the sun and the moon are both seen above the horizon, and then you see the shadow, supposedly, appear to come down onto the moon from above. How is that possible?
If you're at the dawn side, right, where it's sunset.
So your claim is debunked,
dusk or
sir. Your
dawn,
claim is
then you're gonna
debunked.
see them on the opposite sides, though, right? You're not gonna see them together.
You don't know what
They're
you're
gonna
talking
be-
about.
The moon is
He
going to
doesn't
be,
know what he's talking about.
on the side to us shadow, and the sun is going to be
You're
on the
making
side
a
that is
claim
lit.
from ignorance. You're making a claim from ignorance.
You're the
Sir.
one making a claim from ignorance. You don't even know what a
Not
sphere
at all.
is.
Yeah, I know what a sphere is. Hey, you know what, Brain? Do you know what a sphere is? You know what happens when you put water to the outside of the sphere?
I'm just
and you
wondering
spin
if I
it?
can walk off the edge of the earth. Still waiting on that.
Well, go
What,
try.
the
Go
edge
try.
in your
Go
imagination?
Try, please, go.
Yeah, I want to walk
Yeah,
off
go
the edge.
try.
I want you to
Go
come
try,
and
record.
escort me to the
Go
edge of the earth
try,
right
bro.
now.
Just
I'll
go
climb the
try.
ice
Record
wall.
yourself and send us the video.
Yes.
Go
I'll
ahead,
climb
go
the ice
ahead,
wall
go
and
to
I'll
your
show.
imaginary place.
Please.
Seriously, if I
walk.
keep walking, why do I end up in the same spot eventually?
Maybe
Why
you're
is there
doing a
no-
Go
circle.
ahead. Go ahead, please show that. Go ahead, do it.
Hey, this
Yeah,
guy is
try it. You
arguing
dumbasses
that.
are claiming it's a fucking flat
Why
Earth.
are we
Obviously,
letting
there has to be a
retard
fucking edge
talk?
to a flat
He's
plane.
never walked around the world, so why does he say dumb shit?
I already flew around the world.
Bullshit.
But apparently that's not possible. You're supposed to fly to the edge.
Oh, you're a liar.
Hey, Big Brain, have you ever been around your house? Did you went around the sphere when you went around your house?
Is my house a planet?
Maybe
But Joey,
is your house a light in the sky? No, I don't think so.
Heaven, my house is an actual edge I can walk off of. I end up in another universe, apparently.
So you say you were walking around somewhere and ended up in the same place. Just go around your neighborhood, do a circle around your neighborhood. You're gonna end up in the same
But when I
spot.
step outside my house,
You
I don't
didn't
fall
go
off
around
the
a
edge of the
sphere,
universe.
sir.
I enter another fucking place. But apparently on Earth it's impossible. I don't fall
Oh,
off
so
the edge.
you're going into the imaginary line of your mind, your
No, I'm going into
imagination,
the
and then you're
imaginary land of flat
arguing.
Earth
You're
theory.
arguing from an outside perspective of reality, and you arguing
I'm
from
arguing
there,
as a normal
from a
human
place that
with
you never been
reasonable
to.
patterns of vision. I can
Sounds
clearly
good.
see that when I move across the planet, I end up exactly where I am. I don't fall off the edge.
Clearly, yes, sir.
Unlike when I'm in a
you got
house
better.
and I want to leave the house, there's an edge to my house, and once I exit the edge, I'm outside the house. But for the planet Earth, apparently I'm not outside the edge. I'm still inside.
Is that where the universe ends, at the edge of your house?
I mean, this is
Sounds
what
like
your
you're
fucking
arguing
theory
for that.
says. There's an edge, and I'm supposed to fall off of it.
You're the one claiming
You
an
got
edge
the
in your
theory.
imagination.
There's a
Oh my
theory.
God.
Yep.
He's
Did you
speaking
hear that?
about edge.
Can I
Who said
point this
that?
out? Can I point something out real quick? Can I point something out real quick? That this guy, remember, he has a preconceived notion about what people believe, right? So when it comes to this conversation, remember, he is still going to use what he believes
Every flat
as your
Earth has an edge.
as your belief system.
All right,
Okay, I
you're
guess I'm done.
muted
It's
for
an infinite mass.
interrupting.
Like,
All right,
which
he's
one?
muted. Go ahead and finish your point. Go ahead and finish your point. Who was it?
Oh, hey, yeah, I was just saying that. Remember, he has a preconceived religious belief about your guys' belief system. So understand that that has to be removed at the beginning. He hasn't even made the first step. This guy just claimed that you guys have a theory that there's an edge to your world. And that means that he needs you to believe in his theory, because that's the colloquial or consensus to the term flat earth. Remember, flat earth already had a title. You guys continue.
Go ahead.
It's either there's an infinite mass. It's either there's an infinite mass or there is an edge.
There is
Pick
no
one
such
unrealistic scenario.
there is no such thing like infinite. There is no such thing like infinite. You cannot claim.
I disagree with that. God is infinite. God is infinite. No, see, that doesn't work. God is infinite. What are you talking about, bro?
Do you know that?
Yes, I do. For an absolute fact, yes. The one who always is, always what will be, always was. Absolutely, yes.
Great.
Infinite.
How do you know that? How do you know that? That God is infinite. How do you know that God is infinite?
Because it's very obvious. Yes, he wrote the word on our hearts.
Can you tell me how
you
it's
won't even let me
obvious?
talk. Because you get so upset and won't let me talk. That's how I know. Thanks for playing.
Okay. Okay, go on.
Yeah, Baruch Hashem Adonai Elohim. Yeah, the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof the world, and they that dwell therein, for he hath founded it. See, I can't talk. I tried, guys. Yep, took me 5 seconds. I wanted to. Yep, that's what happens.
Why are you yelling,
I can never talk. Yep, I can never talk.
Damn, Sasha, why are you so upset, bro? Relax.
This is funny. XO, why are you just citing scripture though, man? That's funny shit.
Yeah, that's the point. I have fruit to show for. I like to use the Bible. It says the earth is founded up. See, I can't talk. See, I can't talk ever. They will never let anybody talk unless you follow the cult guidelines of flat earthism. You're not allowed to talk. That's what flat earth is. Flat earth is literally just an antichrist cult where no one's allowed to talk unless you fall into a paradigm of presupposed religious beliefs. I'll see you guys later. Thanks. He's just have a nice day. That was easy.
The earth is so round, bro. The earth is
Hey, don't get the feathers get triggered, guys. I mean, he's allowed to say what he's allowed to say. Don't get too upset, okay? I mean, the Glovers come in here and speak a lot of nonsense. So if he has to say that,
No, he's
he
good.
can say it.
XO's good. No, he's good. He's
XO is good.
Yeah. He just what do you call it? He's stuck in the Bible too much. You know, it is what it is.
Damn, guys, don't get too triggered. I know the Glovers trigger us a little bit. I mean, not much.
No, that's the thing. XO's funny because he's all about, oh, you guys are cult members and shit, but he's the one that's reading from the Bible, you know? It's like, bro, you came in here citing scripture. Who's the fucking cult member, man? Come on. Just look in the fucking mirror, buddy. Oh, whatever, man. So it's all gravy.
Some people do show cult behavior, right? But that doesn't mean I'm
No,
in
I'm
the
not talking about
cult
the
because
religion.
someone
No,
next to me.
I'm not talking about Christianity. I'm just saying how he goes about Christianity. He acts like a fucking massive, like, I don't know, like cult member for Christianity. He's like a zealot, religious zealot. That's what he is. Yeah.
Hey, so no one explained how the eclipse will work on the flat Earth. I still haven't heard an explanation.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Do you know how it's work? It's work like this. You have a sea level, and everything what is happening, it's happening above the sea level.
Exactly. Right.
Okay, no, that's fine. Hey, I'm not trying to. I just want to know how. Like, can someone
How
map it
the
out
fuck
for
do we
me?
know?
Man, we don't know.
How the
We
Oh,
fuck
you
don't
do
just
we
have
know?
gotta. No,
answers
that's
for
fine. That's fine.
everything. We don't have answers for everything, you know. We know about surface something.
Yeah, we're talking about the
Okay, yeah,
surface.
that's
We're
okay.
not gonna
And we
fucking
know
lie to
about
you about
surface
what's
that
in the sky.
doesn't curve. And if it doesn't curve, that means it's not a sphere. And what is happening in the space, it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Because maybe it's matter, but I don't know who will give you that answer. What is happening? How this world is function and how this dynamic is working. There is a surface that is flat Earth. Servers saying why is flat? Because sea level, you know, water, and then you say because of that it's not curving, and then you want to find out where it's curving. And that's the point about flat Earth. Not edge, not gravity, not, you know, science, this, that, experiment. Surface, geometry, simple stuff, drop over distance. Every sphere has that. But not this one.
Are there any flat earthers with physics degrees?
Oh, buddy, they have higher degrees possible, man. They're
Okay.
bigger
There
than
are?
that. Yeah.
Can you guys
Do you
point me to
Promise
him?
you.
I want to see what he has to say.
What do you want to know? What do you want to know? Ask me. I'll tell you. What do you
No, I
want
want to see the guy with the physics degree because that'll be interesting.
But physics is stupid, man. The fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I just want to see the guy with the physics degree
No,
talk
but
about
tell me,
flat
what
Earth.
do you want to know about the physics? Tell me, what the fuck do you want to know about physics?
He doesn't know what he wants to know. He just wants to find out something that shows, you know, something that shows his
Authority.
belief
Oh, he
again.
wants authority. Yeah,
No, I
okay.
He
said a
wants
flat. I said a
the
flat
guy with the
earther.
tide. He wants the guy with the tide. He wants to listen to that guy, not to
Oh,
you,
I wear
lad.
Physics
I
degrees,
wear
bro. Fucking
I wear lab
dumbasses.
coat in my physics lab at work.
Yeah.
There you
Talk
go.
to
Hey,
Radwin.
he wears
He's actually, yeah. Go ahead.
Go ahead, speak to him. He wears a tie, guy. Go ahead.
Literally
Who
does
has the
fucking
physics degree?
builds. Oh, it's more than he's a practical engineer. He's practicing engineer as we speak. Go
Yeah,
ahead, talk to me.
engineering, physics.
Go ahead. He's practicing it right now.
Wait, who? So
You know
who's
what
the
that
engineer?
means? Radwin.
No, I don't know
There's
what
plenty of
practicing
us.
means. What's
That means
practicing?
that that means that
Meaning he's currently
I went,
working.
yeah, I went to work at the plant where our lab is, and I left and I came home, and now I'm sitting in my living room writing up everything I did this morning while listening to you guys.
So you
So if
you
you
got an
want, talk
engineering
to him.
degree?
More than that, he's a
Yeah,
practicing engineer.
I do more than
So,
that. Yeah, just like Vlad says.
Why?
What? I do electrical engineering. I do mechanical. There's more to just engineering, just getting a degree. Believe me, I know. I teach the engineers every day because they look like deer stuck in the headlights when I'm talking to them.
Why does that matter if I
so
know this geometry?
how do your
Why is that
colleagues react?
Why is that matter if I know the geometry?
No, I want to talk to the engineer, Mr. Engineer.
But
Sir, how do your colleagues react to when you say you're flat
why?
Earth?
I want to speak with.
Go ahead. Damn, Sacha, can you relax, bro? Just relax.
Yeah.
So Radwin, how do your colleagues react when you tell them that you believe in flat Earth?
I don't run around telling people I believe in flat Earth. That would be silly. That's not a belief. Water being
True.
flat is not a belief. So that's up to you if you believe it's curved.
Yeah. All right. Well, you got an engineering degree, so I guess I lose this argument. So fair enough. So yeah, I've been
Well, you
proven
have
wrong.
no
I
argument
thought flat
actually.
earthers didn't have degrees, but he's got one. So
But
I've been
you don't
proven
have an
wrong.
argument. What's your argument, sir? You're just asking questions, and what you say you lose the argument, but you don't have an argument.
No, I was just the point I was making is that none of you guys have degrees, but he has one, so I'm wrong.
How do you know that?
Well, I was asking.
Do you normally just go to strangers and start making claims about them, even though you don't even know them? You're just clueless. You just go to people and start making claims, huh?
Okay,
That's
I'm
pretty
sorry.
silly, bro.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I apologize.
You have any real questions?
What kind of degree do you have?
I'm uneducated. I'm stupid.
Okay, well, that's great. Sounds like you went to school because you believe in the globe.
Do I? I've never said I believe in a globe.
Oh, you absolutely do.
How do you know that?
I'm very smart. I do this all the time. I can tell when people are just stupid and believe in the globe, like you.
Mm.
Do you believe in
Well,
globe, or you
you're
know
right.
that it's a globe?
I don't know. I've spent a lot of time in here. I see your arguments. Like I get some of the things I don't agree with. Like but I don't want to fight because I know how it's gonna. I've already had these arguments before. But I get a lot of shit. Like I don't really trust NASA, but
I don't know why you people don't. Why you don't want to deal with reality?
well,
We will
I'm
speak
trying. I don't
about
know.
we will speak about Earth, but nobody will go outside and check that Earth. You know, everybody
They
will
want
speak.
to live,
Oh,
Sasha. They want to travel to other planets on starships.
Okay. Because here is no more space here.
They want to be stuck in an aluminum tube for 18 months with 30 people that all smell and hate each other, and most of them will be dead by then. That's what they want to do.
Because it's simple, you know. You don't need to believe argument. Argument is this: is it spherical or is it not spherical? If it's spherical, there should to be proof for that, and that's so simple. If you are living on a sphere, the underground your feet, it must be sphere. If it's big, you need to realize how big it is. Then you use geometry, and then you find out how much and where should to drop, and how, like a basketball, you know. On 10 centimeters basketball, it's curvy. On 10 miles, the spherical earth is curving. Same thing. And atmospheric condition will not change the physicality of the water, ever.
He dropped out. He doesn't want to talk to the people with degrees. He just wanted to ask, but not really.
I called John D. And tell him he has PhD, okay, and then what? Shall I call my wife? She's even don't speak about flat. She's not flat earther, but she's not pseudoscientist for sure. She has 2 degrees.
Ask her which degree taught her that she lives on a ball.
There is no degree for that.
That's amazing. So globers don't need degrees, do they? But flat earthers do.
And people with degrees, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, you ask him, what is gravity? The Neil deGrasse Tyson answer, I don't know. Next question. This is the guy with the most biggest degree. Now you have the Ed or John or Smith coming here and say, Smith, what is the gravity? And then Smith spent 1 hour explaining what is gravity. With no degree. But the guy with the degree says, I don't know. Next question. I find that interesting. that people outside, random people, know better than people with a degree.
I think we moved into 4th place on this server, overtaking the other weird room. So that's a good thing.
Hello, hello. Anybody home?
Yeah.
I was reading about Magellan and how he circumvented the globe. It's really cool, right? When you go west and you keep going west and you land back in the same place you were at. On a ship. He didn't fall off the edge of the flat earth.
What edge?
Well, apparently on a flat earth there's some kind of edge.
Do you think that I'm flat earther?
Okay.
Okay, tell me why I'm flat earther.
I don't know why you are a flat earther.
You said now there is an edge.
Yes, you said.
Yeah,
I
will never ever tell you that there is an edge like a flat earth.
Oh, then what is at the end?
What end?
So you're saying it's expanding?
No, I'm saying that I cannot go more than 60 degrees south.
So what would your model look like?
I have no model.
So what are you saying? You can't go more than 60 degrees from where?
Neither you, neither anybody, without permission.
Can't go more than 60 degrees from where?
From the 60 degrees. I don't know, 60 degrees south from everywhere.
60 degrees south.
Yeah.
Latitude.
From what? Where is that angle? Okay, latitude.
Latitude.
Okay, so.
From, yeah, latitude. Sorry, my English is bad.
No, it's fine. So.
Okay.
You're still saying it's flat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have any question?
Yeah, I do.
Ask.
Yeah, so if I want to get from Australia to Greenland, what direction do I go?
That has nothing to do why I'm flat earther.
You got to let her finish the
no.
question, though. She might be new to this topic, and you might want to treat her like a person instead of a robot on the internet.
Can you ask me this? Why you are flat earther?
That's for the lady, right? Not me. I'm
Wait,
not a
what?
flat earther. Maybe
I'm
she
not
is. I
a.
don't know.
I'm not
Go
a.
ahead.
Can you
like,
ask me why you a
see my
flat
name?
earther? No, see my name, Sasha. Sasha, why you a flat earther? Can you ask me that question?
Why would somebody ask you that?
Sasha,
Why would?
why are you?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I think he really wanted me to ask, so I'm just gonna see where this
Yeah.
goes.
Because you started
Sasha, why are you a flat earther?
Okay, great. I will answer that question because nobody asked that question. First one, that would I ask if I come, for example, some server and a flat earth. I will not have assumption also about some edge or Australia or something or flying. I will ask why you are thinking, why you think that Earth is flat. Then I will tell you. Okay, I'm thinking like this. If Earth is a sphere, it must be sphere. Okay. Then we have a sea level. Then I go to the beach. And then I see that I see too far regarding the dimensions of the Earth. And that's what I see, its flatness. For example, 10 miles. I see 10 miles and I see the one object on 10 miles. And that object is there. I cannot see that object if Earth is sphere. But I see that object. That's why I'm flat earther.
Wait, you're saying you don't see an object eventually, so you believe the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
No.
If Earth,
Why
if
is this?
if surface of water is not curving, what it is?
Language barrier here is so fucking massive and so hard to fucking hear this shit. It's fucking
Bad.
unbearable. Sasha, do me a favor, bro. When you try to explain shit to people, like have a fucking piece of paper that you've written shit out because when you're
Okay.
explaining,
The
it's
Earth.
horrible.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
fucking
Let's.
horrible.
It's horrible.
The lady's very
Okay.
disappointed with
Great.
that fucking answer.
Okay. Great. The Earth has dimension of 40,000. Sorry, because of English. The radius is 3,959 miles. With that radius given, with one foot observation, you can see 1.22 miles the horizon. But we see 10 miles the horizon. That's why I'm flat earther.
Did you understand what he said?
It's a lot of numbers. So you said 10 miles horizon. What was the other number you said?
1.2
1.2 what?
miles.
See, Sasha,
But
you went
what
so
is it?
fast with your broken English that she doesn't
No,
understand
it's okay.
anything.
No, I understood. I just want to.
No, you
I
didn't.
just
I know you
want to
didn't.
conceptualize everything he was saying
He's
because
describing
this
a
is
geometric horizon, the geometric
Right.
horizon where like as people usually say the boat goes over, right? And there's a geometric physical horizon. He's describing where that should be on mathematically. And he's saying that it isn't there when you actually look. It's actually much, much farther.
What do you mean? Can you elaborate, Glue?
I'll let Sasha elaborate on that, but that's what he's talking about, a
I can help you.
geometric
Hold on. Let
horizon.
me explain a little bit.
Oh, by the
I
way,
mean,
Glue,
look.
can you write that in the text chat as well? Glue, what you just said.
I
And
can't
you
hear
can
listen.
explain.
Okay, listen. Glober girl. If you're living on a globe, right? If you go north, west, east, south, doesn't matter which direction, right? You're gonna have a drop, right? If you're going, let's say you go a mile north, you're eventually gonna drop from the point of origin, right? So your point A is a certain value, and when you go a mile, your point B becomes another value, right? Do we agree on this? Because of the curve, it's not a straight line, right? You're walking on a curved line, right? If you're living on the ball. You have to understand
Yeah.
this right now. Right. So if I go a mile, I will have to be going downwards, right? From the point of
Do
origin.
you know the angle?
It doesn't matter about the angle, right?
Oh,
Just
I see.
understand this point, right? If
Are the
I
elevations the same?
go, we're on a ball. Don't interrupt. I'm talking to her. Everybody's listening. That's it. Right? So you're living on a ball. You go any direction. You're gonna drop as soon as you start moving, right? And I'm talking about 0.000000001 millimeter even if you just move a centimeter this way, right? We're talking like such small numbers, but you got to understand, because if you're living on such a large ball, you got to understand the scale, right? First of all, and you got to understand how much are you dropping, right? So do you understand that there is a drop every time you move? Let's say one anything, 1 kilometer, 1 mile, one fucking 100 miles, like just that one. If you move that one, there's going to be a certain drop. Do we agree on this?
If you're
Glober,
drawing
bro.
like if you're drawing
circle.
a
You're on a
line,
circle. Yeah.
yeah. So you're drawing like a line tangent to the Earth, right? And you're
Yes.
saying that
Right.
you're dropping from that line a tad bit. Yeah, I agree.
You will be. So and
Yes,
the
you
more
will.
you go, the more you move away from the point of origin, the more drastic that drop is.
From that tangent line that you've drawn, yeah.
A lot, by a lot. It's like an exponential curve a lot.
You'd
You
have to
understand
walk
that?
a lot because the radius of the Earth is
That's fine. That's fine. But this is
4,000
where I'm gonna
miles.
explain. I'm gonna explain that. But I just need you to understand the most basic point here, and then we can move on. When we agree on this, we can go to the next step, right? So we agree
How
on this.
drastic is the drop, though? If you're
Well,
walking 3 miles,
draw a circle. We'll draw a circle because a circle never will change. The only thing that will change on a circle is that radius, right? But the
yes.
properties of it's an infinite circle. So draw a line on a circle, and you'll actually see that curve. It doesn't matter how big the circle is,
Yeah, the
just
curve
so
is
that you
there.
understand. It will always be there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, this is where the problem lies, and that's why we are flat earthers, right? So
What is the
we can
problem?
see the problem is laser guiding systems that can shoot over 100 miles, right, straight in a line. And if the radius of the ball is 4,000 miles approximate, I give 4,000 miles to the Globers, right? Because the bigger the radius, the less of a drop. But right, if the radius is 4,000 miles, the drop rate would be 8 inches per mile squared, right? We're shooting over 100 miles flat, and if you put 100 miles into that formula, right, that curvature is so drastic, the objects would never be, you'd never be able to hit these objects because there'd be a big hump of water or land or whatever the ball is at the moment where you're standing from. You know what I mean? We see
You're
too
saying if you
far.
shoot a laser, like
Yes.
in the direction,
Doesn't matter what.
where the tangent
Yeah.
line should be, it shouldn't be hitting anything? Is that what you're saying?
No, we're hitting things.
Yeah, like if there's a mountain, I mean, you're
But
gonna hit
okay,
it.
well, okay, no. But look, okay, so draw that circle and then draw a mountain on the side of the circle, right, 100 miles away, and then shoot that laser. That laser's not going to shoot that mountain, I promise you. That laser will be shooting off into the space, into the sky, because you just draw that. Just look at the circle with the line on top of it. What's going on with that
Depends
line?
on how far out, yeah, because if
I
you're
said
talking
100
about
miles here. Yes, and I gave you the
100
numbers right now.
miles,
This 100
yeah.
miles, yes. And what's the radius of the ball?
4,000 miles.
Right. So these numbers are not that big. 4,000.
4,000 miles and then 100
okay?
miles,
What's
yeah.
right? 100%. Oh, yeah. What's 100? What's the percentage difference? 100 versus 4,000. It's not that big of a difference. We're talking maybe 3%, 1%, something like that. 2%. I'm giving low percentages.
It's a 52-inch drop over 100 miles.
No, it's not over 100 miles. What kind
It's
of
52
fucking
inches.
bullshit? No.
It's
You do not
51.9
know how to
seconds.
do math, son.
This guy doesn't. Yeah, this guy doesn't know how to do
Well,
math.
how would you, Lee, do you want to go over how we would do
I'll
that
do it.
math?
I will do it. I'll do it right now.
We'll do it
Exactly.
together, actually.
I did. Okay.
There
I
is
gave
this
you the
drawing
formula.
thing on, what is it, Start an Activity?
Sorry, I was saying
Give her the chart. Give her the
that's
chart.
It's called, there's a whiteboard.
Listen, give her
So
the
it's like
chart. It's
a
in chat.
classroom.
Somebody's listening to us. There's a chart, and it gives you that ball. We have a perfectly amazing chart with the Earth, and there's all the diagram, and it gives you all the mileages and all the numbers. Somebody please give her that chart. I don't have that shit at hand. But look in chat. Somebody will. I promise you. We're good at that.
I don't have
I
it on
could
hand.
scroll, I
Somebody needs
guess.
to post it.
Someone posted earlier. I see a chart from Sasha 5 minutes ago. Is that it?
Yeah, that's
I
it.
think so.
I scrolled up a little, like 5 minutes up. It's hard to read the numbers though when I
Oh yeah, you
zoom
can make
in.
it bigger. Make it bigger. Yeah, make it bigger. Or press open in browser, and I think you'll open a bigger one in browser. Yeah. No, Sasha, that's a shit one. Yeah, but you can zoom in
No,
the
that's not.
browser.
He did some kind of weird phone screenshot, weird bad
Yeah.
thing. That's not the image. That
But
doesn't
that's a good.
straighten out.
That's a good
That's
enough
not-
chart. Sasha, that's terrible. See, you're coming in and you're representing horribly, bro. You got to get your fucking.
It's okay. I mean,
man, relax. I calculated. This is only photo. It's photo. It's very small, of course. It's 6,500 feet for that distance.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's huge. The drop is huge. Over 100 miles is huge.
over 100 miles.
It's a 6,500 feet.
Yeah.
6,500 feet. That's almost a mile. It looks like.
It's huge.
Over a mile. Figure
Yeah,
figure
a little
20
bit
miles.
over a mile.
20 miles
so
is 260 feet, and you've been to a lake that's 20 miles long, right? And seen across it. Should be 260, depending on your height, right? So that's at like maybe a 6 foot or 1 foot observer. It depends on your height, but
Sorry, it's 80,000 inches. I'm just looking at my AutoCAD here.
Your math is wrong, buddy.
It's
Divided by
80,000.
80,000 inches divided by 12 is what?
It's
6,000?
about the same as
80,000.
6,666.
Yeah, 66666. Yes, it is. It's 4 sixes. 0.6666.
Everything works out to be 666 on the globe for some reason.
Isn't that interesting?
Not at all.
Not at
Still
all.
66.6 degrees feet it goes around the sun, 66,600 miles per hour.
Okay, wait. So there is it's a 1 mile drop from the tangent. What's
It's
the
gonna be a
issue?
huge drop. The issue
We
is
hit
the laser's hitting hold on. The laser's hitting boats on the water. So like one boat is shooting another boat. Not fucking like mountains here. We're talking boat to boat. And this is not high. We're talking leveled out lasering. That's the problem. There's no curve.
That's
What laser are you talking about? What is there a laser?
Guiding system? Yeah, laser guiding systems. You know what laser guiding systems is like? There's these super high optics that pierce through fucking the atmosphere, and then they can like target things from hundreds of miles away. This is military technology.
Yes.
Right. It only works on flat land, my friend.
Which laser are you talking about?
What do you mean? Which? Okay. Go, somebody give her the FE experiment. That's another one. The FE core experiment. There's multiple lasers. Just it doesn't matter. Light. I'll just sunlight. If
No,
you can
I'm
see,
curious about the laser because I even have relatives who
Irrelevant.
design these things, and I'm
Doesn't
curious
matter if
what
it's
laser
diamond or
you're
not.
talking
You can
about.
reflect a
Relevant.
mirror
The
that
point-
far. You can reflect a mirror that far if you want
Exactly.
to.
It's irrelevant. I'm telling you that there's lasers that can shoot really far. That's just an example. It's military technology, right? There's probably shit that I don't even know that goes further, right? But if you want to bring it down to your scale where you're a poor person, you can just use basic lights because light travels in a straight line, my friend.
Don't forget refraction.
Fuck your refraction.
Why do we have to fuck the refraction? Isn't it important?
Because hold on, because
It's a
people that
variable.
mention refraction don't understand how it fucking actually works in reality. They
Yeah,
have
but
some
if you
fucking
ignore it, it does affect.
Nobody's ignoring refraction. I never said.
You just said fuck. Yeah, that's ignoring it, is it not?
No, that's not ignoring it because you don't understand what I said. Doesn't mean what I said. You're putting shit in my mouth now.
No, shit's
Okay,
coming
if
out
you
of
want me
your
to
mouth.
explain, no, okay, okay, Mr. Smart Birdie Pants, what's the refractive index at sea level, my friend?
It doesn't matter what the refraction is.
Oh, it does. Oh, now see this cocksucker. It said it doesn't matter.
Here's
You
what
see
I'm
that,
saying.
Glober Girl?
No.
See, Glober Girl, when it matters, it doesn't matter. But when it doesn't matter, it matters. But since you're a woman, you understand that. And that's how all
Excuse
leftist
me,
guys
can I
that
finish?
ate too much fucking... Shut the fuck up. And that's
Wait, you
this
said
is
it
the
since I'm a
example.
woman, I don't understand what refractive index.
No. Since you're a woman, you understand this very well. The psychology of a woman. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You have
All
to
these
allow for
femboys,
refraction in
this is
real
what
world.
femboys. No, this is what happened. There's a lot of synthetic estrogen in the food and the water that these femboys kept eating, right? And their head got twisted.
I don't think. Well, that's an
You
ad
have to
hom, right?
allow for it. You have to allow for refraction if you're going to do these measurements. So I'm not saying I know what the refraction index is. I'm just saying if you're going to make the comparison, you have to allow for it. That's all.
Okay, go ahead, give it to us.
I don't know what it is. I don't know
All right,
offhand.
then we're going to call it nothing right now.
Well, if
If
you
I
call
see-
it nothing, but you're trying to use a real world example, so you
Then
have to use
give
the
us
real
a
world
goddamn
factors.
number, and we won't call it nothing.
Okay,
If
you
I
can
see
call it.
Okay, so
if I see
I
the
can look it
physical
up if
water,
you
if I see
want.
the physical water on 6 miles, why I need to think about refraction?
Well, because refraction's a thing that happens, is it not?
If I see the real physical water on 6 miles, why I should account on refraction?
Because you have to take all of the variables into.
If I see the real physical
Oh my
water,
God, are you not listening to me? Did you not hear me?
what the light is doing with the real physicality of the water, if it's real, if it's not, do you understand me?
I'm not sure if you understand me.
I understand you that the refraction can change the atmospheric conditions, you know. I
Right,
can
yes.
understand that. I'm asking
Okay,
you,
cool.
how can change the physicality of the water what I see on the 6 mile?
Well, because refraction is a thing.
But that water is real.
So is refraction.
But the refraction is doing nothing to show that water is
How do
real
you-
because it's real.
How do you know
What?
that, though?
Because
Have you
only
accounted for?
because there is an object in the water.
Okay. Have you allowed for refraction?
There is an object built in the water.
Is
Real
there air?
water.
Is there air?
Listen, dummy.
Oh my God.
If you keep mentioning refraction and allowing for it, you're going to come up with a number, or I'm going to put you on mute. It's your choice.
Are you allowing for refraction? That's all I'm asking. If you're
Yeah.
going to look at something, you have to allow for all the variables, do you not?
Yep, we're allowing for it.
Okay, cool. Excellent. That's all I'm asking. Are you allowing for it?
Yep.
Perfect. How much are you allowing for? What are the numbers?
Give it to me. What do you think that is?
No, you're the one who allowing for it.
Oh, I don't know. Whatever it was that day.
That's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Is if you're
Who
trying to
cares?
observe
Who
reality, you have to know
cares?
what.
When you're driving down the street, do you wonder what the refractive index is today? How come I can only see 10 miles? Or today I can only see 5? Or tomorrow I can see 20? On the Weather Channel, it tells you every day how far you can see. Do you wonder why that is?
If you're trying to make an observation, if you're trying to make an observation and account for all of the variables, you have to know what those variables are. If you're trying to say that you're seeing a certain distance, you have to know what the variables are to be able to see.
Back to Globe Earth, girl.
What? What did you say?
Nothing. You already know that your math doesn't work, so what do you got to say about that?
Well, I
And
was
why-
just reading about the index of refraction of air. Looks like
Go
it's
ahead.
1
Since you're
here,
gonna
but
go
it
ahead and
changes with the
add it.
density.
Go ahead and add it to it then if you need to.
But they're still hitting the laser that far away, right?
Which
So
one?
even if there is refraction,
I don't
it's
understand
still going
which
too far
laser you're.
away.
Which laser?
Doesn't matter. It varies. The frequencies vary.
Well,
The
I'd like to
frequencies-
know
the
this
fre- the fre-
experiment.
You
I
won't.
think
You're not
lasers
going to look
matter
into
when
it.
you're starting to add things that weren't
Okay,
talked
people
about
that
before.
are coming new to the conversation that were not listening for the past 30 minutes are not allowed to speak. Sit there and listen for 30. Sit there and listen for another 30
So we have to
minutes.
be here for 30 minutes before anyone's allowed to
No.
chime in.
No, it's if you don't understand the fucking context of the conversation, you're not being fucking helpful. So shut the fuck up and listen.
For 30 minutes.
Well, at least
There's also rail
because the
guns.
conversation is very deep and
At
complex.
least.
Well, I mean, dude, give us some fucking courtesy. It's been going on for hours. I mean, this channel's been going on for fucking days now, and it hasn't stopped.
Why would it stop, bro? Why would the truth stop?
You need to listen to all prior conversations before you come into here, okay? We have it all on recording, all 24/7 hours of it.
Exactly, and we do. And you can go look. We have the links and everything. Don't worry about that. It's all there. So listen, Globergo, back to you. You read up on refraction a little bit, yes?
Yeah, I mean, light bends. And?
Okay. Light bending going medium from another medium, we can see that. Like when you put like a straw in water, right? So the difference of densities in the mediums show you that difference of the bend, right? In light. We understand that. We can see that, right? We can see the drastic bend too, because you can literally see like, oh shit, is that straw broken or something? No, it's not. It's bent. We see that, right? In real life. Do we agree on this?
Okay, FE Course posted, Vlad.
Yes, we see it.
Okay. FE Course, that's a reference for you for later. You can watch that. This is a laser hitting a really far target across a large body of water. It's in the chat. You can save that link and watch it at your leisure. Okay, so what my point is right now, we are shooting the laser through one medium. There's no two mediums. It's a single medium. It's one homogeneous atmosphere with one single density, right? So you will not have that effect of bending or that drastic break in the angle, right? You won't.
I would have to disagree there
Show me
because the
this.
density
Show
of
me
air,
this. Show me this. Show me this.
the density of air changes with
Show me
altitude.
this. I disagree completely. Yeah, we're shooting across a lake. There's no changing of altitude.
Well, there is.
No, especially when it's a frozen lake. So the atmosphere is extremely like, how do you say, clear. I live next to a lake in winter, right? Craziest things I seen, like the distance you can cover across this lake is insane. Plus, if you get elevation, you can see hills and valleys beyond what is obstructing in front, or like the city that's obstructing it. And it's a crazy. I'm talking I can see for miles and miles and miles, like 70 miles with my bare naked eyes sometimes, because the day becomes so clear, right? It's just one homogeneous. So if it's homogeneously like thick, okay, so the laser will penetrate to a certain point, right? It will attenuate and then it won't hit the target. You know what I'm saying? It's just going to attenuate.
I'm referring to you saying there's a 1 mile elevation eventually when you go 100 miles straight. Yeah, I'm referring to. Yeah, so you're saying there
But
should
there's
be.
not. But it's
But
not.
I'm saying that there isn't because
There isn't. I said
the
there is
density
not.
of.
What do you mean? I'm saying there is no curve. Your globe Earth belief tells me there's a curve.
What? I'm sorry. When you say there's a curve, you're talking about the Earth, right?
But I'm telling you,
I'm talking about
I
the
know
laser,
it's
the light.
flat. Well, okay, the light is flat, flying straight. The Earth underneath it, or the water underneath that water, is not bending downwards. It's going straight. Remember what the first point we talked about? We agreed. Remember, goes to the beginning of the conversation that we started. What was the point that we both agreed on? That tangent line will be shooting off into the sky, right? But it's not shooting
The
off into the
imaginary
sky.
tangent line that we draw. Yeah.
It's no, we don't have to imagine it now. We create this with lights and lasers and shit. Don't we? We don't have to imagine it now. We can actually.
Again, I have to know which.
That's why there's a go into the chat. Radwin is my friend. He posted the goddamn link for you,
Greatest
please.
laser experiment in history, too. That one.
Watch it. I please, you're gonna love it. They account for all
Yeah, I
kinds
have
of
it
refraction.
on.
Field engineering core. There's a whole bunch of engineers. These are not some fucking high school kids. These are some fucking people that graduated fucking universities, did jobs for fucking big companies, and have like a lot of time on their hands now. They bought big fucking crazy equipment, like $30,000 lasers, and went tested this shit themselves. These are not fucking idiots, I promise you.
So
what was that distance they tested?
Go watch
So
it.
how far was
It's
the
there.
laser off of
Go watch it. It's there in the chat. I'm not gonna fucking read myself. Go ahead.
Okay.
I did it for the Glober lady because she's a nice lady. She's really you guys are trolls. Go watch it yourself.
All right. Well, whatever that distance is, I'll beat it significantly with my own footage. So we'll see what happens.
Keep in mind that she is married too. She's a nice lady, but she's also married, so she's off.
I never wanted to hit on this lady at all. I don't know why would you ever fucking bring that shit up.
Is it possible that I could speak to her husband? Is your husband available, miss?
He's still working his shift, but he'll be here in 2 hours.
Hey, that's awesome.
Has your husband ever considered
He's also a
having a
globe
male?
earther.
I thank God, thank goodness. We're gonna have a nice conversation. The flat earthers I'm having trouble with, but the globers I can kind of, we'll see what happens. Yeah.
Why do you guys believe in flat
Earth? DXO, why you have to talk so much shit, eh?
I think because I think flat earthers talk a lot of shit, right? I mean, think about the claims you have to make for flat earthers to be true. Like you'd have to be claiming
6 months belated birthday. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, like to be a flat earther, you basically
Leon
have
isn't
to claim-
conducive. He's not saying anything conducive to the discussion. Somebody mute him.
Really? That's it? I just got muted? Okay.
Really? Well, there wasn't really discussion happening. We're kind of moving on to the next topic.
I think we're just trying to chill. Let's just go ahead.
Well, he's gonna say like a bunch of ad hominems, like just be like a troll, right?
So we want to.
This isn't conducive to anything like productive. This of a discussion, so we should probably mute him.
So
not an ad hominem.
Are you gonna get muted?
You've been saying so many ad hominems throughout the whole conversation.
Yeah,
for us to take it seriously now, like you must be joking, right?
So I don't know how you think that's true, but okay.
Well, you must be joking if you think we're gonna take it seriously.
Okay. So I mean, no. I mean, I don't expect you to take me seriously. You are a flat earther, after all. And I'm a globe earther. So no, I wouldn't expect you to take me seriously, nor would I take you seriously. So okay, I'm glad we can. So I'm glad we can agree there.
What exactly are you talking
Yeah,
about
I'm
right
glad
now?
we can agree there.
You're not even saying anything right now.
Are you guys sun gazers too? You guys sun gaze?
I don't look at the sun. That damages my eyes.
I just want to know. A lot of flat earthers are sun gazers too.
That's a complete lie, kid. You just lied, huh? You come in here to tell lies?
What is going on?
I love lying.
That's part of being a globe earther. You can only tell lies, actually.
Apparently, you get power from the sun if you sun gaze.
So that's kind of what I was saying earlier, right? Flat earthers will say that all globe earthers lie.
No, we will not say that. We will say there is no. We will say this. Can I answer? Can I answer, please? Can I answer? We will not say that. We will say. We will say this.
Something that's not. He just did it. Like
some of you guys are roboting right now.
Yeah. This guy's roboting. Somebody mute him already.
Oh, I thought that was me.
But yeah, he just said that globe earthers are liars. So yeah, he did kind of say that basically all globers are liars.
Well, it's a fact. You can't say there's curvature if you haven't proven it yet, which is required for a sphere. So they are lying.
Right. So NASA, Tesla, or not Tesla, SpaceX, all of these space agencies we have around the world, every physics teacher, they all lie, right?
Yeah, when are we going to Mars again, by the way? Mr. Elon Musk?
I hate Elon Musk.
Not every teacher physics of lying. They're only teaching the program what they gave them.
Yeah, they don't get to choose what they teach. They're literally told, this is what you're teaching. Give it to your students.
Yep.
What? Really, if you're like a doctor in your field, you're allowed to dictate the terms of your curriculum. That's like one of the benefits of teaching, right?
Yeah, university professors.
Like teaching
Yeah,
pseudoscience.
so all university professors are liars, right? Like all physics university professors
ones
that ever
teaching the
cite
globe.
gravity are liars, right?
They are.
Not
They're
teaching the
lying.
globe, but
Nothing to
teaching
teach about gravity. So
teaching
yes,
about
they're just
gravity. Yeah.
using their imagination and teaching you their imagination.
Why are they lying?
They are not lying.
Why aren't they lying? Can I get clarity?
Why are
they lying? Okay, clarity.
They are teaching. They are teaching the
That's
lie.
clarity. Yeah, we'll get clarity here for another 7 years with Sasha. What do you mean? Are they lying? Do you claim that we're claiming they're not lying, or they are claiming? What do you even? What's your claim, bro? Let's just get a foundation.
I'm asking you, why are all physics teachers at university that are teaching the globe Earth or teaching gravity or teaching basically anything that would
the question's
entail
getting really long.
that
Yep, the question's getting longer. Yep.
Right. I'm just giving you context for the group of
finish
people
the
that I'm
question.
talking
I'm going to
about.
tell you the truth right now. Finish the question. I'm going to tell you.
I'm
Yes.
trying to finish the question, but you keep on interrupting. Right. Why are all of these people lying? Are they knowingly doing it?
No,
or
they're not. Yeah, you're claiming exactly that. You keep saying that they're not lying. They believe it just like you.
I'm not
That's the
saying they're not
point.
lying. I'm asking
That's
you,
the
why are you
point.
claiming
They're
that
not.
they're
I know
lying?
you won't even let me answer. You're scared to death of an answer. My goodness, is there any way I
Why are
can
you getting
answer
so
this guy?
unhinged, my guy?
Is there
Calm
any
down.
way I can? Is there anybody? Can we get a fire extinguisher? This guy's on fire. I can't
Calm
answer him. He's
down,
scared
dude.
to death.
Calm
Princess
down.
Cupcake, relax. It's okay. You can let somebody else speak on the internet. I'm only gonna be here 30 seconds, and I'll leave. Yeah, they believe it just like you believe it. It's that simple. They're not lying. They believe their religion. That was easy. Thanks.
So they're
Just
all
like you
were they all?
believe it. No,
So
but
is
he
there
just
is
said
there a
it.
group
Just
of
like
people?
you, man. Do you believe it?
That's exactly what happens when you give them a direct answer. They go retarded. It's that easy, guys.
So
Thanks.
is there a group of people
No,
that
but are
are
you lying? Are you,
deliberately
hey,
lying
Neo?
about the shape
Are
of
you
the Earth?
lying? Globe champ. Are you
Yes.
lying? Neo, are you trying? Are you lying?
No.
Neo, are you
No,
lying?
I'm not
You're
lying.
not lying.
No, I'm not
So
lying.
you believe
Everything
in
I
the
say is
globe.
correct. Yes,
Okay,
everything I
see?
say is correct.
Well,
Yes.
then you're fucking wrong and you're stupid. That's all I gotta say. Thank you for.
Okay. Why am I wrong?
What
I
is
don't
your?
need to
What is
listen.
your?
I don't need to explain to a retard why he's fucking retarded.
Why?
Thank you.
Why? Isn't that just an
Why?
ad hom?
Because
That is
why?
quite
Because why?
literally
Because why? That's
that
why
is
I'm on mute
quite
and that's it.
literally the
Why? Why?
definition of an ad hom. You're saying I'm wrong because I'm retarded, and you don't need to explain it.
Okay, so what's your question instead of talking about flat earthers and everything else? Go ahead.
Why am I wrong about the shape of the Earth?
You never check it.
That was his claim.
Yeah, you never check. You just believe everything you see on TV to be fact, so that's your fault.
Did you check? Did you check?
Hello?
Did you check? This is a question for the guy.
Oh.
Did I check what?
Did you check this? Is it Earth the spherical? The shape
curvature.
of the Earth?
Did you verify it curves?
Yeah. I checked. Yeah, I checked.
Okay, how did you check? What did you do? What was the experiment you conducted?
I mean, I've done the Cavendish experiment in laboratory settings when I was
That has
taking
nothing
physics.
to do with the curvature
as
of
an
the Earth.
undergrad.
And Cavendish experiment show you the curvature.
I've also flown
I
across
thought
the
so,
Atlantic.
yeah.
You can see slight curvature.
Okay, so nothing to
Right.
do with anything, right? So just another imagined claim. Yeah,
Right,
so that's the
right.
point. There
Seeing
is
the
no claim.
curve.
Watch this. All you have
Seeing
to
the
do is this.
curve
Watch this.
doesn't matter.
Where does your information come from? Where's the origin of this outer space ball religion? Where's the origin of that?
So seeing the curve doesn't matter then?
That was
Is that what
easy.
you're
See,
saying?
there it is, right there. No, not seeing the curve. Yeah, 80,000 feet, not seeing the curve. So if we go higher and we don't see the curve, then what's your next excuse? You don't
We
have a
do see
claim.
the
There is
curve.
no excuse.
We do see
Oh,
the curve.
why the military says we don't? I'm a former 19 kilo. Would you like to put some money on it? I'm not a flat earther, by the way. I'm not a flat. Yeah, I'm not a flat
the
earther,
military
by the
says
way.
something that you're like
I'm saying no.
removing
You're
context
evidence.
from?
I'm saying I have evidence myself. I'm a photographer. I have evidence. What do you have?
Photographer. If you're a photographer, what have you photographed?
That's the point. What do you have?
sound
I have
legitimately
evidence. You're scared to death. What do you have, little princess boy? Do you have any evidence?
You said you're a photographer.
Yes,
what
I have
photographs do you
two.
have?
Yes, I'm asking you a question. What do you have? Do you have any evidence at all? Anything
The
at all?
evidence would you
Put the money on the table. He's saying he has
Can I
it. Now
get a
show
quick answer?
yours.
Do you have
What
anything
evidence would
at
you accept?
all? No, that's my
I
point.
mean,
Do
we
you
have
have
the
any? Do
Cavendish
you have a claim?
experiment. We have all these photos
Nope.
from
Do you have
space,
any
right?
evidence? Okay,
We
so
have
just the cartoon. So your
uninterrupted.
TV.
We have
I saw it on
uninterrupted
TV.
footage of a
There you
space
go.
launch.
There's the claim,
Actually,
guys. He
Can I
saw
answer?
it on
I've got a
TV.
question.
There you go.
Yeah,
So,
so we
do
have
you
uninterrupted footage
believe?
of a space launch from Earth to space that thousands of people
Okay, this is
recorded,
it. It's a television religion.
and it's all
But here's the
fake,
point,
right?
guys.
All
I
of
just
it's
have to put this
fake.
down.
All of
You'll
it's
never
fake. We
get a
have no
claim. Let
reason
me
to
just
lie
finish
about
one
the
thing.
fake.
Can I
Yes,
just
we
say
do.
this? Thank you. One sentence. You'll
No,
never
you're
get a
really
claim
annoying when
of
you talk.
where they
Your
get
voice
their
is like spike
information
damage.
from.
Okay,
You'll
hold
notice
on, Nate.
this. You'll never get a claim. It's that easy.
So all the technology we've used to, to see Mars and other planets exists, they're also around, satellite
all fake
imagery.
CGI, I
We
think.
have.
Nope.
Do you
Hold on, guys.
also
Hold on.
not
Let her
believe?
finish. I'll answer her. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Yes, just let her finish.
I'm
Just go ahead. It's
I'm
okay.
just
Go
curious
ahead.
if you trust the images of those other planets and basically any scientific advancement. Do you trust any of the news? Flat Earth aside, right? Just
Right. I'm not a
anything
flat earther. Go
pertaining
ahead.
to things we've ascertained from looking at
Yes.
satellite images. Do you
Yes,
trust
and
any
these
of
are
that?
almost very little of them. There's only been a couple that are even remotely relevant to reality. Most of them are paintings because they admit they're not real. That's not my
What do
claim.
you trust?
No, that's my point. It's they don't trust their images. They admit they're not fake. So I'm just pointing out that you believe things they admit are not real, miss.
Well, you don't know
It's
what I
that easy.
believe.
Oh no, you've already told me.
No, but you don't
gave me
know
your
which
spiel.
images I believe.
Oh,
I
well,
never
you could
said which
show me some.
images.
Okay, whenever you're ready to show me those, you let me
But
know.
I'm
and
asking
we'll
you
handle it.
which ones you believe because you are actually more likely to not believe in these images. So I'm curious how you picked which satellite
That's the
imagery
point.
you
Yes.
trust. How
That's
did
the
you pick
point.
it?
Yes, that's the point, is that it's done by aircraft. The ones done by aircraft are real. The ones they claim are satellites are actually just literally CAD programs putting pictures together. So they put those together like a U-2 spy plane flew over Turkey in 1955. That's real photography. We've been using planes to do these things. And that's why you actually can buy like a new vehicle and there's a satellite image thing on your display system, right? They have like your flat screen and that's depicted by what? These are digital imagery used by cell towers and low-flying vehicles. There are no satellites that are used for anything. Let me point this out. In the military, we have to use air warning and control systems. If you type in AWACS, AWACS, you'll see these large radar planes that we require, and we have one for the land as well. It's called a J-STARS. If we had satellites in the military, we wouldn't have to use AWACS or J-STARS. And that's just a bit, but again, I'm not a flat earther though. But yes, they are. Here's what flat earthers are right about. They are right about government lying. And that's why this is such a very interesting conversation. So both sides are just going to keep fighting about it. Yep.
Can I just
Like
ask,
some
if you're not a
military
flat
knowledge.
earther, do you believe in the globe? Mr.
No,
Military Man?
he believes in Genesis, what the Bible says. That's what he believes in. Go read that, and that's exactly what he thinks it is.
Can you just tell me what it is?
Go fucking read it, man. I said.
Oh, a bit angry. Okay.
I'm not gonna fucking. I don't know what it is, man. You go read it, man.
That's hilarious.
I know, man. This is a guy asking me to do his homework for him. What a fucking asshole.
No, well, I just asked the guy. He didn't respond.
Okay. No, let me talk to you. Are you asking me about the Bible? You want me to tell you what creation is? This is a hard question. A little boy shouldn't be able to answer you. What would you like me to answer you, or is it somebody else you want to talk? Somebody's already interrupting, so go ahead.
No, actually, the only question I asked you is yes or no question. Do you believe in the globe? Yes or no?
No, absolutely not. No, there's no such thing as objectifying creation. Nope, it's a lie. Yeah, they lied about that. That's what flat earthers are right about. But when they go from there, then they start having their own problems. Yeah.
All right, that's cool. That's cool. No, I respect it.
So you can't measure. Let me give you my reality here. So Jeremiah 31:37, thus saith the Lord, if the heavens above can be measured, or the foundations of the earth searched out beneath, I will cast off all my seed of Israel for what they have done. Which means if you can measure earth or heaven, God will kill his own people. So he dares you to try to measure his creation. That's the answer to why would they lie? Yeah, it's right there. Jeremiah 31:37. Thanks.
All right, cool. Yeah, sorry for the derail, guys. Continue talking whatever you're talking about.
Sorry, he's going to come back real quick and tell me to shut up, but I got another 30 seconds. So Psalm 24 says, the earth is, here's what it says, the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, the world, and they that dwell therein. Here's the big important line. For he hath founded it upon the seas and established it upon the floods. What? The earth is established on the floods and founded upon the seas? The English and Hebrew. I go to the Hebrew to make sure it's correct. So anybody wants to try me, go ahead. Psalm 24.
All right, so church talk is almost over.
Yes, several different versions. Yes, church talk. I can do more in 5 minutes of Bible talk than flat earthers can do in 5 years. I'll put my life on that. Let me know when you want that challenge. Thanks.
We know this. Hey, EXO, we know all that. Don't worry. You're one
You're damn right
guy.
you know it. You're damn right
listen,
you know. Amen.
Did you hear me
Go
before?
ahead.
I missed your birthday by 6 months. I wish you a belated birthday. I'm sorry.
Well, Baruch Hashem. Are you 5th? What day were you that month? I know you're the same. So
I'm close there. Yeah, don't worry about it.
yeah, I know. Yeah, man, just forgot about Fungura. What am I gonna do with you? You rascal.
You don't even know.
You fucking,
buddy.
I'm gonna fucking pinch your cheeks. I cannot fucking believe. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'm just gonna be quiet, guys. Yeah, moving on.
Yes.
Thanks. You've given me enough time, Radwin. Thanks for putting up with my abusive Bible talk. You guys have a good one.
So abusive. Goddamn.
Thank you.
You know, he's good when he's good.
And I'm really bad when I'm kind of bad.
So it doesn't bother me.
You're fucking terrible. Yeah.
Listen, if anyone is ashamed of him and his work, be careful. So the reason people made the mistake, Vlad, is because they were typing in Earth the whole time. Earth. Let me search Earth. Let's look up Earth. And that's not what it was about. So the point is, Earth is not a system. You Globers can chime in whenever. Earth is part of a system. Does this make sense to what I'm trying to tell you? I understand versus what you believe. Earth is part of a system. Earth is not a system. Does anybody have a problem with that?
About the land we're talking, you're talking about Earth as the land we're walking on, Earth, right?
That's right. Continue.
Right. Okay.
Good job.
It's part of the system where the heavens are above and the waters below. Well, that's
you've been listening. You've been listening.
No, man, I don't listen to none of that shit. I already know all this, my friend.
I know you guys you are the smartest person I've ever met. Next.
I'm one of them. Hey, listen, you know, I go saying that shit around to people. People make it as a joke, and then later on they realize I ain't wrong.
That's the sometimes. Well, let me just say this real quick. You continue. But when men become smart, sometimes that's their greatest problem because they think they got it all figured out.
I know. Hey, and this is what but listen, this is where I came to terms with it. I was like, you know what? The more I know, the less I fucking know. Imagine that.
It feels like that, right? Yeah, because when you get to that next level, you're like, I'm a retard. Like you get to that next level, like when God shows you something like, oh, I'm sorry, Lord, I didn't know I was just drooling all the time. Thanks. Oh my goodness, bro. Well, let me just do so. Exodus 20. Anybody ever heard of the 10 Commandments? This is crazy. Listen, let me just say this: the 10 Commandments are actually not called the Commandments; they're called the 10 Words. That'll be important when you start realizing who Jesus is. So the 10 Words talk about something, and it actually gives the blueprints of creation that Vlad was just talking about. Are hidden in Exodus 20, the 10 Commandments, and it's Exodus 24. That's 204. Blueprints of heaven and earth.
I don't think the Globers will ever look at any of that.
No, they don't need to. I want to harden their hearts anyway. I don't believe in Globers. I believe in different forms of demon possession, Vlad. There's just different levels of weirdos. Okay, listen. Some people have a frog spirit. Some people have a cat spirit. I really like the cat people, but these Globers, bro, they got something weird. I don't know what that shit is, dude. When you talk to a fanatical person that has to tell you, oh, it just looks that way. That's not really like that's okay. We're done here. Okay, have a nice day. Like you can talk to anybody. They're the only people that would say it's just your eyes fooling you, silly. Okay, we're done. Thanks. End discussion. So I don't even. What do you think I'm going to tell somebody to trust their eyes? I
They
have to
tell you
convince
that.
somebody? Thanks.
My bad, bro. They're telling you that your senses are conspiring to lie to you. Your God-given senses are conspiring against you. That's the Globers.
Hey, James, is this another account?
That's the same account. I was able to change the, how do you say, the server name. So I just was playing, since some of the Globers always showing cartoons, and I sometimes call them cartoon earthers, and they say you are a flat earther because you don't believe in the globe. No, I'm not a flat earther. Let me see. I'm over the ground, in the medium, under heaven. So heaven earther. That sounds good. just to mess with them a little bit.
That's funny.
It is the same account.
Where would you get such a crazy idea about heaven?
About heaven? I think about it like as an antecedent to the construct that we're in. So heaven above us, I'm under heaven. I mean, it's kind of clear to me. Some people want to deny it, but no, they just talk about the ground under your feet. Yeah, we can talk about that, but that's not the whole construct. It's just like, you know, you have a roof over your head, and if the roof, you say it's not important, it is kind of important. The roof, you have the ceiling above you that's protecting you from the weather, and I don't know, the lights that is illuminating your room. It's important.
That comes to the objectification. So what I'm, trying to get across, I know some people don't know what I'm saying, Jemsy, you'll have to tell them earlier, because I know I'm just too much. But when both people are telling the same lie, nobody learns anything. So if you have one side saying, Earth is a closed system, and the other side says, Earth is a open system, they're both telling the same lie, and they don't realize it. And that's how deceptions work. Earth is not a system. That's all.
Could you expand on that?
Do people think the Earth holds the stars up? Oh my goodness. That's right. Oh my God. People are going to start screaming, oh my God. Do people think the Earth holds the stars up? No. What about the water, right? Everybody thinks, remember, when you say flat Earth, you're objectifying. You're saying it's an object Earth holding water. I hear this 1,000 times an hour from these people. They'll say, look at the water. Look at the water. It's flat. Therefore, the Earth is flat. Well, that's the same lie because you're claiming that water conforms to the shape of something. That's the same lie.
So I'm just curious, what do you think the Earth is if it's not objective? Like, is it a material?
Did I just get kicked out?
No, you're still here. Hello, can you hear me?
You're here, but it sounds like you're having some connection issues, maybe.
Yeah, he was going crazy roboting, talking backwards and shit.
I just saw Schizomaxer. So Schizomaxer.
Hey, Heaven Earther, do you hold to the firmament then, like a dome over the Earth?
The firmament? You asking about the firmament?
Yeah, I'm just curious. What do you think the sky is?
Well, the firmament is, it's of the scriptures, right? It's most like cosmology of the Abrahamics, right? So I grew up with that, so it's a term that I'm familiar with.
Sure. What do you hold to, though?
Well, I can use the term. I have no problem with it. The firmament. I'm not gonna ascribe any shapes to it, or what is it made of, or how far it is, how big it is, if it's a dome or a tent or a flat, or whatever shape it is. I'm not gonna give it any shapes.
Okay.
But I probably look at it more like an antecedent to, let's say, the floor on your feet, under your feet, the medium that we're walking across, right? The medium, the air, the atmosphere that we're in, and then the layers above. One of the you see the ceiling in your roof, the ceiling inside your apartment or your house. The firmament might be one of those ceilings. Maybe there's one, maybe there's two. I don't know. I don't really know, but there is a limitation to, or let's say, a layer above us, and some people say the firmament or whatever other terms people give it.
Okay. Now, like when you look up, though, you see it's kind of curved, right? Like you see a curved field of view.
That might be our perspective from our optics or eyes. We see this kind of like this dome around us, but it's a 360 degrees perspective. It's not that the actual medium itself is curving or bending or whatever. It's more a limitation of our view.
Okay, so you don't think we're actually seen to the edge of the firmament or what have you?
That's a tough one, because if you ask me, I see the there might be like a friction. How do you say? There might be a medium above us that it might be some type of superfluid. So it might be functioning in a way that you can actually you can't tell if it's if you're looking through something. I think people call it super liquid helium or something like that. Helium that is above us.
The helium-4.
Even helium-4, yeah, is like a
It's one of those
how do you
things that have been rolled out that how to explain away dark matter and dark energy. It's like a different, like even in the heliocentric model, they'll call outer space is actually a superfluid.
Okay. So, but you think that's what surrounds our atmos, if you will?
That might be one of the things above us, or one of the things that is up there, but I'm not saying that is the thing. That is just one thing. I'm thinking this construct has many things that are part of it.
Okay.
And that might be one of those.
Do you think we're capable of creating ballistics that would be able to go that far?
Hey, did you guys know that the lunar lander would also need to be as tight as a submarine? You should be able to put that thing underwater with people in it and it just work. But nope.
Yeah, that's interesting. You're saying the ballistics that we could maybe throw. You know what? I think there is ways to throw stuff up there that might reach maybe whatever superfluid is up there, possibly. I'm speculating, but I did some observations in the Caribbean where NASA was doing some tests in the Caribbean, and they were throwing these smaller rockets. And I was up in the mountains. I was pretty high in altitude, almost at the same altitude that they were doing the launches from.
Okay.
And for some reason, I was a child. I didn't have any bias about what I was looking at. I just saw it. And when I saw the launch and it was going straight up, not like the arc that normally you see from the rocket that goes away from your view. What I saw, it was like this rocket going straight up. And after a while, it almost looked like a boat going above my head. You know when the boat is like on top of the water and you see the wake of the water breaking behind the boat? It almost looked like it was moving around the sky, in the sky, like it was moving one way and then was moving the other way, almost like a boat going back
like
and forward.
Shimmering? Do you mean like it was a shimmer? Okay.
Not like a shimmer, almost like it was.
Okay.
It looked like water to me. I was a child. I was probably like 10 years old when that happened, and that was what I was thinking in my mind. It looked like a boat on water. That's what I was thinking. I wasn't thinking about globe Earth, flat Earth, or water Earth, or heaven. I wasn't thinking about any of that. I was just looking at it.
Sure. Okay. Cool. I was just curious what your thoughts on it were. So.
So yes, I think there might be technology that it can be sent up there and do tests and check the medium, some of the mediums above, but to penetrate it and go beyond it, that's another question. That's something that I would say no. I don't think man can break through those barriers above, but I don't know everything, so I can't make a final claim about that.
Sure. Do you think just that's a technological issue, or do you think it's more of a philosophical, spiritual?
It might be a supernatural issue. Maybe God designed a supernatural state that we, let's say in this state that we're in, we can't go beyond it unless the designer, the creator, allows it, or I don't know.
Sure.
There might be some supernatural to it.
Yeah, I would say the same from my point of view. I would go as speculation. You can only go about 8 miles down, and you can only go about 8 miles up. That's it. People talk about the firmament, or the ISS is 200 miles up. I'd be surprised if it's even possible to go more than 8 miles up.
And do you think that's a technological?
There's a few more. There's a few more left.
What do you think the limitations are, or the reasons for that limitations, Crit?
Yeah, the same thing as going down. Is just not your body's just not viable in that environment.
Okay, well that's humans, but what about like technological apparatuses?
Yeah,
rockets,
same thing with machines
stuff
and
like
stuff.
that.
What do you think would happen to what container could you get down 8 miles? The drill bits just got destroyed. They couldn't even function in that environment. It's not for us to know.
Were they just melting, or what was the limitation on the drill bits? Do you know?
Yeah, there's a few different things that was going on.
8 miles.
Well, the important factor is that every prediction that they made was obviously false. So when they make these predictions, that just teaches us they're not real. They're just imagined religious beliefs.
See, that's what I would say. Have someone do that. They say they go 63 miles up. Everything goes out of view. I mean, you have no idea what they're doing. I call that a fantastic tale. Amazing stories, like Buckaroo Banzai in the fifth dimension. In fact, or that idea of Plato's cave. Coming back with these fantastic, out of this world stories about extra dimensional whatnots.
Well, isn't Plato's cave just like a philosophical concept?
Yeah, where people are, you're in Earth, and to say Earth is your enclosed system, and you leave that environment and come back and try to tell people, what did you see, what did you hear, what did it look like, and it's completely unintelligible.
Just looking at the different things about the depths and stuff, like ocean depths. Is it the Mediterranean Sea, maximum 5,000? Cool. Anyways, I was just curious what your thoughts on that were.
Earlier we mentioned.
Hey, Vlad. Let's go ahead, Jimmy.
Go ahead.
I just want to ask, Vlad, can you send me a PM? I got a video for you. I can't post in that chat. See all the comments on the right? I can't post there. Vlad, can you post there?
Yeah, I can post there.
Hey, a fellow with the Hebrew name. What is your name?
Amram or Amrami. So
Okay.
that says Amrami in Hebrew, but it would be Amram in English,
Amram.
But cool. My real last name is on the back of my profile. So Mr. Masta, that's my last name, born and raised Masta. I know that's crazy, but that's my real name.
Okay, well, I'll just go with Amram because that's what you're
Perfect.
showing here.
Sure.
So do you hold to a firmament then?
Oh, I absolutely know there's a firmament. Yes, Genesis 1. Yeah, it separates the waters above. That's probably why the stars twinkle like they're in water. That's really the evidence of that. But past that, no man can make a claim, right? We can barely figure out how things work down here. So as soon as men start saying, yeah, but look at the stars, and they've already hidden from what we can prove here. They're already hiding, actually. So just be careful when you go there, because nobody understands those things. Yes, they do lie about those, but of course that's not relevant to any shape claims. The shape claims are still deceptions.
Okay, so you hold to a firmament. I'm just trying to get a sense of what your thoughts on it were then. So you think it's what's the edge? Like, do you know what the material of the firmament is? Is it a material?
Oh, of course
What
not.
do you
No,
think?
it's heavenly. No, it's absolutely heavenly. So it's out of this realm. Jemsy uses the term supernatural, but actually, there's really no such thing as supernatural, because everything in the natural world is a supernatural creation, or you'd have to just assume it made itself accidentally. So there's a paradigm problem we have to address first, anyway, with the illusion, the illusion of evolution. So we first have to go to evolution and go, why do people believe that? So there's other problems here, just so that nobody is confused. It's not just, it has nothing to do with shape, edge, material, anything like that. You're asking questions that no man can answer anyway. That's very common in internet discussions, but I'm coming from the really is level. That's my picture. I got channels. We have evidence. I'm going to have Vlad post something in a minute. I got over a 55-mile long distance shot over the Puget Sound area just north of Seattle. So I'll be sending Vlad that in a couple minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So you did mention earlier something about the Earth being, like, we call it a material and systems and things like that, right? But do you believe the Earth is a material?
It obviously is. That's why it's Earth. That's actually the original definition for material is Earth. That's eretz in Hebrew.
So why do you think there isn't a system then? Like, because you were saying closed system or
There
open
is.
system,
I
there is
didn't
no
say
such
there
thing as.
isn't. I didn't say that. No, I didn't
Oh,
say there
sorry,
isn't.
did
I
I
said the
mishear?
Earth. Yes, it's
Okay.
the Earth is not a system. The Earth is part of a system. The Earth is part. Just like I have a internal combustion engine. That's the system. The piston or the crankshaft or the valves, those are just parts of the system. Yep.
But the engine's a part of a car. So the
That's also, yeah, that's even greater. Yes, that's even greater systems upon more systems. Yeah, the Earth is just part of a system. More system. Yeah.
Yeah, but you could say it's a system as well, though, couldn't you?
No,
Just
that's
as
if
the
you want to
car is
hide
a
from the
system?
premise of relevancy. No, that's if you want to hide from the relevancy. We're trying to prove what matters here. If we immediately just start trying to play word games, that means we're hiding from reality. No, we're just trying to prove that Earth is part of a system. The system we're referring to is because we breathe. I don't think I'm breathing Earth.
Oh, sorry, you're roboting really
Earth
bad.
doesn't hold the air, even though people believe that. That has nothing to do. Okay.
You live in the world of robots now, XO.
Is it still
Yeah, yeah, it's roboting pretty bad there.
XO, you've now went from human to robot.
Well, I don't think it was necessary to mute him, but
how am I going to get him to stop roboting and get his attention?
I think just telling him he's roboting. I think
it's gonna.
Really? You think that works?
Yeah.
Yeah, MRAM, you might have to pop out and pop back in.
I do this all the time. I'm not new at this.
No worries. Cool. Well, thanks for answering the questions. I was just curious what your take on it was. So,
what is your take?
Oh, me? Oh, I'm totally a globe head. So,
your head is a globe?
Roughly. More oblong, I suppose. No, I hold to a globe model and all that entails. So,
why would you do that?
Because that's what I experience.
You experience you holding a globe, therefore you live in a globe?
Something of that nature. Not to play
So
word games, but
when the teacher told you, hey, you see this globe right here on this table? This is where you live, little Chat Z. And you were like, you know what?
It sounds good.
Sounds good.
No, there's a few things that I've experienced that makes me think that the globe model is accurate. And I mean, MRAM wouldn't agree with them because of his thoughts on. Oh, he's not here, but on the cosmos. But stars are one thing.
But stars aren't the Earth.
The moon. the moon and
The moon's
no,
not
but
the Earth either.
no, but the way they move in relation to us is indicative
Doesn't
of
move.
our being a spherical shape. Well,
The
there's
Earth
movement.
doesn't move.
Either we're moving or the Earth or the stars are moving, but their movements, and I'm just saying their movements, is indicative of a spherical shape. So the way that there's motion, like either we're moving or they're moving, would be indicative of that. So if that answers that. So
even though people like Einstein say there's no observational experiment or terrestrial experiment that can prove that the Earth is rotating, you believe that it is?
it's either we're rotating or the stars are rotating around us. There's movement of the stars, right?
You could test that though, right? If they were moving, what would it look like?
Well, there's photos that show there's Earth or star trails, right? Plus, I mean, I've been outside and I've seen the stars move.
Which can suggest either they're moving or we're moving, right?
Sure, yeah, it's one or the other, but there is movement. So.
And you have your senses. Oh, go ahead,
I
Jedi.
took
My
this
bad.
picture right here. Here, I took this picture for you. Here's some star trails. This is like 4 days ago.
Sorry, Radman. Okay, cool. Thanks. Yeah, so either we're moving or it's moving. It's like being in a car, right? And you look out the window, and either you're moving in the vehicle or the world around you is moving. But there's movement, so.
Completely agree with you. It's either one or the other. I'm just trying to figure out why you assert 100% it's us that is moving, when it could be either way.
Oh, well, that's
It
just.
doesn't narrow it
That's a
down. So
belief.
what's the next step?
No. But that's a belief. So, I mean, I'm not using those to indicate our movement. I'm using those to indicate the shape of what we are on, and it implies a sphere.
I don't mean to cut in, but look at the video I just found on nautiluslive.org. It's cool. They're mapping the ocean floor. That channel right there, I'm just going to say, it doesn't look flat.
What?
Yeah,
okay.
it's in the chat.
Anyways, that's.
I dropped the link in the chat. I didn't know this. I just actually stumbled upon this, like doing some searches. The Nautilus is mapping the ocean floor. And so they have a whole bunch of different channels of like their different kinds of like all their equipment and how they're doing it. No, it's not a curve at sea level. They're at like boat level, what, 20 feet, 30 feet above the ocean?
Okay,
So,
I
I don't know.
gotcha.
I just thought I'd throw
So
that in there.
it's got topography, so it's not flat.
Has anybody heard of
Are they looking at the seafloor or are they looking at the?
Yeah, the
surface?
seafloor is not flat. Okay, I gotcha.
Oh yeah.
No,
okay, sure.
I'm talking about look at the Channel 3 video and look at the horizon. The horizon is not flat. The floor, they're mapping the floor on Channel 1. You can see the telemetry that they're using and all that stuff. It's really fucking cool. You can actually see how they're going through and they're like tracking the difference. They're just mapping the floor. It's like the ocean floor is pretty much unexplored. I didn't even know this existed. And they do this, they have this channel 24/7 up. I was like, oh, that's super cool. I was like, I got to share this with my flat earthers. Because in the Channel 3, you can see the horizon, and it's obviously not flat.
Has anybody heard of the abyssal plains?
No,
I
that's
have
new to me.
No.
So the abyssal plains, I think they take up about maybe a third to a half of the seafloor. And I say they're plains as in they're very, very flat areas on the seafloor. Maybe you should Google search the abyssal plains. Same thing as like Bolivian salt flats and other areas on the earth that are mapped out to be level and flat. It's kind of the same for at least a third or a half of the seafloor, known as the abyssal plains.
Well, the deepest point in the ocean is the Mariana Trench, I think, is what we've determined.
Awesome.
The Mariana Trench, I don't know.
Yeah, it's not an abyssal plain.
Whitehead, are you saying that the video that is being live streamed on Channel 3 and that line is curving when you're looking at the video, that you're saying that's the curvature of the Earth?
That's that potentially, yeah.
Are you trolling, bro?
No.
It's actually moving. It's actually moving with the camera. It's like
Of course, because the
taking
boat
a
is
shape with
rocking.
the
Have you
camera.
never been at sea?
So you're saying that that is the curvature of the Earth?
Yes, that's a slight curvature of the Earth. They're probably, I don't know, that camera might be on top of a mast, so it might be 40, 50 foot high.
Damn, bro.
Do you know what curvature looks like?
Yes, I've been on a 747. I've flown across the ocean, yes.
And you've seen the curvature from the 747?
Yes, don't say something's wrong with the windows or whatever.
No, I'm just going to tell you to go and look outside the other window, 108 degrees on the left-hand side of the plane, for example, and notice you'll see a curve there. Go up to the cockpit, look out, and you'll see curvature there. If you join all of these lines up, you're going to get a wibbly-wobbly line. It's a bit of a problem there, mate. Ultimately, we have a 360-degree
That was a whole bunch of gobbledygook, but okay.
Well, you need to make multiple observations, not just one, and go look somewhere else. Like turn around.
Have you gone to uni?
What?
Have you gone to uni?
Are you a dickhead? Are you just going to have a go at me?
Basic science experiment is you can take photographs on the
Not
ground
an experiment, dummy.
You're being an asshole. For what reason?
Yeah, why are you being a dick for no reason whatsoever? Why?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to come off that way.
Well, you did. You are obviously
I
a dickhead.
apologize. I apologize. Sorry.
No, you've already been marked as a dickhead, man. That's now how I think of it.
It is what it is.
No, we came in kind of
I
like a
apologize, not
Wojak.
unlike a dickhead, but if I'm still marked as one, that's okay. A dickhead normally doesn't apologize.
Yeah, you came in kind of like a Wojak. Like whoa, look at like.
I just wanted to show you.
You know what I'm
guys.
talking about, right?
I thought it was cool. I'm sorry if I'm not welcome. I'm never welcome here. You guys, there's no way I'll ever like turn you guys. I don't know. Like I've seen boats come over the horizon. Like
So
you can
that's
see the tops of the boats come over, and then
Where'd that
slowly
happen?
you see the rest of the boat. Like how do you
Hey,
explain
whip
that?
out your P900 the next time you do that, and you'll be able to see the boat again. I own a camera like that.
No, what do you mean? Like I sail small, like when I go on vacation, I love sailing small catamarans. Like 15, 20-foot catamarans, take 3-4 people out, smoke some joints when we're out there when I drop sail, and like just chill out, listen to the like ocean and stuff like that. I have physically witnessed the top of a giant fucking cruise ship and slowly come over the horizon. That was so fucking cool. We had to move. And they were coming into port. They're fucking ginormous. They're like 1,000 feet long or some shit. It's ridiculous. But
The problem with that is a ship
do you
coming over the
explain that?
horizon doesn't mean the Earth is a ball. You have to actually measure said curvature to prove it is a ball.
But it literally rose across the horizon. It didn't just like come in and all of a sudden come into view.
Okay. Well, I got the video there for you, Vlad. So can you see this? They're not going to watch it anyway, Vlad. So ask me some questions. You need to know the distances. This is about 5 times farther than the Black Swan. You guys need an upgrade.
Range. Ooh, actually, I geek out on military shit. Fuck yeah, I'm watching this.
Well, the only reason it's military is because the executive officer took the photography, and yeah, I just happened to get another world record, just another lucky shot, Vlad. I don't know. I'm just this Bible just is giving me luck, I guess. I guess just to go to the casino, right?
Cute pussy. But yeah, I mean,
Rainier, behind the city, right?
Yeah, so Gemsy, the city, do you see the city skyline, right? That's 15, so just the city's 15 miles away. So we're looking south past Seattle, that's the city of Seattle, and 50 miles past the city, 50, you can see Mount Rainier, and the bottom of it is exactly where it should be, linearly with this existence under the heavens. You don't have to say flat Earth, it's just Earth, that's it. That's all it is, guys. And when you're in the water, see, the reason this is important, Gemsy, because it shows I'm at sea level. I'm within 20 feet of sea level on a very small ship. So the claim is by the military, the Navy says they can get 60, 70 miles with a railgun system. Well, you can just go out and see that distance. And here it is right there. My cat is my reference frame, and she has more life experience than most people on the internet, Gemsy. So I rest my case.
That's a good short video.
Pillbox, you hear me, bro?
Did Vlad put the video in chat? Vlad, you put that video in chat, right, Vlad?
Yeah,
Yo,
it is.
Pillbox,
I'm
can you hear me,
watching.
bro? What's that, man?
Yes, we.
It's Pillbox got me deaf.
Yes, we hear you. We hear you. We hear you.
No, Pillbox.
I knew that was MG.
Has he got me deafened? As usual. Because he gets modded.
Let me. Mr.
Yeah,
Master. Mr. Master, can you check if you have Spake muted in your settings?
Is that MG42?
Yeah, XO. MG, yeah, people know him. MG42, or what's the other one? Pillbox. Yeah, Pillbox.
Shout out to MG42. Love you, long
Pillbox,
time.
can you hear me, man?
He's not replying to anybody at the moment. He was roboting earlier, so
he's not even logged in now.
You guys hearing Spake? He's talking as well.
I
can hear him. Pillbox behaves, man, because
So he's not here.
we can't have
He's not here.
bro, boys, just to say, any bullshit from Pillbox, man, it has to go, like, because this is not fucking the place for that kind of shit that he always goes on about, man. It always descends into fucking demon worship and shit like that, so please keep an eye on it,
He
mods.
just posted a video that debunks the globe easy. Like a 50-mile away observation.
Like, we needed them, but, man, please keep an eye, boys.
Yeah, I will do, bud. No worries.
Okay, so let me ask this then. How about the video that
Okay.
Red Bull did with Baumgartner jumping out of that crazy fucking, like, out of space?
Awesome. What about
Did you notice that under him is Nevada, and Nevada takes like all of the view of the globe, all of the curvature, all of it is Nevada under him. So is that planet Nevada or something?
Yeah,
I'd have to look back. I didn't notice anything like that. I was more surprised,
Well,
but like, is that a
complete
fact?
circle.
Well, I'd have to rewatch the video then. Holy shit!
Complete the
Canada,
circle.
United States. Go ahead, my bad.
That's all right. All you got to do is complete the circle, and you've got a very, 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 very tiny Earth. If you're saying that's the curvature of the Earth, then we live on a very small planet, planet New Mexico.
Honestly, I'd have to relook at the video. If from that viewpoint, if it's all just like one state and not like most of the Earth from his view, then yeah, then I might, you guys might fucking change me. Wait a second. No way. No way. I watched it live. I didn't even notice anything like that. I watched it live. I'm gonna pull this up right now. I'm gonna rewind. There's no fucking way.
What? That if you complete that circle, you end up with a very, 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 very tiny Earth, planet New Mexico. Okay, watch the video again. Complete the circle. See what you get.
Yeah, but no, that's I don't know. I'm not good at math. I don't know. Complete the circle. You guys all do the like however high times something divided by squared or whatever. I was like, I don't know anything about the math. I only know about physical shit that I've experienced.
Yeah,
Look,
that's
I'll
why
show
you're
you
a
some pictures
glober
of
still.
how
That's why you're a glober still.
Yeah, no, just no.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
again,
because you don't know the numbers, you don't know what you're
That's
looking
silly.
for.
You guys are, you guys. I know you guys are trolling anyways, so it's cool. Or if you really do believe it, okay. Let me look at this. All right. So,
Not
minute
trolling.
30.
Not trolling. Just trying to get you to critically think about the things that you see.
Well,
Critically.
no, yeah, I am critically thinking. But
Why
no,
do you have to do that? Mate? Why?
That is. I'm sorry, because I feel like you're pandering me. I apologize.
It's all right. I can patronise you if you wish. It's fine. I'm just asking you to
See,
critically
I
think
can't.
about
Yeah,
the image.
from there, you can't tell. He's so high up. You can't. I can't tell from this video that it's just Nevada.
Look, he also landed only like a few miles from the spot that he lifted off from a spot in Nevada. I know it was the U.S., but I'm almost certain it was
Well,
Nevada.
this is just a short
Went
clip
up
of it
for
because I know there's a full video, but
he went up for multiple hours, right? And then he dropped just a few miles beyond that area or something like that.
Yeah, here's the full video.
I don't know how many.
Here's.
Look at the screenshots that I posted.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. Y'all fucking with me for real, bro. Because right here, I'm gonna post this picture. This is gonna fuck with my. This is gonna fuck with me, bro.
Yeah,
Oh shit.
that's crazy.
No, this is gonna fuck with me. Look at the picture that I'm about to post. This is fucked up, and I actually don't have any words. And now
I
I'm a
look
little.
at a picture
I'm a
that
little
you're about to
confused.
post.
No.
Oh, okay. It's concave, right?
No,
That's concave Earth.
I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty fucking flat.
Concave, you idiot. This is the thing about a straight horizontal line with a camera.
Wow. I'm not gonna lie. I never noticed that. Fuck. It's tilted a little bit, but that's pretty fucking flat. And that's from space. Oh
That's not
shit.
from space, dude. He wasn't that high up.
He went to the stratosphere or whatever. Yeah. You should be able to. If I could have seen what I saw like on a 747, you should be able to see that from there. But oh my god, I don't know. Either that's like edited or the motherfucker, that's flat as fuck.
And light it. And light it. And light it. And light it. Enlighten it.
I'm
or whatever.
listening.
And light it. And light it.
Enlightened.
Okay, so you see
It's
the
not that
photograph.
hard. Just call me NL.
No, can I just add, James,
NL,
just before you, son?
You
One
see the
sec.
photograph that
I'll get after you, bro. I'll get after you.
Which one? The video?
So you see what I posted about? I posted screenshots of the video of the jump from space.
Yeah.
And you can see that under him is Nevada, and it looks like Nevada takes most of the sphere. Look.
I mean, dude, honestly, that whole area is a big fucking desert. So you don't know where it switches to like a different state and stuff like that. The lines aren't drawn in the sand in red.
Two or three states of the United States. Two or three states of the United States take most of the globe. That's ridiculous, right?
I'm not gonna lie. This seems a little fishy to me.
How is Earth flat?
I don't know.
It's
These
not
pictures, now that I'm looking at that picture right there that you got at the top, that does look weird because that's like how large of a portion of Earth is that? And is the desert that big?
The thing
Like
is, man,
you
like,
should see some trees or some shit or some
but
green somewhere, right?
bro, Neil deGrasse even says it himself. Oh, he even uses a wide angle lens. Like, he admitted it. Like, a lot of people say, look, there's curvature. Like, they're blatantly admitting that.
It could be.
And then he
See, I
said
don't
that
know the technology that they
no,
use. They don't
but
know
bro,
the
Felix
lenses.
says he saw it. Bro, Felix says he saw curvature. Neil deGrasse Tyson literally blatantly says he's a liar.
I don't know. Like, fuck, I was
That's
just
what he
watching
said,
this
man.
video and that one, like, literally 1 minute into it, I saw this picture that I posted and I'm like, holy shit. Like, if you twist that 45 degrees, that's flat as fuck. I can take my level and I can make sure that that's flat. And you're already into, like, what is out, like, reaching outside of the atmosphere because you can start seeing the darkness of the universe.
No, I mean,
Holy
really,
shit,
man.
is
I
the
mean,
Earth
if you
flat?
believe in all that, bro, do you believe in that stuff that out there is loads of rocks barreling in different vectors, and we're a rock, and we're spinning and tilting and wobbling and orbiting, and there's other rocks just bouncing around in this vacuum? I mean, that's just a
Bro,
story, bro.
yes, I did, but I
That's,
don't know anymore. Oh my god,
you
I
didn't,
already have my own problems in my life. Now you're gonna
bro.
give me
It's
an
best.
existential fucking problem?
You're best not to know. It's better not knowing than say you do know when really deep down you
I
don't.
always say that. Everyone lies.
You know.
Ignorance is bliss.
Well, man, it is for so long, but when I think about it, over 9 years I've known about Fly Earth, would I really want to go back like Cypher from the fucking Matrix? I don't think so, man.
Oh my gosh. But see, well, how do I explain watching boats come over the horizon? Like they
Bro,
don't just appear. I've seen it myself. How do I
Go get a
explain it to
camera.
myself?
Go get a
think
camera.
about it. Well, there's another option. Get a camera and do these things yourself. So I've
I
got
have
like I
binoculars
can
when I
post
go
it.
with me, of course, and
Bro,
stuff like that. But
take
yeah,
a
you
look.
can always see the mast will, like if another sailboat is coming, the mast will come up over the horizon. Then
Oh,
slowly you'll
bro.
see the bow, and the rest of the ship will come into view.
That doesn't always happen, man. And literally, the bottom of the boat, that would be the least angle of view. You've got to view that, like from your elevation to the object you're looking at. So sometimes, not all the time, like there is some like times I've seen footage of it where if
There's
you
no
look, if you
fucking
take
way
a
I'm
bro,
gonna become a flat earther right now.
bro,
There's
So
no
bro,
guess
fucking
take a
way.
what?
look at
Here,
take a look at the text chat that goes along with this
I
VC.
have a
Take a look at the text chat. There's a little clip I've just posted.
Yeah, okay. So listen, since you're a boater, this is a great boating experiment you can do. You ready?
Bro, let him take a look at
Listen,
that.
he
That gift that
sees
I've just
another
posted, man.
boat coming over the horizon. All he has to
Yeah,
do
but
is
you're
radio
again.
that
You
boat
only have
for its
Bro, I'm just trying to get
okay
coordinates
a
because
response.
and
that's
do the math.
Gordon, why are you just talking, bro? I just asked him
oh
for a
shit.
response, man. I'm
Well, that's
barely
okay.
fucking
Fuck.
speak,
I would have
man.
to actually get. I would have to go next time I go on my boat. I'm actually gonna bring my fucking telescope with me.
Right, so, bro, can you see that gift that I posted in the text chat? I
Yeah,
just wanted to
that's
get a response
okay.
from you.
I see what you're doing, but it's perspective. It goes out, but you can
Bro,
see
that's,
it.
that's the
Holy
point I
shit! I
was.
don't know. Oh my god! I don't know what to
Bro,
tell you. Fuck.
bro, no, that's my point. I was just trying to get to that just so you could see that, just to show that things
I
can
can't explain
disappear
that.
and or, bro, hold it, and or disappear bottom first, because that's not all the time. It just depends on the optics, the atmospheric conditions. Like, there's a lot of different factors that dictate how far you can see a boat,
And
possibly
it
looking
fucking
like they
it.
go
Well,
over
it
the
doesn't
fucking
look like
horizon.
it goes over the horizon. It just looks like it disappears.
Disappears, man. Just get smaller and
Fuck.
smaller.
I
That's what I'm
can't
saying.
explain this.
Sometimes,
God damn you guys! What are you
bro,
doing to my
welcome to
psyche?
Flat Earth, man. If you're being serious, bro, welcome to Flat Earth, man, because it's just a literally just critical
Well,
thought. That's all you need, man. You don't need a
I've
lot of
flown
IQ points.
airplanes before. I don't have my full license, but I've flown airplanes
You've
before.
never
So
think of,
like,
have you?
I don't. Fuck. I don't know. Maybe it is all perspective and fucking air and
Of course, man.
distortion and all that fucking shit. Who? Oh my gosh!
But, I mean, bro, if Neil deGrasse himself, I mean, unless you want to throw him under the bus, because many Globers do, like, there's a lot of people under that bus.
Dude!
But
Oh my
it's up to
god!
you whether you want to do that, man. Like, Felix never
Today
saw
on
curvature.
9/20, did I just become a flat earther?
I don't know if you're being serious, bro.
Oh no, I'm not trolling at all, bro. I've been 100% serious, with you guys, the whole time. Holy shit!
So, what was the point that piqued your sort of your nose? What made your nose start twitching regarding flat Earth? Like, is there anything specific?
No, I just always came to listen to you guys yell at each other. I used you guys as
Hey, don't.
ASMR. I'd hop in, mute
Well,
myself, and
sometimes
just go to sleep.
I suppose sometimes we
Never
yell,
really
man.
get
I
the few
can't go to
times
sleep.
I always have conversations with you guys. I usually get muted
So,
because, like, you
ah,
guys,
bro,
this is the
because you
first time we've
overtalk.
had a good conversation. And I'm like, holy shit, maybe
Is
I'm
that because you
wrong.
overtalk, bro? Do you usually get muted because you overtalk people? Because that's what you're doing constantly.
Well, when I have the way I feel is like when we have a conversation, it's okay for someone to speak over somebody. Like, that's unless you like specifically request, hey, can I get 2 minutes to like get my point across? Then
No,
yes, I'll shut the fuck
but
up.
bro, but bro, then you don't hear what's getting said. If you've said something and I'm replying to it, like directly, then you don't hear what's getting said, brother.
Yeah, but the hard part is sometimes like you guys don't say how long you're gonna speak, and you'll speak for 2 minutes, and I don't have a notepad taking notes about like everything that I want to respond to. My ADHD doesn't allow me to do that, so that's why I jump in.
I mean,
But I try to do
if
courteously.
you've got that issue, I understand it's like it makes you twitchy, it makes you want to push a button. I get that, man. My mate's exactly the same as that. But yeah, man, fucking, that's probably why you get muted though, because we do try and keep a fucking civil discourse. And if we allow one person to get away with it, then obviously it would just be a complete shit show, bro. So maybe you need
Well,
somebody to say you can speak.
you guys literally might have just turned a Glober into a flat earther. I'm not 100% certain, but now I have questions.
What? What was that? You want to go over what?
So, like, like that's the cool things. Like, you guys are really cool. I was trying not to overspeak. I was trying not to be unkind or anything like that. I was just
Yeah,
giving
man.
my perspective of things. You guys gave your
But,
perspective, and I'm actually like,
yeah.
I'm not smart. I fuck up every day, daily, but I like to think I'm intelligent. I'm open to any
No,
idea. And like
I
now,
mean,
holy shit, with the Baumgartner shit and like the video of
bro,
that boat. I mean, I don't know how far. I don't know. Like now, I need to
brother,
like literally see it for myself to make sure that it's
brother,
true.
see, in general, mate, I've noticed that in general, flat earthers, like from just going by my experience, like I can only give my opinion, but I think they are the most, in general, like articulate, intelligent. They do their research. They don't just fucking wildly claim shit. Like they fucking, if they've got something to say, most of them, like obviously you get the odd crackpot because there's crackpots everywhere. But yeah, man, most of the time, flat earthers do their due diligence, man.
Well, let me ask you this then. So if I buy like $1 million yacht or some shit like that, whatever, they cost more, and I just decide, I point my compass north and I just go as far north, are you saying that there's
What
probably
happened?
some military group that will stop me?
Well, I mean, till you go there, bro, like, how could you ever know? I mean, Dell banned me from his stream just for asking that almost exact question. But yeah, I mean, until you go there, I don't know. There is footage, some people, like that.
Who banned you for asking that
Listen, bro,
question?
hold it, bro. There's a guy called Lars Yanderhoy or Jars Wanderhoy, and he did try to go down to the south below 60th, and as far as fucking the claims go, that he died. Like, he supposedly died or some shit when he
No,
went
no,
back
no.
the second time or the third time. No, because he got caught and then he supposedly went back and then it was his mate that died or something.
His mate's died, yeah.
Oh, right, get you. Right, man.
See, so yeah,
But
that's my question. So it's like if okay, well, we have a flat Earth, and we have an ice wall and shit, and apparently there's entrances in those ice walls, right?
possibly.
Like there's
But
supposed
like,
to be like
and like,
military entrances.
Speculation. That's speculation.
Speculation.
oh, man.
Okay, but the ice wall is real then, though, right? With flat Earth.
Who knows, bro? Like, I've seen pictures of a wall that looks like ice, but who's to say that's in the north, south, wherever the
It
fuck, man? Who's
seems.
to say it's not a
Sorry.
lab?
Like you
What's
guys
up,
are
bro? Go.
teaching me now. I'm seriously grilling you guys because like I'm like really starting to believe in this shit, but I'm
Well,
grilling you.
listen. It's
Don't believe us.
speculation. It's speculation. What's exactly to the south? But it seems pretty well documented that if you travel south for long enough, you will eventually come to essentially what is a wall of ice. Yeah.
And then that Captain Cook, he supposedly traversed around it for like 60 or 80,000 fucking knots or something. I can't remember the claim that was in his
60,000
paperwork.
miles over 3 years.
Yeah, man.
So
So,
okay,
like,
so then
we've got
basically
enough
the video that they're
documentation,
streaming.
possibly.
Oh, sorry.
No, on you go, bro, on you go. We're done. I was done.
No, I was gonna say, the video that they're streaming from the ISS is all green screen.
Well,
No,
it
all of
depends
that.
which video. It depends which video you're talking about specifically.
But I'll give you
Well,
a
the ones
clip, a
that they're
couple of.
showing out the window where you see the Earth and you can see
All
all the
right.
storm
Yeah. Well, whether
weather and all that
that's
stuff.
well, I mean, if you look in the channel, in the text channel, I can show you an example of how that can be done in
I've seen the
production
videos of the
means.
guys who look like they have straps on them when they're doing flips and stuff
Yeah,
like
nah,
that.
this
I
is
don't.
slightly
Strap on.
different. This is slightly different. This is
Is it
like
okay?
I think
I
you'd be
don't know. Oh my
watching some
god!
other
Oh my
stuff like
god! Am
anybody
I
with
gonna
strap-ons,
become an
bro.
insano and I'm gonna start believing in flat Earth actually until I actually witness the end
this
where
is. It's
I
not
Well,
about. It's not about believing. Listen, it's just
I would
about
have to. I would have to
accepting.
fly. Oh my gosh!
It's
I'll
just
never
about
do it.
accepting what
I
you
would have to
observe and
fly
experience.
all the way around the world in one direction and land back in the same spot to prove that the world is round. Would that like prove
Nah,
it?
that wouldn't do it. That wouldn't do it either.
Enel,
See, look in the text channel.
Enel, did you hear what Cyclone just said there, bro? Say that again, Cyclone.
Which
So,
bit?
I mean, it's not okay. It's just it's not about believing us. Like, especially don't believe us. Like just because we've got some articulate arguments, then it might sound a little bit better, a little bit because it's novel and stuff like that. But don't just jump from a belief system to a belief system, Enel. Please, just hold your horses,
Oh no,
do
I'm
your due
thinking about
diligence,
it. I'm not like,
bro.
dude, I
Enel,
can just
Enel,
become a
Enel,
flat
Enel,
earther over
Enel,
the
Enel,
day. No.
Enel, bro. Enel, bro, chill. Right, so what you also got to say, I'm not sure who said it, but get yourself a camera and go out and have a look, see what you can see. Get a globe curve calculator and check your elevation, check your
But
distance to a target, and see if you
we
can
did
debunk
that
the
when
globe
I asked
yourself,
you
bro.
if you went to uni. I was being mean, but like when I was in college, we did a test for tech. Like we took photos of our team and everything like that. It wasn't that much. It was just a small class that we were doing,
Yeah.
and we like. So I know the technology I used. It wasn't a fisheye lens. It was a regular lens.
No,
Like
no.
everything was clean, and we sent the camera. It was a GoPro up with the weather balloon. We
GoPro.
tagged it with a
Go,
GPS tracking chip, and like when the balloon finally
sorry, my
popped,
friend.
we recovered it and collected all the images.
Well,
Dude,
GoPros
So
are
I got
generally
to
wider
see the
angle.
curvature.
Hold on. Jedi's trying to get in. Jedi, you're a little bit quiet.
Sorry,
That's why people aren't
I'm
hearing
done.
you.
Sorry.
Sorry, I never heard you, Jedi.
You're fine. You said that you checked the camera, and then you said it was a GoPro. You do understand that a GoPro gives you an huge
Yeah, because
barrel.
no other camera is going to survive a fall from that
No,
high.
it's not
But
about falling. It's about the GoPro, which has got a very, very, very high amount of distortion in it because it's a
well,
highly curved lens. Isn't
Also
it?
well, not
enlightened.
all of them.
Where?
Not all of
What?
them.
How
And
many
would
years
it
ago were
be?
you in college? How many years ago was that? Because you sound like an adult now. Yeah.
Yeah, that was like 12 years ago, 13 years ago.
Awesome.
It's like
So
one
my
of the
next
original GoPros.
question is: do cameras have a thing called barrel distortion?
Well, it's not. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know enough about photography. That's not what I like
Okay, you
went
don't
into.
know
We were
about
doing a science
photography.
project.
Dude, you said that you sent a camera up high and it was all clean and everything, but I'm just pointing out that one, it's a GoPro, and all cameras have barrel distortion. If they don't have barrel distortion, then they have pincushion distortion. But distortion, right?
I'm sure there's some sort of distortion on every camera that takes image
Yeah.
photography. Like
Yeah.
again,
Right, and
probably
then you get chroma correction
someone
and
who knows
whatnot.
more
But
about this would be able to tell you more.
if you were trying to use like a rectilinear lens, that would correct for any kind of barrel distortion for the most part. They're designed to be
Right. Well,
more
what we
of
do is to eliminate the.
like what you're.
So to eliminate that possibility of barrel distortion, which you get in every lens, and especially GoPros, which are a fisheye lens, to eliminate that, we just say, okay,
No, it was not a
let's
fisheye
not.
lens.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's okay because we're saying, okay, well, if you're observing it up there, then it can be measured down here. Yeah. Does that not logically
I
follow?
can only go off of physical experiences, nature,
Well,
and
that's
earth
what we're
shaping.
saying. So we go and test it when people say, okay, I saw the curve from up here. Okay, let's go and measure it down here. Measures flat.
But that's crazy because it's all perspective at that point.
No, because
Like, would you not
according
agree that
to
like
the model,
okay, try to steel man the global Earth argument for a second. Would you not
everything's
agree
too
that
big.
the
You
higher
can't.
that you get, the further that you will be able to see across the horizon?
Yeah, for a time potentially, but I mean that would be the same over a flat surface, right?
Before you can't see it, before Earth distortion and like the fog or whatever, like atmosphere
Well,
blocks
this is the
them.
thing. I mean, to steelman their position, they say that for a 6-foot observer, the horizon will be at 3 miles. That's what they say.
Something like that. Whatever. I
Yeah,
don't know
and
exactly
then
the
when we
math.
go and look, it's at 10 miles.
Well, maybe their math is wrong.
Yes, maybe the whole model is wrong. Correct.
Yeah. I still don't think the Earth is completely flat.
That's all
That's
right. You can think
crazy.
whatever you like, bro. You can think whatever you like. We're just
No,
going
I
out
know,
and
and
showing
I
it does
welcome you.
not.
I don't judge you guys.
Yeah. It just doesn't.
I'm just
What we're
thinking about it
seeing,
more now.
it's just what the Earth observes
So
and measures. It's not. It's not what they've told us. That's it.
Yeah, that's
so I want to do a
the right answer.
practical
It
observation
seems
of like
like
a
it's not
sunset.
what they told us.
Here's
But
Correct.
how do you explain the sun then? I believe the sun is an incandescent ball. Like it's not a
See, we don't really
spotlight. How
need
do you
to. I mean, we could all speculate, but we don't need to explain it, right?
No, we're not we
There's
don't
nothing
need
to
to explain
explain.
it. We're just thinking about it. That's okay.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry if I'm
Well,
pushing too many buttons.
why
no,
don't
no,
you need
it's
to
fine.
explain the
It's fine.
sun?
Well, because I'm not claiming what it.
Sun rises,
Yeah.
sun
That's not. Well,
sets.
in we can say what we observe, yes, but that's not saying what it is, how
Right.
far away
But
it is, what's making it do what it appears to do. We're not claiming that.
yeah, but like he said,
A lot of
sunrises,
people
sunsets.
claim that
So wouldn't it be
it
daytime
just
all over the
spins
world
over
if
the
we were
earth.
flat?
Well,
But yes, but
moves.
wouldn't it
It
be
moves over the
daytime
Earth.
all
That's what
over
we
the world?
observe. Correct.
Right. It's not when I'm looking at it, it's not consistent with. Some people believe it rotates like a record around the Earth itself, and
I mean,
then
that would be
other
speculation
people are
onto
like
that
it's
path.
But
okay.
again, if it
So
rotates and we're flat,
if you're
wouldn't
at
it be daytime everywhere all across the world slowly?
No, not if it's a small and local light compared to what they've told us.
Okay, see, yeah, that's okay.
But how is there a termination line though? How does a termination line work?
What the
Where it's,
limitation of lights?
light just
I don't
stops.
know what that is.
Attenuation.
The termination line, okay, so if you were to look at, like, say a disc and you got half of it's dark, half of it's light, the termination line is where the light stops. That's the termination line.
Yeah, Jedi can explain attenuation to you. I think Jedi was going to jump in if you'd want to listen to what he's going to say.
Sure. Yeah. But I mean, like, okay, the one question I
Hold
have
on,
is
hold
like,
on.
how
Let him
do you
answer this
explain, like,
one first. No. Let him answer this one first, and then get to the next one.
okay, yeah, no problem. No problem.
You understand that there's always a limitation to how far light can go, right? Not going to go forever. And you also understand that if you've got your American, so if you've got a flashlight and you hold it over the surface, it's illuminating the surface that it is over. But over there, far away, it's in darkness until you move that light source over there, leaving the place that you were in darkness because the light source has moved. It's quite simple to understand if you've ever had a light source and moved it.
Okay, so how about this? So a flashlight has a tunnel, basically. At the end of it, it's got a piece of metal that kind of goes over the lens,
Or a bulb.
and it directs light. You can
Or a
direct
bulb.
light, basically, if you have it in a tube. You can direct it. It's the same with, like, photography. You can have a spotlight. It's directed, right? If you have a bulb, just take a bulb. There's nothing around it or anything like that. You ignite it, everything lights up.
Well, everything.
the
Oh,
sun,
sorry, my friend. So we only need one light bulb to illuminate what? Everything? Or do we need multiple light sources at different incremental distances, like down a corridor, to light the rest of the corridor? We just need one light bulb now. Come on,
Right,
mate.
but
Well,
if you're
don't
gonna
work like
describe it, hold on. You're talking about a corridor with physical walls that stop light. Light can't transverse through a solid object,
We
right? It can't
understand
go
that.
through a solid object.
Okay, what about the
Right?
ones on the
But
ceiling in a very long
sorry.
warehouse? What about the light source on the ceiling in a very long warehouse, for example? Do you just need one light bulb in the middle to illuminate the entire area? You do understand that ultimately there's going to be a limitation to how far that light can go, especially when it's traveling through atmosphere. You understand that even if you were looking through
I
water,
understand that.
good.
I
So you
understand that an LED won't shine as bright as something that has 5 million lumens to it.
That's
Right?
brilliant. But you do
Which
understand that one light source is only going to light a proportion of the surface that it is over. Now the Earth is very, 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 very big, my friend. So ultimately the
is.
light source, the sun, is in a position where it can only illuminate the surface of which it is over at any one time until it moves and then lights the rest of the surface as it travels across it. It's quite simple to understand.
What if what if you what if
no,
it's
no, it's
what if
not.
it's
I'm
what
sorry,
if
it's
it
not.
what if it's what he said, that it's like a flashlight though, that it's a directed light, right?
Just giving you an example of one light source. We can use a bulb. We've started to use lights on ceilings, but we all understand that it's only going to be able to light a proportion because ultimately the inverse square law of light, right? Further away with distance, proportionally the light gets weaker. We understand
Yeah,
that.
I don't disagree that like our sun is probably a very large light source, but like what's to say that it's not shaped like what if the emitter of light there is not shaped like a flashlight? Or like it projects rather it projects like light like a flashlight does, not like a
That's
light
fine.
bulb.
But ultimately, it's very easy to understand that a light source will only illuminate a portion of the surface it is over, right? Until you move
But
that light
it'll
source and go and light over there with it.
But why is it like when I think of like just a disc as a flat Earth, why does the light travel further distances on either side, but it doesn't travel further out? Like you're what was that that formula we're talking about? Sorry, I forgot it already. I don't know why. I got a brain like a goldfish, but
No problem.
the
Inverse square.
Thank you. Inverse square. Why would inverse square not equate to an entire light source? Why would it be different in different angles and whatnot. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
Kind of.
doesn't light emit equally throughout
No.
all directions?
Well, if
it's not impeded, it would emit in all directions equally, right?
We understand about the attenuation of light, especially when going through the atmosphere. With distance, more atmosphere, it's going to lose its power, right? It's going to get darker.
Right.
It's not going to be
Like
as bright far away from the light as it is, which kind of brings up a problem with the moon. We see the moon, right?
Okay.
And it looks bright. So if you're going to get closer to that light source, the moon, then you're going to have to be wearing sunglasses when you're on it because it's going to be fucking bright. Inverse square law of light, right?
Right.
So
yeah, I mean, they say like eventually light sources within, I mean, it eventually goes down or degrades into infrared where we can't see it with the naked eye anymore. Eventually it goes down to a point where we can't see it. You need special instrumentation to actually see like infrared to actually pick up something. That's what I'm understanding from it.
And that's fine. There is a gap in my knowledge as well because I don't know where the sun is or what the sun is. I can only point out to you that if you illuminate a portion with a light source and you move that light source, it's going to light over there when you're walking with it and leave the area in darkness. But I do have a gap in my knowledge because I don't know what the sun is.
Yeah.
I think the way I would as well phrase it is basically without the knowledge of exactly what the sun is, how far away it is, what medium it's potentially traveling through as well, the light. We can only say that it is obviously possible that a local light suspended by whatever means above the Earth and moving in a circuit can be and is what's causing the change in day and night and seasons on the Earth. Whether we can say the exact mechanism and route and all that is a different thing.
Yeah.
Just to add about the sun, I mean, we don't even know if it's a tangible physical object, bro. That's the thing. Like, it appears to me, it looks like focused light just by going by the different optical effects we get, like that Fata Morgana stuff and the horizon, basically the sun disappearing before it even goes below the horizon. So I don't think it's a physical object. Just to add that.
So
but you're on the right track. Keep asking questions.
I mean, yeah. I mean, like, I'm just, yeah.
This is what you're doing.
Sorry,
You're
just, like, how do
entertaining
we-
the idea. You're entertaining the idea without accepting it, which is what you should be doing. You should be able to think about it without spiraling and being like, "No, this is fucking retarded. These are all dumb." Just suspend what you think what you think you know, and ask questions, be honest and open, all that.
I'm honestly, I'm very curious about the opinion and the idea that other people have that go against what they would call the mainstream scientific community,
Yeah, good for you. You should
I
be.
mean, let's be honest, it's a huge community. And to their credit, I think they question each other. They will take a theory or they'll take a hypothesis and they will experiment and then they'll come up with their this is what I came up with, and someone will go, okay, well, I'm going to do what you just did. I'm going to see if you get the same result.
Well, if you like going against the mainstream, sorry for interrupting, bro. I just posted a video where Professor Krupa definitely goes against the mainstream by stating that dark matter is debunked with a certainty of 5 sigma, and Einstein's gravity is wrong, and they're trying to do like a different version of gravity with modified Newtonian gravity, and he thinks that's wrong. And he talks about a gravity they came up with in 1982 or 83. That's the one that he thinks is correct.
Bro, we've also got that physicist.
Your robot in
I don't know if he's a theoretical physicist or just an average physicist, but that. Hear me now? Can you hear me now?
No, you're all right now. You're all right now. Yeah.
I just wanted to add that that there's a theoretical physicist, I think he is, Eric Van Linder or something. I'll post an image with his name if you want to have a look. But he blatantly says that gravity doesn't exist, doesn't work with this quantum mechanics nonsense. I mean, he still believes in the rest of it, but he's discredited gravity, I think, in favour of possibly some other kind of thought.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's funny because
Yeah,
they're updating the
so-
heliocentric globe model all the time. And I mean, in response directly to us, I would say, I mean, since 2015, 2016, maybe even a bit earlier, they've been constantly updating the model and changing what they claim. I mean, now the mainstream globe proponents, at least online that you'll read, they'll tell you there isn't even a geometric horizon. The rest of the globe side are still to catch up, and they're still teaching at school that ships go over the horizon. But now they've pretty much abandoned that claim. They've abandoned the globe geometry altogether in like a few years because people like us are pointing out that the geometry isn't present. The geometry doesn't exist.
If you look in the first few minutes of that video, sorry, if you look in the first few minutes of that video,
appreciate it.
Can I be heard? Yeah, just real fast. I'll shut up.
Bro,
if you look in the first few minutes of that video, he's talking about the Earth, how it looks flat, right? But if you take all the knowledge together, like when you leave space or when you leave Earth and go to space, you can then see it's a globe. Well, none of you can do that. I can't either. So yeah, it's really interesting him talking about flat Earth in the opening few minutes of that video I posted.
Yeah, I mean, it's if the proof to bringing everyone back to the globe is like do something that you literally cannot do, like go to space.
To that theoretical physicist, dude, if you want it in the text chat.
It's like being like, yeah, it is true. You just have to go to Narnia to see it, and then you can see the flat earthers are wrong once you go to Narnia. It's like, okay, well, that's not very helpful to us because they're showing me fucking video of the horizon not being where it's supposed to be, and you're telling me I've just got to tell them, trust us, we'll go to Narnia and prove it together. So the Globies are getting hung out to dry by the mainstream. I mean, the Neil deGrasse Tysons and all that, they're not even getting involved. They're not stepping in and being like, step aside, casual globe believers. I'm the expert in the globe, and I will explain this 10-mile horizon for a 1-foot observer. No, he's fucking nowhere to be seen. He's leaving you guys to embarrass yourselves online.
For sure.
You guys should be sending him some hate mail, being like, Neil, give us a fucking hand here. The flat earthers are killing us.
For fuck's sake.
Right? He gets paid enough. Where's him and
It's because the
Brian?
Globe's on life support, bro. Bro, he must have done a bit of damage to the Globe Earth story and like the suppressing flat Earth, man, if they're going to these extents, man. There's going to probably be something else comes next, man.
Oh, yeah, they're like...
And we're just waiting on it.
They're like, oh, all of a sudden people start pointing out that the horizon isn't geometric. Oh, better shut down the entire world and do this and have a new war and you can't afford to live. Don't bother paying attention to what these guys are saying. Yeah, it's a little bit silly. Sorry, New Globe guys. You should keep asking questions.
Bro, you're a brain in a jar anyway.
Oh, that's it.
So what the fuck does it all matter?
Mario, just a brain in a jar.
When Elon gets his way.
Plugged into Discord.
Do you think it'll just continue where it'll just go through these cycles where it's like more information comes out and then we'll have something else, another pandemic or another epidemic? Or, pandemic.
It's very possible. I would tell you that it seems to me like the tactics for avoiding a lot of people coming together under a very anti-government umbrella, whether it's flat earth or some other thing, and being like, what the fuck are you guys doing? This is bullshit. They're obviously going to some lengths now to stop that from happening through suppression of speech, breaking up of like censoring of what topics can be discussed, to outright saying you cannot go and meet your friends and talk in a park type of shit. So
no, bro, not even that, but you're not even allowed to go and see your grandma or fucking
can't even go
deathbed.
and see your grandma.
Fucking sick bastards, man.
Yeah. And these are the guys
grandma's dying fucking alone because they're not allowed to see their little grandchild before they fucking die, mate. Sick fucking bastards.
But you've got to trust the science, or you're some kind of crazy conspiracy theorist.
even though there's enough doctors and people with multiple degrees claiming, no, don't trust the fucking science, listen to this. And they're fucking giving out valid information that's being fucking suppressed.
Hey, my
Yeah.
favorite kind
Well,
of
we could.
people.
But I suppose that's a different subject anyway, man.
Well,
That's not really.
we could go on for days on that. Let's keep it to the Earth. So, new guys, what other questions you got?
I remember I was here a week ago and I asked you guys for a model and I did not get one.
Oh, you didn't get a model?
I'm interested
No wonder.
to know if the
Did they
flat
tell you to
earthers
come back in
gave
1
me
week?
quiz. No, I decided to come now because I was bored and I saw your channel.
Okay,
What
so
did
we
we
still
tell
don't
you?
have a
What was,
model, I'm
what was the
afraid.
answer?
There's still
You
no
don't-
model.
Wow.
If you
Hold
don't
on,
remember,
let
Do you
Hank
remember
go.
the answer we gave you, bro?
Beautiful.
Wait,
sorry,
let,
real fast.
Can you I just wondered, can you remember the answer we gave you then? I mean, are you coming back to ask the same question?
Ooh, what was your answer? You told me that the globe is unnecessary. That the model is unnecessary. That's what you told me.
No, I thought you
Correct.
meant that you asked us for
That's
a model,
exactly
bro. I
what you
thought that's what you
said.
said there.
I asked you a model,
yeah,
then your
that's
answer
fine.
was,
Yeah, we
have a model. A model is
don't.
unnecessary.
Yeah, we don't present a model. We just go outside and we compare reality to the globe model, and we
You also
find that it
don't.
doesn't match.
You also don't bring evidence to the table. This is the problem. Listen,
You want to bet?
you're, of course I want to bet. Listen, models. The way we create the model, we take what we can observe. Right? We can
Bro, we
observe
can
the
talk
position of the
evidence.
sun. 1 second, let me
You
finish
wanna?
the sentence. We can observe the location of the sun. We can observe the change of seasons. We can observe all of those
Yep.
stuff, and we
Yep.
So the
create
sun
them,
moves.
and we use them. 1 second. We use them to make a model. And this is called the globe Earth model, which explains all of our observations simultaneously.
That's not true.
Exactly. Of
That's
course.
not
No,
true.
that's not.
The
That is
cosmological
not
constant
true.
crisis.
Of course
The
it does.
cosmological. Can I get a word in just real fast? The
Yeah,
cosmological
let
The
Hank.
constant
three
Let Hank
body
go.
crisis.
problem, the selenium.
Hold on. Let Hank go. Hank was trying to jump in.
Yeah. The cosmological constant crisis alone debunks the theory that there's a working model in cosmology. So after you get over that and you realize that gravity doesn't work at the galactic level, they recently debunked dark matter, which was what was making gravity work at the at the galactic level. So then you look at the helium catastrophe and all these other things that doesn't
Red
match
herring?
observation. But
Red
most
herring?
importantly, in the video that I just posted not that long ago, it talks about how dark matter was debunked.
Red
They're
herring?
trying to find a new working model for gravity, and we're in the middle of finding a new model. So you don't have a model either.
I like the red herring. I was asking for a model of the world of how does the
Bro,
solar
you don't
system
have
works.
a model.
Somebody switched the topic to dark matter. That's some red herring retarded shit right now.
Dude, you don't have a model either. That's what I'm telling
I
you.
do have a
There is
model.
no
Look at the
working
solar system.
model.
Search solar system. Look at the picture. That's my model.
That's not a
No,
model.
that's a picture.
No, that's also a model, my friend. That's the
it's
model
not.
of the solar system.
Oh my goodness me.
It's a
No, that
static
you're-
model, but it is a model.
Nah, bro, it's cartoon.
Sorry. There's lots of
It's
models with
cartoon.
sorry, my friend. There's lots of models with the solar system. You can even have a geocentric one where everything's orbiting around the Earth. You can have lots of models. You will also notice that your models came from a flat Earth in the first instance. Every model that you've got comes from what observations of the stars that have been done for thousands of years where they thought that the Earth was flat. So yeah, first model, flat Earth.
Today's models come from Kepler, and Kepler in no world in hell thought the world was flat, so that's a lie. Now
I'm
the
just
models
pointing out
of the orbit,
my friend, my friend,
comes from the second law
my
of
friend,
Kepler, which
my
predicts the
friend.
location of every star around the sun
That's
exactly to the
awesome.
millisecond.
That's awesome. What has that got to
It
do
is
with the shape
awesome.
of the Earth? My friend, what's that got to do with the shape of the Earth? And I've just pointed out there are lots of models. You can say that this is the actual model if you want, but there are lots of models.
There is a lot of models. I completely agree. The problem
Yeah.
is that there is only one correct one, and all of the other ones are false because because we can perceive what the model would predict, and we can falsify the model according to predictions we can make.
Yeah, we
And
have
that's,
falsified the globe model. That's been
can you
falsified.
give me a falsification of the globe model?
Ooh,
Besides,
okay. Right.
not more
So
than one.
let's talk
Okay.
about the horizon. What do you think the horizon is?
The horizon is where the border between the Earth and the sky. Essentially.
Okay. Is
Some
it?
people
Is it?
consider
Is it?
the horizon.
Is it? So it's not the curve of the Earth that boats are going over.
Are you fucking? How is what?
Well, you know how they say boats go over the horizon, no?
That's a term. What is happening when boats are going over the horizon is that the Earth is physically blocking them.
Ah,
Like your
yes.
hand is blocking your logic. That's
Right, right. So the curve, so the horizon is the curve of the Earth that we can't see beyond.
no, no. The horizon is the
No.
border between the sky and the Earth. That's
So
the
when,
horizon.
so when you
When you
just said
see,
that it,
yeah, what?
so when you just said that it obstructs boats physically,
The
is it?
Earth attacks both physically, not the horizon. Don't throw me what I said.
Well, the horizon, when the
That's not
boat
what I said.
goes down on the horizon, are you saying that that's going over a curve?
No, the horizon doesn't block anything. The horizon doesn't actually exist. The horizon is a border between the Earth and the sky. What is blocking
Oh.
the boat is the Earth itself. Maybe you spoke to some readers who
How,
never learned physics,
how,
but
how
what
are you
is
saying?
blocking?
How are you saying if it's not the bit that boats are going over? How is the Earth blocking the boats?
Because the Earth is curving. So when it moves, the
So the
curve
horizon
is
is the curve of the Earth.
no, the horizon is the border between the Earth and the sky. Are
So you
you?
just said it went over the curve. You were just saying it's the Earth curve.
Even if the world would be flat, you would still have an horizon. It would be just the utmost edge of
Okay.
Earth and the sky. That would be the
So
horizon.
can we calculate where the horizon should be based on our observer height?
Based on our observer height, we would need to know a lot of variables, but
Well, let's say you're standing at
essentially
6 foot.
it should be 5 kilometers away from you most of the time.
Okay, what if it's not where it's supposed to be?
Well, then it changes upon height and
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
multiple
So
things.
let's say we're 6 foot standing on the beach. Where should it be?
I'm like let me think. 1.4. Can we do it in meters?
You can do it in whatever you like.
Meters. Let's say you're 1.24. Let's say you're 1.25. Then it would be 4 kilometers.
Okay, what if it's at 10 kilometers?
Oh, then it's not Earth. Then you're talking about another star.
Oh, then it's not Earth.
Yeah, if you're 1.25, the curve is for every 4 kilometers, 1.25 kilometers.
Right. So if it's at 10, where's the curve?
If it's at 10, what?
Yeah, if we're standing at the beach.
If you're standing, you would need to stand on something for it to be at 10.
No, no, no. Well, what if but we have observations where you go and look and it's at 10 instead of
And
the 3 or 4.
how did you calculate the distance?
Well, you
What
can
can you
use a
send me the
distance
picture and the
marker.
math? Can you
Yeah,
can you
yeah,
send
yeah.
me
Can someone in
the
the
picture and the
chat?
math?
Can someone in the chat post the black swan?
Well, if you wouldn't mind, I would be back in
Yeah.
1
So if you
second. I'm
look
going
in
to
the,
pee.
if you look in
One
the
second.
text chat.
I need to go to pee. Send your. I'm 1 minute. I will
Okay.
be back.
Yeah, yeah. Cool. Well, doesn't sound like they're too sure if it is the curve anymore. Has someone
How many?
posted? Sorry,
No, I
Jabba.
haven't got it. No, you're fine. I was just going to ask. I wonder how many conversations me and you and everybody else have had about the black swan over the last 2-3 years. Must have been thousands by now, right?
Probably more than I've discussed anything else in my life consistently, which is funny.
What's the black swan?
So the black swan is an observation. Let me explain why it's called the black swan. So imagine someone comes up to you and says, it's like a logical syllogism, right? It's like, so if someone comes up to you and says, all swans are white, you only need to see one black swan to disprove that statement, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So the same way that if they say the horizon distance can be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, based on the ball being a certain size, right? We just can't see the land or the water is supposed to stop at that point because it's curving down and away from us. So if we see an example, just one, where that's not the case and the water or the land appears to be much further than that, then that's a black swan disproving the statement that all horizons are going to be geometric to 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
The most recent
Understand?
picture of your evidence
Yeah.
Earth is.
Thank you.
The most
Okay.
recent picture of your evidence Earth is flat.
Well, I don't know. I've not seen the picture. Is it the black swan? Is it the one with the oil rigs?
I have no clue what you guys are selling, so.
Is it? Well, we're not selling anything, my friend, other than observable realities.
Sending, not
So,
selling, not sending, sending.
no, I'm saying we're not selling anything.
I didn't say selling, I said sending.
Oh, sending. Okay. So, do you see? There's an image with 2 oil rigs. Do you see that?
Yeah. Okay, this is the image of.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, where do you see the horizon in that image? Is it in front of the rigs or behind them?
The horizon is after them, clearly.
Right. So, the observer height, and this is a guy who's taken a camera and just put it on his tripod and put it down on the ground, essentially at 1 foot, where the horizon should be at 1.2 miles. Now you can see the distances of those oil rigs are marked at 6.4 and 9
What
point
is your
something.
math for proving the horizon should be at 1.22 miles? There is no math that is being sent, so.
Okay, so the formula for the geometric horizon is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and you can go onto Google.
We need to write this down. I don't remember what you said.
Okay, that's fine.
Let
It
me
should
do
be
the
written.
math.
It should be written on the image at the top in the text.
Somebody knows how much is 1 foot in meters?
Oh, 0.25, 0.3. I don't know.
We can post the original video.
Fucking Americans using not centimeters. I don't know why you guys are not using meters. Your system is very,
Well,
very
in
bad.
your worldview, the American system got to the moon.
The
So
American science.
they use miles.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're not getting to the moon in kilometers.
Do you want the system of the system that got you to the moon, or the system that didn't get you to the moon?
Your argument now is I don't like their measuring units, therefore they should have not gotten to the moon.
No, that's your argument. We're actually talking about the horizon.
I don't like the measuring units.
You said you don't understand how Americans can use this measuring system, then you don't understand how America got to the moon.
No, I understand why. Yes. I said also why, because Americans are stupid.
Follow the red herring. Let's talk about the observations so the gentleman can understand that we've removed his physical obstruction.
Okay, we're talking about 0.3. I would send a picture of my calculation. 0.038 meters, right? The horizon, so to speak, was 1.22. Now let's calculate.
You can also Google distance to horizon calculator, and it will show you the calculators, which is based on the globe model math.
Do that in meters and feet. It's up to you.
Okay, the horizon was at. Is this mile? Oh, boy, it's miles. How much? Oh my god, I need to convert miles now to kilometers. Kilometer miles. 1.22. Okay. So 1.22 duplicated by.
Yeah, this might take a while.
Yeah, it would take a while.
We've got all the time in the world, my friend.
Speak for yourself. Okay.
Just got to number crunch that curvature formula real quick.
That's it. Got to work out what I'm supposed to believe real quick. Make sure it fucking adds up. Holy shit.
Work out math. Oh, wait. Oh my god, how disingenuous of me.
No, we're not saying it's disingenuous. That's good. I'm glad you're working it out. Yeah, I made a joke because it's like they don't teach us this in school, right? You have to come to an obscure
you didn't
Discord
learn
server
physics, that's the main problem.
and speak to it's the flat
They
earthers
do
that
if
have
you
to
learn
teach.
physics. They do if you take physics course
you
in high
didn't.
school.
So you didn't take physics then.
I did take physics course.
So why didn't you learn it? Why are we teaching you? This is the thing. The flat earthers have to teach the globe believers
I know the
what the curvature is.
I know the
So
calculation. That's why I'm
what's
able
taking
to
so
do
long?
it.
What's taking so long then?
Math is not 5 seconds.
What is
It's
this
a bit
for?
further. It doesn't take only 2 seconds. I'm sorry that the world isn't as simple that you want it to be, but.
Well, you'll find out soon once you've done the math, won't you?
Earth. Okay.
Funny because in a few minutes, Earth isn't going to be what he wants it to be.
1 second, I think you're being too happy without 0 results.
Well, we've already done the work, my friend. It's you that's just catching up. The math's already done. Yeah, the math's already
I'm
done.
asking if you've done it.
Yeah, it's in the
You
calculators.
didn't,
You can
did
go
you?
and read it.
You didn't you? It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay. Get it
It's okay.
done, and then we can talk about it.
I'm doing it right now.
What do you guys say to the like copers who talk about like atmospheric refraction?
Well, it assumes the radius to begin with. It assumes a ball, so they're just begging the question. Also, most of them can't even define it.
It's also not bending that. It's making the Earth bigger.
Yeah, technically it's like a 7/6R function, so they just increase the size of the radius, and even when you add it into the math, it would change the 1.2 mile horizon to like 1.4 at best. It's still beyond 10. It doesn't help them.
So
That's good. I agree with you.
Oi, they
I
exploded.
like pointing out the little boat between the two oil rigs, you know, the thing that the Earth is supposed to be obstructing. There's a nice little boat there that's what? I'll give you 7 miles, 8 miles. Not obstructed by Earth curve, means the horizon is beyond the second oil rig on the left-hand side at a safe distance of 10 miles. We say safe distance. We haven't pointed out the islands in the background that are 30 miles away, and the horizon is actually beyond those. But we'll give you 10.
So that quote boat that's in the between them is actually like a platform that seals are on.
Awesome. That should be obstructed by Earth curve.
Yep.
Even seals can debunk the globe.
It's just a platform, like I don't know, 3 foot up sea.
Awesome. So that should be obstructed by Earth curve then, from this 1 foot observation height, where the geometric horizon should be at 1.2 miles away. It's not. Safe estimation 10. I'll give you 10. I'm not going to point out the islands that are 30 miles away and the horizon's actually beyond that. We'll just give you 10.
Yeah, and it's funny because when we say that, the Glober's choices are either to say, well, it's all refracted and there is no geometric horizon, so then there goes the arguments for boats going over the horizon, the sun going down behind the horizon, buildings being obstructed by horizons. All that goes out the window. And if they want to claim that it is still a geometric horizon, they've just got the size wrong, then it means it would make the radius like 300,000 miles rather than the less than 4,000 miles they claim. So space travels out the window because all of that's based on a 3959 mile radius. And it would almost be a bigger conspiracy than flat Earth, because if we're going to assume that Earth is actually 100 times larger, at least, than they claim, it would mean there's so much more land and water going about that they've lied to us on a scale that's at least comparable to flat Earth. So whichever way you slice it, the globe is toast.
By the way, can I ask you a question? Do you have a model yet?
A model of what?
That's funny.
The Earth?
What do you mean, like a toy model?
No, a model.
What do you mean by model?
A model of the Earth.
Yeah, what, like made of what?
What do you mean made of what? Like a
What,
model
like
of the Earth?
like a plastic globe? Like a wooden globe?
No, like a flat Earth model, if you want to put it that way, I guess.
Okay, no, we don't claim a model of the Earth. That would be a begging the question fallacy.
Why do you not have a model of the Earth?
Because we're not here to provide a model. We're here to demonstrate that the globe is wrong.
Yeah, but do you not have? Why would you not have a model?
Well, there's a bunch of
how
ancient
the Earth is?
depictions of models. You could just pick one and
Yeah, they're not really models. Those are conceptions. I mean, you can come up with conceptions of what the Earth is, but what's that going to do for you? If you're going to make a model that includes, say, the sun, you're going to have to say how far away the sun is and what size it is and all that, and you can't measure that, so it would be fallacious to claim you know about it. So we don't do that. We just point out that the globe model is clearly wrong. The Earth measures and observes flat and motionless. So whatever it is, it's not the globe. It appears, from all the evidence available, to be a motionless topographical plane that must be contained. That's about what we can definitely say. The rest, there's quite a lot of speculation.
Okay. Oh yeah. By the way, Cyclone, I don't think you remember me. You don't remember me, right?
No, I
It's
speak
been
to a lot
while.
of people, my friend. What's your name?
It's Harambe Banana, but I think you might remember me as Starn.
No, afraid not. But anyway,
It was
that's
2
okay.
years ago. It was 2 years ago. I tried to do a presentation, but you weren't there. Right.
Okay, what was your presentation?
Fucking why is the Earth round? But I deleted it now because I didn't need it because I needed more space on my computer for work.
Okay.
Has
Yeah,
this
so
guy
that
done his math yet?
I'm in the middle. Math is hard.
Okay, okay.
It takes me more than 2 seconds.
It's fucking simple. 1.2, my friend, shush.
When I'm
1.2
saying to
times
you, I would like you to say if it is simple or not. Made a
it
mistake.
is.
Fucking hell. I'm going to go
Listen,
different until I finish.
listen. 1.2 times the square root of the observer's
He's
height
not
in feet.
listening
The
to
observer's
you
height,
now. He deafened himself. He doesn't want to hear it.
Doesn't want to know.
Math ain't that hard. That's why
Yeah,
we
Like the
kept
math didn't check out.
it simple for you. The square root of 1 is 1. 1 times 1.225 is what? 1.225. So therefore, the geometric horizon for the observer standing at 1 foot should be at 1.225 miles away. It's not that fucking hard. We kept the math simple for you. Where's the horizon? It's beyond the second eye rig on the left-hand side at a safe estimation of 10 miles away, removing your physical obstruction. Don't understand why it's taken this gentleman 15 minutes to do the math.
Who knows?
Well, he kind of sounds like he's tearing his hair out. But who is the guy saying they were doing a presentation for the Globe?
It was me, but I don't have it anymore.
Okay, well, can you remember what your key arguments were?
No, I don't. That was 2 fucking years ago.
Fair enough.
And oh yeah, what happened to the old server? Did you delete it or something?
Nope.
The 1.0. I mean, yeah, just we went to a new server.
Yeah, I can't find it anymore.
Yeah, there is no
What did you guys
no
do?
1.0 anymore.
Yeah,
There's a 2.0 24/7 Flutter Discord.
And you remember Dandelion or whatever her name was? She was a mod.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did she like delete her fucking account or something? Because I can't see her anymore.
I don't know about that, but yeah, she's maybe deleted her account.
Yeah, I do remember a few people here. I remember Flat Water Crisis. Thank you for banning me 2 years ago. We also have Fee Batman. I never
Well-
spoke to this gentleman before. We have Fee Jetty. I've seen you before. Quetzalcoatl. I also met this gentleman before. And I met you, my gentleman. Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
me. What about
Not
Crit?
I think I recognize some of you.
What about Jamesy? James, you must remember Jamesy.
James, I think so. Yeah, might.
Yeah.
What
He
about me?
remembers the whole gang.
Do you remember me?
Well, what about me?
That's
I think I know why he deleted that off his computer, because he realized the Earth is flat, so he doesn't need it anymore.
Nah, not really, because it was because
What
on my
about one
school
guy?
computer I had to leave the school, so they had to suspend my account.
Oh well, that's a shame. So did you let them know that you had glow proof on that computer?
Why the fuck would I do that?
Because they would have liked to have some too, surely.
No.
There is no glow proof.
Well,
That's why
I
it's
do
a rare
remember
commodity.
Harambe.
Dude, look, it's like showing I don't know. They suspended the account because I have to leave the school. I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Don't worry about it. So if you want to get back on the server, and you show us that
No.
you can be respectful and cool, then that's fine.
No, I'm
Clearly, after 2 years, sounds like you're still pretty interested. You remember all our names. You still want to talk. That's pretty good review.
Well, I
Yes,
just
it's
joined
normally
you
supposed to be about
to see what
6
you guys are
months,
doing.
right? I
Well,
mean,
I'm sorry?
generally, unless someone's really person non gratis.
It's on a different server, Crit.
Okay, let me ask
Yeah,
then. Let me
there's-
ask
I-
then. In the 2 years, since you've been there, what's the best globe proof that you've found?
I don't know. I guess I could explain it now. It's just really late for me. It's 22 or
There's
20.
only one globe proof, and that's the measurement, physical measurement.
No, I can tell you, but it's really late for me. So
Well,
I
that's
don't
fine.
think I don't
You
have
can
any
just give it a
time.
quick summary, like what the best proof was that you think you found in 2 years.
I think the utilization of placement of stars is a good idea.
You tosser.
Okay, so the stars,
I mean, we
the
can talk
stars
about
are the best proof.
That's the
it's
worst
the
one.
one which I dived into.
What about the
I can give
stars?
it
Do you
to you.
think? What about the stars? Do you think prove the globe?
Prove the globe. How would you? Well, you're not able to see all of the stars in a flat Earth, right?
So that proves a round Earth, yeah.
Yeah, because you can't see through the Earth.
So how does that prove a geometric globe?
Because on a flat Earth, you can see the Southern Cross, and you would be able to see the North Star. But on a
No, you
round
can't.
Earth,
Who said that? Who said that?
Have you been on a
Oh,
flat
so
Earth
you
before, mate?
said that, so it must be true. Is that right?
Have you been on a flat Earth before, mate?
Have I been on a what? Have I been on a flat Earth before?
Yeah, you just give an example of being on a flat Earth.
No, I told you why it's not possible.
All right, I'll tell you what. Answer this question. Sorry, answer this question. The more I go south away from Polaris, why can't I see Polaris anymore?
Yes, it's because
Why?
when you go more down, you it's like the stars like turn almost like you don't it's more to the other direction, and it's the same when I went to Abu Dhabi this spring.
Answering the question.
Yeah, I'm
I'll
trying
ask,
to
I'll
answer,
ask the
but I don't know.
Get
question.
on with it.
Yeah.
It's all right. He sounds pretty young.
That's
No, I
fine.
am
I'll
pretty young.
respect-
It's been a few
That's
years.
fine. I'll respect the question for you because I'm talking about Polaris, the star that doesn't move. The more I go south away from Polaris, why can't you see Polaris anymore? The more south you go.
Because the round Earth stops you from seeing it.
Awesome.
Because you can't see through the Earth, right?
Looks like we're going to be talking about the black swan again. Are you
Okay.
asserting that the horizon is physical, so I can't see boats, buildings, and Polaris the further south I get away from it?
Wait, I beg your pardon. What?
Are you
You heard him.
asserting that the horizon is physical Earth curve, so the more south that I get away from Polaris, I can't see it because the curve of the Earth is in the way?
Yeah.
Awesome. Have you observed the picture in the text chat with 2 oil rigs in it? Can you go
Yes,
into
I've
the
seen
text
it,
chat?
but
Awesome stuff.
yeah, but if I want to analyze that, I'm gonna have to. There was this really good video which I didn't like. It's yeah, I've seen it before.
Stop
But
going off
it's
the
only
subject.
that I need to.
Get back on
There
track.
was something on it. Yeah, I just needed to study this one because.
That's fine.
I think some. I remember someone saying of there's something to do with.
Well, if you're willing
Get back
to
on
listen,
track.
Jedi can take you through it really quickly before you go.
Yeah, but I'm really supposed to go like now. But
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. Well, that's fine. I'll have a good night.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Bye.
stopping by.
Have a good night. See you guys
Bye
maybe
bye.
some other
See you
time.
guys. Yeah, come
Bye
back.
bye. See you later,
Oh,
Glover.
actually, you could have done the math problem within 5 seconds.
I'm almost finished. I'm writing to the end result.
All right,
We're
hey, check
nearly
it
there.
out. Square root of 1 is
0,
1, and 1.225 is 1.225. What's your answer?
Once I didn't finish. So we would have 0.
Carry the one.
Can you show your work?
I didn't finish. 1 second.
Yeah,
Bro,
okay.
a third grader could have done that faster.
Is he using an
You cannot
abacus?
done it.
Just using an
Is he
abacus?
using? Is
No,
he
I'm
using
going
the?
for the calculation.
To be
What was
fair,
the-
if he's actually doing the math and he's trying to work it out, fair enough. Let's just let him get to it.
I am. I just want to know if he's using that finger bop method. Remember they used to advertise on TV. You click your fingers around, and that's how you get all your answers.
Let's hope he gets there. I'm sure he will. We'll
Stop
listen to what
wondering.
it. Any other guys in here with questions while we wait?
I got a question. What do you guys think about the Hebrew depiction of the firmament and the flat Earth?
I certainly wouldn't discount it.
But you guys don't like go all in on any depictions. Or,
Well,
like any of the ancient stuff is like just
I would
nonsense.
say no. I wouldn't say that it's nonsense at all. But I would also say that because we're having this discussion in a forum where the odds are already stacked against us, we can't really be going into speculation without people taking the opportunity to be like, oh my god, they think we're living in a snow globe and all this kind of shit. So we generally refrain from speculating too much on it. But personally, personally, I certainly would not discount the fact that all the ancient depictions are pretty much the same thing with variations on a theme. They're all describing a flat,
Like when all
motionless
these
plane.
globe kids come in and ask for a model, like, and it would be easy to give them that, but you guys choose not to. It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I point some people to when they start talking about, oh, everyone knows or knew that the Earth was a globe. I show them an image that we have with all of those ancient cultures side by side, just saying, look, they're all basically saying the same thing. But again, that's not a model. That's not what they're looking for, and it's
Don't
not
live
what
on a
we would
model.
be looking for if they said we've got a globe model, and then they send us some image like that. That's
I
not
was
technically a
I
model.
was extremely wrong in my first answer. It came to be 38.8775551 kilometers away. I'm sending the calculation now.
The one thing that's
Oh,
good about
bro.
ancient cosmologies is when the globalist says flat earthers can't predict any celestial events. And the ancient cultures have better predictions and more accurate predictions. Still to this day, they use the Cyril cycle.
Okay, so what was
Yeah,
this
I'm done. I'm
crazy
sending the
number?
picture.
Mr. Straight, what was
Now
this number you came up with?
I'm sending the picture. You can look at the end result. It's not that
You don't
nobody.
have a number
I
for
think he
us?
said 37 kilometers.
8 kilometers, 38
Yeah, but
kilometers. Not close
listen,
enough.
guys,
38 kilometers, he's saying.
Here it
guys.
is.
So 38 kilometers, then I guess my math is bad, equals 1.225 miles?
I sent that. Yeah, yo, the picture was just wrong. It's not 1.22 miles. The picture was just lying, outright lying.
Right,
This
so
is what
for a
using
1 foot observer,
and trigonometry, you
This is
so
the
for a
can
point.
1 foot observer, you're
using
saying it's 38 kilometers away for a 1 foot observer,
or
should be the horizon.
for a 1 foot, yeah, which translates to 0.3048 meters, it would be 38 kilometers away. And
You're a
I've
joker, man.
proved it.
Wow.
I proved it geometrically on a flat earth.
You are a joker,
Photo
and you're
with
gonna have
other
to go prove
radius.
that
I literally
geometrically.
prove it. I send them out. Look at them up and disprove it.
Yeah, you're a joker. Go send that math to Walter Bislin and all the rest of the guys that have globe Earth curve calculators on the internet.
so he just made maths, and you're insulting him.
Well, someone just go through his math if they've got the chat open, and we can have a look at what he's done.
So your picture was
And
just lying.
The
and it
problem is
came-
Thomas Andrew Young said it's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
I
And if
think
you're timing it 1.22 because you're 1 foot above the horizon, the obvious answer is the
I'm in
horizon should
meters.
be.
I'm
Sorry,
in
bud.
meters,
I
my
was
friend.
talking. I was in the middle of a sentence. Sorry, the middle of my
I'm doing
sentence.
in meters,
Interrupted
not
the
in miles.
beginning of your sentence.
Yeah, bro,
lying.
let Hank finish. Let Hank finish.
Yeah, if it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and the observer's height is 1 times 225, sorry, 1 times 1.225 is 1.225. So the horizon should be
Can you write your
1.225.
math and stop just
So for everyone else listening, they can go on Google and Google distance to horizon calculator and put in 1 foot, and it will show you where the
Yeah,
horizon should be, and it's about 1.22 miles, not 38 kilometers. So this guy is disagreeing with all the calculators,
No,
which are based on
send one,
395
please.
mile.
Send one, please. Send one. Stop
Just
lying. And
Google
actually send something.
distance
Took
to
him up
horizon
already. I
calculator.
googled enough for today. This is
You googled enough
the
for
latest
today.
object. The latest object in your picture is 50 kilometers away. So the horizon should be
No, it's not. You're a
something
clown.
like
Quiet.
something like
What do you mean?
twice like 2.4
What do you mean? What do you mean the
more.
distant object 50
So
kilometers? It's 9 miles.
completely fit.
I don't think you even know what you're trying to respond to. I just posted a link from Washington State University showing you the derivation of that formula we've been using, 1.225 miles square root of the observer height in feet. Why don't you go write them and tell them they're wrong?
you can't have a distance to horizon. It's not physical.
What did they show me? Western University went wrong. So for our predictive purpose, we can estimate the distance up to the horizon using
The horizon is not
1.24
physical.
h on surface, even more simply as just 1.2, which gives the distance in miles. When h is in feet, University of Washington. You didn't send the outcome.
Listen,
just send
numbnuts.
something. You just send
Numbnuts.
random bullshit. Why don't you do the
Numbnuts.
math and prove it?
That's
The
exactly what it's
horizon is not
saying.
physical.
Let's look.
Numbnuts.
H5. I don't know. Is it feet or miles? What are they doing?
My goodness me! If you were to
Percentage,
Google an Earth
but
curve
it's a
calculator,
very low percentage difference. Let's look.
if you to use an Earth curve calculator online, you can put it in meters as well. You can put it in feet. You can put it in meters. Being as you like meters, you can do that.
I'm from Israel. We use meters. I'm sorry. I did a
No, that's
calculation.
fine. That's not
It
going to help
came
you.
perfectly with the picture. It literally
That's why I'm
came
trying to
as
help you.
perfect as something can be. Literally
Ed, I'm
100% the
trying.
same as the calculation.
Ed, don't understand.
Oh,
I'm
bro.
literally trying to help you. I'm saying if you were to Google an Earth curve counselor, Metabunk, Water Bislin, whichever one,
I don't
you
need to Google. I am educated compared to you.
Oh, this guy's a
Calculation.
troll. This is a troll.
It is a
dickhead.
I
tool.
don't know.
Yes, somebody who can
I think he's
actually do
just
it.
very Dunning Kruger
I
Did
can do the
anybody?
calculation
and
compared
Did
to
very
you,
anybody
accurate.
and it
post the
came perfect with
calculator
the
yet?
picture. It literally
Post,
came perfect. I didn't.
so we're gonna.
I was actually thinking there might be a problem, but it
Yeah.
came.
Yeah, there is a problem.
Okay, check
Check
this
it out.
out.
There is a
We're gonna
problem. You can't
post.
do math, and you're denying your own globe formulas. That's the problem. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
we're
Ben.
gonna
Post the calculator for him so he can click on it and do it himself. I already
Yeah,
did
or
it
someone go
myself.
onto it. Someone go onto it and just screen cap it and post it
I already
because
did it
this
myself. I
guy
even
clearly
sent you the
isn't,
calculation. You guys are in
understanding.
a lack of sending something.
Yeah, your maths is incorrect. I'm afraid.
Can you tell me what is incorrect about it?
Well, NASA disagrees with you,
You're
so
so fucking
maybe want to go
stupid,
and
my friend.
tell NASA that they've got
Yeah,
their
as
radio
stupid as
wrong.
they come. That's amazing.
Calm down. Calm down. Every globe Earth calculator on the internet disagrees with you. You're just wrong.
Send something already, please.
Just Google it, bro.
What's interesting is in
Didn't
inside his
already Google it.
worldview, he
I
said this
fucking
is eighth grade
calculated it.
math.
Yeah, you
15
calculated it
minutes to
wrong,
do one problem.
Wait, it is.
and you
It
still got it
didn't.
wrong.
They
And yeah,
didn't.
and he got the wrong answer.
Let's read the paper that you sent. So here, h is our height. They did it different, a little bit different. Oh no, they did exactly the same as me, but from a different angle. Here, h is our height, or the height of our eyes. Above sea level, r is the radius of the Earth. I is the length of the line connecting our eyes directly to the horizon, and S is the arc length, the distance along the surface of the Earth to the horizon. Oh, they put the
Define horizon.
they put it a little bit different than me, but we're calculating the same thing. So the angle H is
Define
the angle
horizon.
made between let's read it. Our position and the horizon, right? Continue. Since
Define
the triangle
horizon.
No, let him do
we
this.
already did it before. It's the line between the earth and the sky.
Keep going. Keep
Since the
going. Read the
triangle is
paper.
the figure, since the triangle in the figure is a right
So it's
triangle,
not
we may
physical then.
use the. Can I finish? We can use the Pythagorean theorem to find the relationship between the variables. Exactly what I did. No, I did something different. It's geometry. Specifically, I equal to the root of r plus h squared minus r squared. I is equal to 2rh plus h squared. Okay. If we make the assumption that I should be approximately the same as s, since h will be very small compared to r, then we can say s is almost I
What are you
equal
talking
to
about, you
2r.
muppet?
I'm reading the paper that you guys sent. Have you not read your own paper? Who
Yeah,
sent it
can
to?
someone get him to the actual
No, no,
formula bit
I'm
for the
looking right
1.2,
now. Right now,
or read it? You can read it to yourself and let us know when you've read it.
oh, I see you guys are afraid of going with me and looking how wrong you are every step of the way.
Oh,
Let's
bro,
let's
you're
go
only
let's
making it
go
worse.
together.
You're
Come
only
on,
making it worse for
we are on the
yourself.
same boat. We're on the same Earth, right? We're on the same boat. Let's read it together. Come on, let's learn physics. It's awesome.
Yeah, okay, let's read this together. So, for all practical purposes, we can estimate the distance to the horizon using 1.22459 times the square root of height, or perhaps even more simply, just as 1.2 times square root of the height, which gives distance in miles when height is in feet. What more do you need to know? That's from University of Washington, Department of Mathematics. Do you know better than they do? Explain.
Yeah, calculating in 5 feet. I calculated 1 feet. Obviously, it's going to be different.
Okay, yeah, you can plug in whatever height you
Above
want.
sea
That's
level,
why the
then the
formula has
horizon
h
distance
in
is
it. Yeah.
about. For example,
What?
if our eyes is 5 feet above the sea level, then the horizon distance is about 1.2445 root of 5. Use 2.5 to check our calculation. We can work out an exact formula and compare the angle can be found as so that
Who published this paper?
It says right there. I gave you the link for it.
No, who published?
And that
Yeah,
tells
I
you
look at
where
the
it
paper.
came
Who
from.
published it?
University of Washington Mathematics Department.
Why doesn't
The
it write it on the
globalists.
paper who published it? It looks if
So,
it is a math that the globalists would do because
what's
they make it
your
official.
problem with it now? Is it because it's confirmed 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, like we just told you 15, 20 minutes ago?
And also, it's in the
No.
link that you clicked on where it's located. How are you going to spoof that?
Yeah, sure, Clay.
Besides Math of Washington, well, let's see. Let's put
Also,
what
that's the same formula that globe Earth curve calculators use.
Let's put what you guys are
So
saying.
you're arguing with your own people.
Let's
Okay,
put it,
now let him.
let's put
Yeah,
it
let him
into the
work it out based
equation.
on the actual. Let's let him do that.
Let's put what you're saying in the
Let's
equation.
see if he
Let's
can
see
do
if
1
we
times
understand the same thing.
1.225.
For example, if our eyes is 1 feet above
He's
the
very
sea,
educated, so it should be pretty easy.
I heard.
if
Oh yeah,
okay, so we're talking about h on feet.
he's a genius.
According to their equation, if h is 1 feet,
You new people are lucky. You're seeing a live in action person about to debunk their entire worldview.
Hope we're clipping this.
this is r divided by r plus h. Okay, so in this code, the triangle
He'll find a way to cope.
Oh yeah,
cosinus of
but it'll be funny.
r
I mean, he was
divided by
starting there.
r
He was
plus
thinking maybe if I
h.
just say this is a lie of a paper and
H
not
is
really
1
publish.
feet. Can you guys really? You guys are talking about something you have zero education on. Please.
Yeah, you're educating yourself right now. We are educating you now. Read quietly.
Where did you go to school, by the way, if you're so educated? I'm just curious.
I'm in Israel. I don't know the schools in Israel. Couldn't really tell you.
I'm sorry, what? What was that?
In Israel, I went to school.
Okay.
Did they not teach you how to read quietly in Israel?
They teach me, but I want to read it with you. What's happened? You don't want to read it with me?
That's okay. You've already read it. 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You read it.
He has to keep reading it over and over because he's in disbelief.
Yeah. So have you applied that to the 1 foot observer height yet in the observation? You done
Yeah,
that
but I'm
formula
doing
yet?
it right now. Just need
Okay.
to
1.225 times 1.
Cosinus.
I mean,
If 1 times 1 is 1, then it logically makes sense that 1 times
1
1
plus
point
1 is
2.
1.
1 times 1 is 1.
Oh, wait, he's doing it live. Right. 1 times 1 is 1. Yep. We're with you so far. Keep going.
So 1 times 0.2 is 0.2. So 1.2, right? 1.2 miles.
Who are you talking to?
You.
You,
I'm in the middle
Israel.
of doing something. I cannot answer now.
He's in the middle of doing 1 times 1.225.
Yeah,
No,
don't
come a little bit
don't
more
slow
prepared.
him down any more than he already is. He's borderline can't do math already, it seems.
I would like to see your calculation, my friend. Right now, we are sorting
We've
somebody who
given it
did
to you.
something. You did not do
It's
nothing.
okay. It's okay. You're still just 1 times 1.225. Come on. We can get there.
Where is the...
Fucking quick math, mate.
Where
Come
did they
on.
write...
Carry the 1.
Did you see where did they write the distance of the radius of the Earth in the paper?
My fucking goodness me, man. Answer this
This is an
question
obfuscation.
off the top
What
of your head.
happened? Why are you so
Sorry,
why are you so upset? It's okay.
I'm
We are
sure it's a
doing...
troll.
That's
Well,
okay. That's okay.
He
well,
really can't do the math, so that's why he's doing this.
Hold
why
on, hold
don't
on.
you do it?
Jedi's trying to get in. 2
Why
seconds.
is your
2 seconds.
entire argument is
It's okay.
insulting?
It's okay. Calm down.
I'm
Calm
truly,
down.
let's see you guys doing it.
Calm
Truly.
down. It's okay. It's okay.
Fuck me. My Israeli friend, off the top of your head, what is 1 times 1.225? Just off the top of your head.
My friend, I'm going through the process. I'm not simple-minded as you.
It's
I know this idea of actually doing the process is very mind-boggling to you, but to most people it isn't.
I mean, you really should at this point at least stop trying to insult people as you're failing to do 1 times 1.225.
That's not what I'm
That's just
doing.
advice.
That's not what I'm doing. You guys have no clue how to calculate it, so you're assuming stuff.
I mean, 1 times 1.225. I mean, it's pretty simple, bro.
Radius of the
He hasn't gone 0.225 of a finger. That's what's confusing him.
of the Earth in
What's 1 times any other number? Do you know the answer to that?
What's 1 times 5?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, how
See what we deal with, guys?
Yeah, this is how bad it is.
Don't give him too difficult questions, guys. He can't answer it.
Is there any other Globers on the panel that would like to help a friend out? Any other Globers
Yeah.
want to give the answer to 1 times 1.225? Anyone? Post it in chat.
1.225.
Put it on a postcard.
Whoa, that was quick. Someone just did that. We've got a genius in the chat.
We got a Glober savant here.
3.14? I wonder if, to be charitable, maybe he's trying to figure out how they derived 1.225. I don't know, just to be charitable.
Gave him a paper for that.
Yeah, he literally just read it out. I mean, he probably wasn't listening to what he was reading, because understanding and reading at the same time is quite advanced. But he was reading out exactly how they claim to have derived that formula.
I don't know that.
Absolutely hilarious.
I mean, this is Dunning-Kruger to the max. So we appreciate your time here, my friend.
I was wearing invisible ink on my face. How did they see me?
He deafened himself so he could concentrate on 1 times 1.2.
Hey, he made it. I mean, I don't know if he made it already, but he's almost there. Just continue. Don't abandon ship yet.
Yeah, he's really he's really at the finish line.
Does anybody think he would have had that much trouble accepting the formula if it were true?
Yeah. Did someone did he actually post some math in the text channel? Did anyone look at that? Because how is he getting 38 kilometers for a 1 foot observer?
That one too. That
Like,
seems
what
a
is
little
he?
odd. That's for sure.
What has he done to achieve this number, which still doesn't match the observation? If someone's got it, save it. I want to see it later.
Maybe he watched the original video, and he saw like the cove in the background on either side of the habitats. Like you can see the land in the background, and it's 30 miles away. So maybe he was just, trying to play it safe. Like 38 kilometers is probably over 30 miles.
You're giving this guy a lot of credit, Hank.
Well,
Maybe he's
benefit of the
trying to
doubt.
derive the radius from the gematria.
He said even from 1 foot, right?
Yeah,
1
38
foot.
kilometers.
Yeah, okay.
So what's that radius going to be, like 500,000 miles?
Something up there, yeah.
Fuck it. We don't need space travel anymore. Just get a big enough ladder and we can reach Jupiter.
we are overtaking the moon. We should be able to just step onto it.
I think if we told him the formula is whatever gives you the 10-mile horizon, he would have just accepted it blindly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Brilliant.
So any other Globers in here want to try and explain what's just occurred to us? Because this is what we don't understand.
Sure, I can.
No,
I can
he's
explain
not.
what
He's
occurred.
not going to finish.
He made a
He's
mistake.
Not continuing.
I mean, I don't know. Is he on deafened yet, or is he still on deafened?
Because this is always what happens. They're like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna bust your ass," and then they're like, "Hold on, I'm doing it. I'm doing the math," and then they just kind of fade to black.
Where did you find this paper from? I think there is a mistake in the paper.
Why? What's the mistake? What's the
I found a
mistake?
mistake in the assumption. Well, before I'm going to the mistake, I want to know where the paper is.
I already told you. And it says right
Well,
on
I'm searching. I'm searching.
Before we go into that,
I'm searching at the website. I'm not able to find it. Can
hold on.
you
Before we go into that, could you just tell us what you got as an answer to the math and where the horizon should be for a 1 foot observer?
No. Come on. We do my answer, and then I would answer gladly.
Well, yeah. What did you get? Because you were doing the math for like 20 minutes, yeah.
I sent you my math.
No, because you are gonna now do it based
No,
on
I
this
send you.
paper.
I send you the paper. I send you my calculation.
Right, but what about the calculation
Would
based on the
you?
paper?
I think it's wrong, so I'm not going to tell you the outcome because I never
What do you think's wrong
try,
about
like,
it?
I
How
think
are
one
they
of the
wrong?
assumptions is wrong.
Which
But
assumption?
I don't.
Which
I think
assumption
you
is
guys
wrong?
answer me where the paper is from.
Hold on. Which assumption do you think
No,
is
I'm not
wrong?
going to tell you. Where is the paper
Are you not
from?
going to tell us what assumption you think is wrong? You just said one of the
Can you
assumptions is
tell me
wrong.
where the paper is from and stop running
It
away
was
from
from
it?
University of Washington. He already told you.
I'm searching in the University of Washington. I'm not able to find the paper.
Well, good thing I gave you the link.
Yeah, give you a link.
I think the link is a fraud, my friend.
Oh
Because
wow.
the
Oh
assumption that I
wow.
think is wrong is that it is a right
You
fraud.
So he
better write.
doesn't
You
believe his
better.
own religion.
You.
He doesn't believe his own religion.
You better write to the
Where
University of Washington, my friend. Tell them their maths department
I
isn't
don't
up
think
to
it's the
much.
University of Washington. I think you guys were lied to.
Math,
Where does the University of Washington send
listen,
it?
this is the website that you were just on, math.washington.edu. Okay, go write them and tell them that their math is all screwed
Well,
up and
okay.
that you know better.
Look at the screenshot for a second, okay? Can you guys enter the screenshot?
I can't, but feel free.
Okay.
Nah,
Where
I
did
don't
you guys
want to.
find it?
I don't
Where did
care.
you guys find it in the website? Where is it? Where did you send this?
Could you not just tell us where you think the horizon is supposed to be based on that formula? 1.22 times the square root. Remember, you read it out.
Just if you write horizon, that should give it to you.
You know, I'm sure you would be perfectly fine with that formula if what we told you was 10.225 times 1. You'd probably be like, yeah, that works, that matches, yeah.
Well, it was exactly what no, it wasn't exactly, but it's similar to the outcome that I got. Obviously, I would think that calculation.
So why do the universities disagree with you?
I'm not disagree with me. No, they don't disagree with me. I don't think that's from the university. I'm searching the paper in their site. I'm not able to find it.
Well, it's
So
on a
if there is a
University of
medical paper
Chicago.
that
It's on a
doesn't exist
university.
on their site. No,
It's on
I'm
their
searching
website.
on the university. I'm actively right now searching Horizon.
You clicked a link. You clicked a link that took you to that website.
No, the link didn't take me to that website.
Okay, so he's going to deny all the sources that we give him. I actually want to do something with this.
No.
I'm going to post
I'm
I'm going to post the Globe
searching.
Horizon calculator, and I want to see what you think of the answer that it spits out. One sec.
Let's look if I search this.
So just so you know, I did it up in CAD, and it is 1.22 miles at 1 foot. So
No, you're wrong.
You put it in your site and it gave you the outcome that you wanted to. Can you show me the calculation that you used?
1 second, I'm getting the same number from Walter Bislam right now. I want to see what you're going to say about that. Just 1 sec.
Hold on, but also we've got is the other guy who just chimed in there with CAD? Are you a Globe believer as well?
The same, I
Yes, I am.
asked
Yeah.
the same question.
Okay, so maybe we should have this guy, because this guy isn't biased towards flat Earth. He believes in the globe. He's telling you you're wrong. He's done it in CAD. Could you, the globe guy who just did it in CAD, could you explain what you did to him?
Oh, it's simple. I did a circle at the radius of what's the 3960?
59.
Or 3980. Yeah. And then I just did a 1 foot line up from the surface, perpendicular to the center, and then you take the top of that line, and you go to the tangent, and it gives you the length.
Why did you put the radius?
Thank God, you've restored my faith in humanity.
Why did you put as the radius?
3960.
3960?
3,960 miles.
Oh, it's 58.
You know that won't make that. Oh my god.
Wait. We need to let the globe guy explain to the other globe guy.
This is
He doesn't believe. He
This
doesn't
is
believe
the
his
miles.
religion.
This is the miles of the Earth according to Google. So
The Earth is a planet, but it's hollow.
Okay, so are we okay to the guy from Israel? Are you agreeing with the 3960
No,
radius?
I'm still asking for where the paper is. I'm searching it in their website. It's not in there.
What, the
I'm actually
radius?
trying to No, the paper that you guys sent. They have
No, but the globe guy is explaining to you how he calculated
the globe. Send your calculation. If I
that's
want to
CAD.
explain it, just send it in the chat. I would look at it.
And you just asked
No,
him.
it's not a calculation. It's just an AutoCAD.
Yeah,
So
he's done it in
geometry.
AutoCAD.
He didn't do anything. What?
He
Sorry,
did the
again?
geometry.
Yo,
Can you send it?
he's
Can you
trolling.
send that? Can you
He's
send it?
trolling because
No, he's just really
and it's a
Dunning Kruger.
I thought.
it's
I
a
think
good
so too.
troll. It's a good troll because this demonstrates that either A, he's just joking around, or B, he's dead ass serious And just him saying that he doesn't trust this, that's like me saying I don't trust my mama's gumbo. Like
Your input
that's
was
your
S.
recipe, dog.
So,
Your
That
to
input
the
is
was
your
Israeli
S.
fellow,
mama's recipe.
to the
Your
Israeli
input
fellow,
was
I
as
just,
this is as the
That's
sun.
your mama's recipe, and you don't even recognize it. That's sad, man.
Actually, no, because remember, he's saying that this math that is not reality is a math of a mathematical concept, a globe and a piece of paper. He's saying
Remember,
it's wrong, and he is correct. He is correct. This math is actually not relatable to reality. So yes, sir, this is our whole point.
remember
This
the
math,
so
question
anyways,
was already, the
this
question
is the
was
whole
already
point.
asked the 10th.
Damn, I'm gonna have to mute you, dude. I'm gonna have to mute you. I'm gonna have to mute.
Why don't you guys answer me?
I'm gonna have to
Where
mute
is
you.
the paper
If you
from?
don't shut up. So this
so
math that is on paper is not in reality. So you are correct. You can't find it in reality.
okay, so to the Israeli fellow, I'm just out walking my dogs, so I don't know who I'm talking to. If you could just DM me, I'll send you a screenshot of the geometry. Just DM me, okay?
1 second, 1 second. DM
Well,
who? What is your name?
Chad Z, ZEE.
Oh, there's too many people in this fucking
These
chat.
guys got a new globe.
Giga Chadsy.
So did the real Elijah
Good
show up
job, Chad Z.
today?
No, this guy said it was 38 kilometers for 1 foot for the horizon.
Yeah, that
so
sounded a
the
little
black
off.
swan was good.
Where's Creation Bear? We need him. Damn!
It's a big radius.
There's a big ball.
how big's the radius? However big you need.
Well, he asked the other guy, "Where did you what did you say the radius was?" 3960, and then it sounded like he was trying to fact check that. I don't
He's
know if he
gonna go.
actually did.
He gave him
I'm
an
not sure
extra
if he's
mile.
back next to
Oh,
that.
yeah. I'm
Whatever.
finding your message.
Because
I mean,
then
I
I'm
did round
thinking,
it.
because then I'm thinking, well, what did he use in his assumption of a radius if not 3960 to get that? Maybe he did use 500,000 miles.
What? No,
Mr.
the
Israel,
radius
since you
for
seem
the
to
same
like doing
radius.
things by yourself, do you want a tape measure so you can measure the Earth yourself?
You want me to take a tape measure and measure? Are you safe?
Well,
Are you
I think
okay?
That's not a
What?
flat earther saying that.
A tape measure?
Yeah,
No, next
you're
time
being
what I'm gonna
trolled, bro.
do,
Okay.
I
You're
think I'm
being
gonna
trolled
troll
by
them.
Glober.
One time, what I'm gonna do is try to troll them and say, okay, so geometric horizon formula, 10.225 miles times square root of the observer height in feet, and see what they say, just as a test. I want to see if they'll just take it blindly. Yeah, okay, perfect.
Never heard about that one.
Because he's only fighting it because
Before.
because
Hold
the
on.
That's
globe map
interesting. So
doesn't
that's
match.
Sorry,
so that's to the horizon then.
that's to the geometric horizon
Is that
that
what
they claim. You're roboting
Oh,
a bit.
okay.
You're roboting a bit. Whoever's trying to jump in there. But
Oh,
yeah,
sorry. Like I said, I'm just out walking my dog, so
no, you're good.
my
You're good.
connection's spotty.
Yeah, you're good now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So that geometric horizon is.
And guess what? My dogs.
What's he doing?
Guess what? My dogs' names are Hallie and Kepler. Yes, I'm a globe tard.
Oh no!
No,
You're gonna
you're
have to
not
get your.
really.
Yep.
You're not really a globetard. You're just a normie, right? You
Yeah,
grew
that's
up
true.
in educational system, 13 years of propaganda about the globe. Most of it before you could even, fully understand why you need to wipe your ass every day. So it's not really your fault, right? So the way that we see you normies is kind of like Lord of the Rings when Gandalf went to Rohan and the king was kind of under the spell of Wormtongue. That's how we view you guys.
Oh,
Like
okay.
we
Oh,
all
I see.
have we all have some sort of mass formation psychosis. Like all of us, every single one of us. It's just we're all at different levels of breaking out of that psychosis. So we don't hate you guys or think you guys are the enemy. But there is a really small minority, much smaller than us on the internet, called anti-flat earthers. And these anti-flat earthers are, the neo-communist type, that's racist, just calling out anything that doesn't really make any sense. And the anti-flat earthers are the ones that we have problem with. And you'll know their type because they're, you know, always pro government, pro jab, pro taxes, you know, pro war. Anyway,
They often don't know their gender.
So to ask the new guy a question, just to give a little level set, are you hoping to go to the moon one day and stay in a hotel?
No, I don't think I'd have the money for it. If it was a possibility, that'd be sweet. Yes, that'd be really cool.
If only it was just a matter.
Well, to carry on Hank's point there, you only really become a globie once you understand what evidence there is to outright debunk the globe, and then you just take this kind of psychological neuroses where you just hate flat earthers and you just don't argue in good faith and you just try and distract the topic into non sequiturs and do anything you can to derail the conversation. I mean, you'll have seen it on this server, people renaming rooms to flat earthers should be imprisoned and people changing their names just to say all kinds of wild shit. I mean, that's someone who's been emotionally wounded by the flat earth information. So you're not that.
Well,
you're
I'm not
you're
sure
just an
how one
honest
can.
inquirer.
Well, I mean, I do have reasons to believe the Earth is a globe, and I mean, I was talking with a few people earlier, and then I had to break, but it was just due to the fact with the star paths, star trails, as well as the path of the sun and the moon, and how those work. They
Okay.
only seem consistent with a globular shape, or with a spherical shape.
Okay, well, we can talk about that since this guy's probably not going to come back with his geometric horizon math.
Yes, Wolfgang, please don't talk to that guy anymore. Let's move on.
Yeah, you can just keep him on mute for now. Well, if someone wants to talk to this guy about star trails and the sun and moon and stuff, sounds like he's open to listening.
Anyone.
Now's the time, boys.
Well,
Yeah,
here's what I'll just present my evidence or what I see, and then you can tell me what your interpretation of it is. Because I mean, really, we're all just working off of it, information that we find in reality
I like the
on
way
the
you're
internet and
thinking
stuff.
already. I like the way you're thinking. Yes, that's what you should
So-
do. Present your understanding, and then we'll explain what we think.
Sure. Okay, so basically, I live in Canada. I can see the North Star, the Pole Star, quite easily. And I can see the path the stars take in a circle around the pole, right? Now I understand there's people in the southern, below the equator, who can't see the pole star. And the star trails, like from photos that I've seen past the equator, shows the rotation of those trails kind of curving off to the right and to the left. Now that would only be possible with a spherical shape. That's one thing. So do you want to address that?
Hey, what's this about not being allowed to stream my Kerbal Space Program video game about the globe Earth because it's a channel etiquette?
Is anyone going to answer the stars question? We'll stick to the stars question. You can speak about Kerbal after this conversation. We can't
Sure.
we can't cap the room with streams and things like that. But
Well,
depends.
So to the star trails, can anyone answer why at the equator the star trails on one side go to the right and on the other side go to the left, and then at the equator they're straight?
Do you mean that you're simultaneously looking at clockwise and counterclockwise rotation on either side, or
like an Oreo cookie?
Somewhat. So basically, if you take a star trail photograph at the equator and you face east or west, whichever direction, the ones on the right-hand side will be rotating or curving off to the right, and the ones on the left side will be curving off to the left. And the ones in the middle are still going straight.
okay, you're not talking about like the directions changing or anything like that. You're saying that they appear to curve directions.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right. Have you seen those images before?
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. See, in my mind, that seems to indicate that the stars are traveling around us. And I'm not going to go into what the stars themselves are, but those lights seem to be traveling around us. And we're on a spherical shape. That seems to be the only shape that's consistent with that star trail.
I don't see how you get spherical shape from that. The ground isn't consistent with the spherical shape, so I mean.
Can I? Did you guys finish with this? I have some questions about your picture.
I don't know about this.
It's okay.
We've already.
Where did the picture come from? Where was the observer when he took the picture?
That's fair enough. We should give him the original video.
Where did he take the picture? From which position?
We're
On
gonna
the
get
sea?
you. We're gonna get you the original video. Any volunteers?
You can do it all yourself.
If it's from video, that would be serious. I'm the video.
Where'd you find that picture?
That's the picture that you guys sent.
Oh, I didn't know we sent that one.
Guys, let's stick with Chad here, because Chad actually sounds like he wants to learn.
Agreed. He just asked for the video. He should get it. I'll get it if nobody else does.
Yeah, I don't mind. Go for it. Do what you need to.
I got 3 videos for you. Go through all of them. 1 sec.
Sorry, is this in regards to the star trails?
No, I was talking to the other guy who's asking about the black swan again, but in regards to star trails, the ground is not consistent with this spherical shape that you interpret from star trails, so I think that's kind of where that starts.
But what shape would reflect that star trail path? See, that's where I kind of think that the Earth is a sphere, is based on what I see up above us.
Okay, and what does the Earth show itself to be when you look directly at it?
Well, I'm in the foothills and I can see the mountains, and so it's lumpy.
Okay, but you can go to the ocean or something that's relatively flat, right?
Well, I'm kind of landlocked, but I have been to the ocean. I've been to Mexico and stuff like that, so yeah, sure.
Right.
Lakes work.
And does that ocean reflect that spherical shape that you're interpreting from the sky?
I'm having a hard time separating my presumptions from what I see with regards to the ocean.
Are you guys? I just watched the video. Are you guys insane? He's not 1 foot from the ground. He just walked over step. He's something like 20 foot over the ground.
No,
he
he's
literally
not.
went on steps 20 foot up and then he's filming.
And calm yourself down, please.
Look at the video that you guys sent for us.
I've looked at it a million times.
Go
the
to
wrong
minute
observation.
3.5.
He does more than one, I think, in that one video. So it's this one specific one that argument is based on, where he's right down there at the level, right near the ground. Yeah, go ahead.
No,
man.
he's not near the ground. He went
Hold
on
on,
steps. He is
hold
20
on.
feet up the
Hold
floor.
on, hold on.
Timestamp it for him.
He's
Yeah,
20
you're
feet
probably
up.
gonna have to. He did struggle with the 1 point. Anyway, he did go up the steps and made the observation there, and he also made an observation from the ground. That still shot is from that video when he made the observation from 1 foot off of the surface.
Where does he make an observation 1 foot off the surface? Where does he do it? In which point of the video does it do it?
Beginning of the video, bro.
I'm looking at the beginning of the video. It doesn't do it in the beginning of the video.
Just like he can't multiply.
Oh, here it is. I found it. I found it down.
There's even a point later in the video where they're showing the comparisons. 6 minutes, 13 seconds. Because you're too impatient.
Yeah, he takes lots of different observations. So obviously, this one still is just from one of those.
I think I understood the problem. I think maybe the problem is that he's zooming. The calculation is made for a human eye. Here is zooming out, so that's not the same. It's not the same observation. I think that might be the difference. Because you can see when he's not zooming, you can see exactly what to expect. There is
He's 1 foot off the water. Anyway, go ahead. Keep going.
Wait, are you guys just going to ignore the statement I made? When he's not zooming in, it's 2 minutes. It's 0.2 in the video.
Dude,
You can see
dude.
the horizon is before it, and you can see what is it? It is an oil mine. The oil mine is after the horizon, so you can see when he's not zooming in, you can see exactly what we expect.
That's the whole point. The horizon is optical, not a physical limitation that you would not be able to zoom in past. That's the whole point.
The horizon is an optical limitation.
Well, that's what you're telling us, basically. You zoom in and you see it
What?
further back.
No, that's what.
Yeah, it's
What?
not a
You only
physical
came
hard
in.
limit, a hard
Yeah,
cutoff that's physically there. That like, I mean,
you
what
came
don't you
in
get?
here claiming that you were super intelligent and all this shit. You can't figure out
Those
that.
words didn't came out of my mouth for a second. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Not everybody who disagrees with you is narcissistic also. You guys are assuming what you're assuming yourself. Well, look at point 2 of the video first, okay? Let's go with it together. The horizon in point 2 minutes of the video is before the oil mine. Exactly what
And then
we
he
expect.
zooms in.
When he's zooming in, it's after the oil mine.
There you go. So it's not a physical cutoff then, because it wouldn't have
So is
moved
he
further
zooming?
back as he zoomed in, right? If that were the case.
Is he zooming around the curve?
It wouldn't what?
You try Cyclone. I can't.
It wouldn't.
No.
What? You cannot repeat your statement. That's some limitations on the brain, my friend.
No,
Don't
no,
repeat
dude.
the
He's
statement.
saying it's not a spear edge. It's not a physical place because it's moving every day, every
The
hour.
horizon,
It's moving.
the horizon is not a physical thing. No physical.
Congrats.
As I
Right.
said,
It's optical.
The horizon is the border
Okay.
between the earth and the sky.
Yeah, so not curved then.
Whoa,
Oh, of course it is
wow.
curved. It's the border between the earth and the sky.
Yeah, so not curved then.
Of course it is curved. It's the border between the earth and the sky. When the earth is curved, then you would have
Then it would be in
point
front
on
of
the
the
border.
rigs, not behind.
Then it would be what?
In front of the rigs, not behind them.
It depends.
Yeah, it wouldn't get
when.
further back as you zoom in
You
on it if that were the case.
you
It would
have
just
time
be
when
where
it-
it is. It would just hold on. It would just be where it is physically in the physical
see,
world. It
you
wouldn't
have-
move around as you zoom in.
You have times when it is before it. You have times when it's after it. It depends on the height of the object that you're looking at. So
Yeah,
you
1 foot
know,
it should be in front of the rigs. That's the whole point at 1.2 miles, which you couldn't work out for some reason.
I think the problem with my calculation was I put it in an opposite relationship, so it came out like 10%, 10.
No, so the answer is 1.2 miles. So
My answer was wrong. Calculation was.
Yeah, your answer was terrible. So it's not there.
I
so
would
it's
like
not,
to see your calculation, my friend, to check calling mine terrible.
So
well, still in the video, I'm not understanding what is happening in the video. The video is very. The things that are below it, it's so vague.
it's okay. You can
Let's put it.
you can work out. Just sit in silence, work it out. Chadsy, are you still there? Chadsy still here? We got any hope for a cogent conversation?
Yeah, I'm still here. Sorry, I just muted. I didn't want to interrupt.
You're not interrupting much. Don't worry. So did you get an answer to your stars question, or were you still waiting?
Not really. But it did move on to, okay, so from what I take from what you had stated or what I heard was that the Earth doesn't match what we see in the stars.
No,
That's what I heard. Sorry.
it doesn't match
Okay.
your interpretations of it from the stars.
Okay, so from that star streaking, what shape can be speculated on? Any ideas?
No, I don't have a positive.
I don't know what the
Oh, okay.
sky does. That's my problem. I'd be able to tell you if I knew what the sky was doing.
Sorry, wasn't doing? Or was doing?
If I knew how the sky worked, I'd be able to tell you why it does that.
Okay. Well, I mean, if we were just to like strip it all back to just complete observations, right? So some photographs, what we see on our day to day,
Yeah,
we
you
can
should
see star
start with
trails.
the flat water first that you see is perfectly flat and level. Has nothing to do with looking up in the sky. Like I said, I don't know what the sky does. I know what water does because I can actually deal with water. Difference.
Right, but you can see the stars or the lights in the sky, right? And
Yeah.
the way they
So
move.
what we can observe from them is just that they're moving and we're
Right.
not.
And it's consistent though. Like the movements that they make are predictable. So
No, but
we
you can.
can.
But the observations were already made, right? I mean, you can observe them and then make a model to fit almost any shape, right? It's just maths.
But see but that's not the case though. Like the
Yeah, it
stars
is.
that we see,
Because this
the
is what
stars that
happened.
we see. Sure, go for it. Go for it.
Because the Catholic Church pushed Copernicus to make this model, right? This heliocentric model. But the observations were all already there and they work fine in a geocentric model, right? Where we're at the center and everything's just moving around us. So they did change the model and it is just math. The stars appear to be doing what they're doing. We don't have access to them to be able to verify their causal mechanisms, what they're made of, what medium the light is coming through, to really pin down exactly why they appear to move in the ways that they do. But what we can say is that whatever they're doing it above a flat, motionless surface.
Oh, see, that's the jump you made those to a flat motionless surface. If
Well,
we were to
that's
take a look at the stars, or just one sec, if you don't mind, if you were just to take a look at the stars and the paths that they made from more than one location, so it'd have to be made from the north of the equator, at the equator, and south of the equator. Take a look at those, and then try to determine what shape would be available to see all of those stars. The only one I can think of is the sphere.
what if what you're seeing is affected by some media in between that you can't verify or understand that would affect what you see? Have
You would
lensing
have to
effect.
give me an example of what would be
Like if
different.
you're looking through some kind of lens, like glass, something
Well,
like
I
that.
am. I mean, my eyes are a lens.
Right. Well, not meaning your eyes though. Like the between you and the star, right? You'd be making an assumption of what that light is traveling through, and the nature of it, right? Which you can't really do.
But
And
if you were
also,
trying
when
to,
you
if you were
mentioned,
trying to build a model from that, though, like,
yeah,
are
but
you
then you'd have to
saying we
make the
just can't build
assumption.
a model from observations?
Well, you can, but you'd have to make the assumptions on how far away, how they work in our perspective, and for why, what kind of lens or media you might be looking through to get to it. But also, when I spoke about you said, well, you've made a jump there about the flat and motionless surface. That's
Yes, yeah,
all.
I believe so.
That's all that can be evidenced. Right? That's all we
Yeah,
can go.
but a flat surface isn't consistent with the star trails.
That's a really
Well, it
funny thing
is.
to say. When the surface is flat and the star trails are what they are.
Yeah,
Make
yeah.
that.
I mean, the star trails are what they
No, but
are.
see,
And it's
That's
on
what
a
I was
flat.
okay,
trying to say.
but see, here's the thing, though. If you come up against two pieces of evidence that seem contradictory, then you have to look at your
Not.
presuppositions, do you not?
You're not. You're just wrong about how you're interpreting the sky. That's all.
Yeah, I mean,
So
it's
show me an alternative that would work.
So what you did was for 10 years you lived by a lake, and I know you live by water. So you know it's flat and level when it rests, so you know that lake is flat. But
Oh no, you
you
don't, or you
decided to
don't know
look
me.
at the
I've never
sky
lived by a lake.
and say, well, the sky's moving, so maybe the lake is curved.
No, I've never lived by a lake. I
so
live in
what's
the
your
foothills of the Rocky
You've
Mountains.
never seen water before then, right?
No, I've seen it. I'm just saying I'm not sure I'm who you think I am. If you said I've lived by water for 10 years.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
everybody
okay. That's okay.
water.
I mean, we're just talking about the nature of water and how it's level.
Right.
What was it about the
Sure.
stars that was making you think this would only be possible on a spinning ball? Exactly.
Well, it's the star trails. If you were to try to map it out on various shapes, the only shape that would work for is a spheroid.
But they mapped out the stars originally, well, thousands of years ago, where they all understood that it was flat. They weren't assuming a ball.
But what did they map it out from only one location or from multiple locations?
No, they
And
had
for the
pretty
star
good
system,
sophisticated maps. I mean, NASA still uses the Saros cycle today to predict eclipses, and that was by the Babylonians, and they were flat earthers.
sure, but I'm saying from one location, it would make sense that's what you'd see. But because we have access to a lot more locations now, we can have a better sense of where we live, right?
Well, but that's not really changing anything about the nature of the surface. And they already had the star maps, maybe for their part of the sky, but they had them all over the different parts of the sky. So yeah, they were all mapping their sky very accurately.
Right. Sure, yeah, and I don't disagree that you can do that. I'm saying it's when you take those in combination, that's when you start to get a better view of what the whole world
Yeah,
would
but
look
I don't
like.
understand what it is by that combination that you think says that this can't be the flat and motionless surface that we observe.
Well, I don't want to say motionless. I'm not going to talk about motion, but the flat surface is a disk. I'm going to say it's a disk. The star trails don't match from all of the different locations, match a disk.
What do you mean? Like in what way?
People in the southern, sure. People in the southern latitudes, when you do a slow or star trails, it's a circle, right?
No.
If it's not a circle,
No, because you can't do a 24-hour star trail.
but you can do it for the length of the time that the lights are on, right? No, wait, actually, you can do a longer exposure. Anyways, it's circular in nature, even if it's only for 12 hours.
So how would
Is that
there
correct?
appear to be? I mean, you can get. Why would that not be possible over a flat surface?
Because the different southern points of the disk would all be seen a circle. But if it was a disk, it wouldn't be a circle. They would just be lines.
Guess
Now
it's
you're
not a disk then floating in space, is it?
Yeah. Now
so
you're
you're
No, I'm
predicting.
just saying for that
Now you're
particular
predicting.
shape. So
Now you're assuming what the stars above us are doing.
Yeah, you are.
it's
And
not
you're
much
just
of an
trying to force
assumption.
this false interpretation of them, though, about the ground. And then when we go to the ground to test that interpretation, it falls quite literally flat. So, I mean, I just don't know where you expect to go with it.
Chauncey, are you
No,
on
well,
our?
what
Are you
what
on?
I'm saying is what I see in the stars doesn't
Looking the wrong
match
way,
a
that's
flat.
right. Looking away from the Earth, right? What you see doesn't match what you think the Earth is, or what the Earth actually is. What you think you're interpreting from the sky doesn't match what the Earth actually is.
You'd be able to determine the shape based on what you're seeing in the sky.
You would be able to do that by just looking directly at that shape, which you don't want to do. You want to keep looking right away from it.
Just quickly
No,
before we
I've looked at the shape before, but this is just
Chauncey,
one point. Sorry, go
are
for
you
it.
on
Go
our
for it.
server?
Yeah. Pardon? Yeah,
Are
I
you
joined your 24th or
okay?
your
Well, we have a channel. We
server.
have a channel in the additional information sections. Have you seen the additional information sections?
Yep.
So we have a channel under there called Stars, which would maybe have some interesting material for you to look at. Just as a
Sure.
FYI.
Well, I've seen one video where the person puts a dome over top of this star trail to try to say this reflects the right and left curves. But the issue with that particular experiment is you're viewing it from outside of the dome. You're not inside of it.
An experiment.
Yeah, isn't
Okay.
that just a
Demonstration?
digital isn't that just a digital representation, that one?
No.
Hello,
There was a
everybody.
demonstration by a fellow. Hello. By a fellow who printed out the star trails, put it on a
Yeah.
table, and then put like a crystalline or a plastic dome over top of it. And what you see
Okay.
through the plastic dome is very similar to what you would see at the equator. The issue is that's from the outside, not the inside.
Well, wouldn't it be the same either way if you're looking through it from one to the other? Because you're in the medium of air, looking through this lens to the other
Well, no,
medium.
convex shape would show something different than a convex or concave shape. So that's one
Still
of the
just a
issues
best
that I've
guess,
found with
though.
that.
Nobody knows that that's actually representative of what the sky really is. Though. It's still just someone's best guess. Kind of a similar thing to what you're doing. It's not really any other than you're drawing a false conclusion about the ground that we can easily disprove, I guess.
But then I guess if you accept that observation, even in principle, then you understand the implications behind the potential for a media between you and whatever you're doing to modify or alter what it is that you're seeing in quite strange ways, right? So, like the example of when, if you draw an arrow going from left to right on a piece of paper and then you move it in front of a glass of water and it reverses the image, right? So we understand that there are principles of perspective that can do strange things when we're looking at light through lenses, water, moisture, distance, who knows, all of these assumptions, right? So you can't really look at something like the stars and make any hard claims about what this means in terms of their physical locations and how they're operating, which is why
I wasn't doing that.
Well,
Yeah, you
you
were.
are. You're saying this indicates that it has to be a curved ball that's spinning.
I was just indicating what I see, not their
No. What you
locations
see,
or what
no.
they're made
It's
of.
just what you see. If you just went with what you see, then you would just describe the motions of the stars moving above you as you appear to be still beneath them.
Right. Yeah, you're going off of what you see, and you're jumping to conclusions, and then you're ignoring what you actually do see when you turn around and try to match those conclusions to the ground.
Well, that's just one piece of the puzzle, of course.
Why are you throwing that away? Because a minute ago it was, well, this is just what I see. So we go to the ground to see if we see what we should. If you're correct about how the stars do what they do, we don't. And then you go, well, that's just one thing, and you want to just kind of hand wave it.
Oh, no, I'm not hand waving it. Sorry if I gave you that impression. I'm not hand waving it. I still think it's rather convincing for me. Now, I said, I do live near the mountain.
the flat level surface? Is that convincing to you as well, or
Well, I don't see a flat level surface. So
where do you see it curved?
Well, I had said before, when I drive from the prairies to the mountains, I can see the
I
mountains come
remember
out
you.
of the...
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mate.
hi. How's it going?
So we can see the curve again.
Pardon?
So the horizon's geometric again. It blocks mountains and stuff in the distance.
That's what I think, yeah.
Okay, so how come when we look for that geometric horizon, it's nowhere to be found? As we painfully went through with Mr. Straight just about half an hour.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate conversation.
Was he back? Was he?
Yeah, but you did it on CAD, remember, and you saw that it should be 1.2, and then in the observation it's beyond 10.
Yeah, the 1.2. See, the problem is I don't know atmospheric conditions well enough to be able to account for all the variables that would be involved. I'm not
So
saying.
then you can't.
I'm just saying
then you
that's
can't
why
apply them to the stars either. Then can you?
Yeah, and then you wouldn't be able to say that you could tell because of the mountains that you observe either.
Yeah, it seems like a double standard.
Well, it's just my observations that I'm making.
Well, I mean, if
So
your
you want
observation of the oil rig can't be relied upon, how can you be observing the mountains?
Well, I do
He
find
has
that,
observation hockey, guys. You don't understand.
Well, the thing is yeah. No, never mind. Go
Anyways,
ahead.
so yeah, no, that's just where I see what looks like curvature to me. Now, of course, I'm talking from, I've got presumptions and everything of that nature.
Well, it doesn't. I mean, the
But
horizon, though, it's not really true to say that it looks like curvature because the horizon is just a flat line, right?
Oh yeah. No, I can't see forward to back curvature with my eyes. Nor side to side.
So you see the horizon, which you assume is curvature.
Curvature away, yes. Based on what I'm seeing, with the way the mountains come up out of the
It doesn't matter geometry, though.
Well, I haven't done the measurements, but it matches what would make sense for.
It doesn't.
a
That's
sphere,
what we
does it not?
talked about with Mr. Straight, and you went and did the math and
How does it-
found that you're completely wrong in what he was saying. That is the geometry. That's where the horizon should be. And you obviously realize by now that we don't see that, right?
The 1 point. Well, I mean, we're a little taller, but it's what, like 3 miles or something for the person standing.
6 foot 3 miles. Yeah.
Yeah.
6 foot 3 miles. Yeah.
So that would be the start of the edge, and then anything beyond it, if it's taller, then if it's at the edge, you would still see it.
It's not about that.
Further,
It's not about stuff being smaller and you still being able to see it, it's about where that physical cutoff would be, right? Where the horizon itself would have to be.
Yeah, I haven't
We're
done the measurements to
at
determine
1.2
that
miles. We're seeing it beyond
Pardon?
9.4, so it's clearly not at 1.2 miles. So that
And
is us
again, I can't speak.
not observing the geometry that you keep inferring from all these other things that you said you observed.
No, but the geometry. See, this is the thing. I don't know enough about the atmospheric conditions to be able
Okay.
to say if it matches the model or not.
So why do you respond to seeing a flat ocean like that with, well, I don't know enough about the atmosphere, but you look through, I don't know how many hundreds or thousands of miles of air to look at things in the sky and go, well, that's got to be because it's a sphere. How come you don't apply the same sort of skepticism and go, I don't know enough? Maybe I can't draw that conclusion. It does seem like you have a bias here.
I didn't say I didn't. I did say I'm working from presumptions as well.
Fair.
So,
Well, thank
like
you for
with
saying
my
that.
example of approaching the mountains, initially you can only see just the top of the mountain, and as you get closer and closer, you can see more and more of the mountains. So, what's blocking the mountain?
Is it a geometric horizon?
I believe so.
Well, then why don't we
That
see
would
one?
make sense.
Might make
Well,
sense if we
yeah.
actually observed one, but we don't.
So, just out of curiosity, do you think, like, to observe a geometric horizon, the person should stake where they're standing, stake where it should be geometrically, put a stake down there, and then go back to their original point and look back towards it and see if it lines up?
Well, you'd have to do it over water, though.
No,
Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. Go for it.
No, I mean it should just be at that distance that it must be if it's
Yeah, but
curving off it would on the sphere that you
right.
keep inferring from all these different
But
things.
how do you measure that though? I mean, I guess surveyors could do it, right?
Go to the beach shore with a friend and have them walk 1.225 miles away, and they should start disappearing.
Okay.
And
Again, I don't live
what do you
near
mean
water.
by
But
what do you mean you guess surveyors could do it? They just use line of sight anyway.
Right. So,
Well, we did
but I
kind of
mean, you're
measure it
asking for
using we did kind of measure it using the oil rigs as mile markers. It's a rough
we've done it
measurement of
with
the horizon beyond 9.4 miles, which clearly tells us it's not at 1.2 and not geometric.
also
The
did it with
horizon's an optical
lasers.
location. You can't necessarily measure it but yeah, I digress. Go ahead,
Everyone
Timmy.
loves to forget. No, you're right. Everyone loves to forget that we've done it with lasers as well. So,
Yeah, I'd have to look into, like, I'm trying to figure out how one would actually measure to the horizon and say, yeah, aha, here it is. This is the horizon.
Well,
you
you're not going to
can.
be able to. It's not a physical location. That's what we were testing with the black swan, right? If it was, yeah, you should be able to measure to it. But it's not. It's optical and it's apparent and it fluctuates with the conditions of the day. It's not like a hard, physical cutoff, right?
But that's the thing. If there is fluctuation due to the optics, then it's modifying something that's physical, is it not? Does that make sense?
No, so it's modifying
Not
a
really.
physical geometric horizon.
Or
Why
what
would
do you think
think
it's
that? So
modifying?
basically, that would be like saying, okay, the weather made a 1.2 mile horizon look like it was at 10 miles. Why would I think that? I'm just seeing a horizon at 10 miles.
No, but the air conditions, if you're looking at something, it's something being bounced off. You're looking at the light coming back to you, right? So it's got to be bouncing off of something.
So there goes your stars then.
Well, I don't see it bouncing off of a physical horizon at 1.2 miles. I see a horizon
But is it
somewhere out.
bouncing off of the horizon?
I see it out somewhere
Right, but
around
is it
10.
bouncing?
So why would I go, man, I must be looking through all this, like, all these distortions to see a 1.2 mile horizon way further than that? Why would I think
But if you see it 10 miles away, what is it that you're seeing? Is it not a physical horizon? Is it not bouncing off of something that you're
No.
seeing?
if the claim of it being a physical horizon were true, then it would geometrically be at that 1.2 mile distance, right?
Again, it depends on
The
the
horizon
atmosphere
is like
condition.
the edge of a sphere, the leading edge that you can see, right? Geometrically, that's at that 1.2 mile distance. So it being way further than that shows us that's not what it is.
No, it just shows you that whatever it is further away. It doesn't mean it's not a physical edge, though.
It could be if it's a much bigger ball.
Does that mean the ball is bigger?
No, well, again, there's refraction, and like everyone's aware of refraction and how it works.
Yeah, yep, I agree. It takes
So
the horizon out to
modify it.
Takes the
Modify
horizon
what?
out to 1.3 miles. So
Yeah,
anything you're looking at,
you're doing
anything
this
you see.
You're doing this modify thing though again, where like you're pre-assuming that there is a geometric horizon there, so it is a physical horizon at 1.2 miles. Air has modified further
Yes,
than 9.
yes, I am assuming that whatever I am seeing with my eyes is something physical that is the light is reflecting off of. Yes.
Yeah, but
'Cause that's how
what
light
you
works.
think is physically there is not what you saw. So why do you think there's light reflecting off of that?
Well, I'm not even speculating as to the 1.2. I'm
has
just
to be.
saying, if you're,
Hello?
well, I mean,
Why, are
if
we
someone
talking
were to
about
be able to do this in a
reflection
vacuum,
or refraction?
refraction.
So it seems,
Did I say
you seem
reflect? Sorry, I
You
meant
said
refraction. Sorry, I meant.
reflection. Yeah.
Sorry,
Okay,
my
no
bad.
worries.
Sorry. Yep.
That's all right.
reflecting and
Like, I
refracting.
mean, in a perfect experiment or a perfect observation, there would be no air to have to worry about any of this refraction from, right?
No.
It would be just a straight line shot. We don't live
Okay.
in that.
Yeah, it's
Right,
not
I
reality.
don't know enough about how the air and the coefficients and all of that and the math. I suck at math. How
So
that
why
works.
don't you have that same mentality towards the sky and the stars? Because you seem pretty confident in the conclusions that you were drawing from those. But now when we go to the beach and look at an ocean, it's all, man, I don't know enough about light and air, and I can't draw any conclusions. Her apparently
No,
flat
I
body.
Well, that's a good question.
I've got an example for you. All right. So say let's give you your refraction. All right.
Yep.
So we look up at the sky. The things that are more directly overhead aren't refracted as much that are things on the horizon. Now you look at the horizon, you look at these stars, and they look like they're arcing. Could that be from refraction?
Like with the star trails?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of the way that shape. Sure, if it really would. I'd have to think about it. Sorry, I have to noodle on that one a bit more to figure out.
I know it's just a thought. I don't know.
No,
I don't know the answer, but yeah.
My inclination is to say no, but that's just my
Why?
bias.
So if the ones on the horizon aren't refracting, then why is the horizon refracting?
No, I think they are refracting, but doesn't refraction just modify the vertical?
Yeah, but
Not the
if the
left to right?
stars are moving across the sky, wouldn't that affect it as well?
It would just affect their height.
Exactly.
It would still form a circular. It would still form a circular path, though, if you look at a star trail.
Well, what about when they move across the sky and go from
Like at the equator?
more atmosphere to less atmosphere, back down to more atmosphere? Would that look like it was arcing? I would think it would if you were going to give you a refraction.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, are you talking at the equator or are you talking around the north?
Anywhere, man. You
Well,
got
very,
perspective mixed in with, now we got perspective mixed in with refraction. What are we going to do there? Does that look like an arc?
Let me think about it.
Okay.
What do you think your response to that black swan picture would have been if it wasn't a black swan and it was just a 1.2 mile horizon? Do you think you'd have this kind of skepticism and be like, well, we can't know for sure that's a globe horizon. I mean, we're looking through air, there's distortion, we don't understand everything about light. Just curious.
Oh, I'd probably say, yeah, no, that looks like it's matching the calculations. So
I thought so. Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
no, I mean the fact that it doesn't match the calculations really has me questioning what's happening there.
What
So
about the fact that
no,
it never?
it's
What about the fact it never matches the calculation?
There go rocket
yeah, no,
launches.
that has me questioning. I'll have to take a look at it. But I don't like observations over water, anyways, because of how much refraction or air temperature difference can occur. But is there any other locations that people know of where
Call
there's
you
Yeah,
out
I've
on
got
that.
one.
refraction?
I don't think that's
I've
the
got
real
a.
reason. It's like observations over water, if I'm honest. I think it's more that we're just not observing the geometry that you, I think, really want to believe in. But go ahead, Timbo.
Yeah, we've got perfect water and air conditions at the moment. So the water temperature over the bay is about 15 degrees, and normal day temperatures at the moment are about 15 degrees. So
Cool. So how far can you
perfect.
see?
You can see 80 kilometers from one side of the bay to the other side of the city.
Oh, you can see it?
Mm-hmm. I got photos of it.
Oh, I'd love to see those. Do you mind DMing me those?
I can do that when I get home. They're on my
Yeah,
computer.
for sure.
Yeah,
no worries.
no worries.
Cool. I do have a question though. Like, I know you guys refer to water and saying it's at rest and all of that jazz, or level when it's at rest. But do you think the ocean is ever considered at rest, or do you think there's motion to it?
You can see across the ocean too. The military uses lasers for line of sight over the ocean, so at least 100 miles is flat.
Well, it's interesting because lasers do refract, but infrared
Oh,
doesn't.
we got
Is
one
that
for that
correct?
too. So they did a
What about just flat enough?
They did a
Is
three
it just
different
infrared?
colored laser. They did 3 different colored lasers. This is a military university, 120 kilometers, and they didn't refract at different rates. So,
Oh, okay.
different
That was
colored
over the
lasers have
Frozen Lake,
different
was it?
wavelengths. So,
So we
there
can
should have
count
been.
refraction out. We can count refraction out for military lasers. What do you want to say?
Oh, do you? Oh, okay, cool. I'll
Yeah.
have to look at that. I'm not familiar with
Yeah,
it.
that's what.
I mean, there's only a few things that I've from my own personal observations. Again, I don't live at the ocean, so I don't observe over water. I just see the
Yeah.
mountains.
Yeah, that prairie one's hard because you like. I know we were talking about elevation heights and stuff like that, but
Yeah.
I'm going to go back to you never know if it's perfectly flat or not. Those elevation heights. I know they get them from surveying and stuff like that, but you got to get them from a point which is sea level. So how far away are you from sea level, and what's the error and the heights? So there's a lot that comes into play with your prairie
sea level?
observations as well. All elevations
I'm
come from sea
probably
level.
about 1,000 kilometers away from the ocean.
Yeah, there's a lot of
I'm just
error in
guessing,
there.
of course. from the ocean to there. Yeah, for sure. No, cool. I just appreciate that. Yeah, anyways, if there's anyone else who wants to bring something up, you're more than welcome to. I'm done walking my dog, so I do actually have some questions about more stuff in the sky, but I'll save that for another day.
I think you know where it's going to go.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So you
We're
really
just
what you
gonna tie it
should
back
do
to the
is go
ground.
check out what you should do is go find a neighbor that owns a swimming pool and check it out and see if the water is flat and level in there and just expand that size.
Yeah, but of course you understand that doesn't necessarily answer how that works on a larger radius, though, right? I mean, water's quite malleable. It can change shape quite a bit.
Not on the surface.
It equilibrates to flat and level on its surface. Unless somebody can show us at what scale it actually starts to curve, that's the question we keep asking and just keep not, seeing it.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, cool. Anyways, I'm gonna let you go. The dogs want back in. So take care, guys.
Sounds good. Yeah, thanks.
See you, mate. In the sky again.
Yeah, nice guy, but double standards.
Yeah.
It's like the only way that thing in the sky can be like that is if the ground is a sphere. Well, let's take a look at the ground. Well, we can't trust our observations there. It's like,
We
all right.
knew he was trouble because of the name of his dogs.
Yeah.
What were they?
I can see there's a certain conclusion that you really want to reach here. I got
One
it.
dog's name was Kepler. I don't remember the other.
Hubble or
I
something
was
like
going to say, is one called refraction and one gravity?
That's next.
Yeah,
They
you're
didn't have
in
to
deep
say
when
those
you
words.
start naming your animals about space shit.
Yeah, that's next gen Glober dog names. They didn't have to say those words as often until recently.
Anyone else? While we're in a nice calm mood.
Not the chat. They were going crazy before. One was. They're losing their minds. That's all.
This is a tough experience. Losing the globe is painful.
Victor's back.
Actually, it's almost like an exorcism.
me?
Yeah, it
Yeah,
is.
I'm just. Hey, Victor,
Yeah, dude,
how
what's
are
up?
you?
Nah,
No
dude, I
hard
just like,
feelings from No hard feelings from yesterday or last night or whatever it is for
why would I
everyone
have
else.
hard feelings, bro?
Nah, that's all good, man. I think it got a bit heated with a couple of people, didn't it?
That was a really funny conversation last night for me, at least, listening to it. Most people, when they appeal to authority or whatever, they're going to try to pretend that's not what they're doing. But at least, Victor, you just come out and just do it outright. So,
Yeah, dude, there's nothing wrong with appealing to authority, bro. I mean, there
No,
could be
not
something
at
wrong
all.
with it, but
I mean, at least you're being honest in your fallacies. I'm going to give you that. I don't know.
it's
I
not
thought it
fallacious
was
to appeal to authority, bro.
It is.
No, it's not. You have to appeal to authority to navigate anything through life. I give you an example with the doctor.
Yeah, I'll give you an
I
analogy
don't
with the
use the
doctor.
doctors.
So
Now what?
what doctors do is they do experiments and biology, and they see a cause and effect with what they're doing and how they're trying to fix people, and that's not a good analogy to an
Hello?
astrophysicist. Oh, geez, that
Hello?
hurt.
Can you guys hear me?
You don't think an astrophysicist does the exact same thing?
No, because they can't change the variables.
What do you mean they can't? Like is there
You've got a
is someone
doctor,
telling them they
yeah.
can, or
See,
You've
the
got a
thing is,
doctor, you
Victor,
tell them. Yeah, go ahead.
it's not a valid way to reach a conclusion
Yeah,
because
hello?
just
I
because
got
someone says
voice.
something,
Talk to
hold on.
voice or
Just because
something.
someone says
is
something doesn't.
someone? Oh, sorry.
One sec, Sky Blue. We'll get to you in a second, okay?
Someone saying something in and of itself doesn't actually prove anything, right? That's why it's not a valid, logical pathway to the conclusion that you're trying to reach. So the only thing to do really is to defer to the evidence, whatever that may be. But
No,
we're still waiting.
I gave you an example of a doctor. So a doctor can prescribe you a medication or tell you anything about your health, and you're just gonna believe him, I presume, unless
No, I'm not. No, I'm
no.
not. They can also tell you to make
Okay. I mean, I get you don't. I mean, whether or not
Flat
you
earthers are
don't doesn't
fucking
matter.
retarded.
Oh my god.
Okay, Sky Blue. Let's go. Can we go back to this, Victor? You're here all the time anyway. So Sky Blue.
Yeah, we can go back to it, bro.
Yeah, cool, man. Sky Blue, do you want to give us a reason why all flat earthers are retarded?
Yes. Have you
Okay.
ever been in space?
Have you,
You
bro?
know
No.
how do you believe that the Earth is flat? Yeah, do you believe in oxygen? Do you believe in air? Do you not believe in
Yeah,
air?
sure. I'm breathing it now.
Oh, we got to record
Is that
this.
a child?
Dude, how young is this guy, bro?
Yeah,
how
but whatever. It's
I'm
a
13
certain
years
scale.
old. I just have a high pitched voice.
I hope
I'm
I hope
actually
this
about
is
to turn
like
14.
Andy. I hope this is like Andy Milanakis, and this guy's like really smart or something. He's just playing
Yeah,
dumb.
that's all right. Let's talk to you then. All right, Sky Blue. So yes, we believe in air and oxygen because we are here breathing oxygen. So what else?
So tell me why the Earth is flat.
Because it measures flat.
Do you guys really want to brainwash this kid?
No, well, he's already brainwashed.
I mean, no, I think brainwashing is the wrong word. Do
I'm
you guys really want to
brainwashed
like
because I think
indoctrinate
the
this
Earth
kid?
isn't flat.
We want to ask him
Okay, so-
questions about what he believes.
The proper
Yeah, so
word
what-
was deprogrammed, by the
I
way.
believe that Joe Biden is better than Trump. I'm a liberal.
This is not a Oh, well, it is a politics server, but this room is not about politics.
I
And Joe
believe
Biden
13's
sniffs
a little
children.
bit too young to be able to vote.
He doesn't. That's actually photoshopped.
Joe
Right, so
Biden's a
Blue,
sniffer.
You believe in
Sky
that shit?
Blue,
I
Sky
believe it.
Blue,
I
what's
watched it
your
on the news. Must be true.
What's my what?
Sky Blue? What's your reason for believing the Earth is a sphere?
A moving one.
Go ahead.
Go on.
He's gonna ask his friend.
No, I don't have any friends, bro. Friends cost
Okay, so what's
money, bro.
What's your evidence? What's your evidence for believing the Earth's a sphere? So we can just kind of you go and then we go and then you go and then we go.
Just tell him, Sky Blue. Tell him that you learned it from the TV. Tell them.
Learned that from Nickelodeon.
Is that it? Is that it? That we don't get anything else out of him?
He's not got much. He's scraping the barrels it is.
I think the only good argument he had was all flat earthers are retards.
I'd say some of them for sure. Fucking definitely.
The
the
Earth is not
ratio-
globe.
I'd say the ratio is more.
Damn global, them people that believe in the Earth not being flat.
So, bro, why do you believe in the spinning space ball? Please tell us. We're all desperate to hear.
Why do you believe in the world all being flat? How are we able to be in space?
calm
You know
down.
there's actual proof
Bro,
that the Earth
calm
isn't
down.
flat, right?
Oh, calm down, brother.
Have you seen TV?
Okay.
You know there's actual video evidence.
Oh, woosah. Take a breath, bro. Take a breath.
Want me to send you proof?
Bro, do you see right now? Do you experience movement? Do you think the Earth is moving?
No, it just moves very slow.
Oh, it's not very slow, is it? It's millions of miles per hour combined.
Why do you sound like Shrek?
Well, I'm Scottish.
Oh, I'm sorry. That
Shrek's
was
a wee
kind
bit
of
Scottish. It's
that
just a
was
wee bit-
kind of racist of me. My bad, bro.
Scotland's not really a race.
Well, I called you like Shrek, and yeah, I'm
Shrekist.
sorry.
You've been Shrekist. Is that what you're saying? That's Shrekism.
I'm Shrek phobic.
Sky Blue. Why is the sky blue? Tell us.
Cause I'm anti-sky red.
Wow.
No, I'm not ground red. I am sky
Idiot
blue.
talk today.
I fucking hate ground red. He's an asshole. I fucking hate ground red. He's my worst enemy.
Okay, I was having a better conversation with Victor.
Is that
Sky Blue, do you like flatbread? Do you like
sister?
flatbread? Sky Blue is gone.
It's a bail. Fuck, I was going to post like all the motions are there. Fuck. Fucking live stream over on 24/7 jumping off. Plenty of people in there.
Yeah, we had a guy in there yesterday from France. We went through a video of he was talking about satellites, so we went through the video of all the NASA balloon program and stuff like that, and he thought that what they do is what we were saying was they launch them up in balloons and then the balloon pops and then the satellite stays in orbit. I said, no, you got it all wrong there, mate.
So, is there anyone listening on the globe side that wants to maybe give us the reasons they believe in it? But you're not get your head bitten off. Everything's cool. We've got Femboy. So we've got Heaven Earther. I'm not sure if I've spoke to you. I think I have. Who else? Mark. Manufactotum. He's a usual suspect. He'll join in surely. Suddenly Larry. That's another Larry. We've got two Larrys in the house. Tony, you up for a discussion?
Manufactotum is always manufacturing his belief into the conversation or the text.
At least he's one of the more polite people. He's like completely delusional if he's believing in a gold light, but at least he's polite about it, that I've noticed.
Is it just me, or does his profile picture take a different image whenever you look at it while it's small? Like, I know it's an octopus with some items in his hands, but it reminds me of the Dr. Eggman from Sonic.
I have a question about flat Earth.
Please do, mate.
So like, if I get on like the Empire State Building with a telescope, can I see China?
Why would you, bro? Like, do you seriously
Like,
think...
could I see China though?
Obviously not, bro. I mean, there's particulates in the air. Like, there's God knows what, pollen, dust, lots of moisture. And
So it's
then,
like,
especially when you...
Minecraft.
I mean, if you're at the Empire State Building, that's not quite down at like floor level, at sea level. That's the most dense part of the atmosphere. But you are looking through a lot of medium, bro. Like there's light attenuation, angular resolution, perspective, like the vanishing point. I mean, if you stand in a long corridor or a hallway or even a street, looking down a street, it looks like the street lamps are kind of getting smaller and descending towards the end of the street, or on a railway track, looks like the railway lines, they're converging to that central point. It's called the vanishing point. So even looking down a huge, long corridor, you struggle to see long to the end of it. I mean, that's nothing to do with the Earth curve, because you know the hallway is the same width, like height, all the way along. It's being built by builders, man. So there are other factors at play.
With optics, what we have today, it's 275 miles, not more.
I mean, we've got the longest photograph, and it's not a flat earther photograph. That's 276 or 4 miles at Canada. Yeah. There's like multiple hilltop or mountaintops. They should be miles below the curvature of the Earth, but several of them are visible. I'm not sure which one's which. I've only like glanced over it, man. But you can just Google Guinness Book of World Records longest photograph. You'll see it yourself. But they give you reasons. They say, oh, it's a mirage, or it's this, or it's that. They like to say that what you're seeing is not really what you see. It's just an optical illusion, like the lunar eclipse of Selenium, where the sun and moon, they're both above the horizon at the same time during a lunar eclipse. Now, for that to be possible, there should be an alignment with the three bodies, the sun, the earth, and the moon, for the shadow to be cast upwards. It's called a syzygy. But the sun and moon are above the horizon during this lunar eclipse, destroying the globe model. Like, there's so many contradictions in it, it's unreal.
Just wondering, does anybody have like a link to that longest photograph that
Just
somehow
Google, man.
just.
Google it, man. Guinness Book of World Records, longest photograph. It'll come up, man.
Oh, okay.
There is
Oh,
there is
again,
more than one. There is people going there and making photos.
see if
It's
you. Sorry, bro. When you go, I'll cut him
no,
in a
I'm
second.
saying it's a famous place. It's they are going there. Somebody's getting 270, somebody 230, blah blah blah.
Hey, man, fluctuate. So that guy that asked, I mean, are you a member of 24/7 Flat Earth Discord by any chance? Because this is kind of an outpost from there. So if you look in my bio, you'll see the link for the server. Just put Flat Earth at the end of the Discord GG/ whatever it is. Just put Flat Earth at the end of it. And if you go to the server, I'll be able to give you a role because you don't sound like a crazy, like N-word screaming fucking troll. So I'll give you a role and you could scroll down and you'll see long-range observations and laser tests. You'll be able to take a look in there. You'll see those images that I'm talking about. The Canigoo one, especially. So just tell me if you join the server, bro, and I'll give you a role so you can access the VC and stuff.
I did join. Not gonna lie, I can't understand half the shit you say. I think it's your
I'm
mic.
just sorry, bro. Is that okay? Is it better like that?
Yeah.
So I was saying, if you go to the server, I'll give you a role. Scroll down, and you'll see everything's alphabetized in the server. Literally everything we've got a possible answer for is in there, and we're not saying every one of these things in there are 100% gospel truth, but there are vast amounts of information in the server, bro. What is your name, bud? And I'll give you a role just now.
Femboy Tyler.
Right, cool. 1 sec, man. Yeah, when we came here, we kind of sort of killed the live stream a little bit, but everybody's starting to go back over and keep the place going. So there is quite a lively conversation over there, what there was when I left.
Is everybody there
So
just a
we
flat
are-
earther, or is it like this
No,
where
no.
people come in and yeah, okay.
No, everybody's like, I mean, people say, oh, it's an echo chamber. I mean, by definition, how can we be an echo chamber if we allow people to come in and discuss different concepts of the Earth rather than the official narrative? So it's not just for flat earthers, bro. We are there answering questions 24/7. There's a panel on, just like in here. Some of the staff from here, some of the mods or moderators here, and we basically just answer questions or have debates, discussions, arguments with people.
Make sure you give him a highly suspect role.
Right.
Why is
Oh, yeah,
that?
And by the way, give him also space herpes as well.
Oh,
That's all.
always
What
give
the
space
fuck?
herpes, yeah.
Why do I get space herpes?
Well, man, I always pass on the virus.
It's super contagious.
Damn.
Can't.
Right.
Don't you have to be an ice pirate?
Well, at least they've got R, because the Globers definitely haven't. Oh, don't tell me nobody got that joke. Fuck's sake, man. Whoa. Tough crowd.
Are you Scottish? What's that accent?
Just a wee bit Scottish.
It's what?
It's the
I said
Shrekanese.
just a wee bit Scottish.
Ah, okay. So it's like a mixture of. Or
No,
you actually?
making
Oh,
it
you're being
right.
sarcastic. I'm autistic as fuck, my guy. You can't do sarcasm.
You are. Do you do drawings or are you a musician? I'm artistic too.
Nice.
I'm a piss artist. I like to write. I'm a writer. Like
Wait.
I write spoken word.
Do you guys? Wait, can I ask questions here? Or should I be
Of course.
quiet and just okay?
No, of course not.
Shit. I've been here the last couple of days just listening to you guys debate people, and I've had a bunch of questions, but I didn't
On
want
you
to
go.
interrupt.
Mate, I mean, this is what.
So do you guys think space is real? Is like the
Nah.
moon and Jupiter and shit real?
No, do you see it? Do you see
Yeah.
these things? So we see them, like, but to say that they're rocks in a vacuum, and Earth is also a rock in a vacuum, and it's barreling in all these different motions and millions of miles per hour, and then we've got pressure on Earth, bro. So, like, how can we have gas pressure of 14.7 psi at sea level if space is this supposed near perfect, as good as infinite as far as I see it, vacuum? So vacuums cannot support pressurized systems, and in general, you need like containment for to have pressure in the first place. Earth is an open system in a globe model. So as far as we're concerned, and as far as the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, multiple gas laws, space literally cannot exist, bro. Literally.
Space doesn't exist.
It can't. It cannot exist.
So what am I looking at when I like look through a
Vacuum.
telescope and I see celestial
Vacuum.
bodies?
Vacuum of space
Let me
doesn't
tell you.
exist.
Oh,
So
so it's all filled with shit?
whenever we're talking about space, right? Whenever somebody brings it up, what is space? We're usually thinking of like the Big Bang with the infinite distance and all these stars with planets orbiting around them, and you know, the colorful space dust and all this stuff, right? That's art. That's ideas. Okay. Whenever we say that, you know, the lights in the sky are stars, right? They're usually making patterns in the sky, circles, right? And the ones we call planets are the stars that go into retrograde, meaning they go backwards from the usual west motion. And then some people have plotted them, and they kind of look like loop and star, like roses and all this other stuff. That we can see. The sun we can see. The moon we can see. The moon has its own thing. It goes through a phase every.
Wait, do you think we
month.
can't see Mars and like Jupiter and stuff? Because like
I didn't say
No,
that
you see
because
it,
it
bro.
just said all
We
the
can see
stars
stuff,
are in
man.
the sky, and the ones that move different from the others are planets, meaning they're wanderers, right? Mars is still Mars. You can identify that individual star in the sky. You know what I'm saying?
right.
Even though I'm saying Mars is not a planet as we think of whenever we think of a big red rock. That's the fourth one from the sun. You know, that's a story.
Gotcha.
What we see in the sky is a red light, and it does its own pattern that's different from the other 9 wandering stars that each have their own individual pattern whenever they are moving in the sky.
But what we don't
Um,
see, and what we can't see or we can't verify, is that this place is some kind of infinite, near perfect vacuum. Like, it goes against everything that can be done in science, like, according to these laws that I stated, man. So, like, we don't know what this place is up there, but what they claim it is was demonstrably nonsense. And the people who claim to be in space, I just sent you literally gigs and gigs of stuff to your DM. You might have to
I
accept
don't-
the message request. So take a look in your DMs, bro. You'll see a lot of resources. Google Drives, Flatsmackers playlist. That's a shit hot drive. One of the old gold members that passed away from 24/7. So I will share that. My YouTube channel's there as well. Plus loads of FE literature. So gigs and stuff for you to look at, man.
For sure. I'm sure there is a lot for me to look at. I don't think the claim though is that it's a vacuum. It's kind of like a vacuum compared to like the atmosphere that we exist on Earth.
Space is meant to be a near perfect vacuum. Like I used to believe this shit, man.
It's just like a lot less dense. There's still like material in space though, but just
Yeah.
like compared to Earth, yeah, it's like a vacuum.
But well, supposedly it's the best vacuum that they know, but it's better than the huge one they've got is in Florida. I think NASA have got it, and it takes them like 3 days or 5 days or some shit to pump all the air out, and then the air, like the particles of the air, still get in through the concrete, even though they extract as much of the air out as they can. It still like manages to seep its way through, and it's still supposedly not as good a vacuum as what space is meant to be. There's nobody got the meme where it shows you the differential and it shows you the Earth's pressure versus what's left in this place called space.
That differential is enormous. It's incredibly enormous.
Mythbusters took a shop vac that you can get from Home Depot made a pretty good seal on a car and then used a crane and that vacuum to lift that car with a vacuum seal. Now, what I'm not saying is that space is a vacuum that like sucks air, right? But the intensity that of the vacuum that is of space, that is like 0.16 zeros, whereas that vacuum that you could get from Home Depot is like not even close to even breaking the first like 3 zeros.
And we can
Not even
produce
close.
what we can produce six zeros, I think, on the
Yeah.
Earth.
So
10 to minus 6 store. I think we can make vacuum chamber, and that's it.
but if to believe space is 10 to the negative 17, they say.
Yeah.
Fuck, man. That's mind-boggling. Like, it's fucking...
Yeah, that's 11 or 10 zeros more with the vacuum what we can produce.
That's just to go along with it, though. That's the thing.
And we are moving through that stuff.
Yeah.
Very, 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 very fast.
And different vectors, accelerating and decelerating on the elliptical orbit, turning
Also
constantly, constant velocity change, constantly turning. People say, oh, but you can only feel acceleration and deceleration. Well, it does accelerate and it does decelerate twice on the ellipse. It must.
Moving around to actually get vertigo.
Yeah, you broke up there for me.
I said it takes you getting into your car and adding that one more motion to get vertigo.
But people like to say, imagine yourself on a train. Like what? A closed system moving in a linear fashion at a constant speed. That's meant to be similar to a fucking barreling fucking helical vortex. So the sun's like a fucking comet travelling at 500,000 miles per hour, dragging everything by its gravity. And people are like, no, it's not like that, man. It's moving really slow. And you're like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Like millions of combined miles per hour is really slow. Sad. I think it's really sad, the state of affairs we find ourselves in.
And don't forget that atmosphere is following all that speed.
Somebody said that the atmosphere, or sorry, so the sun on its orbit around the Earth on its orbit around the sun would be leaving like an atmo trail, like would possibly have like some kind of tail, like a comet sort of thing.
Yeah.
Because it's supposedly seeping, it's allowing hydrogen and helium to escape supposedly hundreds of tons a second or a minute or some shit.
Where does it come from?
Where the heck, what? Sorry?
I said, where's all the helium coming from if it's releasing off into space?
Well, NASA's got fucking most of it anyway. They hold fucking the highest percentage of it, supposedly, but it's not like they put satellites up on helium balloons. But see the ones that supposedly have fell in people's gardens? They look fake as fuck, man.
Why is there so many people in here? What the fuck?
This is the busiest fucking room in the server,
Are you drunk?
Because this is the best place on Earth to talk about Earth.
You guys sound like you're drunk. Wait, talk again.
Bro,
Are you
okay.
projecting? Are you a drunk dog?
Yeah, shush, Heaven, shush. When I'm talking, you're quiet. You hear me?
Bro, you'll be muted if you want to talk shit.
No, that guy. Wait,
Doggy.
who is that?
Hey, Doggy, do you have a question, Doggy?
Are you on like some kind of mute run or some shit? Did somebody put you up to this?
What?
I don't know. I see someone lighting up. Who was asking the question about the people in the room?
Are you? See, you must be drunk, bro. Something's wrong with you.
It might be a language barrier. It might be a language barrier. He doesn't get it.
It might be, yeah, true. It might be.
Man, this is not alcoholic server. It's not alcoholic server.
So Fido, have you got a question?
No, that
about the
guy.
flat earther?
Yeah, that guy right
Fido.
there. He sounds drunk.
No, you sound drunk.
Scottish
He's
people
Scottish,
sound
man.
drunk.
Oh,
To
he's
the
Scottish.
retarded, I sound a bit drunk to the retarded, bro. That's all it is. But have you got a question about the flat Earth?
I don't know what you're saying, but yeah, man.
Do you have a question about the Earth that we find ourselves
The
upon?
question about the Earth.
Yes, my friend.
Yeah.
What question?
Do you have one rattling around
We're
in that
having
brain of yours?
Yeah, about what? What
The
about the Earth?
fucking Earth. Are you fucking drunk?
The blue ink, the clouds. What are you questioning?
The Earth.
Do you have
the
a
place
question
we-
about the Earth? Do I go outside and question it? Then look into the
This-
stars and go,
bro,
what
what's
is
the
the
name-
Earth?
bro,
What's the Earth?
What's the name of this room, bro?
Like a homeless? Are you like a homeless?
What's the
Fido.
shape of the Earth?
Fido, you're muted for a second, bro, because I take it you can't control yourself and you seem to be drunk yourself. So, do you have a question about the Earth? This is a 24/7
Yeah,
flat
you
Earth
sound like a
discussion.
homeless guy.
Well, you sound like muted. So, I'll try you again, Fido. If you want to have a serious discussion, if not, there's plenty of rooms in here you can go and talk about Minecraft or fucking some other retarded kind of stuff.
This is
So,
very
Fido,
true. Yeah,
are you going to be serious for even 5 minutes, brother?
I will. Look. I know it's a
Right,
deep
so-
conversation to be had. You know, it's a very deep conversation about the
Oh.
nature of the Earth, and it's like it's very
Of course.
interesting because I have this like same conversation when I go outside and I talk to people who are homeless, like yourself. You know, it's like a very
I'm not going to listen to this guy, right? Fucking hell, man.
I'm not homeless.
You've actually got
and
two homes.
maybe my accent sounds something different. I don't know.
Your accent doesn't sound homeless, brother.
No, because brother, you are drunk. Maybe mine
Alright.
sounds
Drunk-
something like I don't know.
I'm drunk and you're homeless. Fuck's
Yeah.
sake.
Okay.
Fucking idiots, man, I swear. Fucking hell, man. Oh, well. It's just a different kind of customer over here, man.
But maybe we need to understand that things, because if he's the guy who heard the first time this flat earth, and if he came like that, that for him will be really like a fuck. What the fuck is this? Who the fuck they are?
Did you see the statistic thing that I just posted? We're number 4 in the server. We've got like 2,250 hours. The Ukraine war one, that's got 4,404 hours. Which is fucking insane. Only been here like 12 days. And we took over the 24/7 queer Earth room. We've overtaken them.
GG, everyone. GG.
Thank you.
Wonder where Aurora is. She's usually about. Don't see her often now in the room. She's put in a lot of hours, man. She's done a lot of work for her. Who have we got? Oh, sorry, Jedi. Fuck.
You're alright, bro. If I was just asking if Brady guy had actually done the fucking.
Are you drunk?
I fucking wish.
Any globe trolls left?
I just had to mute one. He came in saying we were all homeless and drunk.
We got this Victor guy in here who's been fighting for like 2 weeks to justify his fallacious reasoning, appealing to authority and such. He won't
Let's go
actually
back.
try to make a logical argument for the globe himself. He's just going to keep trying to justify fallacies.
Victor, come and share the gospel that you have, please. Forgive the religious spin.
Then he goes, you have to trust people in life. You have to trust them sometimes. Okay.
Right. I've just been
Just
arguing.
something that somebody says is not a valid way to reach a conclusion.
I've just been arguing with a dude over on Northern Rebellion server, and he's trying to post me citations for fucking mercury being safe and fucking vaccines from the people who make them. It's like, I posted you citations and you're ignoring them. I'm like, I literally told you what was in that citation before you posted it. Like, fucking insane, man. They'll protect these narratives at all costs. The globe, the cough, fucking all this shit that fucking these people produce for us to accept. And these people come and fight us just to fucking agree with it and back them up. What are
Well,
they
did you hear
wardens?
the last guy, Chad, whatever his name is? He came in with star trails. He's like, the only shape that this could possibly make sense on is a sphere, right? Then we're like, okay, let's go to the ground, see if it is spherical, see if your interpretations of the sky are right. We go to the ground. Of course, it's not spherical. Then he starts going, oh, well, we're looking through air and we don't understand everything about light. Well, why didn't you take the same mentality towards the sky and the stars? You're looking through air there. You don't know what's going on with light. Like, why do you pick and choose what you're going to throw away and what you're not going to? It's like pretty obvious. You got a bias here.
It was like that dude I called last night. I can't remember his name. But then I banned the other guy because he was saying that abiogenesis, that wasn't what he was talking about, but he's talking about evolution. I'm like, well, that's where evolution fucking started, bro. And he's like, well, I don't believe in the Big Bang. I'm like, what? So you believe in the globe, but you just discredit the Big Bang? Like, how can you pick and choose? Take a part of the model and say, right, I believe this shit, but I don't believe that. Because it
So he
doesn't
throws
fit
out
with my
the start
argument.
of it, but then he keeps arguing for evolution. Well, how is there evolution if it didn't start?
He said it was a scientific fact.
Yeah, like literally, you don't have evolution if you don't have the Big Bang, because literally you had to have the atoms evolve in order to have the animals evolve.
Oh, you're wrong. You have these new Christians who think that God made all that things, spheres and
He
evolution.
made the Big Bang. God made evolution.
Yeah.
Oh shit. You're not going to see a horse turning into a fucking dog, for fuck's sake. There's no intermediary species.
Those guys have a lot of faith. Stole that one from Larry.
Hallelujah.
Why they don't appeal to Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Oh, he's under the fucking bus, bro. You don't know, that's fuck's sake.
Yeah,
It's a busy
because
bus.
they're appealing to authority, and
Well, yeah, exactly. That's the funny thing. Like that Victor guy keeps coming in here and appealing to authorities, and then we give him one, and he's like, "Nah, he's shit." Like we give him Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's like, "Nah, nah, nah, he's worthless. He's nothing." Well, he's a
but why?
PhD for authority.
The
Simultaneously,
world.
to them and then throw them out when we bring them to you. Like what?
But
He's
why?
all like
If
the
he's
world.
a shit, why mainstream? I don't know, narrative don't say that he's a shit. Why some random people saying that he's a shit?
It's just
Because he's presenting the Earth, globe Earth, in
I guess
television.
people like the Victor, they actually know better than the authorities that
Yeah,
they have to
yeah.
appeal to
Of course.
because they don't know anything. However, that works.
All of them, because if Neil deGrasse Tyson said, "I don't know what is gravity," how the fuck's sake you know what is gravity if he doesn't know? You didn't even study. What is your source? What is going
Bro,
on?
he's the only like the world's fucking foremost astrophysicist. It's on every talk show, radio show, TV show, The Big Bang Theory repeatedly. Fuck's sake, he's there with Hawking and fucking. He's like one of the heavyweights, man. They just don't like him because he's acted retarded a few times and said fucking stupid things that back up flat Earth.
Yeah. Well, like Sash asked, what is your source? His source is the same authorities that he throws under the bus when you give them to him.
Yeah.
What was the name of the guy who was on the old TV shows where he was always talking about billions and billions of stars? That guy. What was his
Sagan.
name?
Carl Sagan, no?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Neil deGrasse studied under and apprenticed under Sagan.
I don't like either of the two of them. I never did, even when I was a hardcore globehead. I hated fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson. Just something just comes off him, man. And it's like, I'm glad when I eventually fucking knew about Flat Earth, but when I found out Neil deGrasse Tyson was a clown, I was like, thank fuck I spotted him. Been spotting these clowns and checking, man. That was just another clown that I spotted.
Carl Sagan and Neil Smoke That with Tyson, they sound like magicians about to perform a trick in front of you, and they're speaking to you. Ready for the trick? Here it is. Kapow!
So
They
what
sound
happened
like tricksters. Go ahead.
I just want to know what happened with the Israeli guy earlier who was disputing the maths when we gave citations. What happened to him?
He went away trying to figure out what 1 times 1.2 is. I don't know if you ever
He's
there.
trying to figure that out. Fucking hell.
As a test, I think one time I want to just try telling them the formula is 10.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet, and just see if they respond like he did, or if they go, yeah, checks out, yeah, the horizon's at 10 miles. I wonder if they're going to put it through the same kind of scrutiny if they see math that they think actually matches the globe.
Or just blindly agree with it.
We have Alpha Omega. We can hear your mic turning green. So, do you have any questions, Alpha Omega?
I'm sure it is, you know, Flat Earth.
Anything, but how you guys doing?
Alright, bro. Alpha, you're a Flat Earther, you know, my friend.
Yeah, I'm a flat earther. Why?
No, I thought that just when James asked if you had a question, I kind of thought that you were a Flat Earther, and you've been here a few times.
I've been here.
I just saw his thing turning green. That's why. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I get muted. I got falsely accused a couple of times for saying the F slur, which I never say the F slur.
Which one? Flat Town.
Flat.
Flat earther? That's what it is? The F slur is the flat earther slur?
Maybe.
Oh my god, you guys. I watched a lot of videos with Eric Dubé, and I used to believe everything. Like I believed all the stuff about NASA and all that stuff before, and then I started seeing some videos. Then I guess I started to become skeptical, and I really don't know for sure, but it seems like both sides. It's difficult to say, you know, like it's what you want to believe, and then all of a sudden Elon Musk said we were in a simulation, so then that kind of screwed everything on both sides. So then, you know, that's where I'm at.
What's it simulating?
Well, it's
simulation of what?
In a computer program, like I don't know, like the Matrix or something like that.
Like a big quantum computer.
Real world out
So
there.
then where's the real you?
Simulating? Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, they're all very good, you know, explanations, but I don't think anything is like the science isn't settled. I don't think NASA's proven themselves to be, you know, 100%. You know, like I don't. It's hard to believe because, like, I saw the moon landing, I saw it a couple of times, I saw some other footage and everything, and it just really doesn't seem like for all that money that they got. You know, it just doesn't seem believable enough. And then you've got the people who've been talking flat Earth, where they're saying, you know, we had civilizations, like a lot of civilizations that basically said, hey, we're all kind of joined, like the the United Nations map. You know, it's like we're all joined, and you can basically get to any part of the world. Like it's not hard to get to other places. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And that's it. I don't know. What do you guys? Like, I know you.
I have a question for the gentleman.
Sure.
Do you think that we can find out if the Earth is a geometric shape as they propose that it is? Because they tell us that it's a specific set size of dimensions, right? Do you think that some way somehow we can figure out geometry, or we're not advanced yet enough to figure out the Earth is of a specific size? Because they told us that it's a certain size, right? It's geometry. It should be easy to understand, right, for anybody, any logical thinking human, that if the ball that we're standing on is of a certain size, it should be able to be measured, right? Logically?
It should be, but
Okay.
it's how we perceive stuff. Like I think the higher we
So
go,
we can't measure like that. There's it's a dichotomy. Either we can or we cannot measure the Earth. What do you think?
I think that we can. I think they've already circumvented the Earth, and I think that there's already been
No, well,
travelers that
that's
have.
not the question. Yeah, sorry, but that wasn't the question. I'm asking, can we measure the Earth? Yes or no, right now.
I believe so. I believe they can measure it by circumventing. But other than that, I don't think that they've been able to go beyond a certain distance away. Like I just saw the moon landing for India, and it looks completely fake.
Yeah,
I don't.
but see, that's what we call double speak. Either it is or it is not. It can't be both at the same time. Either they've measured it or they have not measured it. And on the one hand, you said I believe so, but then you said something like, "Well, I don't think they can." You can't say two. It's contradictory. You either know that they've measured it or they haven't measured it.
Well, I think they've measured the diameter of the Earth.
So they do know, they have measured it.
I think that they've measured it, but I think when they're looking up and they're trying to measure like from here to the stars and stuff like that, I think that
Yeah, no. I'm not talking about the stars. I'm only talking about the ball that you're standing on. That ball, have they measured the ball?
I don't think that we're on a ball, to be honest.
So you might think something about what the Earth is, but the claim of the rhetoric is it's an oblate spheroid. We're standing on the oblate spheroid. Now I'm asking the question: have they measured the oblate spheroid that we're standing on, the ball that you're on?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay,
I don't-
not to your knowledge. So they have not measured the Earth. So therefore, the idea that you have like you're on the fence should be like, okay, well, I know now that they have not measured the Earth until somebody comes with evidence that they've measured the drop over distance over the surface. Then I'll say that they have not, because that's where we're at right now. Like all the people that are in flat Earth, we've tested the claim, right? The claim that the Earth is of a certain size of geometry. And so we have not had any evidence that they measured the geometry of the Earth to be a ball.
Right.
You see? That's where we're at. There's no, well, it could be, maybe. We're not straddling the fence. It's either they have the evidence that they've measured it or they have no evidence for the measurement. Pretty simple. Right?
Right.
Okay.
Because like as far as like all the crafts, like the airplanes and the things that fly very high, I think they're able to measure up that high, like a lower Earth orbit or whatnot, as they claim. But I think as the further they go up, it's the harder. They have no oxygen up there. There's no, you know what I mean? Things tend to fall back to Earth.
Well, you're saying in the one hand, it could be possible, but I'm not asking that. What I'm asking is, have they measured it? Either they have or they have not.
I don't believe they can go that high. I don't think that they can get up high enough to be able to actually do a proper measurement. And so what we have is from the Earth looking up, and then basically our aircraft that can go as high as as I don't know, not that high. I don't think.
I think that they
go.
might have. I think they might have a pretty good idea of the distances between positions and maybe a good diameter of the limit, even if there's a limitation or not of the air. But I think in reality they do have a good grasp of the the distances of this place, but they lie about it. They just give us a limited globe because they wrap the let's say the map, they wrap it around a globe, distorting the actual reality map or the actual real thing, wrap it in around the globe, and they give us a limitation presented as a projection, and people believe in that thing and that projection, which is a limitation of reality when you think about it. But I think the militaries most definitely have a pretty good idea where places are and how far they are, including the Antarctic region.
Right. We're always asking the question for all the people that are in here right now. We're always asking the question if there's any evidence that they've measured it, bring those measurements forward so that we can identify the Earth as what it surely is. But if we're met with ambiguous kind of like terms and things that are not directly measuring this curvature of the Earth, then we're not going to ever know. Nobody will. This argument will continue to move on forward. The only reason why it's an argument is that it becomes a refusal to understand that they have not produced any evidence. So that it's like a rejection of the truth. The truth is there is no measurements to the evidence for the claim. And so there's only rejection to that in this arena. People that are just no. It's like, well, they have not produced the evidence, and you're advocating for the claim that they are. And so we're asking you guys, how do you know they measured it if they've never given us any understanding of how it's been done? Know what I mean?
Do you suffer from amnesia by any chance?
How is that pertaining to the conversation?
Because people come in here constantly saying, "Oh, we have evidence of the curvature," and
They say that,
you
but they
get
don't
either
provide
obvious
any.
fallacies or you outright just like close your eyes and ears and deny
No,
it.
no. Listen, they say that, and then they don't provide any.
For the
Well,
gentleman that
you
just
accept
chimed in right
it,
now.
but they certainly provide evidence.
For the
Right,
gentleman that just
so
chimed in right now.
can you
excuse
provide
me.
it?
Yeah, for the gentleman that just chimed in, do you have any evidence that the Earth has any surface curvature of drop over distance and anywhere on this Earth?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, have you ever been to a beach with binoculars?
That's not what I asked you for. That's not what I asked for. I asked if it has anybody ever measured it, and you said yeah. Who?
Yeah, they did too.
All right, primary source, citation, and demonstration, please.
First dude was well, supposedly Aristotle, right? There you go.
Okay, that's nice. What did he do?
Oh
How did he
boy.
measure?
No,
How
no,
did he
no. I'm
measure
not
the
gonna
drop
do the
over
talking
distance?
part.
You can't get away with just name dropping and saying I'm done. How did he measure the drop over distance?
Right. I mean, come on, we went through this before, right?
I mean, come on. Is
Well,
your
if you really went through it before, I mean, I take it that means there's no point.
Trigonometry.
Are you going to actually
Assuming
provide
parallel
anything?
rays. However,
You're
you
gonna
know.
you're gonna give us anything, or are you just gonna make statements?
So there's two possible explanations for that very first experiment, right?
It's not an
The one
experiment.
thing is what you guys refer to is when you say, "Ah, well, you know, the sun is this height above the surface of the disk, right?"
Sir, it's not an experiment.
And that's accounting for the shadows.
Sir,
We're
measuring.
not claiming. We're not
When
claiming the
you
Earth is
measure
a disk.
somebody, when you measure something, anybody, you're not doing science. Okay, you're just measuring something. It's just like if somebody wants to know how tall you are, you're just gonna get a measurement. That's all you're doing. And you're not doing science. You're just measuring.
You were
It's
not
like
asking me for a measurement, like,
yes,
dude,
that's what I asked
again,
for.
amnesia, sudden onset.
Amnesia.
Maybe
That's what
stroke?
I asked for. I asked who has measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history. Are you paying attention to the plot? Don't lose the plot, sir. That's the main theme. Who has
Yes,
measured
you were
the
asking for a
surface
measurement,
curvature?
and now you're saying, "Oh, that's just a measurement." Like what?
Yeah, but
who is this guy?
You said it was an experiment. That's why he said it's not an experiment. It's a measurement.
Yeah.
That's why.
I'm wondering if the globe guy
He
has
was
amnesia. He
asking
says he's
for
been in
a
here
measurement.
every day providing it, but he doesn't seem to remember or recall what his evidence he provided was. I'm wondering if you have amnesia, sir.
XNO, you sound like you have amnesia. That's the irony of this.
Yeah, but you
So
guys,
either provide the evidence or keep making our point that you got none. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, you know, like you guys know, like who started the education system, right? I think.
What
a
about
lot
the
of
guy that was gonna? I'm sorry, but what about the gentleman who was gonna answer to the question?
Yeah. Yeah, let's keep it on him. Alpha, please don't waffle away from it.
Waffle.
Yeah, waffle.
That's a good word.
Is the gentleman going to present anything, or is he just going to stay closed mouth? And will his silence detail his explanation?
He doesn't have an explanation, doesn't it? Seems like.
Well, I know that, but you can't divine his thoughts, sir. He has to speak up or not for himself.
I just think people got hoodwinked. He doesn't have an answer. I don't think so at all. He just spit it out by now.
Know that, but we can't speak for him, dude. Like, I mean, as much as I would like to say that, I can't speak for him, because if he chimes in with something, then I would be misspoken. I know what you're saying, but we can't do that to other people. Say, well, I don't think he has an answer. How do you know he hasn't chimed in?
Because Google didn't give him an answer, and Google, like curvature, and Google says those things, but I think that it's all about the education system. I think back in the day when they created the education system, they bullshitted everybody. You know, I don't know why would they do it. It's because there was a lot of money to be made, maybe.
It's crazy how far you can get into a tangent in like 10 seconds.
Seriously, man. Wow.
We're all honest people here. So if the guy's got globe evidence, we can at least sit back and listen to it, right?
Yeah, he's charging
All
us
the
with
time.
media. I mean,
Gather round, children.
He's not here anymore, and his argument was, "You guys have amnesia."
Is
That
he
was his
ran away?
argument.
Is he bailed? Fuck's
Yes, he left.
sake.
I think they told one
fucking
and then they had to cover the lie with another lie. It's like we're supposed to be spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, and then the sun is we're supposed to be we're spinning around the sun. Is that how it works? Yeah, we're spinning around the sun through space, but the constellations remain the same. There's a lot of stuff that just doesn't check out, and I don't know. Maybe they just they thought back in those days like they never had no instruments to measure nothing.
No, they knew loads of shit, man. Back then,
I have a
fucking
question.
hell, they know a lot. The average person, I would imagine, knows a lot more back then than what the average Joe does nowadays, man. We've been dumbed down severely.
Maybe you're right. We're all kind of dodos now.
Of course, man. That's what the education system was for, bro. Left brain schooling. Fill your head full of information that you have to fucking recite back verbatim, and that's how you pass your tests. That's how you fucking move on in university and whatever in the business world by fucking reciting whatever you've been told.
I think somebody has
We
a
have
question.
someone who, someone wants to ask a question.
I have a question. So Europeans traveled across the Atlantic to get to the east coast of the States, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. The Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor along the west coast of the United States, correct?
Yep. So we're told.
Yes, so we're told. How does that work in your model?
Oh, help me.
What model?
What in the world?
Because
it's like, say, how does that work in your model, dude? We don't. Nobody in here claims a model, bro.
Okay.
That's a
So you don't claim.
If you do think that, that's a stereotype fallacy. So what we do, however, is provide evidence for our claims, and that's what you should be doing. If there's any claim that you have that the Earth has a certain size of geometry, please present that claim in a form that you can show us how the geometry has been measured, sir.
Okay. Do you have any claim about the size and shape of the world?
No.
No. Okay.
Well,
All right.
the
Cool.
one thing
Alex, I get it.
we've been able to destroy the claim that we've been given about the globe. Like, we don't know what the shape is, but we know what it's not.
You'll understand as well.
So flat Earth is a misnomer.
No, let me explain to you, my friend. I do apologise. You'll understand that flat, level, is a description of a surface, correct?
Yes.
Awesome. So, being as we're flat earthers, we understand that the surface of the Earth is flat and level. It's not a claim to shape or size. We're just depicting and measuring the surface, and that's flat and level, which is a problem if you're on a ball.
Okay. All right. I took it to mean that it was a flat plane, with a flat border.
Yeah, it's all good, man. We get labeled that way a lot, so it's an honest mistake.
All right, no
the main
worries.
thing is that flat is not a surface property of a ball, therefore we cannot be on a ball.
and flat's not a shape.
Which
And
is
remember,
why,
he's also arguing. He found.
which is why you're
He
asking
found, you,
for proof of
hello,
curvature.
hello. You found. Oh, go ahead. My bad.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna think about it.
Sounds good.
Because there was things that they describe when a person observes distance, they see things like vanish over the horizon, stuff like that. And so I guess that they would assume, that without knowing that it's actually out of focus, but they would assume, oh,
What
look,
if?
boat is sinking behind the water, or the building is lower than the water. So they would assume, oh, there must be a curve. But when they zoom in, everything comes back into perspective. Like when you're back, like we can only see up to 3 miles, but anything beyond that, you would be able to use like a telescope or whatever, to bring it back into focus. And so there would be no vanishing point, but if you just
Yeah, vision.
observe it, you would
Yeah,
see the
vision is not only tied into 3 miles. It depends on the air. There's a bit of variables that are involved, so it's a bit more intricate than just saying we can only see 3 miles. Just I wanted to bring that point up because he said that, but
That's
on
fine.
a nice
You
day. I just want to
understand?
be generalize. But I mean, on the average person on a good day with 20/20 vision, and no real obstacles, no fog, no nothing like that, a clear day, they could see 3 miles.
No. Sorry, no. Have you ever had a weather app on your phone where it gives you visibility? I checked mine out the other day. That was 11 miles of visibility. What are you talking about?
I mean, sure. I mean, depending. I mean, but again, we're talking just about being on the ground or just being like water level. Like you're on the shore. You're looking out over the flat water, and you can see, boats vanishing behind the horizon. But
Again,
when
not
you
true.
get a telescope or something, or binoculars, you could bring it back into focus like pretty
Not
easy.
true. I can go down to the south. I can go to the southeast coast of England, a place called Dover, and I can see France, Calais, which is 23 miles away. Where'd you get this 3 mile number from, mate?
It's just it's an average thing that they say when you look it up. If you do a Google search and it says the average person can see about 3 miles. So I'm just basing.
That's just a claim that is behind a geometrical claim because they're saying the only reason why you observe a boat disappearing from your view it's because the curvature of the earth. They're discarding all
That's
the other
Google.
reasons in reality.
Yes, that's Google. Definitely, Google will tell you that there is we're on the round Earth. I mean,
yeah, I
obviously.
know that's what we're trying to rectify the situation with you. That when you made that statement, you made it sound like a matter of fact. So we're just clarifying that that's rhetoric.
Google also tells you that men can have fucking children, so like, that's not exactly a place for to give a citation from.
Right. So I mean, but this is
Touche,
based on
Panther.
all of their scientific stuff that they spew out. So like everything that Google will have or Chat GPT will all be about the round Earth. NASA, everything, it'll all check out.
Yeah,
and
but you're basically steel manning our point. That's what we're telling you. That's the reason why we said you can't use rhetoric that's out there. When we check that visibility is actually farther than that. So that right there is we can't use that.
So okay, great. And so we know that Google is shit. Then I mean, I've always thought they were. So
No, I wouldn't say that. That's baby with the bathwater scenario. They're useful.
But what baby? I mean, Eric Dubay, like that's the guy who's who was completely a skeptic against flat Earth, and then he became an advocate of flat Earth because of all of the stuff that didn't check out. So like he did experiments. I believe he did experiments. Did check out. His name is Eric Dubay. He was like one of the first guys that was really talking about.
We got a flat Earth leader named Eric Dubay. Who is this guy?
He makes lots of videos and he made a lot of.
I know who he is. I'm being facetious. No, I mean there is no leader. I mean it doesn't matter. People say what they want. This isn't the globe. With the globe, you have people that first discovered the rotundity and all that stuff. You don't have that with flat Earth. The Earth has always been and always ever will be flat and stationary. So there is no one guy who's like, I found it. Here it is, flat Earth. No, there's nothing like that. So there's just people who acknowledge the fact that geometry of the Earth has not been proven. That's all.
How do you guys feel about Newton too, as well, because I mean, like Newton had the magic theory of gravity. So all of a sudden, gravity became like this is it. Like it's the scientists settled on gravity, and
But is it even a theory? Is there any science behind it? Like when it comes to Newton's gravity or Einstein's gravity, there's not a single scientific experiment, not one, between the both of them. None.
well, he said an apple fell on his head. I mean, that was his.
It's just an effect happening, bro. Like you could drop something all day long. I could let go of a helium balloon and it would rise, and that would be based on the relationship between the object and the medium. So depending on its relative density, it might go up, it might go down. So and we can verify that just by the egg experiment, just by getting a glass of water, drop an egg in it. It'll sink to the bottom, add some salt to the water, mix it up a little bit, you've changed the density of the medium and the egg will rise. So we can verify that doing a scientific experiment with an independent variable. When it comes to science, mass attracting mass, it's never been proven, bro, or backed.
Yeah, I tend to think that there was a reason why they didn't want everybody knowing certain things. I guess because with power, with knowledge comes power. Like if you guys know something, then they couldn't have any power over you. Maybe I don't know, the hypothetical, but I mean, it just seems like why would you get all these people to believe in this stuff and believe that like the motive would be money and power. You teach a bunch of people some useless stuff, and I don't know.
And they'll actually come here they'll come here to defend it, bro. They'll come here to argue with us, call us names, tell us to drink bleach, tell us to fucking kill ourselves. The amount of times I've woke up to like fucking absolute gore in my fucking DM by maniacs. Like I've never spoken to them in my life. They just fucking hear me speaking or see me talking in text chat, and they just fill my DM full of nonsense.
Well, you can brainwash people. Like it only takes like 3 years, 2 to 3 years. So can you imagine what it would be like if you were born into it and then your whole life you were taught it? And I mean, would it be easy for?
I can imagine that. Yeah, I can imagine that.
Say, hey, your mom and your dad believe it, and you believe it, and everybody's believed it in your whole family, and you went to school for it, and you got degrees on it. But I'm telling you, you're full of shit. It's not as easy as. It's not
the flat Earth. I love the flat Earth.
You can go do a degree in astrophysics, and space literally doesn't even fucking exist.
People don't like to be wrong, that's just it's either you're
the
happy
guy who,
wrong,
and the person who's grunting and groaning and making like he's fucking having sex with his boyfriend, and you want to get a grip of yourself.
That's too
Jesus
much.
Christ, pure grunting and shit, man.
Some funny shit.
But if you've got proof for your globe, we'd love to hear it, man. Rather than making like
I don't.
constipated moose noises.
Was that they took pictures of the Earth, and then and then CGI came out, and then it was just like, okay, game over. All of this stuff looks CGI. I mean, everything. So I'm not convinced we're on a ball.
Definitely not. Especially with all the discrepancies in their footage, like their spacewalks with the bubbles rising from their suits, chroma key, hairspray, like the glitches, the harnesses, the wires. I mean, it's obvious as fuck if you do any fucking kind of sort of critical research into it, man. You just need to think. That's all you need.
Yeah, I'm curious. Did you guys all start as like moon conspiracy guys? How did that go?
Moon conspiracy.
Yeah, like
What's that?
denier or whatever. Moon landing denier or whatever you call that.
Well, do you believe that they went to the moon in the 60s in an aluminium tin can?
No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It's fucking trash. But most people's flat earth journey starts with the moon, right, or not?
Nah, well, see, I used to believe that they faked the moon landing for the Russians, like, because they were obviously trying to fool people. So I thought, oh, I believe NASA. Like, I'll just accept that they lied then, but I'll just keep believing them the other bullshit. But it never took long after that. Once I met that guy one night, he told me the Earth was flat. A week later, I tried to prove NASA was in space. And that was the start of my flat Earth journey when I realised NASA were full of fucking shit.
No, I'm with you on that. And I'm curious how you guys, what you guys say about satellites. I'm just curious what you guys' thoughts.
Where are they? That's the thing.
They're just not
Well,
there.
there are Satelloons, and then there's the cartoons that people see on TV and say, yeah, we have those in reality, but those are cartoons. They're just Satelloons, equipment that can be sent very high up, and maybe they do photography with that stuff, weather balloons, weather satellites, or whatever. And then there is the cartoons, like the cartoons in the Globe cartoon that people believe they live in. So there's difference to those things. It's not the same thing. Reality and the space cartoon, the globe cartoon, and the satellite cartoons are different than the realist level.
But they got satellites on balloons, right? Like in low Earth orbit or whatever, wherever.
That's
Wherever
what,
they're,
that's what he was saying, Satelloons.
Okay, oh, that's what they're called. Gotcha.
Yeah. Well, there's loads of different names for loads of these different devices, man. I used to have a meme that showed you maybe 15, 20 of these like high altitude sort of systems that they have. Drones, like they're like totally. I would imagine autonomous. They probably like they're up there in these air currents that are way up like high. They've obviously got them all linked to each other. If they have to take one down, for instance, maybe they take one down for a repair. They'll probably fill it in with some other like drone or whatever the fuck else they've got, but they'll have them all linked up, man. Why would you want to waste all that time, effort, money, technology, like all that kind of shit that you have to do to put something in space that you can never ever retrieve it? Like, why do that when you can quite easily just send stuff up into the high altitude, like sort of way up into the, I don't know how far they put them up, the troposphere. I don't know if it goes that high. Above the stratosphere, maybe. I'm not sure, man. I've never really looked into how far these things go.
And what do you guys make of the Van Allen? Some mumbo jumbo or what?
What, the guy or the belt?
The belt, the actual belt, yeah.
Well, NASA even say, oh, we need to make some like new technology before we can go beyond low Earth orbit. That's the highest that they can go. That's what they say. But are they forgetting that they went to the moon 7 times or 6 times, whatever it was?
Isn't
So,
it the Orion project that they
that's
need
the one.
to make? Yeah, they need to make the spaceship better to go through the Van Allen belt because it will fry the astronauts inside, which is a bit of a
Right.
problem for the 4, 5, 6 times that they went. But they've got to adjust now because the Van Allen radiation belt has just sprung into existence.
But they, remember in Astronauts Gone Wild, and he says, oh, hey, blah, 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 the Van Allen radiation belt. It's like, oh, well, we hadn't discovered that yet. Like, that was some kind of fucking, like, it's alright, we've not discovered that, so we managed to go right through it. That's what he says.
It sounds like plots in movies and cartoons that they never solve. When people have questions, they give you like different versions of movies or animes, and they give you some plot that is never solved, or there's a mystery. So it sounds like that, like a story plot that will never be solved, right? So when they making up stories, of course they're gonna have irregularities. So that's one of those, obviously, because they're making shit up. They making shit up on the spot many times. They can't just fix everything and give you like a real level is answer to it. They just have to make up more stuff.
Well, to me, it's like a disclosure that there's like we can't get up there. Yeah, they're disclosing that, right? In that way, but they're calling it a radiation belt, but I mean, it's just a torus field that like encloses the system, right? And it could be anything.
Well, I think like did you guys ever see some of those NASA videos where they showed you the clothing and the helmet and all that stuff, and it's looks like tablecloth material. Like it really doesn't look like I thought it gets cold. Like on a normal aircraft, it's cold up there.
Have you seen the Russian ones? The first man in space, the Russian, the CCP or something. Have you seen those? That's just ridiculous. I have some screenshots, not too far. Let's see.
And I think the space
CCP.
bullshit too. I think that is another fabrication. You know, it's just too many loopholes. There's too much things. Like we're smart. Like now, like we're not. It's not like the 1940s anymore. You know, like where everybody didn't know shit. Like everybody was like listening to the radio every night, huddled around the fire pit. You know, like we're smart now. There's a lot of people that know a lot of stuff, and we're connected, and things don't check out. And I mean, I get it when you're a doctor or you're like somebody who went to school and you're prestigious and you have, you know, a lot of degrees and things like that, and you spent a lot of money. You're not going to be inclined to bite the hand that feeds. You're not going to sit there and say, "Oh my God, I don't believe space is real," and I don't, you know what I mean? Because it wouldn't be in your best interest, if you know what I mean. Like you wouldn't be a good guy cop, you know, coming out against everybody and whistleblowing. Because your degree will mean nothing. It'll be like a piece of toilet paper. but you know, I don't have a degree in science, so I guess I shouldn't say anything. But I'm not afraid to lose my degree because I don't have one.
Oh, that's a good point. Some people are just gonna defend their their paycheck. A lot of people, the guy cleaning the toilets in NASA, he's not gonna say NASA is fake. You guys are, scamming people. He wants to get the paychecks. He's gonna clean the toilets, bro.
You're right about that, 100%. You know, because his kids and his wife and all of that, they're happy he's working at NASA. You know, bringing home the baby.
Yeah, the security guy allowing people in and out of the bunker. So in NASA, the guy closing the gates and opening, he's not gonna be like telling his bosses going in and out like, "Hey, you guys are a bunch of fraudsters."
I don't think it would happen, but you know, and I mean, it would take a lot now because again, like it's been generations now. I don't know, since the Rockefellers. I think it's the Rockefellers or it's one of those people that created the education system, and that was a part of the criteria. They wanted everybody to know this stuff, and I don't know what it was for. Possibly because they were looking for yes men. They were looking for people that could retain a lot of information and wouldn't ask any questions, and therefore, they could be that janitor working at that company. You know, they're going to make good money.
Well, you also need people to release their children to those type of people, so the children can get programmed and lobotomized, because you know what they do to the children in those places. They get lobotomized in the schools, and that's not gonna happen in your house. It's gonna happen when you release your children to government entities and tell them, hey, take care of my children for 12 hours a day and do whatever you want with them. Go ahead.
Yeah, now with the fucking media fucking bringing up children.
I wanted to add a little bit on this. Yeah, it was John D. Rockefeller who created the General Education Board in 1903. And in the 1900s, you still had teachers getting fired for teaching the globe. You still had a bunch of flat earthers. So it's interesting. It's you only need 3 generations, and then you got them.
You know that there's also like other places in the world, like Asia, right?
Is there?
No, surely no. Fuck's sake.
And the Rockefellers had nothing to do with their educational system.
No, they got a lot of it. They got a lot of it from Jesuits. That was just the standardized models that was set into place. Then that the world followed suit and copied that model.
Also, you know that in many these places of Asia, you have central bank systems, right? Like they own by all the same people, the central bank. So they do have
Rothschilds.
influences in the education system, the governments, and many of the agencies that are
You
promoting
do
a lot of PA.
You understand the Asian banking system is far bigger than the European, right?
It's still
Sure,
owned by
sure,
the
yeah,
same.
they have huge banking systems, but it's still the shit that you get in TV is not the real East level stuff. They give you the propaganda that you want to eat, the stuff that you want to hear, spacecraft, face herpes. You want to hear that, so they're gonna give it to you through the TV.
Ice pirates.
Oh, that John Zerka's on Fresh and Fit. It's just ready to stream soon. That'll be fucking crazy if he's on Rumble. It's not on YouTube.
Well, like you guys know about Darwinian theory, right? That's another one too. The theory of evolution and all of that stuff. And then now they say that all of that stuff was bullshit, but they taught it to people, and it was like fact, it was science fact and everything, right? For the longest time. But like
Who says
apparently
it's
we
bullshit?
evolved from fish, and we evolved from climbed up the tree, and then we become a monkey and become a bird and whatever. I don't know, some of that stuff.
No, but
It's a lot
what has come out as wrong though now? Like I don't. What do you mean?
What has come out as wrong is that that's not the way it was. Then they're saying, oh, are you a monkey? You're a monkey, right? Are you
I
one
mean,
of the monkeys?
that's not how it works. But okay.
Well, I'm just saying, like,
Well, no, like it's we
they've gone back.
branch. We have the same ancestor as monkeys, right? That's
We're
how
the
that
same-
works.
we're
Has
the
the
same
same
as-
ancestor. No, the same ancestor. Right? We branched from them.
Is that how it works in the cartoons that they give you of the globe, and then in your imagination you think, yeah, that works in your mind, but think about it, bro. You saw the cartoons, and they told you the cartoons that how it works, and you were like, you know what? Cartoons work, therefore it's true.
So let me get this straight. You believe that platypuses kept on changing until they became human, but are still platypuses today?
Yes, that's what they're trying
That's
to.
not how that works. That's not how it works. Oh, I don't even know how you begin to unpackage like evolution to you guys. Like you guys are just like so far gone. And like anything I say, this one dude is gonna be like, "Is a cartoon? You believe in the cartoon?"
He's
And
right
it's
though.
like,
right.
what do you
It's funny how
but
you
it's like-
say you guys are far gone. The irony of that statement that you are the one that is far gone, believing in
I mean,
the
that's
fucking
fair.
cartoon.
That's fair. That's fair. But I'm not. I promise you, at no point I'll ever reference a cartoon. Okay, I'll promise you that.
Well, I referenced the cartoon of evolution and what they believe, where they say that platypuses changed eventually so much that they became humans, and we still have platypuses today.
Nobody says that. I'm sorry.
And in the future,
Well,
our heads are gonna
that's
get big.
the claim of evolution. They just generally don't like stating it that way.
We're gonna
Okay,
look like
so who posted? Is that you, Dre Sal? You're the one that posted the image. Is that you? Highlighted platypus.
Yeah.
Okay, when you see that image, does that look like the platypus, like at the bottom, evolving into the human at the top? Is that what that looks like to you?
It says that from the platypus descended creatures like the opossum and these other
Well, no,
demons.
that's not. No. So, do you know what a pedigree chart is? Like, have you ever seen that? You might have learned it in like grade 10 science, right? When you're learning biology and you're like learning about your like grandparents and
It's
shit.
probably called something else in my language. I'm Icelandic.
Oh, okay. So it's, I don't know why it's cut off right there. So if you look at the very left, right, you see that little dot, that little line. Okay, we're gonna start from
Yeah,
there.
I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
Yeah, we're gonna start from right there. Okay, I don't know what's behind there. It doesn't matter. Okay, because like, it doesn't matter what any of this is called, because like that is whatever creature. Okay. Now, from this creature, it branched into the platypus, and then it also branched into what looks like it becomes into a here's the thing, I don't know if I'm using the right word, genus or family or not, but it looks like it branched off, and it looks like there's a possum, and then a massive branching of various animals. Okay. And each as you can see, there's just it's like branching off of branching. Now, if this chart was filled completely, there would be I'd imagine many more branches, and at each of these junctions, there would be a creature there. Now, whether or not we know the name of it or not, I don't know. Right? This chart is pretty dog shit, if I'm being honest. But what this chart is showing is how from one species, right there, right, one creature, over time, it can branch and continue to branch into many different other species.
The problem here is there are no intermediate stages. You just have different species and different kinds. You don't have any. You have a bunch of missing links in this whole idea.
So hold on. So if we don't know every single step in between the evolution, that means it doesn't happen.
No, you're just assuming that there is an evolution.
No, hold on. Is that your claim? Is that because?
No, have you ever seen evolution happen in real life, like a different kind becoming something else? Has that ever been recorded in human history?
No.
Happening.
Do you know how long evolution takes? Hold on, wait.
Yeah, you're assuming that it happens beyond the scope of human understanding.
No, I'm assuming that it happens over long periods of time, right? Now, just because it doesn't happen in your lifetime, or in a lifetime that you can like see,
a lifetime of all humanity throughout all human recorded history, we have never seen one kind turn into a different kind.
You're okay, so it's not just kind turn into kind. Okay, it's not like one day a dog is going to turn into a fucking walrus, right? Like that's not how it would work. Okay, but in a funny way, you can see different.
Well, it would turn into something else you would call walrus or whatever. Just a new name for it.
I'm retarded. We have seen it. The wolf into the domestic
We're
dog.
just trying to bring you back to
That's
reality,
domestication syndrome. That's not evolution.
Right.
No, but you asked if we've seen a kind turn into a kind. That's a good example.
No, that's
but
just domestication syndrome and degeneration of their capabilities. That's not them gaining new features and becoming something more.
Would bacteria be a sufficient answer for you? Because this is an organism that can evolve over time, and we know this. Same thing with the viruses, right?
Evolution is a whole idea that is far bigger than just small things having adaptability to their environment and changing within their code and their parameters that are
it's a bunch of small things.
They're not gaining new code unless we
it's
add
a bunch
new
of
code
small
to it
things over time, right? See, I don't understand.
This
Like
is so far off topic.
No, you give such a vague explanation to things as if it's like correct.
You're like, bro, gang, you gave the vaguest explanation about evolution, and you're telling him he's being vague. Come on, bro, get serious.
And with the terms, yes, he's being very vague.
Look, if evolution is scientific, then just give us the hypothesis for it.
Over time.
So time courses then, brilliant, well done. I'll just stop you there.
It's not the time that causes it, is it? You retard.
Okay, I asked you for the hypothesis.
Hold on. Before you fucking. Whoops.
I think the problem is we're gonna first have to tell you what a hypothesis is.
Hypotenuse?
Oh my god. Okay. This
Yeah.
I was warned about this group. It was
Yeah.
foretold. And it's like,
Yeah.
no, I told them, no, guys, I'll go in there and I'll be reasonable. I'll be nice,
You're
right?
not being reasonable.
Dude, you're making a claim to science, which would involve a hypothesis. I asked you for one, and then your first words were
Okay.
time. You clearly don't
No,
know what you're
no, I
talking
said
about.
overtime, and then you fucking cut me off. Is what
Awesome, because you
happened.
wasn't
Okay.
formulating a hypothesis. What was time? Was it a dependent variable or independent variable? Which one was it, mate?
Sorry, can you fucking
Yeah,
repeat
you
that
said
again?
time. You said time.
I said
So
I said
I'll
overtime. I said
placate you.
overtime.
Yeah, I'll placate you. Which one was that? Was that the dependent variable, the phenomena, or independent variable, the cause? Which one was it?
Time wasn't the cause. Time is
So
I get
give me a
it,
hypothesis
it
then.
would
Why
be
the fuck? Sorry, my friend, I do apologise, but why would, when I asked you for a hypothesis, would you continue not to give me the hypothesis? Why would you do that?
I honestly I don't know why you're coming. Like here's the thing. I never claimed to be a fucking smart person. All right.
No shit.
Yeah. If you well, no shit, fucking Brit bonger. I don't know what you're talking about in terms of the different kinds of variable, the phenomena. All right, the phenomena of time. Okay, is that sufficient for you?
No, because then you're going to have to provide me with the cause of the phenomena of time. You don't know what a hypothesis is. So when somebody asks you, is this science? Then you're going to have to step back because obviously you don't know a standard of which to hold it to. You don't know what science is. They claim it is science. You're not giving me science in the formulation of a hypothesis, which is what science is.
I'm
So
not a.
just to point out to you that
makes your
maybe you just have a belief in something that you quite clearly do not understand.
right, and that belief is by definition science. Putting it forth as science, but there is no scientific validation for it. We can't even get a hypothesis.
Yeah, but you got to assume that all the information that you have in order to make a proper, educated guesses and all that stuff, it has to be based on real factual stuff. And a lot of the stuff that they've given you over time is indoctrination. It's not actual factual stuff. It's just stuff that you've been taught, regurgitated, repeated, recycled, and taught again. And all these people know it to be factual, but it might not be. Like you got theoretical physicists now who are talking about a bunch of stuff that's like theoretical. It's like they want it to be real, and all the numbers might check out, but they could be totally off, They could be totally off. They could be totally wrong about everything that they've ever known and ever learned and everything that they've been teaching other people and getting
Thanks
a lot
for
of.
that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Glad I could be helpful. I'm a skeptic. I'm sorry. I mean, that's just the way it is. If you can make a better ghost, then great. Let me see it. But until then, your ghost is not that scary.
That's fine.
But you don't have anything, bro. You're making a claim for something that you don't even know what it means. You're saying, hey, this belief that I have, it must be true because I believe it. That's you.
Well, no, I'm not saying it must be true because I believe it.
Saying that the science is like, okay, it might be like.
Not science. You're claiming pseudoscience as science. That's the problem. You think that the pseudoscience idea that you have is is factual and it has been demonstrated in some scientific setting, but it hasn't. You actually pertain pseudoscience in a scientific room at the moment.
What about it is pseudoscience? Can you explain that to me?
I'll explain it to you. So science.
No. How about the person? How about the person that I asked to? But okay.
I don't care.
Doesn't matter.
Science,
Let Jedi do what he's talking about.
Science is something that is claimed to be science, but does not follow the scientific method.
No. How is it science? How is it pseudoscience? Not what is pseudoscience.
If you would stop interrupting him, you would hear him explaining.
So again, just so we understand what pseudoscience is in the first instance, pseudoscience is something that is claimed to be science but does not follow the scientific method, which is why I asked you for a hypothesis, because that's the formulation of the method where we elucidate cause and effect relationships. You understand that bit, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Awesome stuff. So within evolution, the very quick question is, what is the observed phenomena and what is the cause of the phenomena? That's all it is. It's not hard to understand. So when I asked you for the hypothesis with regards to science, you didn't give me one, which is fine because ultimately they don't give you one. There is no formalized hypothesis that is claimed to be science for evolution. So it's pseudoscience by definition.
And you're also just parroting something that you don't know. You know, like a parrot, when the parrot says science. That's what you're doing.
You know what's funny? I never once said the word science here, and you're just like going off like this. It's fucking
You
hilarious.
said evolution. What's that? Do you know what it is? You don't
Well,
know
it's
what
a
it is. So
term. It's a term.
you're parroting the word evolution like a parrot.
Yeah. Define it. What's evolution, mate?
What is evolution? Here, I'll give you
Quickly Google it.
definition. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna give you a better formulated answer than I will. I mean, because as soon as I say anything, you're gonna be like, "What's the fucking hypothesis?" And you're gonna cut me off at everything. It's like, "What kind of fucking variable is that?" And it's like, okay, I'm not an evolutionary biologist. You're just like, okay,
Fine.
What it is a creation myth.
Being as you're the one who says that this is a thing, you've now got to Google search what you believe to be true. Interesting. Did you not know this before?
Well, I
Like,
tried to give it to you, but you fucking cut me off immediately. So obviously, my words aren't going to be good enough for you. Or any words that I'm going to say, you're going to just say, brush it off as pseudoscience, guaranteed.
Cool. Is evolution scientific?
Yes.
So there would be a hypothesis then, wouldn't there?
Yeah.
Into
I'm sure
a cause and effect relationship, right?
Perhaps.
Perhaps. No, definitely. Otherwise, it is pseudoscience if it doesn't follow the method of science, which is a hypothesis, construction, and test. A hypothesis is a supposition into a cause and effect relationship, and then you test it in a scientific experiment where you, the researcher, will vary and manipulate what you presume the cause to be to see if it has the effect or not. 5th grade science, mate.
Sorry, I'm reading.
Good. You read up on your beliefs.
I mean, I imagine you believe God created everything, yeah?
I understand that things don't spring into existence
Oh,
like
no,
code.
answer the question. I imagine you.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. I see
Yeah.
where you're coming from then. Okay.
Do you want to understand why?
I don't
Do you
give a fuck.
understand what?
I don't give a
Oh,
fuck why you believe in
really?
God. This is yeah. I don't really.
That's fine.
You're right.
Do you think that things?
I don't really.
Fuck off then.
Wow, he spiraled real quick. That's a pretty silly spiral you're doing there, dang. Dang. Do you believe in God?
My only question was, does he think that things spring into existence for no apparent reason, like genetic code? Just happen to spring up for no apparent reason.
That's what that would be.
Hey Dan, do you know what an antecedent is, right? An antecedent?
I can't understand you. What? A what? Antecedent?
An antecedent. You're spiraling. There's no point to talk to you. Like you
Well, no, I can't
acting like a
understand your
child.
accent. I'm sorry.
You're acting like
can't
a
understand
child
your
at the
accent.
moment. It is a language barrier. That's what it is, right? You don't comprehend the words that are being told to you, right? You don't comprehend it.
Jancy, I cannot understand your accent.
Hey, Sasha, I don't understand your accent, but I do understand the words that are coming out of your mouth.
Okay.
But the other guy doesn't comprehend the accent or the words, so that's a big problem.
You know how is life? Some people are irritated by accent. They cannot hear because it's it's if it's not that what you hear every day on the street, then if you hear some other accent that's disturbing your body, it's I don't know, something like that.
Have any of you ever seen a Foucault pendulum?
Do you ever see the sea level?
You have?
I just want to point out that it's always the globies that get upset over accents.
Let's just do this one. I like this one. Yeah.
Ever seen it? they kind of start moving and
Hold
making a
tight.
circle.
Awesome stuff. So would that be the Earth moving underneath the pendulum?
It's what it's supposed to be.
Awesome stuff. So this would be the Coriolis effect, right? Things on a rotating reference frame and things above that rotating reference frame appear to deflect over time, right?
I don't follow. I'm sorry.
Okay. Things underneath everything that's in the sky on a rotating reference frame to the observer on the rotating reference frame would observe an apparent deflection. The pendulum deflects over time, right?
It does move over time, yeah.
Awesome
You
stuff. So
hold it still, and then it'll start to move.
Yeah. So this is two separate reference frames. You understand that when Foucault make the claim that the pendulum is moving independent of the Earth, that means that everything else that is above the Earth, helium balloons, planes, clouds, bumblebees, and anything would appear to deviate to you, the observer, standing on that reference frame. Unfortunately, we don't observe that in anything else but Foucault's pendulum. You understand the issue here, right?
Could that be explained by the medium that we're all swimming in?
Is Foucault's pendulum in that medium too?
Yes.
Awesome
So
stuff. So why don't,
how is it?
for
So you're
example,
saying
hold on, for example,
how is it detached from the medium?
hold on, you're claiming two reference frames. Do you understand Foucault's pendulum? You're claiming
Not
two reference
completely.
frames.
Not completely. Not completely.
Awesome. So I'm pointing out the problem with it. There's an apparent deflection in Foucault's pendulum, which means everything else above the surface of the Earth would appear to deflect for you, the observer, standing on that rotating reference frame, which they don't. There would be a difference in flight times from east to west to west to east, for example. Apart from trade winds and shit, there isn't. Fly east and the airport will be going away from you. Fly west and here comes the fucking airport. You standing on the rotating reference frame, observing airplanes in the sky, they would appear to deflect for you even though their path is straight. But you don't observe that. No one does.
But it's so from my understanding, is that you don't observe these deflections, or you don't observe the curvature because of the sheer size of the object.
My goodness me, we're standing on the rotating reference frame. So Foucault's pendulum makes a claim to two reference frames where the thing above the surface of the Earth appears to deflect, which means everything above the surface of the Earth would appear to deflect for you, the observer, standing on the rotating reference frame. Is my accent too hard for you to understand?
I don't get it. I'm sorry.
And second
I'm
to that,
sorry,
it's
man.
not in
I'm
a
sorry.
second reference frame.
I'm sorry.
It's actually
I
still
just don't
attached
get
to
it.
the
That's
Earth,
okay
dude.
though.
It's also a begging the question formal logical fallacy. If the Earth is a ball, then the pendulum will do this. The pendulum does this, therefore I'm on a spinning object. Unfortunately, not everything else that leaves the surface of the Earth appears to deflect for you, the observer, standing on that rotating reference frames. We do not have a difference in flight time from east to west and west to east, apart from winds. Nothing appears to deflect as it leaves the surface of the Earth, like a helicopter hovering above the surface of the Earth. The Earth isn't rotating underneath the helicopter.
Why does Foucault's, if not for the rotation, why does Foucault's pendulum work?
I don't know, mate. You'd have to isolate all of the variables, mate. And sometimes it doesn't work. You notice that within Foucault's pendulum, you have to start it moving. There's also a motor. Sorry, there's also a motor, and there are also magnets which you can adjust depending on your latitude. You go to a university, they've got books and stuff that you can study. They've got engines, they've got magnets. You have to you have to make sure that they are working for your latitude. If the Earth was a rotating reference frame, my question would be this: why do you have to push the pendulum?
Because the pendulum is so. The pendulum swings, and it's supposed to be. This is what's supposed to be happening in the assumed model. Is the pendulum supposed to be swinging in a straight line, right? And it moves around. The pendulum is supposed to be straight, and it's moving because yes, the one frame under it is moving.
So then everything else above the surface of the Earth, being as this is a demonstration of Coriolis, would appear in that way. There would be a difference in flight times from east to west to west to east. Things would appear to divert as you, the observer, are still on that reference frame that's moving. Helicopters, when hovering, the Earth would move underneath the helicopter. We don't observe that when the helicopter is hovering, or drones, for example. We don't observe that in the natural world. What we do observe is within this contraption, it's got motors and magnets, and you have to start pushing it. It appears to deflect. Awesome. That's great. It's just one thing that is making a claim to the entirety of the Earth, but we don't observe the phenomena which it portrays in the rest of the Earth.
And I'd still like to ask how the Earth's rotating underneath it when it's still attached to the Earth. It's impossible.
A gimbal would be my guess.
It's still attached to the Earth. It's still attached to the Earth. It's on a frame or from a roof or whatever it's on a gimbal. It's still attached to the rotating reference frame.
It would allow for like multiple directions of movement.
But that's not the claim of the pendulum. The pendulum's claim is that the Earth is rotating underneath, just like it would if a helicopter left the Earth. If a helicopter was still on the Earth, it would rotate with the Earth. It is actually attached. It can't rotate underneath.
Does Foucault's pendulum behave differently at different latitudes or different places?
It also acts differently when we have a solar eclipse. It goes backwards.
Get the fuck out of here.
It also
Okay.
acts differently when you have two
Okay.
of them next to each other.
Interesting.
Ultimately, mate, it's just making a claim to the Earth rotating underneath things, which we don't observe anywhere else, just in this. And like I said, when you go to different museums or universities where they've got this, depending on your latitude, they have to make sure it's going to work properly. They have to adjust the mechanism. Right? It's got motors, it's got magnets. It has to be pushed to start moving. I thought the Earth was going to, move underneath the pendulum. It doesn't. You have to move it. And then you have to have a motor and magnets to keep it moving on the path.
So, okay. Hey, it's just one thing. And it seems to, it's just one thing. Can I make one?
I mean, I use Einstein as a hostile witness in this interest, right? Einstein himself says there is no observable physical experiment that we can done here on the Earth that can prove the motion of the Earth. I think he might have discounted Foucault's pendulum when he made that statement, mate.
I don't think I can make one. I don't have a 200-pound gold-plated sphere.
Go watch a crane where a construction site when they have the crane sitting there at night and the big ball hanging at the end so the rope doesn't. That should start moving all by itself.
But it also needs, the sphere moves over a raised metal ring with an electromagnet at the center, which creates a current inside the copper ball.
There you go.
Why do you need that if it's the Earth's rotation that's causing the swing?
Yeah, so think about this, yeah. If it needs an electromagnetic, it's got magnets on two sides of it, keeping it straight and swinging. You need a zero, yeah. What they have to do is they have to strengthen the magnets, put more current through each magnet to get a zero. Now, what's a zero on a presupposed Earth that's spinning around? Well, it's 1 degree per 15 minutes. Is that correct? Or 15 degrees per hour?
I have to go, guys.
So if you set it to 15 degrees per hour, that's their base zero. So it's gonna do that, isn't it? Or where do you set your zero to? Think about that one. Did you understand that?
Might not have understood your accent, mate.
Fuck off. Everyone's having trouble with Spake, not mine.
Spake, Gemsy, Sasha, me, you.
All the non-Americans, huh?
Yeah, right. I went 3 hours with that dude yesterday on the Foucault pendulum.
Oh, God.
Hey, I'm American.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, America includes all of North and South America.
You got that right.
And Central. What did you
And
guys
also
learn in school?
American Samoa, which is in the Pacific. American Samoa.
Yeah.
There you go.
True. What did you guys learn at school? Did you learn that America was one continent?
No, they told me about
we learned the
many
United
nations
States.
in America.
Yeah, we learned the United States is that runs the world, and everybody listens to us.
Oh, America's what was the term? My bad. I forgot the term. Good thing that I forgot it.
So I remember, and they taught my wife that America was one continent. So that's North and South America together. She's Colombian, so she learnt that. But we learnt here that one continent was North America and the other continent was South America. So we learnt about them being two continents.
Yes, I remember they told me about North America, Center America, which is centro, or it like the middle or whatever between the two North and South America. So South America, North America, and Center America. They told me those terms in Spanish. And also the Caribbean is part of the Americas. The Caribbean, the islands. Yeah.
Lots and lots and lots of people in the chat. Has anybody got any questions?
Yeah, what do you think about crepuscular rays, homie?
I think they're awesome.
They're not parallel.
They're pretty sweet.
Someone's saying you can like triangulate them and find out that the sun is like way closer. So what do you think about that?
I mean,
If the lines of sight intersect, then sure. If they don't, then no. If everybody's
also
seeing the
think-
sun in the same position in space, sure. If they're not, no.
There's a phenomenon also called anti-crepuscular rays. You observe the crepuscular rays in front of you, turn around 180 degrees, and then they go towards another point behind you. Anti-crepuscular rays. Which is a kind of a problem for Aristophanes, right? Again.
Everything seems to be a problem for him.
That's if he ever existed.
That's another problem he has.
Yeah.
How obviously we don't have a number, right? But like, I guess a lot of people are split between how far the sun is and stuff. What do you? Because some people are saying like they're fucking. I've seen some shit where people were like having visuals of the sun being lower than like a plane ride or whatever. What is that? Have you seen that?
Sun's
What, the
far
sun?
away.
Yeah, the sun in the clouds when the airplane is above the clouds. Are you talking about that?
It's like some shot of what appears to be the sun, like almost below the fucking plane.
Yeah,
I,
yeah, yeah.
I don't know if you've seen that one. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know, to be honest with you, mate. It kind of has a problem when we're talking about the sun being in an actual fixed location. From flat earthers' point of view, I would suggest that maybe the sun isn't in an actual fixed, physical location. So it appears to do lots of different things, but I don't know, mate. Don't know what the sun is. Don't know where it is. Don't know how far away it is. Don't know how big it is.
Well, you think it's like localized and closer than obviously like whatever. I think they say 93 million or whatever. What's their number? Stupid shit.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, it would add credence to that. I mean, I wouldn't make a claim to how far away the sun is per se, but probably not 93 million miles away in the vacuum of space, as big as we're told it is.
Yeah, probably closer, but we don't know how local what that actually means since we don't even know what the medium that the sun is in, and I don't know how many mediums are between me, the observer, and what I call the sun.
And how those mediums are going to cause it to appear to shift in space, free space, relative to the observer.
So the moon and the sun are doing chaotic rotations. Is this what you guys are saying?
No, we're
Oh,
we're we're
sorry.
trying to. No, that's fine. It's the definite article sun. So when people say the sun, that's kind of making a claim to it is a physical object in the physical location that we see it. The sun can appear to do lots of things for different observers, but we've got no way of clarifying that sun that we see is actually in a actual location where we see it to be.
I see what you're saying.
There are some observations, out on the internet that seem to show a sun behind the sun. So two suns in the sky, the one that we see, and then one that seems to be a little bit behind it. Now, I'm
Yeah.
not adding any credence to this, mate. I'm not making a claim to it. I'm just saying it's interesting, right?
Yeah. I also seen there's like places that get like 24-hour sun or whatever. What is that? Do you know what that is?
In the northern hemisphere, when we don't observe the sun dip below the horizon, for example, in Finland and so on.
So that's almost like a flat Earth phenomenon then.
Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't appear to descend beyond the horizon in the northern latitudes. Now, there's a problem when people say there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica in the southern regions. I've never seen that. Lots of people claim that they haven't seen that. But in the northern hemisphere, yeah. Just go to Helsinki in Finland. You can observe the sun for 24 hours.
Yeah, I've also seen this picture where it seems to be like three suns. Have you seen that one where it's like reflecting almost to the sides, the sun?
Yeah. I think that's called a sundog. I might be incorrect with that. I might be thinking of a
Sun
different
dogs will
photo.
look like that if you got the right clouds in the way. It'll look like three suns. I see it here. I see two often. I've taken pictures before. I'll try to do it again. Winter's coming. I'll see it a lot more.
Yeah, I don't want to be like firmament Andy, but the claim is that like it's bouncing off the firmament and like that's the mirror, right? The other two.
Yeah,
No,
possibly.
it's like a,
I mean, the
how
same
rainbows are
same
made.
kind of phenomena with rainbows, right?
Yeah.
The sun's actually a cathode. The moon is an anode.
What does that
I like
mean?
the way you said act.
Well, it's attached to the firmament, which is the magnetic field, right? And that's how it gets powered, because electricity and magnetism are one. They can't exist separately. Anytime there's a magnetic field, there's electricity. So that's what the Van Allen belt is. It's the firmament. It's holding the sun, it's moving it in the field, and it's powering it.
How'd you test all this out?
Yes, I don't think everybody believes that, but I can't believe that.
Well, guys,
There's
it's
no way to test.
observable, so it must be true.
I mean, why would all these like ancient civilizations like come to the same conclusion though? And they're like not even attached, right?
I don't know,
Well,
dude.
isn't
That
a
would
flat
require
station?
like being intelligent and using basic math.
Yeah, like
basic math.
the traditional model, like the sun is burning in an environment where there's no oxygen. So how does that work?
Well, what you said about the anode and the cathode, there might be something to it, but we can't verify it. It seems to function in that manner, similar, but to say that is exactly what it is, that's the difficult part because we can't verify it.
We live
But it
inside
is
a
similar to an
giant
electric
saltwater
system.
battery. Giant saltwater battery.
Yeah, it's similar to that. But
And
how
so,
you verify it is tough.
do you guys entertain the Hollow Earth at all?
Like in that movie where like King Kong fought Mecha Godzilla.
No, memes aside, I'm really curious.
Like,
There's got
as
to be
in
some
there are
Hollow
underground
Earthers in here.
underground caves and caverns and stuff.
Sure, underground
Yeah.
caves, sure.
Whatever.
Yeah, there's caves all over the place. Google them.
There's a cave system that the huge buildings can fit in, bigger than any building we know of. Huge cave system. So
There's one
who
that's
knows?
so big. There's one I heard is 50-mile cavern that they would need a synthetic sun and it could light up most of it.
Do you think there's people down there?
Well, if
Haven't
they
been
went
down there to meet any.
Possibly.
Yeah, that's where
went
the
down a
Germans
50-mile one.
escaped to after World War II. And they're
I
building
can't
like
tell
a
what's a
Hitler down
meme
there.
anymore.
What do you think? They found a 50-mile one. You think they said, fuck it, leave it here. Well, don't worry about it.
Where else is your mom gonna sleep?
My place.
I'd like to think there's some like World of Warcraft shit going on in the middle of the earth. See, it's kind of fascinating. I dream about it.
There's a video game happening in the middle of the earth. That's kind of silly.
That's what the
Well,
schizos tell me, dude. I don't know.
Well, a lot of people like to escape reality because it fucking sucks learning that the Earth is flat and you're never gonna travel in outer space. So next best thing is to imagine going guess into the ground instead of just doing the normal shit. Gotta either go into space or go into a hole. I don't get it.
It is very possible that people from those parts of the world do have Ethernet connections, so we might be talking in Discord together and playing video games together. Just in a different spot of the realm.
Well, it could be flat and hollow at the same time, right? For all we know.
It could be, but attaching a geometry to the whole construct, that might be foolish.
I hear that.
I just can't wait until like upper Earth orbit travel is like not
on
orbit,
TV.
atmosphere travel is like, you know, affordable for
TV.
average people, and then flat earthers can stop existing.
Affordable to you, affordable so you can go to Narnia and come back and tell us the story how it went. Amazing.
No,
I mean,
affordable so you can
Gemsy,
go,
they've been putting it on
dumbass.
TV for 30, 40 years. It's just not enough.
Hey,
Yeah,
sunglasses.
it's been on TV for what, over 40 years, and
50,
you still don't
50
get
years
it.
since
You still don't get it. It's a
my dad
cartoon.
was a baby watching this stuff on television. My dad was a child. They still have nothing. They're just insane people, bruh. You can't make this up.
Hey,
They've been promising
sunglasses.
us colonies on the moon since 1978.
Sorry, I can't hear you over all the like special needs class
Sunglasses.
communication
Don't worry.
happening.
Listen to me now. Do you expect to maybe in 20 years go visit the hotel that's supposed to be going in on the moon?
On the moon? I haven't heard
Yeah.
about a hotel on the moon.
Yeah, there's going to be a hotel there for a layover to Mars.
In 20 years?
Are you going
Was
to
that
go?
XO?
I highly doubt that'll be affordable for any like average individual in 20 years.
In 20
even
years,
if it exists
flights
in
are
20
supposed
years.
to be going like airlines out of here. You're
I
behind
feel
the
like in
times
maybe
or something.
20 to 30 years, I will be able to experience like upper Earth, like atmosphere travel, and I'll be able to, like maybe low Earth orbit, possibly like International Space Station levels might be attainable, but definitely not to the moon or to Mars. At least for my budget.
What the fuck are they doing all this shit for?
No, I think you like read like a BuzzFeed article and got that like hotel like idea from it, because I've never seen any actual like concrete plans from any like spacefaring organization.
Have you ever
about
seen the
it.
concrete plans for the space station?
Yeah, I mean to a degree.
No, you haven't.
Not all of them.
Show them to me. Yeah, go ahead.
I
show
mean,
'em to me.
like we can
Any of it.
see like the budgeting plan
No,
for
I
it.
don't want to
like
see how much it costs. I want to see the plans.
Well, I mean, a budgeting plan is a plan. That's what I was referring to. Like the project
Doesn't have
budget.
dimensions in it. Doesn't have seals in it. Doesn't have values for pressure and all that in it. I want to see that one.
Okay, but I'm talking about like, and I'm just in terms of like confirmed projects, like this magical like
No, I
moon
have
hotel.
spreadsheets too.
I
I
have
can
not
write
seen
numbers
anything
on. That
about it.
doesn't do any good to anybody.
I mean, you apparently believe that this like moon hotel is a plan. What's your like verification for that? Why do you think they're planning that?
I just made it up.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I was talking about a newspaper article where NASA is claiming that they would have colonies on the moon by 1978, and they said that in 1969.
Yeah, and then it turned out that it wasn't feasible.
Yeah, they destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back up again. That's what
If it
they said.
wasn't feasible, why did they go back to play golf and drive around in a car?
No, what? Those are two separate things. Colonization and sending a few more people up there and back are like two completely different topics.
So that's why they couldn't figure out how to put hotels up there, because instead of fucking doing their job, they spent time driving around in a dune buggy playing golf.
Those are a couple things they did, but primarily they were there to take things like samples.
Anyway, space is fake. There was no moon landing.
If
You mean
someone
like
goes on
they
like an
took like
expedition
sample?
for information,
They-
if they like happen to play golf, does that mean that like the only reason they went there was to play golf?
Well, you believe that they went there. First case. Secondly, they brought back petrified wood.
I saw that they gave it to the Queen of the Netherlands, right?
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
Wasn't it claimed to be moon rock?
Yeah. And then you have a bunch of sketchy moon rock heist stuff. You guys seen that? The moon rock heists.
Oh, like that one dude who like stole a bunch of
Yeah, a lot of them are
moon
missing,
rocks
like,
and
and
had
they're
them like
almost.
in a hotel room.
They all just get heisted. It's very convenient.
I mean, no, they didn't all get heisted. There have been cases of them.
Well, the
being
other ones
stolen.
get tested for and become petrified wood. Yeah.
Like some have, but like you're talking about as if like this is all samples, which is just not the case.
Heisted? What the fuck? Why would somebody heist it?
There was like a story a while back of a guy who was a NASA employee and stole it, thinking they would be rich.
And there's a story that the
ended up just
NASA
like-
military came and stormed their house and killed them and all this other crap too. Do you believe that?
No, they weren't killed. What? At least not the story I'm talking about.
But you don't think it's a little weird that all the moon rocks get heisted and then the telemetry data randomly catches fire and you don't think that's a little weird?
Again, not all telemetry data, not all testable, like debris and samples. You're pointing out like instances where this has happened, but ignoring the fact that there's like dozens of other pieces of evidence that you can refer to. Like, sure, yeah, some records of telemetry may not exist anymore. That doesn't mean that there isn't other examples of telemetry data.
The earth is flat. Who's flat? The earth is flat.
The earth is flat.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit. The earth is flat!
What's going on? Are we having a moment of silence for the globe, or what is it?
Yes.
Yeah, if everybody could please be respectful in this moment of silence for the heliocentric model. That'd be
I
awesome.
think this is the
Please light a
quietest
candle,
that
make a
this
prayer.
special needs classroom has been the entire day.
Number
Well,
4 on the
special needs,
server.
well done.
Hey, sunglasses. Why do you wear sunglasses? Because TV said so. It's bad for you.
No.
So why do you wear sunglasses?
Generally to keep light out of my eyes.
Why is light bad for your eyes?
Well, generally it can make it harder to see when it's bright out.
Really? Doesn't light make things more clear? Generally?
I don't know. Maybe you should stare into the sun and tell me later how
Wait,
that
that's what
works
you
out
do
for
all
you.
day? You stare to the sun? You just stare to the sun and think that you're revolving around it, therefore you wear sunglasses?
As we're on this subject about light, my friend with sunglasses, are you aware of the inverse square law to do with light?
I don't want to get into another discussion with with you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll just say it and see what happens. We understand the inverse square law of light, right? Closer to the light source, brighter, further away, then it's going to get dimmer. You see that moon up there? Why is it when people go to the moon, it's not exceptionally bright that we can't see anything? Because it should be, right? If it's what, 1/4 of a million miles away? Surely if we got closer to the moon, it should be brighter, shouldn't it? But
I did the math one time. I did the math. I can't remember the actual number, but I did start with lumens at 10 on Earth. Like, I guess that was full moon, what somebody measured. And I forget what the astronomical number is, but it was brighter than the sun.
Oh, shit. That's a problem. But you can ignore that if you want to, sunglasses. Just ignore it, it's fine.
Jedi, what do you think about sun gazing?
Not a great idea. I mean, I've tried it myself. I can't do it for too long. Do it at, say, morning and evening times where the sun isn't so bright. I seem to be able to look at the sun for quite a while then, but when it's like midday, I wouldn't suggest that's a good idea.
It is generally a good idea. At the least, it works for me pretty well, so I can stare at the sun and I have no issues like sunglasses because he's always wearing sunglasses and moon glasses during the day as well. So sorry for him.
Yeah, I've seen this documentary. It's called Eat the Sun, I think. I don't know if you guys seen it. It's pretty good. And I kind of, I don't know, but I can't really get into it. I'm trying though.
You mean with barbecue sauce? Eat the sun?
No, it's just like a sun gazing documentary.
Yeah, the idea that you have to cover your skin with oils and shit because the sun is just kind of silly idea. Actually,
If you
It
have
is kind of
glasses,
silly, don't you
should you
think?
take your glasses off?
I mean, yeah, you
Because
probably
some,
don't want to stare into the sun with glasses on. It sounds horrible.
yeah, I was thinking too.
No, use a magnifying glass.
I use 3.5 magnifiers, the kind you wear on your head, and then I stare at the sun. I do that for eclipses so I can really get a good look at them.
what about moon glasses? Anybody got moon glasses?
The fuck is that?
The moon just doesn't reflect enough light for us to need them
Bro.
unless unless you're close enough to it, I suppose.
Who here believes that the Earth is flat?
Oh, go on, I'll stick my hand up. Yeah, me.
F.A. Jedi does, that crazy nut. But, he's, listen to him, he's from La La London land.
Yeah, ask Jedi one question. Ask him one question about that.
Yo, Jedi. So tell me,
Yeah,
how long has the flat Earth existed for?
the flat Earth has existed for its entirety of the Earth being here. It's always been flat.
It's
So tell me,
existed as long as it's existed.
so what is it? What does exist at the bottom of the Earth? What is at the bottom? Since we know that everything's on the top, what is on the bottom? Is it like a dark place or what?
Mate, I'll be honest with you. Being as I've never been there, I wouldn't make a claim to what's under the earth. Being as we can only dig about 8 miles down, the Arianis Trench is 12 miles deep. That's the furthest anybody can go. I've not gone any further than anybody else, so I wouldn't make a claim to what is under the earth. Why would I do that?
So on the opposite side of the planet, is there anything at all?
Did you not hear what I just said?
Answered
Use
you,
your
dumbass.
Jedi powers.
Listen, you know what? He thinks that it's a flat rock floating in space.
Bro.
Bro,
So
so when you asking Jedi these questions about the thing in your mind, what is the picture that you see in your imagination when you asking the questions? What is this Earth?
I
How does it look
I
like?
see, I see like a dish, like a circled dish that has a bottom, and then the food is represents the oceans and everything. That's what I have in my mind.
That might be an issue because that thing in the imagination, the replacement of the cartoon globe that you put in your mind, that's not reality. Reality is not a cartoon in your imagination, bro. Sorry.
So what is your claim against all the millions of scientists that showed that the Earth is like an egg shape? How can you prove them wrong?
Well, being as the surface of the Earth, if it was an egg shape, would have to curve over distance. Being as we do not observe or measure or practically use when navigating across the surface of the Earth any curvature, then there's no curvature to be observed, measured, or practically used. They make 3 claims
Ah.
about the physicality of the Earth. 1, that it is a shape. 2, that this shape moves. And 3, that this shape that moves does this in the vacuum of space. But there is no direct measurement of curvature over distance. There is no direct measurement of the motion of the Earth. And the vacuum of space appears to violate laws of nature. You can't have gas
So
pressure without a container, for example.
So also to add a couple of key points, so we know that the observation of the horizon, circumnavigation, Earth's shadow on the moon, photos from space, grave, airplane flight path, Earth's shadow on the moon, Earth's measurement. All of these backed up by scientific evidence that show that the Earth is not
Oh,
flat. How
oh
can you
fuck.
make that? How can you deny that?
Awesome. So, first of all, there is no scientific experiment that proves the shape of an object, my friend. Just to put that clear, science deals with cause and effect, so isn't going to give you a shape at the end of it. If you want to figure out the shape of an object, you observe and measure it, so not a question for science. How do I
Well,
debunk
you would
that?
use scientific methods to determine the
Fuck me. What's the
shape.
scientific method, mate?
Do you want me to
In
copy
actual
and
fact,
paste you
what question does science answer?
Here, I'll give you a well, no, I
What
mean you
question
would
does science answer?
it answers many
Does
questions.
science elucidate cause and effect relationships in the physical and natural world? So science isn't the tool that you would use to measure an object. To figure out the shape of an object, you look at it and you measure it, don't you? You don't
Yeah.
science it.
You have an
Wait,
observation.
how is
You have a
measuring not
question,
science?
right? You're
How
like,
is measuring
how
not
big is
science?
the object,
Right,
right?
fucking.
You
Which
then
question do you want me to answer? How's measurement not science? I've already
Yeah.
answered that one. Science deals with cause and effect relationships. You
No, it
can
does not.
extrapolate.
Not
Hold
only.
on, it does. Science is the study of the
Actually,
physical and
guys,
natural world.
I think I'm gonna change my belief and thoughts. I believe that the Earth is flat, guys. I changed my mind.
Okay,
I
that's fair.
converted.
Sure,
Why?
makes sense.
I
What an
converted,
idiot.
guys. Thank you for converting me, guys. I
Oh,
appreciate it.
please, please
Good night.
stay on the globe.
I
So
mean
then I'm not gonna have a job.
And
So please stay, believe it on the globe, please.
can you tell us the reason why is that?
You mean me?
Why?
Why you became flat earther now?
No, actually, guys, let's keep this under control.
he's
Jedi
already
was having a
explained it.
conversation, and now we have the troll trying to LARP. So Jedi, just stay with the other guy that is actually asking questions and having a back and forth. Forget about the troll.
Sure.
Okay.
Who's a troll? Who? Am I the troll? What the hell do you mean?
Of course.
No, bro. I
Your
given you
questions are bad.
evidence.
Anyways, the core principles in the scientific method, or just observation, testing,
Sure, and that includes
analyzing
measuring
data, and then
yeah,
In
reaching
science,
some
what do
form
we-
of conclusion. So
totally.
would not observing an object, testing the size of it using some form of analytical devices, and then taking the data and analyzing it to reach a conclusion that follows the scientific method, ergo you use scientific methods to determine the shape of some
Yes.
objects?
Awesome. That's brilliant. So, can you tell me what the scientific method is, please?
I just
What do you mean?
Awesome. So we understand that the scientific method is, first of all, the formulation of a hypothesis, a supposition into a cause and effect relationship. Yeah, you're right. We do observe things in science, but what we observe are phenomena, things happening, and we want to elucidate the cause of that thing happening. We then test that hypothesis in an experiment where you, me, or the researcher will vary and manipulate the presumed cause to see if it has the effect or not. Only deals with cause and effect. Now, when we look at an object to measure it, that's not science.
Yeah.
It's observation and measurement,
Wait.
mate. The geometric question.
But how about science? Science is about posing questions about objects. So, what about if you think about the beginning of science? It's about making questions how to actually observe objects, and then you invent measurements for it. So, isn't that, if you maybe agree with that proposition, how about measuring is then science?
It's measuring an experiment where you elucidate the cause.
Wait, I guess you. Wait to be okay. I'm just gonna try to explain my point of view. I guess you're just confusing where science is right now, and you're not really paying attention to the past of science, where we just were at the beginning of defining how to actually observe our world, probably to make assumptions, etc.
I get what you're trying to say, mate. But when you observe a shape, that isn't something happening, right? When you figure out the shape of an object, you observe and measure it. That's all you need to do. Observe and measure. So maths and geometry. That's not science, mate.
How is it not science?
Because I've already explained it to you. Science
Because
deals
your
with.
definition of science is just making
It's not
basically
my
assumptions.
definition of science. It is the scientific method. The scientific method. The formulation of a hypothesis that you then test within an experiment.
Here,
Wait,
I
how
have
is-
a very simple premise for you. Okay, so let's just say that I have like a couple objects, right? I'm like, why do these objects appear to have these properties, right? Like maybe
thank you.
This area, these dimensions, right? I'm like, okay, well, how would I answer that? Well, I would measure them. So I go and measure them, and therefore my, let's say I had a hypothesis that like maybe they appear to have these dimensions because they do have those dimensions, right? And I go and measure them, and then they end up having those dimensions, therefore confirming my scientific hypothesis, and thus following the scientific method to
What are three?
Not only, I guess.
What are the
but,
three
like,
constituent parts of a hypothesis test?
maybe it's just a basic hypothesis. You make a
Basic
hypothesis. Okay, I can compare these objects on that dimension, and I can measure that dimension on
Do you
with that
understand the word
measurement.
phenomena? Do you understand the word
How is that
phenomena?
not a hypothesis, though?
Dude, I'm trying to elucidate it to you by asking you a question, the Socratic method. So, what's a phenomena? Is a
something
phenomena
that's
a concrete noun, or is a phenomena something happening?
it can be
Something
just
observable.
a thing that is. It
Not
can just
everything
be a
that's
noun.
sorry, my friend. Not everything that observable is a phenomena, something happening. I can observe lots of concrete nouns, my friend.
Okay, show me the definition of phenomena that you're using, like by some reputable source.
Okay, give me 5 minutes.
Oh, wait. I just have a question. What is a phenotype?
Don't know.
Phenotype is actually something observable based on genomes. So I guess if phenom is a prefix for something observable. In that case, I guess, in my opinion, that phenomena is something observable with the eye. So we have
every definition
Dude.
of phenomenon
rock of
I can
phenomena.
find just describes something that
The rock
can
of phenomena.
occur or something that can exist.
A phenomena is something happening, not a concrete noun like a
Okay.
rock. That's not happening. It's just a rock.
Phenomena.
Now, I can study the rock.
Phenomena is just plural of phenomenon.
Awesome.
wait.
So something happening.
No, show me the
Phenomenal.
definition of where you can find that, because every
Okay,
definition I
so
find
with
also
in
includes
science.
things that just exist.
Awesome. So we can study things that exist. That's great. But a phenomena
Yeah,
is something happening.
No,
You
look at the
understand in science,
Oxford
right?
definition, okay?
I'm
And
not
it
interested
says
in your definition.
phenomena,
I'm
a
interested in words in science that mean
plural
things.
for phenomenon, a fact
I'm
or situation
interested.
that is observed to
I'm
exist
interested
or happen.
only, my friend, do apologise for interrupting. I'm only interested in the scientific method. And within science, words mean things. Within the
Yes, so
scientific
show
method,
me the definition that you're using.
it's the one within the scientific method. I've asked you to give me 5
Show
minutes.
me it.
Yet
Show
we're
me
still
where you
here
are getting that
fucking
definition
talking.
from.
I said give me 5 minutes, but we're still here talking. Give me 5 minutes. God's sake.
The Earth is flat. The globe is crap. What do you think about that? Come to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0 and tell us all about your globe.
Gotcha, mate. Okay.
Damn, we got bitches in here now. AI bitches.
Since when's the radio show on that channel here?
What's wrong with the radio? Is it broken?
Is anybody awake?
We're awake,
am I
buddy.
just confused? But to be honest,
So who here are? Wait, let me phrase it this way. Who here is a numerologist? Anyone?
numerologist. Wait, what?
Yeah, numerologist.
What
I
would-
was the Church of
What
Science,
would you?
but I didn't.
What would you classify as a numerologist?
Don't know what a numerologist is. Sorry, my bad.
Those are like the people who think
The
that
guy that
like
studies
if they
mystical
see
significance
things
of
that
the
are
numbers
like
and influences.
oh, like these numbers like repeat or like these
So
numbers
math
make hexagons or
numerologist.
something, and
So
then therefore
numerology is those
Well,
people
the
that
current
believe in the.
term, I believe the current term is a game theorist.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I'm
Yeah.
not. Fuck me.
Yeah, no, it's fine. That's why I was asking if there was anybody here, because if nobody's better than me on this subject, then I'm just gonna keep moving on.
Yeah. We
I
can
have a
try,
question.
but I have so much. I
Can
just know
anybody-
tip for tab, basically.
Does anybody knows which science we need to use for geometry?
Maths, brother.
Math. Don't know what we mean.
Math is not a science. I'm
so
asking.
Let me think about that.
when you're talking about the
Talking about Obama's pyramids.
whatchamacallit.
No, I'm talking about the surface.
Geometry is a
You'd
branch
have to
of
use
math.
different observational tools and obtain data based on those tools and then analyze said data.
Yeah.
I got to. So what's at the surface of a cell? Do you know?
Can we use geometry for measuring something?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
That's true. No. Not necessarily.
I would
You can
say
just leave it in an abstract realm and then you
geometry would
cannot
be
measure anything.
I would say geometry is the study of shapes and shit. I wouldn't say it is the measurement.
How is math not a science, though?
It's not science. It's a branch of math.
It's a language.
Yeah,
It's
it
a
was
few
the
things.
citations.
You got to think about it like this, right? like when you play Disco Elysium and there's 4 major like areas, right? You're like, oh well, what is strength,
Dude,
right? Well, what does strength really mean, right? So there's
it's
like
not science.
6 separate segmented.
Okay, maybe I'm just completely weirded out by your definition of science, but I felt math is at least an abstract science. I don't know what you mean, but it's just like finding out general rules about the world.
I like math
Sorry.
and geometry.
Sorry, gentlemen. Sorry, gentlemen. I do apologise. In
Yeah.
the side
No,
chat,
no, no.
I've
It's
given a few citations into the scientific method. Within those citations, you can go to the websites if you want to and clarify the dependent wave phenomena, something happening, and what science does. You can read it
And
and peruse it at
Can
your
you
own
just
leisure.
link it?
just to reply to the guy that says math is
I
a
literally
science,
just said it's in the side chat, so I've linked
science
it.
would be like physics, chemistry, biology. It's not really considered science.
I mean, I'm in
okay,
the
yeah, I
side
guess
chat. I
not. I
just
guess
don't
not.
see any new links.
If you just base science on something observable, I guess mathematics is just more abstract than that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, mathematics does not have
Extrapolate.
empirical observation or
Yeah,
foundations.
no, that's why.
You
So
can
it's not a science.
extrapolate. You can extrapolate abstract math from science. That's fine, but
Sure.
math is not science, right?
Yeah, no. I can see that point. I can see that point. Sure.
Good.
Yeah.
And also,
Yeah.
I have posted some links for you in the site chat for you to
Hey, can
observe
you
and look
just
at in your own good time.
provide me a direct link to the definition of phenomena that they're using?
No.
Within scientific
Like
method,
you've
like I
posted
said,
like
we
a,
did,
a dozen links to answer
yeah,
like a
good.
single question I
You'll
had.
notice within those they talk about dependent, independent, and controlled variables. The
Yeah.
dependent variable in science is a phenomena, something happening. This is why I said within science, words mean things. Otherwise,
Sure.
we've got a failure to
Sure.
communicate. So
Yeah.
within science, the method of science, we observe something happening that
Sure.
we then try to find the cause of
Sure.
in a physical experiment. Now,
Sure.
measuring an object isn't a question for science. You just observe it and you measure it. That's maths and geometry, not science, where we elucidate the cause of something happening.
Wait, not okay.
What?
Oh fuck. Okay, I was just okay.
Science does
How do we
incorporate
observe
math.
something? How do we observe something?
With our eyes, or can feel it, smell it,
By
touch it.
quantifying, describing.
How do we actually? Okay.
It's quite simple. You've obviously been to school
Okay.
where you
Okay.
boiled
Okay.
water
Okay.
with a
Okay.
Bunsen
Okay.
burner,
But
right?
okay.
Very
Okay.
simply.
Maybe.
Very
Okay.
simply.
How do we
Right,
observe
you've been to
things? Is this
school.
where we're going? Really?
No.
Yeah,
Okay. Actually,
There's many
let's just
ways.
say I can
But
see
if
that
you want to
point.
get if you want to get into it, data, recording,
Measuring
instruments,
something
analysis.
is actually
Why is
abstraction
there
from
like
the real world.
two people trying to talk to Jada at the same time? Can you
Okay,
keep
sorry.
it one? Like back and forth, come to a logical conclusion, then move on to someone else.
Sure, makes sense. I'm just gonna start.
This is why it's important to have the definition and the distinction between the two. Okay, now science doesn't prove the shape of an object. So that's why within science, the words mean things. Control variables, independent variables, dependent variable. Right, those three things are the observation of a phenomena, an effect, something happening, the dependent variable. The independent variable is the presumed cause of that phenomena, the thing happening, the effect. The control variables are things that we keep exactly the same, so we only manipulate one thing to see if it's the presumed cause or not.
Yeah.
So this is why we then test that hypothesis, the supposition, into a cause and effect in a physical experiment. Now, I hate talking about boiling water, but it's the simplest thing to talk about, right? Water boils, dependent variable. My presumed cause is that what? Heat causes water to boil. I can then test that supposition in a physical experiment where I can apply heat to water and see if it boils. Now, is heat the only cause of water boiling? No, but I can make another hypothesis where I vary and manipulate the pressure of the water and keep everything else the same, and the pressure will make the water bubble. Now, this is science. It's not hard to understand. I'm not trying to trip anybody over. I'm just trying to explain that a shape is not a question for science.
But is a shape not observable?
Yeah, we can observe it.
Yeah.
Is it a phenomena, something happening?
Yeah, probably.
So a shape is happening, and is it? It's doing something. Remember, doing something. A concrete noun, a shape is
Wait,
not doing anything.
wait. Is my libello who's just standing on my on my table just doing something right now?
Is your what on your what? Sorry.
So is my I don't know. What do you say? Lipstick? Probably. I don't know. I don't care. Which
Something on the
actually,
table. Something on
just
the
something on
table.
the table. Just imagine maybe a ball on my table on my table. Is
Okay,
it doing
got a ball
something
on
right
your
now?
table.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is it doing
awesome.
something? Is it doing something?
No, no. But
Okay.
within
Is it still
science,
observable?
yes, I can see it. In science, I
Okay.
want to figure out the cause of something happening. A ball on a
Okay.
table. Fuck, did you
Yeah.
put that there?
Okay.
Come on, mate, please. It's
Maybe.
really simple to
Yeah.
understand.
Maybe. Yeah.
Okay. So not a question for science, which only deals with cause and effect. There's a ball on your table that I can see.
Okay.
Awesome.
Wait.
Don't have to science it, dude.
Okay. I joined maybe way too late. I just want to know what is your actual hypothesis because I joined. I just admit.
I'm not going to make a hypothesis for ball on table, mate. I'm not that retarded.
No. 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 It was not attack. I just joined mid. I'm probably not getting the whole picture because I don't know what your actual hypothesis is. So.
Not making one.
So I guess yeah, I know, but I guess you joined. Okay.
Can you explain to me what an experiment would be to prove that the ball on his table is actually a sphere?
Oh my goodness.
Wait.
Respawn.
I guess we define that shape.
How?
No, I'm talking to Jedi right now.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, let's define the shape. How do we do
Yeah.
that? Do we science it or do we observe it and measure it?
I guess we can just observe it, probably.
And measure it, right?
Don't need to.
Well,
probably.
by that standard, then observation and measurement have both proven that the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, so observation and measurement isn't science, though, is it? That's the crux of
Yes,
this
it
issue.
is.
Observation
Okay,
and
okay.
measurement.
So you are proclaiming that observation and science are not, or observation and measurement are not science. You're just stating that as a fact. I believe that observation and measurement are both